Russia having killed some of your family in 2022 in a genocide. So I agree. Connections between Russia and Ukraine will not be completely severed, of course. There will be people interested in doing business. I just don't see it as a such a huge market anymore for them for perhaps ethical reasons. And there are people that use ethics in business, other than what is the most amount of money I can make with the least amount of impact to people. People do make decisions based on emotions. And the same thing happens when people vote. While you say that people will be swayed to vote pro-Russian because they have economic interests, they'll also vote in one way or another because they're emotional about or they see things from an emotional perspective and see a candidate as worthy or not worthy because they don't align with their values. And the same thing about corruption. It's everywhere. It's in Germany, it's in France, it's in Western countries that you would not expect, because they don't have maybe the same sort of background as some of the Eastern European countries. But then again, we have seen what I would say very clear evidence of Russian influence that's caused corruption in Germany, in France. So it is a Soviet thing that's penetrated Western culture as well, that causes corruption. And I know people are corrupt intrinsically because, again, they like money. But it's not just that. It's not just money. It's more than that. So I'm not as convinced that they will not sever ties to a bigger extent than maybe you think. So I'd like to
Danny, before we I actually broadly agree with you. I think that a better analogy would be that Israel in 1955 was not going to trade with
with Germany with Germany,
right, with the Nazi Germany.
Exactly.
Right, and unlike West Germany, this is about as militantly pro-Ukrainian a Western news source as you can find. Is here on this space, and nobody here is predicting that Russia will lose to an extent that they will accept accountability for their war crimes. Right? Yeah. That's not even like we would hope for it. Every single person here says, "Yeah, I'd love to see it," but literally nobody here is predicting it.
I think so too.
Yeah, but my question and we are the most militantly pro-Ukraine space it gets. Like there is nobody really to our right on that sort of spectrum of pro-Ukrainian, and being in favor of them. And we don't even think that's happening. Yeah, so in that case, the analogy of this is trading with the fucking Nazis because you're going to have an unreformed country, right? Yeah. So that's where we
I don't think it's going to happen that much.
Yeah, let's let Lucas respond.
I do have a question though, and the question is, what are the economic ties that are so strong that Ukraine will benefit from? What were they post-war? What were they trading? Just agriculture, or is it something that they cannot live without? Is my question. If they can live without it, I feel that they might sever ties.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure we're gonna come to any conclusion when we're discussing feelings. I'm not sure that we have any strong facts at this point to predict what the economic relationship will look like after the war. And obviously, it depends when the war ends, and if to the extent more people will die still. Again, to me, Poland is very, and has been very anti-Russia, I think, for a long time, and yet still did business with Russia. And, as of now, it is still, again, Axel, I believe, jumped in and said Poland is selling milk to Russia, right? Because there's an economic interest there. So I just don't see there being a complete shut off of trade and relationships between the countries. But again, that's my view, and we'll see how it plays out.
All right. I believe we're going Axel, then Hans. Sorry, Axel, Nina, Hans, George. Axel.
Yeah, I was just highlighting pretty much the same thing as you did, but I would have put a pin in it or a needle. In 1959, Haifa pins and needles would not have worked with either Görlitz or Schweinfurt textiles. I think that should be clear. If you are facing a genocidal regime. And I think, Lucas, that is the difference. This is a genocidal regime which has deported 3.5 million people. Amongst them, by current standards, as of the news of yesterday, intelligence, which we can reflect upon, and Yehuda is able to comment upon, because we're working with Harvard and Yale in this regard, and Stanford. 560,000 children have been brought into what cannot be described as custody in Russia. There won't be any trade with Russia, trust me. We will find ways to intercept and interdict it. Russia, in this modern time, is committing a war crime on an industrial scale and with a systematic approach, which we already know, and our intelligence services do know this. We have the data, we have the SIGINT. We don't have to be blasé about it. We have this data. We know a lot more about it, and the public will recognize it over time. There won't be any trading with this regime for a long time. And boy, there shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think that's where we are. Lucas has made his comments clear. Nina, you're up, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you say ma'am? What?
Ma'am
Oh,
is the
dear.
polite way to address a female in America.
I am not ma'am or miss or anything. I am just Nina. Yeah. Thank you. And I couldn't agree more with Axel. I feel exactly the same. And as you know, I'm not the expert, but I also want to point out that Ukraine becoming a member of the European Union is not going to happen tomorrow. So it will take, I think, a long time before this will happen. So there are so many steps for Ukraine to take and use this chance to pull themselves together, like really. I am sure that they will be dedicated to this, and they will become a member of the European Union. And I see the future much brighter, and I see like completely Mordor black future for Russia.
Yeah. Lucas, since I believe you only have about 30 minutes left, I would like to ask a quick question. And I'd like your thoughts before we go to the further questions. And that would be, I know you're a little more skeptical than some of our audience and some of our investors here. And thankfully, I think you're actually going to take us up on a little trip in Ukraine in a post-war environment. But my question is, if you're going to invest in Ukraine, I know you made a comment that private investment is something you would look at. What kind of private investments would you look at, and sort of how would you go about it? You did mention bitumen mixers for concrete. What other kinds of things would you think about if you wanted to put some money into Ukraine?
So I think one thing that was mentioned is certainly Ukrainian talent in the IT sector, and that's well known and well recognized. So I would certainly be interested in hiring Ukrainian software people, developers, professional service people of various sorts. I think that's an obvious one. But in terms of actually putting money and assets into Ukraine, I frankly don't know. And my assumption by default almost is that if I had a company in Ukraine, I kind of believe if it was a construction company, I think it would be very hard for me to win contracts against a Ukrainian-owned competitor. That's how I would expect it to be. That my view is, that procurement process, the bidding process for some government contract would somehow always end up favoring the local as opposed to me. And then I may get, hit with a unexpected tax probe and my whole business will be taken away from me. So that's my view of hard assets in Ukraine today.
So hire locals on the ground then to run such things, to make sure that you're doing things to spec and in a, shall we say, above board and understanding the local situation perspective. Would that make you more comfortable, or would that not even cross your current boundaries unless you saw it yourself?
I think, I would be comfortable if I was a minority investor with a strong, well politically connected local partner that I could trust. Then I would be comfortable. But I do think, again, I'm saying this, even in Poland today, nearly 20 years after it's joined the EU, there is plenty of, I would not invest in Poland for the matter. Okay, so let's put it simply there. I would not invest in most things in Poland, and because again, I think bids will always favor the politically connected in some way. Bids, government procurement, etc.
Understand. Prefers political connection. All right. We've had Hans waiting a very long time, so we're going to go to him. Hans.
Hello, and thank you. And I haven't been waiting that long. And mic check.
We can hear you, sir.
Perfect. I have a quick non-economic question, if that's permissible for Axel. And that is...
We currently have a interview with Lucas, who is a hedge fund manager here for this space.
Yep.
You have a question for him? Go for it. Otherwise,
well, I can make...
Axel will be around.
All right, thank you. I can make one sort of semi-trivial economic observation, and that is I expect in time, however long that time may be, that Russia may become a source of cheap agricultural labor in Ukraine at harvest time. That's it. I'll check with Axel later. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Finance. I'll just give you a quick example of an American company that purchased a significant amount of land in Warsaw. It was in Warsaw. They wanted to develop it and build, real estate. The local planning board in Poland, in Warsaw, denied them the construction permits. After the company sold off the assets to a Polish company and left basically with a huge loss because they sold them off for nothing almost, the planning board gave them permits to the Polish company. So it's one simple way, right? And the American company sued in court and lost. So that's just one example of how you screw foreigners out of their money. And this is in Poland in the last 5 years. Just one simple example. So that makes those kind of stories make me leery about investing money in Poland in any kind of majority foreign control.
Understood. Oh, I was going to ask Slava his views. We actually had a Ukrainian voice on a moment ago, but he has dropped out. All right, Tom, you have not asked a question, so you are currently at the front of the line.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question to Lucas, and thanks so much for joining us. I just wanted to outline like two hypothetical extremes, neither of which I think are very realistic, and then ask you whether you think some sort of middle ground is more realistic. So the two hypothetical extremes are one, that Ukraine wins very quickly, that the shocking number of civilian murders that we think there may be actually aren't quite as high, and maybe there's a regime change in Russia, maybe there isn't. Russia sues for peace, and everyone wants to go back to business as usual as quickly as possible, and the sanctions are dropped. I think that's quite unrealistic, not least of which because of the millions of Ukrainian people that have been deported. On the other hand, there's a situation where, again, Ukraine wins, however long it takes. Tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of civilians have been killed because there are reports suggesting this. And because of the genocide, both Ukraine and Western countries decide to keep sanctions in place for as long as possible, or at least until, the deported Ukrainians are returned to their home. And there's not so much a peace treaty as a kind of armistice, and it's a sort of North Korea-esque situation where there is very little trade. Again, although there might be many people in this space, because we're deeply outraged at the genocide, that might prefer it to be closer towards scenario B, I think there are going to be people in the West that don't care as much as we do. And I think that some of those people are going to want it to be closer towards scenario A, a sort of go back to business as usual. And given that there is disunity in the West at present in terms of how much support we should be giving Ukraine, do you think that some sort of middle ground between a sort of North Korea, no trade, isolation, and immediately going back to business as usual is perhaps more realistic? Because parties and businesses and governments are going to disagree about how long we should sanction Russia and how much we should go back to trading with them. And I should imagine this may be argued over many, many months and years after the sort of war actually ends. Does that seem a realistic assessment to you, Lucas? And could you expand on that, please?
Sure, Tom. I certainly think, yes, it's going to be somewhere between those two extreme scenarios that you outlined. But I certainly think that it's much closer to the first scenario that you mentioned. And I think almost all of you on this call so far that I've heard speak are being tremendously unrealistic and insensitive about the economic problems in Europe and the degree to which German and French and Dutch industry is suffering, and the extent to which the energy prices need to come down immediately, as soon as bloody possible. So the idea that you will keep sanctions for 1 second longer than necessary for some frivolous human rights reason, to me, just boggles the mind. I believe, I think the French, the Germans are calling Zelensky every day, telling him to give up the fight, and so we can go back to business as normal. I think it is.
I doubt that.
I mean, I'm exaggerating.
I've spoken to German government representatives earlier this morning, and they are outraged. And these are very serious diplomatic people who've been in the business longer than the current government politicians. They are outraged on a level which I haven't heard people talking since the mid-80s.
I cannot imagine the current energy situation in Europe continuing indefinitely. And I think every responsible politician will and should be working to restore some kind of pre-war status quo with respect to energy prices for European consumers.
That's fine. No, I agree with that. That's fine.
And that's going to have to
done
come
easily
from
without Russian gas.
Increased production in Europe, probably. But I don't see how you get there without Russian gas.
You don't need Russian gas at all. No, I'm sorry, Lukas. This is the misunderstanding, and I've had this many times over. We had the discussion here with Benjamin Schmidt, who is an energy expert par excellence and a former deputy national security advisor to the U.S. government, of course, also of German descent, but he is reasonably decent in physics, I would say, from my point of view, and also with Mark Nelson. This is a matter of nuclear power in Germany. And that is a matter of the US administration putting force to it. Germany needs to get out of this funk. It currently wants a trade-off. As you just rightly said, they want to trade off the complacency factor of keeping their ideology in place, which they can only do if they get gas, or folding that chapter of their history in party politics, meaning the SPD, now folding with the Greens. And if they get rid of that mythology and revert back to nuclear, which the French pushed through this year as being ESG/green as a power source. The French were exceptionally good at this, and there's good reason for it, because they understood already in the 1970s. This is based on the Pompidou paper, which then led to French sovereignty in terms of electricity production, which they did for different reasons than one would expect, but still, they did it. And the key aspect of this is that France is currently, with its nuclear power plants, the backbone of European baseload. Germany cannot afford not to rely on it. Germany does not need Russian gas at all. It just needs cheaper electricity.
So maybe if I could follow up on that, I think one of the difficulties that's going to be in place in terms of like restructuring the whole gas market is, even if we get a lot more LNG terminals and we get LNG from other sources, whether it's Canada, United States, Middle East, the fact that the pipelines are there and the Russian gas is there and can be turned on at basically a day's notice or however long it takes for someone to negotiate it, there's always going to be a very, very tempting arbitrage opportunity to get cheaper Russian gas and sell it into the European market at a profit. And however outraged we are, and it's absolutely disgusting what the Russians have done. It's barbaric. And I think the problem is, because in this room we're also outraged, we want the moral justice of never doing trade with Russia again, or at least not for many years. And I think that will hold for a while. But I think given the disunity, I think there'll be someone that's greedy enough or doesn't care about genocide enough to go for it, whether it's, Hungary, or, different governments that could be elected. Maybe we will sanction them for a couple of years. But, depending on the energy prices, governments can change, attitudes can change.
Yeah, but again, the argument is wrong. The energy price in Europe is not dependent on Russian gas. People need to understand
I think
it is though, solely on ideology at this point in time.
I don't think that's the case, Axel. I think if we could build nuclear power stations in a year and not use gas for electricity, you'd be absolutely 100% right.
We have three. No, that's so wrong. We have 3 nuclear power stations in Germany which have disconnected end of last year by force. All right, these 3 can be reconnected to the grid. There's no question about it. The TÜV, the German Certification Board, has already opined on this matter. The nuclear power industry in Germany has, after being a little bit befuddled and of course politically, so shall we say, impaired, said so as well. The Bavarian government has already very clearly stated this. So there's no question about this. None at all.
Yeah.
And Germany is still deciding, hear me out, please. Germany is still deciding as of now, whilst this may change in the next 2 or 3 weeks, because the massive response of German industry towards the German government's decision is unparalleled in recent history. They are still deciding that they would only keep 2 of the remaining 3 nuclear power plants. They would phase out rather 1 more of those very, very good plants they have, just in order to have higher electricity and therefore energy prices, which is what Mr. Merz, as the leader of the opposition party, called in today's parliament speech absurd, for good reason, because it is the travel into Absurdistan. It is what Lucas just said, completely, utterly bereft of any economic sense. This will not hold. These are the structural points which will not hold. They will not happen. Even if people say so, it won't happen. The French are already, since the deal they just struck, extremely hard pressed to improve their maintenance capacity, to have more base load and more electricity generation capacity up and running. They have issues with maintenance and service and the likes, but they're investing now heavily more in the next 2 quarters to phase back in at least 8 of the nuclear power plants which are currently not in service, but connected to the grid as such. This is the key aspect. You need to focus on that. Yes, you have to get LNG and da-da-da, that's fine. But you have to bring more electrical capacity to the grid, because as Lucas has rightly said, the electrification of society continues. The use of primary energy continues to increase, contrary to what European communists and green utopian idiots want to believe. Because they still use their mobile phones. Our green politicians are the ones who use their stupid tablets just as much as everybody else.
Axel, I have to run in a few minutes, so let me just quickly jump in and
Sure.
I certainly agree with your general point. I would say that um, a lot of heating in Europe still happens through natural gas, and it would be nice if we could electrify everything quickly, but
We can. There
you
are
know,
3 proposals for this already available.
I'm not arguing with you, Wu, but in Poland we can't even get many. There's over 1 million households in Poland that use coal to heat their homes. We can't even get them convinced to use natural gas cleaner, and this has been going on for 20 years. So I'm not optimistic that we're gonna electrify every house in Europe very quickly.
That's
But I
fine.
want to.
Coal can stay. Gas doesn't have to go there, right?
Okay.
Are we in agreement?
So again, like my grandfather's house is heated by natural gas. Unless there's a proposal to give him money to put electric heating, which is even more expensive than gas heating in Poland, then he's going to continue using gas, right? And the country will need gas. But let's put a pin on that. For Tom, in particular, I want to tell you a story which I think illustrates how little moral outrage means and counts for in the world. Okay, World War II. In World War II, Russia invaded Poland alongside Nazi Germany. From the territory that the Russians had, they rounded up military officers, politicians, top people in society, and they took them to a camp on the Polish-Ukrainian border and executed them. About 20,000 people were buried in mass graves, and they denied it. Okay? Members of the Polish armed forces that fought in the Battle of Britain, so the famous 303 Airborne Division, the Polish Brigade, and other members of Polish armed forces that were able to escape Poland and fought in Britain, were then denied participation in the victory parade in London as to not anger Stalin. Okay, so my point being, and by that point, by the end of World War II, what happened in the Katyn massacre, which I described to you, had already been known and publicized. And so I have very little faith in moral outrage driving political decisions at the end of the day. And Russia in World War II was accepted, as one of the allies because we needed them to help fight the Nazis. So, and I'm not saying it was ultimately a bad decision. Politicians made a decision, but between two bad decisions, I suppose. And I think maybe it was the right one. So just remember that story.
Thank you.
Gentlemen and ladies, thank you for having me. I have to run in a few minutes, but thank you for having me, and I'm happy to do it again in a couple of weeks again.
Thank you, Lucas. I will give our final question to our often co-host and Frenchman, Ben. Ben, for the last question, thank you very much, everyone who asked. Ben, I will kick it to you for the last question for our friend Lucas.
Thank you very much, Finance. Hello, Lucas. I'll be very quick. I understand your unwillingness to take their recent move by Poland to decrease its trade with Russia as a baseline. But I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit about Estonia. It's a very small country, so it's a little bit different. But both the Estonian and the Finnish case seem to indicate that when matters of public safety are at play, countries are willing and able to change their policy drastically. I'm talking from the top of my mind, but I think that in the foreign trade of Estonia before 2021, Russia represented only 3%, and we're talking about a massive neighbor, and right there, the main the main neighbor of Estonia. So couldn't this be more of a existing model for both Poland and Ukraine in the future? Like nothing radical that has been done before.
So if I understand correctly, Estonian trade with Russia was very low, right? And so if your trade is 3%, going from 3% to 0% doesn't require huge sacrifices.
What he means
no,
was
no,
a
no.
28% still
Okay.
in 1997.
Right. Yeah. So if you have 25 years and you integrate with the EU and you have other markets to sell, you can get there. In the immediate future, again, if I'm in Eastern Ukraine and I traded with Russia before, once the war is over, if there's economic reasons to trade and people's livelihoods are at stake, people will try to survive and do business. That's my view. I'm sure it's going to be less than before. I just don't see this idea that you're going to build a wall and nothing will pass through it between the borders.
Thanks a lot. What I meant to say that 3% is close enough to zero that it's in itself a target sufficient for a country like this. But okay, I won't impose myself further.
I think we should help Ukraine to the extent possible develop other markets and integrate with European structures. I think that would be great. And I think the biggest thing the EU can do is, open its trade with Ukraine, or at least in certain areas. I think that's probably the most helpful step that you can take. Joining EU, very long, very slow process, lots of reforms. But select products, select services, if those are things that EU can open up to Ukraine, then Ukraine and Ukrainian entrepreneurs will develop those things. And I think that is probably the simplest, easiest, and most immediate thing that can be done to help Ukraine after the war.
Well, and it's good that this has already started, because the EU has already removed trade barriers across at least 70 sectors of industry and services between Ukraine and Europe. It, for example, does not impose any kind of restrictions on IT services and additional taxation. And essentially, it is what you would call most favored nation status already.
Thank you very much,
and I have to
Lucas.
run.
Doing, Luke?
Dziękuję
Mike
bardzo.
is joining us. Thank you very much for joining us, Lucas. I appreciate your honest answers to everything, as always, and the fact that you do not mind an argument on everything else. Also, I would like to qualify that when Lucas made the comment about human rights issues, which upset many people, I got a number of PMs on that. He made a comment that is pretty standard in finance and the industry of finance, which is that what we see in finance is that governments regularly ignore human rights issues, especially when it comes to foreign policies, in favor of things that involve money. For the Ukrainians, I do not think that will be the case post-war, because the Russians have gone too far. Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, Kherson, too much, too far, too awful. They're not going to forget. But when it comes to the Germans and natural gas, when it comes to other countries and their energy bills, I do agree with him that at the end of the day, there are many countries who may look past the human rights issues of this war and at least buy some petrol products. I think that's where he was going with it. He was not trying to minimize the human rights costs of this war. As I have said before, I have visited Mr. Timiki's apartment. He is somebody I know personally. He has on his wall all of the people who helped bring down the last version of the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, on his wall. He is not somebody who is particular to their views, nor does he minimize such thing. CJ, welcome up. Do you have some military news for us?
Perhaps, yeah. No, I don't want to interrupt the very important economic conversations, of course.
No, our guest just left, and I'm going to have to follow him out the door in 7 minutes. So transferring to a military conversation and having our good friend Tim. Tim, are you here?
Yep.
Perfect. Transferring to a military conversation and having our good friend Tim run hands so I can head out the door after Mr. Timicki would actually be perfect. So CJ, I would love to hear the update, and I will move to Tim for running hands.
Well, real quickly, just I know probably people have some follow-up economic questions, but I'll leave everyone with this, of course, which is this is probably the singular worst day for the Russian army in the course of this war. And I would just draw people's attention to the 2, if not 3, Russian artillery brigades which have been destroyed in mass or captured in mass across all of Kharkiv. These are very key assets that cannot be replaced overnight. So much so that Russia is actually we just got confirmation that Russia is moving troops from Lyman and Donetsk north to help with this endeavor. They have stopped attacking Bakhmut and Soledar. They are officially off of the offensive as of today in every single theater. So a gigantic accomplishment from the Ukrainians. This is probably going to go down as one of the most important days in the war. So really, there's a lot to talk about, but I can do this all day.
Yes, please. And by the way, wait 1 second. How many artillery brigades did they have on the West Bank?
Oh, on the west bank of which river are we talking about?
Dnipro.
Oh, I haven't even looked at Kherson. I saw they lost a significant amount of artillery there as well, but they only had about 3 brigades total, but most of them were only about 50% strength. So the estimates were around 200 to 250 guns. And in the course of the week, Russia has lost about 40 of those. And that's just the visually confirmed. That's not counting all of the ones that sank and got put to the bottom of the Dnieper, which actually was a quite sizable amount, with numerous Russians claiming that the Dnipro and the Inglets are literally filled to the brim with dead or dying Russians, which is a pretty incredible sight. Awful, but awful in a good way for Ukraine.
Could you explain to the audience who may not know how big is an artillery brigade, and how important an asset is it?
So artillery brigades, in the Soviet model, which is really what this is, it's a little bit difficult to understand, so I don't want to give anyone any bad information, but basically they exist to support a whole area of front, right? So in Kherson, they have, basically 2 or 3 of these things, and they kind of flex or move to different areas based on when they're needed. In Kharkiv is really where it's interesting, because they had really drawn down to only about 8 BTGs and probably 1 artillery brigade. And this was kind of their linchpin of their whole defense, was that they would have this sort of elite Spetsnaz unit, which is again National Guard Spetsnaz. So it's not, it's pretty much just like an airborne force. And they had an artillery brigade, and they had them pretty far to the rear, or so they thought, southeast of Balaklia. And basically, when the offensive started about 24 hours ago, Russia rushed in the Spetsnaz into Balaklia, only to be trapped. And then the artillery brigade was literally destroyed or captured by tanks. And so you basically, for the entire front, again, an entire oblast, give or take, they have lost their capability to not only go on the offensive, but even execute an effective defense. So really just an incredible thing. This is where they have their Mista Bs, or their 152 howitzers that are pretty new. It's where they have their BM-21 grads with a pretty long range, and they are no more. So really the only option Russia has here is to move up some of the artillery brigades from Donetsk and, Luhansk, which they don't really have too many of, and they're already doing that, meaning they're basically getting drawn into Kharkiv, and now the Donetsk counteroffensive will begin shortly, as it already had the last 2 weeks with Ukraine patrolling more aggressively.
Thank you, CJ. And in terms of the size of these brigade formations, like how many guns and men are we talking about here per brigade?
Probably something on the order of about, very roughly, 50 guns and about 1,000 people at most. They have a much higher number on paper, but with what we know about the corruption and the losses, they probably are sitting around 50 guns at most. And they only work well if they're supported by tons and tons of infantry. They're not supposed to be at the front. They're supposed to be very much in the rear, and they can kind of help with the Russian forces. And the fact that they're getting wiped out means that the end is nearer than maybe Russia thought.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much for that update. So When we say destroyed, do we mean killed, surrendered, rendered otherwise ineffective? What are we talking about here?
Well, what's interesting about this is the Russians said, if any artillery pieces are captured, they were, of course, spiked or destroyed before, being lost. This is not the case in a lot of these. They are damaged somewhat from fighting, but they're not destroyed. And so this is very important, because even if the pieces get destroyed, that's not so important for Ukraine to get those pieces. It's very much more important that they get that ammunition intact. And that's what's happening. So for 2 months, we saw Russian ammo depots going up left and right from Tachkas, and a lot of Gimlers fired from HIMARS. And that's not happening now. These ammo dumps are falling into Ukrainian hands. In the past day, I mean, the 3 ammo dumps I saw, it could be 100,000 rounds of, basically Soviet era artillery, artillery and ammunition that, Ukraine couldn't really use since June, when they ran out of that ammo for their older guns. They've basically been relying since June on NATO and the 155 ammunition from a lot of different countries. And so now this ammunition gets sent to their guns, which have been quiet, and they now pretty much in one single day have doubled the amount of artillery. I mean, imagine that, right? Imagine a country gets twice its firepower overnight by being successful in some offensive. So if you thought this thing was happening very quickly now, just wait.
Absolutely, and that's important, right? Because it tells us quite a lot about the manner of Russia's effectiveness in that part of the theater, right? So if they are kind of abandoning their guns, which I'm sure for as a gunnery officer, I'm sure you can tell us is a bit of a faux pas, shall we say, in military terms. It's like abandoning your colors, because artillerists' guns are their colors. And abandoning their ammunition stocks without destroying them, without spiking anything, just basically running away and being captured or killed in the fullness of time, right? This is quite a significant military failure, right?
Yeah, and it's really indicative of the Ukrainian success. I mean, these positions were anywhere between 20 and 30 kilometers behind their lines. And again, what we have to remember, of course, is, if we've looked at maps the last couple of months, like we all probably have, we've noticed that, there's a lot of red on those maps, right? Russia can, quote unquote, controls its territory. But the reality is they weren't in every town in Ukraine, for better or worse. They were actually in some strong points, and they really didn't have that many people to control that much land. And so what that means is not only did Ukraine smash past the actual strong points that the Russians had, but they went 20 to 30 kilometers past that and destroyed the guns, which means, from where they started, they're about 40 kilometers in from 24 hours ago, which is just an incredible accomplishment, right? It's possible in Kharkiv, mainly because, it's such a vast area where there's not a lot of Russians. And so with good intelligence, you can plan this pretty well. It's not something that you would expect in Kherson, which has quite a few more Russians in a much smaller area. So it's, you have basically 2 stories unfolding of 2 successful counteroffensives done very differently. And that's the most interesting part to me, is that Ukraine can do this, attritional, basically well thought out, slow offensive in Kherson, and they can do these lightning strikes in Kharkiv. It means they're kind of capable of doing anything at this point.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, CJ. Let's go to some questions. I've forgotten the exact order, so let's go. Maple, Chaos, Nina, Danny, then John. Maple Chaos, you're up.
Hi. I just wanted to. Is Axel still around? Maybe not.
I see him lurking in the co-host spot.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to go back to the energy discussion a bit. Axel, in addition to being an engineering officer in our Air Force in Canada, I was lucky enough to do a postgrad on exchange in the U.S. At the Naval Postgraduate School. And while I was there, I took some courses on clean tech, climate change, and national security, just because I thought it would be good for me to learn where the world is going. One of the things that strikes me in these discussions about the situation that Europe faces is a lack of understanding of the timeline. So there's an immediate concern, Europe facing a large shortage of, sorry, not a large, but a somewhat substantial shortage of gas. For this winter and maybe the next winter. But there's also this idea that that sort of all these things will be static for years, for 5, 10, 15 years. But that's not the way the sort of the energy market is going. If anybody wants to look up, Bloomberg NEF recently had a piece where they were talking about the production capacity of the solar market. And for to give you an idea, in the IPCC report for the UN, they said something like the world needs 0.63 terawatt installed of solar panels every year between 2030 and 2050 to meet net zero goals, whatever it is. Right now, the world is on track to create a production capacity for 1 terawatt by 2025. And so what that means is that there's so much production capacity coming that panel prices, all this stuff is going to drop, and everything is going to happen much faster than people anticipate. So that the energy market in 2025 and 2030 is not going to be like anything people understand today. So, and I think to some extent, a lot of European governments understand that. There's a bit of a gap between how do you get from there to here. But yeah, so I just wanted to chime that in.
Yeah, well, we had this discussion before, and the analysis of the IPCC is faulty at best. The Bloomberg article I've seen, we see the data on a regular basis. It was predicated, by the way, on the fact that at that point in time, the German government would actually rescind the scenarios that he's predicated, would rescind its decision to phase out all nuclear energy. It was predicated on the fact that there is a significant improvement in the efficacy of the solar panels, where we already see significant limitations in the technology, and the employment of solar concentration plants in Spain, which are actually coming very slowly online only. And they discounted the fact that transmission losses are still today exceptionally high, and it would require that Germany were to build what is called as the so-called transmission motorways, which they haven't built and they won't be building. So the world is not on track. That's exactly the point. The scenario is gloriously populistic. It is beyond belief that anyone would actually still rely on it, but it's no surprise that Bloomberg quotes it, because it has already been
Axel,
no, we had.
Axel, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding your
Would you mind letting me finish?
Sorry,
Thank
go ahead.
you. Much appreciated. So, Benjamin Schmidt and I were here on this space together with Mark Nelson talking about exactly this topic. We're highlighting that there is a significant blindfoldedness amongst European politicians as to what electricity is, what kind of a delicate commodity it is, how difficult it is to actually calculate what you will need in future, given the fact that whilst we strive to have more efficacy and more energy efficiency, we fail to understand what the continuously increasing electrification of our society means. Because the projection, and you are quite right to highlight that nothing is linear. Absolutely, nothing is static. Exactly. But one thing can be easily predicted. The amount of people, and especially now that Ukraine is going to come online with many more educated people using ever more IT. Therefore, you will need a lot more data processing center, a lot more capacity to recharge mobile devices. Digitization across Europe will take hold and will require more electrification. And it will require substantially more than what a little bit of solar power and a little bit of, say, wind power can deliver. And when somebody tells me that something is on track for in 15 years, and it's based on the fact that many thousand different developers have to come to the conclusion that they buy the right kind of panel technology, which at this point in time is still dependent on rare earths and components which we require from a hostile nation, China, that is a national security risk par excellence. And I could go on for 2 hours, but we have done it already. I can refer you back to the session which we had with Mark Nelson and Dr. Benjamin Schmidt, where we've touched upon this for about 25 minutes.
Axel, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna dispute. You can pick apart all the past reports and stuff. What I'm saying is that what they are now saying is that the production capacity, the ability to how many solar panels they can pump out, that number is growing at a rate where they're going to hit by 2025 what the goal was by 2050. That production capacity.
It was growing pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, pre-breakup of the supply chains, and at the point in time when China was still willing to actually share the sales and the capacity of its production, which it's not anymore. We should be exceptionally careful in that regard.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that we rely on China, but my point was that these sort of developments, right, they are not going to give us a energy market that lends itself to being dependent on Russia for decades. Like that, I think that that's a fundamentally flawed assumption.
Axel, unless you have any counterpoint, I guess we
No,
should move
I'm
on.
sorry, I'm busy at the moment. I apologize. I have to do something else for a moment.
Okay, let's go to Nina, please, and then Danny. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Tim. How idiots are we humans? How idiots have we been? Have I been in Finland after the winter war in Finland and the war with Russia? We had this, or Soviet Union. We had this Finlandization, which meant that we are trying to keep the relationships with Russia somehow, and we started to, at least I started to trust a little bit, like not all, but how, I'm going to swear, I try to keep myself, how stupid can we be in this world not to have more memory of what's been in the history and happened with Russia? I mean, they are not going to change, and this is like what happens now in Ukraine, what Russia has been doing, genocide and whatnot, atrocities. I'm not going to say all of those. Is the same thing what happened in Finland in the winter war, what they did here. How can we be so stupid? I mean, the 21st of July 1969, the Americans went to the moon. What? I mean, if the humans can go to the moon, how stupid can we be to start thinking that Russia would change? And I got really freaking angry when, I'm sorry, this person said about the human rights and the human rights, which is the fundamental thing for the democratic country and functioning society, and the only way to stay on this earth as humans, to have the human rights. I'm so okay. Sorry, CJ. I want to hear more about the good news, but I just had to get this out, that we need to have the spine and the human rights, and we are not depending on Russian energy anymore in Finland. We just got everything, and we are opening the new nuclear power plant. What if Finland, as a 5.5 million people country, can do this? Where is the problem that any country can do it?
Thank you, Nina. I mean, I like to see the silver lining in all these things. So speaking of positives, what recent events in Ukraine have proven is that the old Ostpolitik concept doesn't work, right? Is you cannot politically normalize dictatorial regimes by bringing them into the national fold, into the international fold, and embracing them. All they will do if you try to do that is they will take the piss, right? So this is the lesson that has been, made very, very apparent by Russia's aggression in Ukraine, and we've got our eye on, the eyes of the world are upon it now. China will be next. There is a
the Uyghurs.
Exactly. And the Western policy towards China, if we only try and normalize our relations with them, if we only try and warm our relations with them, they'll come around to our point of view. No, it's bullshit. They won't. They will exploit goodwill. That is what they do. That is what dictators do. That is what totalitarian regimes do. Russia, China, all of these shitholes. We've got their fucking number now. Excuse my French. We've got their fucking number. So the silver lining is we cannot ignore this anymore. We cannot ignore it. The policy has failed. Sorry, Nina.
And we don't have to.
Actually, no, we don't have to. And what should we continue with this stupidity? For fuck's sake, sorry.
No, and we're not. This is what I'm saying. We're not. But let's move back to the real good news. I believe Danny was next. I'm sorry, I've lost track of the hands. Let's go Danny and then John. Danny.
Thanks. I have a comment to make about the previous economic discussion that we were having, and then I have a question about the military, about military matters, if you permit it. And the
double whammy. Go for it, man.
Double whammy. I would have loved for Lukasz to still be on the call for me to address my question to him directly. To be quite honest, I'll be frank. I found him to be a little bit cynical and not to my liking in some of the things he was saying, just because I think he was kind of stuck in his perspective of being maybe exposed to some practices in Poland that he thought he could have maybe generalize and apply everywhere. But I'd counter his example. He gave an example which I feel was just a circumstantial thing, that he would not invest in Poland because he fears that a Polish company would be chosen unfairly. And I think he was hinting towards maybe corruption causing decision makers to choose a local company and not choose a foreign company. Him being from the perspective of a foreign investor. And in a post-communist country, I think his fears, of course, aren't completely wrong, that there might be corruption, but the consequences of that corruption might be different. And I say that because in where I'm from, a Romanian company would not have been probably favored. Maybe a foreign one would have been favored. So just the complete opposite, anecdotally, is what I'm seeing over here to counter his anecdotal opinion that he founded on what he saw in Poland. So I think you can't really say what would happen in Ukraine, and not every place is the same. So I although I really dislike his line of thinking and his rhetoric, I do hope I get to ask him a few questions in the future and maybe clarify some of his positions, especially when he said that his poor grandfather is heated by gas and he's worried that he can't get electrical heating for him. But I think he's a highly successful hedge fund manager that lives in the United States. So if I was him, I would simply buy my grandfather the electric heating and pay for it myself. But then again, I do think human rights are not frivolous. And my military question after my economic comment is: have we heard any confirmed strikes on Crimea today? I've heard some rumors. I wasn't really able to follow the news, so I was wondering if we have any reports on that and what the details of that might be.
I have no verification on this. CJ, did you see anything about the rumors which came out later this afternoon about strikes on Crimea? I saw many people. Yeah, please.
Oh, no, I was going to say I have not seen evidence of strikes today, but there was a very important piece of strike-related news for Crimea, which was, of course, the commander-in-chief of Ukraine admitting that the strikes done on Crimea were all done as missile strikes, right? Which is what we had long since said in the space. Of course, asking experts and talking to people about this, it was quite clear it was not special operations or loitering munitions. And so they admitted that today after about a month of skirting it. So that's probably the most important piece of news regarding that. But there certainly could be strikes going on, but there is so much going on. It's kind of getting drowned out. So we'll get back to you on that.
All right. Can we go to John Howard, maybe? Because I'd like to have a little chit chat. John.
Thanks, Axel. CJ, you confused me a little bit with your update. You said that the Russians were redeploying forces from Liman. Is that correct?
So the report was they are moving from the Liman area, so it's not exactly clear. Of course, these units aren't necessarily directly tied with a piece of terrain, but basically the reserves for that area of the front, which was already being pushed back by the Ukrainians, they have left that area and they are moving presumably towards Kharkiv. So that's the extent of the information at this time.
Right, thank you. So I was just hoping to have a bit of a back and forth with you about this. So that's really, really useful. So obviously they crossed over the river, the Seversky Donetsk yesterday, and retook Stary Caravan. And is it Ozerna?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
and it was interesting because at first it was sort of postulated that perhaps this was just a show of force, but the fact is they've crossed the river now in multiple different areas, so very quite clear that Ukraine is there to stay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
I reported 2 days ago they went to Ozerna. They took that on the 4th, of the full 10 kilometers squared on the opposite bank of the river. And they've consolidated and reinforced that, and they've now crossed in other and 3 other areas that I know of so far.
Right, thanks, Yehuda. So, can we surmise from that then that they're giving up Yampil and Liman, and they're presumably looking to consolidate back around Izium, I suppose, or maybe Oskil? What do you reckon?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty tough to say that the whole salient once, when it was 20 BTGs, it was very possible to hold this much land. But now that it's only, 8 and maybe 10 optimistically for the Russians, I mean, they can't hold on Izium. They'd have to hold Izium and Kupiansk, right? They can't just hold one of them. Otherwise, the whole thing is sort of lost. So I have no idea what they're going to do because clearly they haven't followed any, military sense up into this point. So I can't imagine on the back of it, they're going to make more sense,
Yeah, as they're saying, so the road. Can you hear me? I might have to rejoin. I can't turn off the audio.
You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I can't close my audio, so I'll have to jump down in a second. Yeah,
but then you can talk.
I can talk for now. So Liman, they now control the MSR from the southeast, so from behind into Liman. I'm not sure if it reflects on a map, but that's been verified by just Ukrainian Twitter as well. So they're going to cut Liman off. They're not, doesn't mean that that it's not on the chopping block. There's, I don't know what your CJ, where are we at? Because I've gotten a bunch of it looks like it's collapsing like a house of cards, the Russian defenses in several areas. And not just in that region, but in Kherson especially, it appears that the Ukrainians, phase 3, I'd say call it phase 3. If we call phase 1 the deep fires, the deep battle, phase 2 would be the initial counteroffensive into certain areas, shaping the enemy. It looks like this next phase is actually quite aggressive, and the Ukrainians are pushing very, very hard, but just with overwhelming violence and aggression on many Russian positions. As we said, the first Russians have been now recorded as about 6 hours ago, taking small craft across the Dnipro, and that's very interesting. And it looks as though that we're north of 10,000 Russian casualties already in Kherson Oblast. There will be some kind of statement soon. Anyway, CJ, over to you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to go back into work and do some artillery things, but I would just leave everyone with this very important tidbit, which kind of occurred today, which is, for the month of July and the month of August, Russia captured about 650 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory over the course of 60 days. In the last 10 days, Ukraine has captured now almost 800 square kilometers back. So this thing is going to increase very quickly. Of course, I know Craig's listening. It'll be a matter of supplying them the proper fuel and ammo to keep it going. But an incredible turn of events over 10 days. It's been long in the running and really just incredible to watch, finally happen after months of talking about it.
Yeah. And the reason I would now speculate, we said it here before, the reason why after that initial counteroffensive, let's say that
Yoda? Come in.
relevant A1, A2 ashes, so that's good. I'm gonna go down and come up because my mic is not working properly.
No worries. We'll bring you back up right away. Let's go back. John, you had a reply to that, I take it.
No, I was just going to ask Yehuda, if he had time, if he could just take us through what he knows and what he can share up to now about the Kharkiv offensive, and then shift on to Kherson and just try and treat them as two discrete conversations so that we don't get stuff too mixed up, particularly for people who might not be able to follow every single place name. That's all.
Yep, I'm sure we can do this in just a second. As soon as I got him back, he just needs to restart, I think, his phone completely, and then we'll take it from there. In the meantime, I see that we have at least a double dozen requests. I'll cycle you all through if you give me a minute, and we'll try to address all your questions. So Gary has been waiting, or Gary? Yeah, Gary, you've been waiting for the longest. Please shoot.
Hi, it's Jerry. Thank you very much. I hate to go back to the energy discussion. I'm love the what's happening in Ukraine right now on the military side. I just wanted to mention regarding trying to switch over away from Russian sources of energy. There are multiple ways to do it. I highly support nuclear energy for sure, especially for Germany and France, definitely. But there are multiple ways that moving away from Russia can be done. Another example would be, we know that Italy is obviously a major purchaser of natural gas, but there's a lot of parallels that can be made between Italy and California. California by itself is the fifth largest GDP. If it were its own country, it'd be the fifth largest GDP country in the world, and it's very rapidly moving towards green energy, having large solar farms, having industrial scale energy storage, so that they can power things at night. You can imagine with Italy, with their geography, being able to do something similar. Maybe not in a year, but certainly.
I think that's the key aspect. You just highlighted energy storage. You've not yet addressed transmission losses. I think people who are not in physics often fail to understand. Even those who invest in so-called solar industry or wind industry often blank this out, because most people are very, very focused on the prospective engineering, the investment and the likes, and the regulation, all these wonderful things. But if you understand physics, if you understand transmission losses, if you've studied this appropriately and get the engineering right, then it's pretty simple to understand as to why solar and wind across Europe do not serve the purpose of an energy-hungry continent.
Right. So I that's what I want to address. So I'm just saying, like with Italy could, geographically could handle its own energy through solar. Now I know Germany obviously is a different geography, but the other option would be, for example, Ukraine itself has large natural gas reserves in the ground, and so when the war is over, you could also have massive European investment in developing the Ukrainian gas fields and have that be the source of energy for Germany rather than
100% true.
Yeah.
Jerry,
So
100% true. Absolutely key element. And what does Ukraine already have, which crosses over from Ukraine onto the continent?
the pipelines to Germany. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep. So yeah. So love the stuff that's going on in Ukraine, but I think there's my main point is there's multiple different ways to be able to stop and importing from Russia. And then just the final thing regarding the human rights issues, I think the one thing that that at least I haven't heard mentioned is the fact is we don't know what's going to happen with Putin after the war is over. We're assuming Ukraine's going to win. There, I wouldn't be surprised if some kind of a government change happens because of that. And so, if there's suddenly a democratic government, and I know what we're looking, that would be very remote, but who knows? We don't know what's going to happen with the government of Russia, and maybe there will be a point where we want to support them, and so maybe we'll import some gas, but maybe not as much as we were before.
3.5 million reasons.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. William?
Can you hear me? All right, mic check.
Perfect. Loud and clear.
Well, I saw CJ popped up, and I'm just going to call this combined arms moment whenever me and him are talking. And I wanted to kind of highlight something else that we saw a lot today of, which I think is really telling. And if you're a Russian troll listening, we have an unlimited amount of HIMARS to send to Ukraine, and they've got about 1,000 launchers that can strike any target. That's the first comment to make sure that they're scared. But I've thought a lot about it lately about how much people are counting on HIMARS, but we're really starting to see a lot of footage float out about the GPS guided munitions, traditional munitions today in particular. And for me as an infantry soldier, the idea of movement when you're moving to contact, trying to do location while you're moving through these large terrains, it's not like you get shot at and you just start running towards it. You set down, you set a base of fire, you try and call in support. And, comparatively speaking to the low grade Russian artillery where they have to send, thousands of rounds at one pillbox. CJ, can you talk about these new smart rounds and how beneficial when a infantry squad or platoon gets into contact to be able to call in an actual GPS guided munition in and to make a precision strike?
I think, William, we just lost CJ right before. I apologize.
CJ's down. I will say this.
No worries.
I will say this, William. I think, we talk about the barons of battle, the artillery. That's what I call them. Some people will get that joke. Others will not. They call themselves the king of battle. I like to say baron. I've downgraded them. No, we've talked about how important artillery is. But you know what artillery doesn't do, William? What does artillery not do? Infanteer? William's down. What they don't do is hold ground. They don't seize ground. They don't take ground. The infantry does. And I want to tell you something. A good 50, 70 videos now I've seen just today. Boy, the Russians, you're going to see videos circulating. I recommend you don't watch it if you're not interested in seeing that type of stuff. But a position of Chechens, a section of them even, like 10, all down, all like within a meter of each other. What on earth 10 soldiers were doing, in that close proximity with each other? Or the fact that they didn't try to leopard crawl up and bring Buddy back in a couple instances as they're bleeding out. It just shows they're not soldiers. They're combatants. They're people with weapons. They're not soldiers. They don't deserve the title of a soldier. But what this demonstrates is even, fieldcraft skills, how to fight as an infantry soldier, they just don't have. And you can hear the Ukrainians, the fire coming from the Ukrainians. You hear the machine gun firing at a specific rate as ordered. You hear the individual, riflemen on the Ukrainian side. It's almost, if you've been on the live fire exercises, William will know. It's almost music. I hate to say it that way because it's on the at the end of the day, it's still death and destruction. I don't glorify it, but it's unfortunately something that has to be executed effectively and properly. The Ukrainians are doing it. You can hear the precision in the type of fire. You don't see machine guns going off like cuckoo. You hear the discipline of the Ukrainian forces, and the Russians are just overwhelmed. These are TikTokers and GoPros that have been seized after no one's left. Entire positions are being wiped out. They're not retreating. They're not. Once they're decisively engaged, those ones aren't even trying to surrender. But there should be no reason why there's 10 to 15 dead Russians within a 10-meter diameter circle. Why are you there, right? It's very, very weird. And you can just hear the Ukrainians put down that fire, and they're winning the firefight, right? You can hear the machine gun, fire at a particular rate. I don't know how to explain it in civilian terms, but William, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Sustained rate of fires, and they're just doing it. It's like clockwork. You can hear the Ukrainians doing it, and it's like, wow, they're just doing, they're firing as calmly and as methodically as we would on professionally as you would on an actual exercise, but they're doing in real life. So these guys are cocks of the walk, if you ask me. And the Russians are just out of their depth. I don't know if you've seen any of those videos with them.
Yeah, I have, and I hope if anyone's not listening, who we just had a finance conversation, and if you're not a combat expert, and you're looking at these videos online, we talked about some things earlier this morning. I'd love to just kind of go over is just the professionalism in the Ukrainian forces as they move into this offensive. We're seeing it on hand. We talked about, I talked about earlier, just simply the way the soldiers are walking and moving together in formations, the way their gears tied together, right? These folks are carrying, a couple hundred pounds of gear, but it's in the right place. It's tied up. It's not looking like just some hobos walking around with a backpack. Also, what Yehuda was talking about, I'll try and explain it in a little bit of better conversation, in a better way, is that, we don't do things as one. We don't run together as infantry soldiers. It's always a trained, orchestrated movement, whether it's one platoon moving forward, the other one watching its back. And what we do is we talk. We have our machine guns, and these are our heavy machine guns that fire a lot of rounds, a larger caliber. And what that allows us to do is move forward as infantry soldiers. So what we do is you talk, because if you just hold the trigger down of a machine gun, you really can't control where the bullets are going. You can't control how many bullets you expend, how hot your barrel gets. But it's much more effective if you talk. So we used to have a little saying called die MF or die, or I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. And what you do is you'd shoot for a certain amount of seconds from one side of your squad. And then at the minute that machine gun shuts off, another machine gun opens up from a different position, and that way you maintain a sustained rate of fire without just shooting all the bullets from one gun. It's not something that's easy. It takes a lot of training to do, and it just shows the professionalism of this fight. And again, when we're moving forward, looking at the technology, these smart rounds, as you're moving forward and you get into contact as an infantry soldier, your job is to suppress the enemy and then find a way to close with and eliminate that enemy. So once you suppress the enemy, if you're able to call in a GPS 155 on a group of 10 Russians or Chechens that are half asleep because they just got woke up because you got a bunch of Ukrainian fighters down running in on them, that is such a good tool, and it allows the Ukrainian forces to continue to move forward. I'm hearing the rates, how long it takes to get Russian artillery close. It's not accurate, so you can't just move underneath the cover of that artillery fire. That's not what's happening here, and I think, you know, looking at how much ground's being eaten up, the ability to call in that the king of battle, as they call it. We call the infantry is the queen of battle. I always call that here in America, but the king, calling that king of battle over the top of you to lay down suppress is going to be powerful.
I only say baron of battle to just upset CJ there, but trust me, we always want them when we need them. So, yeah, no. Did you see that one though in particular, William, that had the demise of about at least 10 Chechens, but they were like back to back almost. Did you see that?
I did. I just don't know.
Weird.
There's never in a time of me being an infantry soldier, whether you're in training or not, that you allow yourself to get in a position like that. And it's pretty mind. Maybe they were hanging around a pot of stew or something, or a bottle of vodka, but it's just it's so bizarre. Weird. It's bizarre.
Yeah. You know, the other thing is another just if you speak Russian and you watch it, one guy, I don't want to sound too graphic, but one guy's buddy Ahmed falls in front of him, not a meter or two, and the dude's still alive, but he's clearly bleeding out. And the guy's just swearing and yelling and calling the guy's name. Leopard crawl, you dork, you moron. Pull him back to this relative safety of a tree that you're behind and try to help. You know, like, even if you're applying first aid until you can surround it and surrender, do that at least. Just nonsensical. And that whole company was destroyed. You know, that whole company died in that position. And that was later uploaded by the Ukrainians. It is shocking. It's just stupid. It was him. He wasn't going to change the tide of the battle. You heard he was up against a company. That was a company attack on their position. And this guy was this probably was like a third of a platoon left. And that was his course of action. Swear, yell at us. The guy is going through the death throes there, and doesn't even move. It's a very strange. And then one of the last videos shows the 2 or 3 Chechens left, just walking around. There is a platoon opposite you, not 100 meters away, that are coming for you. They just wiped out your platoon. A company's wiped out your platoon, and there's a platoon-sized frontage of Ukrainian soldiers facing you, and they're walking upright, not tactical. Looking around, oh my God, everyone's dead. You're next. It's shocking. It's really possibly. It's almost it's painful to watch, just on a professional level, because it shows that these people are only good at murdering civilians. These are the same people that tied up children and civilians and shot them. So I don't feel sorry for them in that regard, especially the Chechen units are quite brutal. But you know what? For the Ukrainians, it's time they're going to have to bash on and do what they need to do. So again, it's not like these are good guys. These are veritable Nazis, and they're meeting their fate. And you know what? The Ukrainians are showing them what's what, with just superior tradecraft tactics. This is a simple when we talked about dismount, William, when you were gone, people kept asking, what's dismount? What's dismounted mean? This is the infantry fight. This is fighting the firefight. This is winning a firefight. And the Ukrainians did it magnificently. Like you didn't, as William's saying, what, you can't have all the guns going at the same time. They'll overheat, they'll jam, but they were just, you hear it switching from his own audio. You can hear the Ukrainians, and that's a professional army. Anyway, I don't know if you wanted to jump in there, William, if you want to take some questions from people that want to ask us.
You fight as you train. You fight
Sure.
as you train and as you are led.
That's it.
You highlighted it since late March, Yehuda, that lack of leadership, lack of training, bad force design, all of it, and now it shows when it really matters.
Well, when we saw the Chechen battalion that was wiped out northwest of Kiev near on the approaches, and there was enough video there that showed the result of that Chechen attack. and just one of the first things I noticed is the position of all the vehicles and all the dead Chechen Russian soldiers. There was nothing tactical about it. It looks, they were tighter than a road move. William, you know what I mean, William? William knows me. They were literally piled on top of each other and all wiped out. And when I saw that, I'm like, either that's a one-off or these clowns just don't know what they're doing.
But Yehud, it's not a one-off though. I mean, how many times?
No, it's not.
Yeah. How many times have you seen one of the drones drop a grenade on 7-8 people that are just literally that aren't walking, staggered? You know. Yeah, it's lack of trade craft, as Axel says. I like that. I like turning these jobs that are so brutal into just regular work. But I'm happy to stick around and talk to anybody who wants. If anyone has any questions around just basic infantry stuff, I think this is going to be the story. I think coming out of this, we've heard a lot about long range artillery. We've heard the tank battle stuff, but when you have to take ground, when you have to eat up, when you have to control cities, it's that those young men and probably women now somewhere. I'm not sure how the setup is. But it's really cool just to see the combined arms and infantry, you know, taking back not taking back, taking land, taking back their land. It's really special.
%. So if William and you want to answer some questions on infantry here, Axel, just have a second to buy something.
All right, then let's go to Stephen, then Jonathan, then Shaggy. Stephen.
Oh, hello.
Loud and clear.
I was wondering.
We can hear you, Stephen. Please.
Okay. I was wondering about the current Ukrainian positions near Lyman, and like I'd seen posts that Russian troops had moved troops away from there to shore up their lines above Izium and between Kupiansk. I was wondering if that's an area where the Ukrainians would have to advance through to secure the Kharkiv region east of the Oskol River.
Yes, they have to act there. Sorry, we need to set some noise. They have to act there. They are actually acting there already. If you look at the map back where they crossed over Ozerna and then moved onwards to Yampil, which is southeast of Liman, it is highly likely that the Ukrainians will press on with their advantage there, both along the roads as well as the rail lines. It is equally likely that, as Yulia explained a little earlier today, that the two other attack vectors close to Izium, both southeast of Izium, as well as to the west of Izium, that they will press on with those. They've done so magnificently so far. The actions at Balaklia and surrounding it, pressing on there, circumventing and circumnavigating it, are exceptional. They are putting mechanized infantry and armor tactics back into the, shall we say, blitz movements, but they're keeping up the pace and keeping up the momentum. And as other people have said, they seem to have logistics tied down very, very well. If you're comfortable to advance this way, and they're clearing out the positions, it's just explained by Yehuda and William. So I tend to believe that what you just indicated, that Liman is one of the key aspects, yes. But if you look at the whole map, and if you trace it from the beginning of the Suvezki Donetsk River meandering through what is then Donbass, you can see quite easily as to what the strategic picture is. This is essentially the same battleground which has been fought about in World War II twice. And so yet again there, Ukraine has to take it. They have pierced through it with precision, preparation, shaping the enemy for weeks now. And in the past, 48 hours, they've taken the initiative and they're moving through. William? Anything to add, William?
I can you hear me okay? I'm switching to Bluetooth. Sorry about that. But I'm not 100% up to date on the map. I was doing some work earlier. I've been.
William is cut off.
Yeah, I think we lost his audio.
What was the question about Lehman?
The question was the importance of the attack around it, what the Ukrainians should do, what they are doing at the moment, and how they're pressing their advantage.
Right. So they've now secured the rear avenue of approach. So how the Russians actually approach Lehman, they've got that crossroads, and that they have control of that road. They can, do many things. They can just interdict. They can advance. They can, it could be just a demonstration to see what the Russians do. Either or, everything's on the table. All of that has to come back anyway. Obviously, the question is how will they do it? What rate will they do things at? I just want to go back to what I'd said earlier about Kherson, about the pause. People thought that the counteroffensive didn't work out. The Russians said it's petered out. I suspect everything then was just like an inchworm would move. All of the Ukrainian supplies moved and really, really heavily reinforced. Had a robust sustainment plan laid out so that the next time the Ukrainians would be able to exploit with all of the required resources available to them. And that looks to be what they've done. It looks like it's not going to be 3 or 4 stages inside Kherson. It could vary about 2 or 3. And a lot of that has to do with the Russians' disposition and what they've done, what they haven't done. So this is all good news. It's all very good news. In Donbass, it's going to be a little more complicated. There's a lot of ins and outs. They're going to exploit where the Russians didn't bother defending, or when in some cases it's almost unbelievable and it's unfathomable how the Russians have left their flanks exposed in so many places within Donbass and Kharkiv. They're going to pay for it dearly, I suspect. So let's go to Shaggy and Jonathan.
I thought I was next. No?
Well, I said Shaggy, but it's fine. It doesn't really matter. You're going to get to go. Just go ahead, Jonathan. We'll go to Shaggy.
I just Slava Ukraini, and I was warned by the Ukrainians not to use this unless it really mattered. Перемога Ukraini. I was forgive me if it's already been gone over here, but Telegram channels and Twitter channels are lighting up with word about encirclement of Russian forces in the Kharkiv Oblast. I was wondering if anything came through for that. And Axel, I was wondering where your accent is from. You make us all sound like barbarians.
He's from Pennsylvania. All right, thanks. Yeah, I know we have been talking about that. That's actually what we're talking about right now, Jonathan. We're talking about encirclement and surrender of Russian soldiers in Kharkiv Oblast. So just stick tight and keep listening. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering how, well, not in detail really, but how Ukraine has managed to get this Kharkiv Oblast offensive going. Because all I heard about was about Kherson, and I heard nothing really about the build-up in Kharkiv. And there must be a lot of equipment there, and a lot of men and women happen to be brought there to get this offensive going. But it seems that it was completely under wraps. And I know Kherson was under wraps, but I didn't know Kharkiv. I didn't realize there was a blackout on Kharkiv. Or was there? I just wondered.
I wouldn't say it's under wraps. I mean, there have been Ukrainian soldiers there from day one, right? So it just happens to be that the Russians don't care that there are Ukrainian soldiers there. They're not making use of their drones to provide intelligence that would show them that, in fact, there's a bunch of battle groups all gearing up and supply and sustainment vehicles starting to assemble and starting to do the things that they do before an attack. Either they didn't see it, or they saw it and didn't know what it meant, or they saw it and didn't care what it meant. So Nothing surprising. The Ukrainian forces that were there defending those positions are strong enough to move forward if the opportunity presents itself. And in this case, the opportunity clearly presented itself because the Russians began to change their posture in Kharkiv so that they could attack or add more troops to Kherson. One, to defend it. Two, to actually initiate an attack on Odessa and Mykolaiv. So believe it or not, the Russians this whole time, while they've been bombed throughout in depth, and they've suffered huge logistics issues, they still thought they were invading more. Cuckoo, doesn't make any sense. Doesn't have to. That's Russia for you, right?
Yeah,
And Russia's sense find you.
so they just literally drew down too much equipment and put massive holes in their iron corridor, as it were. And Ukraine just went, right, we've got enough troops here now to get through the gaps you've put in your colander.
That's exact.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, go on. No, I was just saying exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm done then.
Yeah, and Yehuda, if I can just kind of add something, I think we're going to hear a lot about Russia shifting. I mean, once we really see what's going on, Russia shifting forces from one place to the other, that you just don't shift forces enough to stop, this large of a movement that quickly. One, you have to have a lot of good leadership. You've got to have the ability to do it, kind of pre-planning. And over the last month, we've seen, command posts, not just in Crimea that got all the highlights, command posts across the front, across Ukraine, the occupied territory being degraded. So, to do these proper counterattacks, I don't think we'll probably ever seen a war where as much senior leadership had been taken out before the counteroffensive, before the big decisions have to be made. There's no way you can replace that many colonels and captains and that have been killed, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't think their colonels and captains are trained very well either, but at any rate, no, you're right. All right, let's go to the next questions there. Okay.
Sorry, Tips.
Excellent.
Sorry, Tips. My headset died in the very second way you said the word questions.
Just give me a second. I'm refilling a water.
No worries. I'm refilling a glass of wine now because I shall toast to the quality of planning, preparation, training, and evidently execution of such planned moves of the Ukrainian armed forces as happened during the last 48 hours. It is astonishing. Everybody is getting giddy. There are people I speak to on a regular basis, just like you, Yoda, do it with your circles, who still serve in various functions. And it's the first time, it's the absolute first time, they are ecstatic. They're not just excited, they're ecstatic. People are smiling and happy, and they're happy for the quality of, soldiering.
I'll cheers to that too, since we got a little bit of free time here. But I think that if I was Ukrainian right now, I'd be awful proud of what we're seeing, even in the small pieces we're seeing. And I think as always, we always have to be as measured as possible with our responses to this. We've seen a lot of excitement past, but we got to remember this is war. Things a lot happen. Might turn into another place where the Ukraine decides to then switch tactics again, because it seems like they're playing a mastercraft on tactics, and it's really impressive to see. So cheers to the all of that, I would say. But
There's a saying in German where you say Man muss die Feste feiern, wie sie fallen. You have to enjoy the festival or the fest as it comes and as it falls. There are moments where you should say cheers and respect those people who've done it, and they're exceptionally good. We know that the bloody work continues, that they are not stopping. Whilst we are now cheering them on and feel proud about them, they are still fighting, because this doesn't stop. This is 24/7. It's a bloody business. It's absolutely awful, but at the same time, the quality with which they do this, I mean, I am in awe. Ockers.
Hello there. I've just been treated to a video that you guys have probably seen it actually, but it's of a pontoon crossing. There's one short video of them driving onto the pontoon crossing, and then very soon after there's another video of lots of people scattered about quite a broken looking pontoon crossing, and well, let's just say there's a lot of people who probably need some medical attention there. So it does appear to be the same place where these two videos were taken, obviously a short period apart, and I just found it delightful. Apologies, but I'm quite bloodthirsty today.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. And if you have this video, did you manage to put this up? I mean, Ockers, if you like, put it up in the nest. I think it's worthwhile having. Kolok.
If there's nothing graphic in it, just
Yeah, of course.
bird's eye view. No, we got to make that clear.
The second part of the video is exceptionally graphic, I would
No,
say.
then do not.
Then we should
post it.
then
No.
we should
not going to be
No,
posting
do not
it, I'm
post it.
afraid.
Period. Yeah, not acceptable for the room. Just for many reasons. But look, we support Ukraine, everything it does. I don't think for many of our listeners, this isn't. This is real life and death. And even though they're Russian soldiers terrorizing Ukrainians, we're going to be above them and act with dignity. There's a reason why Ukraine is winning. Let them.
What you
continue
can
the good
do,
fight.
Yehuda, what you can do, please send a link to me and to our chaps, and we may be able to just simply actually cut the video appropriately, so we phase it out after the moment when it turns graphic.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll send you the original videos.
And it's a possibility to do it in a framework so that people understand what this leads up to. That's fine. Yehuda is absolutely correct. We should avoid having anything in the nest which is too graphic, because it might
Or
impair.
even for any matter, right? This is we can't, we can rejoice at the Ukrainian victory, but we shouldn't rejoice at the death of Russians. We should rejoice at the Ukrainian victory, and the Russians will meet their maker and have to do with that. But as much as I'm all for those fighting the good fight, that's we'll leave that to people's imaginations. They're part of a genocidal army, and I don't want people to see things that they're not accustomed to seeing. If it has anything to do with me, I think we should focus on what's important, and that is Ukraine winning. And we should help and be magnanimous in victory. And that's all I have to say about that. So let's go to Kansas.
Kolok had the hands up for that.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, let me say a little sentence of being grateful listening to you. It's very educative, I think it's the word in English. Indeed, it has been. Just another quick sentence. The last time before, it was a few days ago, I had to clean my flat thoroughly for some reason. And for 8 hours, I was cleaning and I was listening to you. It was the best day in this week, indeed. Okay, now to the topic. Axel, if you remember, we were speaking the other day. It's been a while, about German involvement, German weapon delivery, right? And if you remember, and I was observing that. Correct me if I'm wrong. That the German politics did a 180 degrees. Well, maybe it was 180 degrees, but some kind of change in attitude. And think now they want to deliver heavy weapons, and they want to not only by gesture, but really substantially deliver. It seems to me that it was 2 to 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, when it publicly at least popped up. So my first question would be, if it's so, why? That is my first question. Maybe you can answer this. And secondly, just consequences for the future. If it is so, again, it's a conditional. Would this change anything in the calculation for the Ukraine armed forces? And secondly, in the same branch of inquiry, what could we expect to be delivered from Germany, obviously? There always has been hesitation, right, from Germany to deliver tanks. I mean, like offensive weapons, and tanks in particular. And I was the other day, you surely are aware, I was listening to a podcast from I think it was the Middle German radio broadcast with the general RD, so the former general, also NATO General Böhler, who was saying just recently that there is this thought that tanks are very, very offensive weapons, and the key parts which have been delivered would be anti-aircraft, so they are not that offensive. And he was saying, just I think it was today or yesterday, publicly, that obviously you can use these kind of tanks also short term. You don't have to shoot in the sky. You can also shoot on the ground, and it is as devastating. I mean, there are differentiations, yeah. But this kind of differentiation, will it soften ultimately?
Do you mind if I start answering the questions?
Yeah, sure, please.
I have sincere respect for Brigadier General Bühler. I think that he served the mission in KFOR very well. He has been acclaimed for his planning capacity, for his acumen. He has not been necessarily acclaimed as someone who, after being a brigadier general, would have been escalated up to shape. He has significant impact on the thought process of German military planning in the last 15 years prior to his retirement. He is also part of the force which did not resist when we sold off Leopard 2s to Turkey and closed down our tank divisions and tank brigades. He has supported what can only be described as a rather unique position of the current what we call Wehrbeauftragter on many items. If you were to ask current tank commanders, the few remaining in the German Bundeswehr, they have different ideas as to how planning for a modern, agile, mobile, combined arms warfare participation of German troops should happen.
Right.
There are significantly well-positioned people on, say, in flag office or flag officer capacity who differ from him and his position. You could say that, for example, if you take Domröse as a counter position to this, or as a counterpoint, or our current commander in Stettin, he is certainly significantly more forceful. Then I would think that Mr. Bühler's view, as issued in the Mitteldeutscher Rotfunk, one of the two public stations currently under fire for positioning themselves in rather arcane views and corruption scandals. That his position is rather, from an American point of view, most likely, and from, if I were to look from the Baltic countries back to my home country, rather courageous, as our English people would say, because it is a position which is completely out of sync with what NATO doctrine has evolved to and how we would support our allies. What is true, and you're quite right in that regard, we had this discussion before, and I think, Yehuda could argue in this regard as well. What is certainly true is that there is currently still a view within some part of the political military establishment in Germany to differentiate between weapons which are considered from a German perspective as offensive or defensive. Now that's a load of tosh. It's a complete load of tosh, because weapons are not.
I think everyone agrees.
But it's still a matter of political discussion because many people, even in the political parties on various levels, be it the seniors or the elders who once served as conscripts and then at least got a little bit of a taster, and then the ones who later only observed, or the very few, like Markus Faber, who actually served, may have a better view, but there's a complete misunderstanding as to how force design for planning occurs and what is needed for deterrence. And I think this lack of a view of a strategy of deterrence and participating in deterrence towards what can only be described as the only very real European enemy. As always, the fish stings from the head, as the Germans would say, meaning everything is unfortunately down from the top in this case when it comes to bad rhythm and bad decision making. But then again, it's also a matter of culture, which is what I would prefer to say, because we would not have had Mr. Schröder if it weren't for a failed approach to culture. So we would not have allowed Ms. Merkel to meander around in her decision making had it not been for German culture. I'm not going left or right in that regard. I'm just highlighting that the German military at this point in time has the generals and has had the generals it deserves.
But you're just mentioning it, right? You're just mentioning it. It is a very long history,
I'm trying to differentiate it because I want to be fair to them, to the men and the few, by the way, few women who serve in that regard in the German Bundeswehr, and it would be completely and utterly disrespectful to disregard the capacity of those who are actually in what can only be described as a very, very disincentivizing, disenchanting and disillusioning and frustrating environment had to continue their service. Now, some of them have done great jobs, and that's fine, but it's evident that the German Bundeswehr is not in a capacity at this point in time to be a full active force within NATO, and that is where the issue is. So when you ask, have we or has the German government decided to commit to Ukraine what Yehuda and I and others have been arguing for? Well, but no. There is, with 486 to 100 votes, the German Bundestag clearly voted in favor of Germany delivering heavy weapons. This is months ago. And whilst the opposition parties voted because they wanted to send Leopard 1s as recce tanks as early as possible, and wanted the German government to release through its National Security Council, which is a different form than what our American friends have. So it's more like a parliament meets or parliament committee meets government, meets Bundeswehr kind of committee, but still.
An institution for discussion, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you know what I mean. Sorry. For our American audience, when we say an institution for discussion, it's more like a chat show, unfortunately, rather than, because the decision is still made in the chancellery. That's what Kolok is highlighting. So the real issue for us is it's quite shameful that everybody discusses and procrastinates and nobody decides. What we should be doing, and there I agree with you, we should release, and this was the original idea, and this 486 to 100 vote. I mean, I'm highlighting this again and again and again because there is a democratically legitimized decision, a mandate for the German government to release such weapons if and when Ukraine or other nations willing under their capability, which is completely legitimized under international law, that if a nation wishes to assist Ukraine, it can do so. And there are nations who'd be willing, including Canada, to provide old Leopard 1s to Ukraine. But it's the German government currently still, this specific coalition, still not allowing this to occur. Now,
there was also the story with Spain, no? Spain actually was willing.
But those tanks are obviously in bad shape.
They were actually rejected by Ukraine, I think. Because
exactly.
they were in such a bad state.
Very, very bad shape and not in a good. But still, it's the principle. Now, the Germans, as of today, this morning, yet again, in the parliamentary debate, and I think this is where this all boils down to, and why it matters for our audience. I don't want to bore them with German politics too much, but it has such a big impact on the war. The German government is giving.
But that is my another question. Yeah, would it have an impact? Probably it would have, right?
Massive. Absolutely massive. The actions which Yehuda described earlier, which the Ukrainian army is taking at this point in time, and which they're prosecuting so meticulously, they do within the constraints of what they have available. Now, if they had, rather than the Twardys, and just the Twardys, the upgraded former Soviet era tanks, if they had light recce tanks such as the Leopard 1, fully upgraded with good deflection capacity, better sensors, the stuff which we can actually deliver, and which other nations can deliver, and which are available. They are in stock. They don't have you do not have to wait. You can deliver them immediately. You can release them, and they can train them.
Also in the industry, no?
And the Ukrainian tankers are absolutely capable of operating them. There's no question whatsoever. And every single German tank officer and NCO I've talked to so far, in regard to the Leopard 2, they all say the very same thing. Of course, these guys can do that. Of course, they will learn it. They can drive it. They will be able to shoot
they've proven to do that.
Of course, there's no question. I mean, from a German tank commander's point of view, these Ukrainians are like we should be.
Yeah.
So there is the capacity, there's the willingness. The armed forces would be willing to train them and do this. There's no question whatsoever. It is this government which does not wish to release these weapons. And Mr. Schröder predicated this. Ms. Merkel continued this deflective attitude, and Mr. Scholz just said it in the interview published yesterday in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. He highlights yet again the position that no, Germany, in coordination with its allies, meaning as in allies that doesn't want to, that in Germany, in coordination with its allies, would focus on artillery and anti-air. Germany's prowess, yes, is also in artillery.
Yeah, well, that was
super
interesting.
I apologize.
German. Wow.
No. But the thing is, it's about the tanks. We could give those tanks.
Yeah.
There's no question, Yehuda.
So I'll translate into common English. Axel is saying that Germany can give the tanks if it wants. The end. I'm just kidding. All right. No, that was really deep. I just don't know who got it. Yeah, you two. Actually, it's
thank
good
you
to
both.
Thank me. I didn't say anything. Axel's a genius. So, geez, Murphy. Axel,
but Yoda, your organization of the talk is great. Thank you too. I will head back and please see ya.
Axel loves when I rib him.
That's all right. It's fine. I'm trying to give an appropriate answer in order for our American and Canadian and global friends to understand how easy it could be and how shameful it is that we make it so complicated.
Well, if only every German politician was Axel, and I think we'd be better off in this war. Axel for Chancellor.
Aye. No. I'm not qualified for any of this.
You're more qualified than the people there now.
That's probably a low bar.
All right. Kansas Bob.
I called in yesterday and had the privilege to speak to when Chuck Farrell was talking, and he said my name, and I almost corrected him that my name should be Kansas Bob. So, oh goodness. Hey, Yehuda, thank you for the updates. I'm curious. You've spoken, and other people have spoken multiple times about the concept of defense in depth and the idea to not overextend. It just doesn't make tactical or strategic sense to do so. You thought maybe the Dnipro as one of those lines against which the Ukrainian armed forces could consolidate. In light of what we're seeing now with basically fleeing troops, do you think there is any role for pursuit in sort of a targets of opportunity kind of approach? And if so, or if not, how does Ukraine sort of do that consolidation? Do they move artillery up to strike further into the occupied areas so that they can consolidate their gains? Like, what do they do to protect themselves? And is there a role for pursuit of like targets of opportunity? Thanks.
Yeah, so just terminology, target of opportunity can be anything, and it's obviously specific to the situation you're in. How do they exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities or an enemy withdrawal? I think is the real question you're asking. And so the answer again is all dependent on all the factors: terrain, disposition, yours and theirs, and where your sustainment is. So if you're just a silly example, but if you're a platoon and you can ford a river that's shallow, but trucks can't really go past it, you're limited to how far you want to go because you got to resupply at some point, right? Do you have engineers with you to build a pontoon bridge? Okay, you do. Is your battle group moving in that direction? Yeah, it is. I have sustainment I can tap into. How far do they have to move up artillery? Sure, everything has to. It's like I said, it's an inchworm, right? The head of the inchworm goes up. That's the close battle. That's the assault on the Russian positions, and other things have to move up. Now, artillery is far enough in the rear anyway, especially with longer range artillery. But they're going to have to move up. Yes, logistics would have to move up. Assembly areas, sustainment plans have already been thought out already. Good sustainment plan includes where your forces, friendly forces, could be, and what positions and what areas you can use for sustainment things from ammo, fuel, whatever, medical evacuation, ambulance stations, CP collection points, CCPs, casualty collection points, stuff like that. So all that stuff's moving. So while there was that tactical pause and the troops were consolidating, a huge engine was moving in the back. And the Americans do it really well because they're quite expeditionary, and you could see them. A lot of wheels are turning. There's no one sleeping in the rear. So all that stuff's going on, and people are moving commensurately. About Kherson, when they did it looked like a brief offensive. It looked like they gained a certain amount of territory, and then after that, it looks like they really stocked up, if you know what I mean, and then went for a big thrust. And it looks like they have, and it looks like the Russians have started to break and just fall apart. So the one thing that would limit you from exploiting a vulnerability is fear of a counter move. if the Russians are routed and they're in retreat and you see them running backwards without guns or screaming, "Ah, my hair's on fire," you're less inclined to worry about your own security because you see you might not have any enemies nearby. If the whole Ukrainian front starts doing that, then that's when you see a huge collapse of the Russians, either surrendering or being destroyed in place or making it to the river. So it all depends. There's a real answer. It depends on the situation. But yes, you have the general idea. Things have to inch forward to support the fighting echelon, the F echelon. Hope that answers your question.
It
Okay.
does. But I guess I mean, basically what you said about seeing the troops just like running, you're still limited by the supplies, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. You have to be able
Yeah,
to
but you have to understand it's 20, 30 kilometers to the river, right? Cars can drive 20 kilometers, so can a tank, right? So can a truck. So it's not like they're going 200 kilometers, right? They're literally, it's a tactical bound. It's a tactical bound from the river they are. So if there's no one in front of them, yeah, they could push up to the river, but or they could stop as well. There could be all sorts of minefields. I don't know all the terrain, right? But bottom line is they would have had this planned out beforehand, and they would already know before they step off what the limit of exploitation would be. We have words and names. William knows what I'm talking about. We have all these terms for specific things that are important to the battle that we know beforehand. So no one in command or section command, no one's wondering, gee, I wonder what my LOE is. They know what it is. They're told it at orders.
Yeah, if I can just kind of just real quick, just like if you don't mind, real quick, a couple was a week. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, right? I was trying to fill in. I got some free time. So but a couple weeks ago, you heard a lot of talk about battle planning or battle gaming that went on for Kherson, but no one talked about anywhere else. And the reality of it, if there is battle planning going on, which there is, because that's what modern militaries do, you plan these battles out so many times. You know where weak points are. Nothing is planned per se, as in anything can happen. But if you know what you're doing, when you think about how fast this is going to happen, I think that this is what it's getting to is, can we just start pursuing, just like the Russians? Russians tried to overextend their supply lines at the start of the war. They thought they were going into a friendly territory, supposedly, but they got crushed. Right now, as Ukraine eats up ground, they don't need to leave large numbers of combat fighting groups to control terrain, control roads, because it's Ukrainian ground. It's something that's completely different than when the Russians. So I think the advancements, when they actually really start to push and they start to rout the Russians, like it seems like they're doing, they're going to be able to eat up a lot of territory and bring police officers in behind them, bring civil society back in, the different groups that are made up. So, you could see, very large advances, but also, there's a lot of terrain. Terrain's going to control some of the movements, and there's a lot of natural, pockets in this area. So, I don't think that we know what's going to happen because, on a combat, it's it's fluid. It's not just, stagnant. If Russia starts to maneuver troops to, go after this line, maybe there's another, planned assault team, quick reaction brigade that can, then target another weakened line. I would see that happening, but it's just the other thing CJ brought up just a little while ago was that in the Kharkiv area, they've lost essentially their entire artillery. Any artillery support has been lost today, which means that there's fire superiority. The Ukrainians have fire superiority over that entire region. So, there is going to be a lot of targets. They're going to be able to pick and choose where they're going to hit now.
And by the way, it's at least a brigade of artillery. We don't know what they have in the rear, but I doubt much.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah. So, but again, I wouldn't say, again, we need to be cautious about, overestimating how far we're going to move. We've seen that, the numbers show how much ground's been taken back over the last, few weeks. So I just think that we need to be, cautious about that, but also, don't underestimate this
don't underestimate them. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's underestimating them. I think it's clear though that their proficiency in battle or their ability to conduct even a simple firefight is very very much lacking. And there are positions that are much stronger held, but it looks like where possible, Ukrainians will bypass them, cut them off, and that's it. Just game over. You can't have 30% of your army know how to fight and the other ones don't. All you got to do is sweep around them, and that's what the Ukrainians are doing in many areas. Actually, they're blocking them in Bakhmut. They're not.
I saw videos of artillery pieces, MLRS systems with the small arms fire, right? The drivers and the gunners, being taken down by small arms fire. So that means that there's active infantry or partisan work, where the artillery is. That's yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
partisan. That's infantry. But I'm saying that they can bypass the more. There are more hardened positions on the Russian side. I'm not saying that there aren't any, but you can't rely on a fight. You can't rely on a battle space to have a couple of decent, mercenaries or VDV, and then everyone else just be garbage. And that's what they did around that town where the artillery was taken. There was LNR and Chechens hiding out in the forest, and they just got schwacked. They're gone. Artillery's gone, and the VDV retreated to the village. So, I mean, so much for you could have Delta Navy Super SEALs, and then 70% completely incompetent, and the SEALs are not going to win that one, right? Not in an all arms.
Facts.
Battle.
Facts.
Peter, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Yehuda. I just wanted to jump in. I don't have any new updates from the front. I'm here to listen and learn. I just wanted to say I certainly appreciate every perspective that is brought into this space. And I learn a lot in my research and reporting from the perspective of Europeans like Axel and others who give us some color and insight into what Europeans are thinking. And certainly as a friend of Europe, as a friend of our allies, I gain from those insights. I also wanted to point out the power of this space. For months now, the MryiaReport has had leading retired generals like Ben Hodges, Mick Ryan. I could name all of them. The MryiaReport has been saying for months, everyone calm down. The material is building up. The Ukrainians know how to run a war, and just wait. And now the progress is occurring. And the first thing that I did when I saw that there was breaking news on Ukraine, I came here to this space to learn about what was really going on. And Yehuda, I really appreciated your debrief and your insights. I just want to support this space and let everyone know, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, Axel.
Thanks so much, Peter, for the kind words. Yeah, no, we go down tangents that are parallel to the cause. It's just that it's very in depth, and I love it. I just want to make sure it's not lost on the audience. We could do it for hours. Axel.
But we do. MryiaReport broadcasts for 24 hours a day. And, the one point I would point out is that this war is not just about Ukraine. This war is about maintaining the coalition of countries, the coalition of different political perspectives. Lots of people who support Ukraine have different perspectives on Germany or other political issues. And yet we are all united in the mission that Ukraine must win, Russia must lose. And so when I learn from others who have different perspectives like Axel, even some crazy lefties who come in here, I'm a conservative, but we all agree Ukraine must win. And that is the power of this community and the power of the space. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you, MryiaReport.
Alrighty, we have another hand up. That is a smiley, whatever that means.
Hi guys, I have a quick question. I read some reports that Russia is apparently seeking or potentially getting some military supplies from North Korea. Do you have any additional comments on this? It seems utterly preposterous and farcical. And my question is whether or not A, is this true, and B, is this actually just a front for supplies actually coming from China instead?
There's always potential. that military equipment, which originally is of Chinese production, could be routed from North Korea to Russia. I don't doubt this. Is it really important? I think it's not. Is it a farcical thing? Absolutely, 100%. If you want me to make comical references, I would refer you to previous answers which I've given in this regard. I think that an army of 100,000 Oompa Loompas will not do us any chocolate damage. Nick Brown.
Hi, just on that, I thought several years ago I read a scenario of what a North Korean attack on the South might look like, and it did appear to involve an enormous amount of artillery. So maybe they have a lot of 152mm shells. The question I was going to ask is, do we have any evidence from the front lines or from what's been going on the last few days of the Ukrainians using HIMARS or perhaps the 155 Excalibur high-end rounds in a tactical role where one might, perhaps in NATO, call in an airstrike where you sort of, I don't know, a company commander has a position they want to eliminate, gets some GPS coordinates, and is able to call in a precision strike on that target. It would obviously be a nice way to work, but I wonder if that level of integration has been available. If we know that, obviously subject to OPSEC and all the other.
Well, I can take this real quick. I know, especially today, we've seen a lot of evidence that the Excalibur and smart rounds are in play. I think that folks have already known that they were in the conflict and being used, but they really started to appear on the scene today. The way I would look at it is, as we've talked about quite a bit today, that we've seen a very, very professional and organized, practiced and drilled and well prepared offensive force that moved into action today and yesterday. So if they have the ability to have GPS guided munitions, they're going to be using them in the best way possible. And in my terms, and I think in a regular infantry person's terms, as we're maneuvering, taking up land, moving to contact is what we call it. So you send your infantry and your mechanized units, try and take ground, and you have a certain area to go to. And as you're maneuvering, if you engage with the enemy, you set up a base of fire, and again, use your military tactics to move in and take over that position, that enemy position that's in front of you. It's moving to contact. So if you have the ability to either call an air or call in a GPS guided munition, it's going to be that's the best way to do it. So I think it's very plausible, and I would almost say it's probably happening, that there's a lot of fire support going in directly in support of the maneuver elements in this offensive, and that's why you're seeing probably such a successful I guess maneuver right now. And I think one of the videos we talked about, it did look like there had been quite a bit of artillery fire along with small arms fire. So there's definitely a usage, combined arms effort going on here.
Thanks.
All righty. So we have no hands up whatsoever. You seem to be all fallen silent.
Can I have a question? Axel, for you, you were talking previously about the Leopards from Germany, or Germany blocking them, which is quite curious because, for example, even the Ulrichs, when he promoted now that the German government is doing a lot, I really have the feeling like the Scholz and actually everybody in the West, they want really the Ukraine to win. So the question is, why are they trying to slow play the Ukraine to win? Because they're playing for Ukraine to win. I don't see any other way, but they're trying to slow play it, because even in the current offensive, we see that even without those weapons, I don't know, modern fighter jets, those Leopard tanks, and many ATACMS missiles, Ukraine still manages to push and effectively and in a way that was hard to predict a few weeks ago. So what's your take on that? Thanks.
So what is my take on the fact that from your perspective, so not only from your perspective, but they're slowing down and slow playing it, as you call it, and what the reasoning behind it might be. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, often enough, there is no conspiratorial reason. Often enough, it's an ideological reason. Often enough, it's vested in the main characters. Mr. Scholz is, the Germans call it verhaftet, if you are literally imprisoned in your own world. Mr. Scholz is not a former officer. He is not a military man. He has always been a second fiddle administrator. He was a finance minister. He's not a great communicator. He was, for some time, the, if you so like, equivalent of a federal state prime minister, as the Oberbürgermeister, meaning the high mayor of the free city of Hamburg, which constitutes a federal state in Germany. He has been the general secretary of the Social Democrat Party of Germany. I have to get this out of my mouth. It's very hard to talk about people who have such kind of views and not name the evil in it. But having said this, he's been in this field for long, and he can't step out of his character. He won't. And as such, with a limitation like that at hand, you don't have to reach to conspiratorial thoughts. It might just be the limitation of the man and the people surrounding him, even if those may have other, even if those may have other views. But these limitations do play a role. So we're getting feedback from you, Pavel. So we have, essentially, I get my voice when you open your speaker, so apologies. So, but that just may be it. And yes, the German government is not delivering those, not releasing, that's the point. It's not about delivery per se. It's not allowing for tanks which are available from German industry, as well as from other nations who'd be willing to deliver them. They're not allowing the release. And whilst they're delivering many other good things, they are not delivering the things which Ukraine needs. That's a main mistake. The Ukrainian government has asked in various different forms, also including last week, to have main battle tanks to be released. Germany is not doing it. Germany now tries to excuse itself from such obligation to deliver heavy weapons as it had its vote for, by saying, oh, nobody else is doing it either. Yeah, nobody else has Leopard 2s. Nobody else has the power to release Leopard 2s from other nations. Nobody else can make that decision, only Germany. So it's an irrelevant argument, it's a sideshow. There you go.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight. Was definitely not trying to get into conspiracy, was just curious, really, because they're helping, the Germans are helping a lot, but they could more.
100%.
That's all, thank you very much.
You're very welcome, thank you very much. Alrighty, I can see a lot of names here on the panel, whether it's David, Dryfly, Jimbo, Gunny, now with a pirate hat, Ben, Nick Brown, William, all of you. I have no questions, nothing? Is that really it? Well, if you don't have your hands up, I will have to cycle you down and get other people because we have many requests coming.
Yeah, I think I can drop down. Actually, it's been great talking about this, and hopefully talk a little bit more later on about more of the combined arms offensive that's going on right now.
You're
Talk to y'all
welcome
later.
anytime. You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Anytime. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to get some of the people up who've been requesting. Hold on one second. I can't get anybody up. Wait 1 second, please. Somebody is playing. All right, whoever is playing at the moment needs to stop playing.
I have my hand up and I can only see me as a speaker, and I don't even know if you can hear this.
Hey, I can hear you very well. I just need to fix something technical at the moment.
Right. At the moment on my screen, I am the only speaker.
Keep going, please.
And more, much more that, no, I don't know. Can I ask the question I was going to ask in case?
Shoot.
We, again, as a non-military person, we've been hearing a lot about how it's necessary to have a 3-to-1 superiority to make progress when attacking. And we've seen various stories from the front line over the course of the war about how the Ukrainians have been holding out with, in some cases, considerably less than 1 to 3. Do the current advances mean that locally Ukraine is getting to that 3-to-1, or is there something else taking place?
I don't think that this ratio is by all means cast in stone. On the contrary, I think from time to time, it's a matter of you being able to outsmart the enemy. I don't think that the 3-to-1 is the main element here. I think that is, we should be very careful. In open battle, yes. In certain environments, yes. Absolutely, no question. But that's not cast in stone.
So it could be that Ukraine is making this progress despite not yet having got to those numbers. Although, of course, if you can get a few cauldrons going around, round up a few prisoners, then the numbers can quickly switch in your favor.
It's certainly making the progress without having such kind of a 3-to-1 advantage across the whole front line. Yes.
Okay.
So what I just try to clear the panel and whatnot, and that seems to be working. So we have Dryfly up, we have Bionada up, we have Erland up, and Jens. So Dryfly, shoot.
Hey, I was just going to change the subject briefly and let, I don't know if you've seen it, but energy prices have collapsed today across most of the markets. Pretty significant, really. I mean, we're looking at about an 82 handle on the WTI, and it's 88 on Brent. Natural gas is down about 5%. So, I mean, there's something going on. Just it could be related to the offensive. It could be other stuff, but it could be that that tide is broken on that end too. A lot of the stuff that was talked about the economics earlier, about this winter being the end of the world, it may just not be. I mean, it just there may be, the market may be seeing it very different than some of the doomers, and I would love to hear your take on it, being a European who watches it pretty close there.
I didn't have time earlier today to go through Bloomberg as much as I would have liked. We had a very, very compact and busy and staccato kind of day. That happens. What I can definitely tell you is that I do not believe in the same gloom and doom as others. I do believe that there are significant mistakes being made in European energy policy at the moment, which have an impact on how energy markets and energy cost will be. However, that being said, the shall we say, the irrational exuberance, as one Federal Reserve head once called it, is also beyond the pale, and that is certainly called for to be retrenched. Let's put it this way. And I tend to believe that some of the gas prices will definitely fall. Evidently, the futures markets have quite well reacted to what is happening in Ukraine, which also shows you how much speculative effort is in this market at this point in time. And I tend to believe that this irrational exuberance will collapse. Yes. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it really does. Like I said, right now I'm just watching CNBC because they float the numbers through faster. And the WTI is 82 and change. I mean, that's just shocking. They're almost all down 5%.
Sweet.
I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All righty. Ciao, Rafa. Thank you. All righty. Now we'll go to, what is this? Erland. Erland?
Hello and добрый вечер.
Dobry wieczór. Why are you a fan of AS Roma?
I studied in Rome. I actually lived there as a kid for a little while, and yeah, and Totti.
Oh, good. And Totti. I was just about to ask you. You have a Totti shirt at home, of course.
Of course, signed. Anyways,
what is your question?
off topic. Shout out to all of you moderators and everyone behind the Mirror Report. You're doing an absolutely amazing job, and I'm so impressed that you've been doing this for 24 hours the last 6 months. And hooray to everyone that is moderating and contributing in any way. I wanted to comment a little bit something, and I hope you don't take it personal, Axel, because I really enjoy listening to you 99.9% of the time, which I think is a pretty...
Unless you make a comment about Eintracht Frankfurt,
No.
seriously.
No. Pretty, but that's a pretty good percentage of time. And I just want to mention that I don't want to talk about internal or left-right politics in here at all. But as a social democrat who believes in it and grew up in a social democracy, I'm a little bit butthurt about the repeating comments about anything that has this social word in it. And I believe firmly that there is a very great distinction that I want to explain to you and everyone else between everything that has to do with social democracy and anything that has to do with the old socialism and communism. They actually derive from, they split in the late 1900s from the labor movements. There were two different paths, and I think it's important to distinguish that. I mean, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, they are countries completely built on social democracy, the whole system. Even if you take the moderate parties, the right parties, they have a social democracy system in their programs. It's just a little bit more tax conservative on the right side. And I think that the implication that anything that has the word social democracy or social leftist in it is something evil and has some evil intent behind it is a little bit too much for me as well. That's it. And Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini, Slava. Alrighty. I hope you are familiar with how the Social Democrat Party was put under control of first Herbert Wehner in Germany, and then thereafter, in the same vein, by someone who's a Putin shill, and we can name him Gerhard Schröder and his allies, including Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who currently has a different job, and Olaf Scholz, who was once another Steigbügelhalter. Anyway, all right, having said this, let's move on to who's next.
I know, but it doesn't have anything to do with social democracy per se.
No, that really just has to do with socialism and corruption. I agree with you. Absolutely. I don't mind this. And they're definitely, for example, there are very, very decent men and women in the 1920s in Germany who tried to fight off the USPD and communism and the fascists amongst the Social Democrats. And I'm sure that there is a large part of the Social Democratic Party, for example, in Germany after the war, who didn't want to follow Kurt Schaumacher into the abyss. And I'm quite fond of those people because they've done a great deal of good work in Germany, no question about it. I'm just not happy about Mr. Brandt, and I'm not happy about Mr. Guillaume, the Stasi spy. I'm not happy about Herbert Wehner, the communist who turned, the wolf who turned into supposedly a social democratic sheep. And I'm not happy about a number of other people. But then again, just me, I just don't like what we call unpatriotic people. Vaterlandslose Gesellen. In any event, let's move to,
Okay.
I think it's Sage.
Good answer, Axel.
I'm delighted that we continue to be in agreement. Sage, and afterwards we go to Jens and Leisner. Sage, please.
Yes, sir. Testing. Can you hear me?
It sounds loud and clear.
Yes, sir. I was just wanting to, if you didn't mind, explore an idea that's kind of been keeping me up at night lately about the whole war situation. Are you at all familiar with the Nostradamus effect?
Yeah, no, I think we could leave it to other people.
You mean the question?
I think that we are far too boring and factual here. I'm quite sure that there are people who can delve into that. Do you have another question?
I'm not. Can we let this go a little minute, because I'm not certain that what the speaker is referring to is actually the predictions of the mythical Nostradamus person. If they are, then fine. But it sounds like it could be an interesting sort of effect of belief or something. So can we have 10 more seconds?
Well, I'm not speaking.
Yes, please.
I'm not speaking completely literally. It's just I'm a bit of an independent researcher, and I've been drawing very coincidental conclusions on the first and third being Napoleon and Hitler, and the last one being undetermined.
Okay, that's
But-
my 10 seconds are up. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
To be clear,
Right. I think we went, Mr. M. I think we went directly from Groningen into a coffee bar.
yes. No, I want to say about Nostradamus. He was a crook. He was a charlatan.
Charlatan.
He was stealing fragments and putting it together, and so he made his book, and it's all a bunch of bogus.
Axel, remember the difference between a coffee bar and a coffee shop. The coffee bar is where you go. Coffee bar is where you go for coffee.
I've been to Amsterdam, Nick, as you know. Mr. M, Mr. M and I do share common heritage from Groningen in terms of our family background, and with that in mind, trust me, I do. And whilst I don't enjoy it, I do understand it. But there are actually there are cocktail bars who have the coffee shop license. You wouldn't believe.
Well,
In any event.
I did my PhD in Groningen a couple of years ago, and I can confirm.
There you go, Groningen. We're always coming back to it. Jens.
Yeah, I guess I have to now disclose that I'm also a social democrat. I think they are basically.
Jens, you're a good man. Yeah. We're not going to hold that against you.
Well, I think social democrats believe they are the best socialists and the best democrats, and therefore they annoy everybody. And I try every day not to expect better from Scholz, but I still get annoyed every day, and I try not to rage, but I fail every day. I just wanted, because we talked about energy before, now that Russia in public leverage gas over Germany, I guess they've always done it, but now it's undeniable when they shut off Nord Stream 1. Is Nord Stream 1, is it dead now?
It is as dead as a doornail.
Because I mean, Germany can't accept publicly to have this held over them. So I guess it was just cast back to, what was his name, Lucas, where he said that Germany and France was just waiting. Yeah, was just waiting to turn on the gas again. Where I thought they can never return. If you can't rely, then you can never, rely.
Very good point. No, it's a very good point. And we discussed it earlier today. The German and French governments have different perspectives, and how shall we say? They have different resources to play with. The French have a nuclear power industry which they need to update and revamp and whatnot and maintain. A couple of their plants really need work, and they know it because they didn't invest into it as much as they should have. And that's fine, that's understood, but they can and they will. And they will stabilize the European baseload capacity. And they will provide the electricity German industry requires to an extent. But that will also, because of the scarcity of that electricity and peak load capacity, it will have a massive impact on electricity prices in Europe. And that's bad. So in that regard, this blows back to Germany, and Germany is currently making ideologically bent decisions, which are to the detriment of and at the expense of Europe, which is what Dr. Benjamin Schmidt had highlighted and Mark Nelson highlighted, and it's absolutely tremendously cool one segment which we did here once, where he dissected exactly the strategic impetus and the cost Germany inflicts upon the rest of Europe by means of this ideologically bent decision-making process, which they then try to color in climate change and decarbonization and being the better Europeans and better citizens on earth, which they're not, because it's just essentially beggar thy neighbor. But there you go, it doesn't matter. Life Sniper. You have.
Sorry, it took me a while to find the button. My phone was elsewhere. I just want to get back to this 3-to-1 ratio in which is claimed to be required in order to make a counterattack. It's not mathematics, but if because the numbers turn around completely, if one side has high precision weaponry and the other has not, if the one side has extremely high motivation, and the other has not, if the other side is well trained and the other is not, then that reduces the ratio considerably. So basically, under the circumstances, if you just count the gear and manpower as such, then I don't know how close to 1-to-1 you can get. But I think the Ukraine has such enormous advantages in many areas that I think you can really forget the 3-to-1 principle, because I think that's estimated if both sides have like equal forces and equally equipped forces and motivated and trained, then that might hold true. But I think under these circumstances, we can't expect that the Ukrainians would have to have 3 times as much, whatever, than the Russians. And I have a question. I have been very busy with other things the whole day. And yesterday there was the announcement that Zelensky would bring some, there was a pre-announcement that Zelensky would give some extremely interesting news and so on. But I briefly browsed through the Finnish press and didn't find anything. Was there something spectacular? Has this been already discussed ad nauseum, or is there a brief recap, or is there some video from Zelensky's speech with subtitles? Have you already discussed what Zelensky said, or was there not much what he said? Thank you.
Said when?
Oops. Yesterday there was his spokesman or something sent a tweet that there would be in the evening some very good news, and it was quite extraordinary that this kind of speech would be sort of pre-announced.
There was no speech other than for example, what happened with the opening bell of the New York Stock Exchange, and highlighting that Ukraine is open for business and that it's progressing with its counterattack.
Okay, I was expecting some breakthrough announcement from the counterattack, but that's
if that had been the case, you would definitely have heard of it beforehand. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Enter the NAFO.
Hi everyone, thanks for taking my question. I was thinking, we haven't talked that much, as far as I can have heard at least, about the Russian leadership and the information that actually reaches them. How informed do you believe that they are about the current situation at the front?
Very well informed. Very well informed. They have satellites too, they have intelligence services. They may just interpret data differently and see it differently from their own prism than we do.
Okay, so they're not living in a complete bubble. They're just choosing to see it in a different light.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all. And great job, everyone.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bob. So we have a couple of hands up. Shaggy.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just a couple of things on the gas price. I just had a look at the chart, and it's down to, I don't know if you can do technical analysis, it's down to nearly the 61 Fibonacci level, which is quite a secure level. That's at 191, and it's at 213 at the moment, down from a high of 350. So I think it's going to pop around about here for about a week, and then we'll do wanted some gas rather than some cash. Well, cash as well. But
I doubt it. I think I doubt it. I think Ukraine would rather develop its own gas market.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And its own gas
Okay,
exploration.
thank you.
But thank you. Right. So we have
Lies
what's it?
was
Lies,
first.
yeah, Lies Sniper. Then we have Shin. Then Robert. Then Kolok. Then Nina.
Yes, I already forgot what I what I wanted to say. Okay, I'll just.
Shall we
never
then
mind.
move forward? Just
Yep,
pause it for a
please.
second, and we'll come back to you. Okay, not a problem. We'll go to Shin, then to Robert, then to Kolok, then to Nina. Shin.
Good evening, everyone. Axel, actually, I had a question for you. Maybe you've covered this topic before, but I still want to ask about the period where Germany had their reunification. Were there concessions made between the East Germany for their integration into the system or institutions, and how that affected today's dependency, level of dependency of gas towards the Russia?
No. The 2+4 agreement is extremely clear, and there is neither a Jungten nor tit for tat or anything like that. At that point in time, the government of Helmut Kohl negotiated with the Allies, and a conclusive agreement was reached, but it has no bearing on the gas question at all. Gas deliveries at that point in time through to both Eastern Europe as a whole, and Germany continued through the Druzhba pipeline, through the various pipelines, and all deliveries were made just as well. Most of the gas deliveries came through Ukraine, and that's fine. But there were no concessions in that regard in any shape or form given. I've also never heard this topic to be raised in that format, actually.
Okay, thank you. I meant on a policy level. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just said, but on a policy level, there were, I mean, Telchik, for example, one of the main negotiators at that point in time, wrote about this in quite some detail. The Minister for the Chancellery, Seitas, at that point in time, gave extensive record and testimony to that fact. There is nothing that we know of in any kind of concessions, and also there was no need for concessions. The Federal Republic of Germany was a NATO ally at that time, was integrated into the West, had always clearly stated that it would that its constitution, as drafted, don't forget, together with the Western allies, and in view of the Western allies' requirements of Germany to be reformed after the Second World War, that its constitution would lay claim to unify all German souls under its roof. And that's why the 2+4 agreement had to be concluded. So no further concessions. Robert.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. I'll make an observation and then ask my question. Can you, Kamalchak?
You're still good. Nothing has changed.
Okay, great. My theory is that 2014 and 2022 all have an element of capturing Ukrainian gas fields, and in 2014, stopping the exploration, and in 2022 capturing them. So I think there's always an economic aspect to this so-called emotional political desire to conquer Ukraine. And then my question is, and it's not political, so I don't know if we want to address it now, is kind of taking a look at what the headlines might be in a week or 2 weeks. I wonder what's happening in Zaporizhia, and if the prep there is moving in the direction of preparing that for significant action.
You mean the Zaporizhia power plant?
No, the Oblast.
Well, we are not seeing in the future, because that would be speculation. We will see when the headlines start to show.
It's cool.
You're welcome.
All right,
Yeah.
let's move on then. I think. So hold on 1 second. The next one is Nina, correct? Or is it Kolok?
Yes, Nina.
All right.
Thank you, Axel, and thank you, Mr. M. Is this some kind of Finnish thing? I'm. What was I going to say? Oh,
Nina,
on, what is...
no worries. Wait a second. We'll go to the next one. We'll come back to you. Stay there. Don't worry. It's okay.
Yes, sorry for this.
In the good old days, I would have said have a shot, but there you go. Take a glass of tea. Kolok.
Yes, hello back again. Thank you very much. Just some quick notes I want to throw in. I really found it very interesting that some people tuned in and shared their opinion from the north of Europe, Scandinavians especially, and especially people who are politically on the side of social democrats. I won't tell where I am because I don't think it doesn't matter anyhow for this matter here. But they were very much going forth and saying that's something we care for. And why is that? I think now Russia always has been an antipode, so to say, to a different kind, maybe let's say a Western and a liberal kind of idea of how society could work. And now that it seems to fall away, maybe forever even, we don't know what is going to happen in the 21st century, do we? Maybe there is some kind of worry. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm myself, I can openly say, I'm from Austria, and Austria also, after the Second World War, obviously, has been neutral too. It also has been shaped by social democracy. And the difficulties we see right now, and we have seen it in Schröder, and we have seen it also under conservatives in Germany, under Merkel, is there is a certain proximity, a certain vicinity to Russia, to the better, to the worse, we thought. Now we know to the worse. If it's only energy, yeah, but it's also ideology. So the thing here, I think, is also how can the left reinvent itself without Russia, to some degree? How can, or without the Soviet Union, in fact, because that's the shadow here. How can the left understand itself? Opinion, okay, but that's the opinion of the left, a more just society without a big brother, so to say. Zeitenwende, right? Zeitenwende, that is a German term. That's what Scholz was using. And what's that in English? A turn in time. So maybe we are indeed facing in numerous ways, not only in militarily ways and not only in geopolitically ways, but also in ideologically ways, facing a turn in time. And then the question is how to react on it. And that's a question for everybody, I think. That's not only a question for Europeans, that's a question for everybody involved, I think. And I just want to throw in the last name here for me, because then I will go to sleep, I fear. Fukuyama, no? Francis Fukuyama, who was his famous article, The End of History, right? He was writing The End of History.
And it didn't.
And he didn't. He was actually then later revising himself, of course, yes. Very good, very great professor at Stanford. Yes, but back then he thought it would be. And now we are at another turning point, aren't we? And okay. So I'm very interested in your ideas to this. It's not a question, it's really a universe, perhaps, of questions.
I think that is an understatement. If I were to be able to give, shall we say, the utopian left advice, I should think that they should get out there in the countryside and actually look at people and try to actually find out what makes life tick. And they will find out that often enough it is the desire to be left alone and be free and unimpaired. Not everything can be solved by collective wisdom. On the contrary, it can be only solved by free engagement of volunteer work. And MryiaReport is, in that regard, the best example, because this was not done by authoritarian rule, it was not created by collectivist action, it was not voted upon in a little Soviet, and nobody was forced to vote in any shape or form, or portrayed as being terrible if and when they had not voted for it. On the contrary, people found together because they understood the righteousness of the cause, and therefore it is a volunteer project. And I think this is the most freedom-oriented way of joining up and joining forces, and it showcases that in a free capitalist society, volunteer work can be programmatic, worthy, solid, well organized, and outsmart collectivist thought. And with that, I welcome my co-host and friend, I Like Wendy.
Thank you, Axel. It's wonderful to be here. I may have missed a touch of the news today, but it's great to see so many speakers and hands up. I'm not quite sure of the order.
I think you will have to throw a dice, because I think BW is the first one. Definitely the first one. Everybody else came after, but I can't tell you the rest of the order. Definitely it's BW, because he's been waiting patiently.
Welcome, thank you, Axel, and welcome BW. Please go ahead.
Thank you. First-time user, and I haven't spoken English in more than 4 years out loud. So sorry for the result. Let's see what it does. It's more about me. I would like to come back maybe more for Axel, or internationally actually. Like you can hear maybe with my accent now. I'm French. and they've been quite frail, quite timid to actually support Ukraine. And view now that there are a lot of victories, small ones, but hopefully the big ones are going to arrive for Ukraine. I would like to know if you think that you're going to change a little bit mind of the politicians, because the army, like for example in France, Macron, the president, is very self-minded. He's not going to listen to the military experts. He's going to try to do everything himself. And I'm fairly sure that he didn't think really that Ukraine could win the war. Stalling it, yes, but maybe winning it, I don't think it was in his mind. But now that it's coming, do you think that even from other politics, from other countries, I mean, do you think you're gonna change something? Maybe not for Germany, but
Well, I think you make a good point, BW. Perhaps what is past is prologue. It's never too late to contact your political representatives and to impress upon them in the politest possible way just what peace through victory on the fields of Ukraine with the support of its allies means for you, and how this represents how you feel about the world you live in, the country you live in, the values that you hold. So yeah, without wishing to alienate any French speakers, France has provided support to Ukraine, and I think I think I said this a couple of days back. All of Ukraine's allies could have done more, not just this year, but since 2014. But we can only move forward. So yeah, there's a lot of positive directions which can still be moved into, and lots of positive decisions that can be taken in the cause of Ukrainian freedom. So thank you for your comment, sir. Next, we'll go to Nina.
Am I Lena now? My new name. Yeah. Okay. I suddenly remembered that what I was going to ask here, and it hit me. I saw Olga in the audience, but now I don't see her anymore, and I would really have loved to her to come up and tell a little bit about her feelings, what's been going on for the last 48 hours, but I don't see her now. But maybe she will come up later. So thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, it's always great to see Olga up here. Adrian, please go ahead, sir.
Hi all, good evening. Well, I wanted to pick up on the social democrat talk and how to save the left questions. And I was actually writing someone in a DM that this conflict has really, this war, I apologize, has really screwed with my politics, because as I said here quite often, I am on the left. I mean, I do have what I believe is social democratic beliefs. I'm a fan of Freddie Herbert. I hope Axel appreciates the reference. But at the same time, the Social Democratic Party in Romania, which is part of the Socialist International, it's a corrupt cesspit, and I never voted for them, even though those principles are on paper there, but they're a bunch of second echelon communists who got their grubby hands on my country for several years and squeezed as much as they could. So I do have the rationality of seeing corruption, and no matter how my political beliefs may lie, I'm not gonna vote for corrupt assholes. Although I thought I voted for good people, and they turned out to be corrupt too. But such is life. We all go through such disappointments in life. And I was telling to the friend I was speaking to that I'm dumbfounded that there's literally no left YouTube channel that I can follow on Ukraine anymore and not be completely angry and want to smash my phone or whatever, because they range from being completely wrong and misinformed to useful idiots to all the way essentially mouthpieces for Russian propaganda under the guise of we care about the people, we care about labor rights, we care about voting rights, people should have access to healthcare. I mean, these are things I care about also. But when I see these disingenuous assholes denying a genocide and then saying this, their words have zero credibility. And then I think, wait a minute, most of these guys are millionaires already. Like, they're YouTube millionaires, they're people who, they're celebrities. They didn't work on a farm. I happen to be on a farm right now, and I help my dad make rakia today. That's personal detail, doesn't matter. And I don't do that often. But, you know, they haven't been on, most of the lefties in the West haven't done a lick of actual work, manual work, even though they claim to, okay, they sold coffee in a coffee shop or whatever, but they didn't do real work. They didn't experience some real hardship. And they sure as hell didn't live under communism in Romania, because I keep saying this often, that my first memory of life, which was around 3-4 years old, was living in communist Romania and sleeping in my jacket during the winter because we didn't have any heat, even though we had plenty of resources and we are part of the great communist brotherhood, but just we didn't have heat and electricity sometimes and hot water once a week. So you know, the joys of communism and the left. Without rambling, so I do think that, as Exer said, maybe, and I agree with that, that, you know, if you're a humanitarian, if you believe in these principles, human rights, if you believe that all people should have healthcare, if you believe housing is a right, if you believe in a social safety net, you gotta be involved, and you gotta be involved in actually doing that at the grassroots level, like doing it, being a humanitarian all the way, not trying to score political points, not trying to attach to symbols, and sure as hell not defending a genocidal imperialist power just because you think they're getting on over on the evil West or on the Americans. So yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where my point led, but I guess I'll end with this. Axel, you're part of a socialist movement, because what is happening with MryiaReport is what a lot of socialists claim to want to do, is to organize the people around the good cause. But because they're so disingenuous and not sincere in their attempts, they never manage to, really. But here, because we're a lot of sincere people who believe in the freedom and independence of Ukraine, we pretty much organized organically, without meeting, without getting paid, just, you know, came together because we love freedom. And I think politically, ultimately for myself, is not left, is not right. It's the classic liberal principle of you do in life whatever the fuck you want, as long as you don't prevent anyone else from doing whatever the fuck they want. I'm sorry for the...
You just made the most conservative argument for free speech and self-organization on the lowest level of society possible you could have ever imagined. This was the most classic American Republican argument. Republican as in the founders, you know, those who founded the Republic.
Oh my God, I'm getting converted. Jesus. I'm kidding.
No, you made the argument for freedom. Perfectly fine. And that is in the center of society.
Absolutely. But I also believe that this absolute freedom and a European style social care system are not mutually exclusive, for example. So that's my point. That's my point, that I guess a lot of these people forget that if you look at Ukraine's cause and their fight for freedom and their fight for independence, essentially Ukrainians, what did they go out for in Maidan? They went down for the freedom to travel, for the freedom to have a decent living, and they also went out because they saw that in Europe, if societies work, they have these systems. They have good public transport, or anyway, Ukraine have good services, they have good hospitals, they have good utilities. I mean, these basic human needs that you see a working society has. And that's what Ukrainians came out for the Orange Revolution and for the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. So living in a just society is not mutually exclusive with fighting for your independence. And unfortunately, a lot of the people on the left don't understand that. And I'm disappointed, of course. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. I was going to make I was going to make a comment about the amount of solidarity which has been shown over the last 6 months, over the last 8 years for the cause of Ukrainian freedom, and which this space has allowed us to come up here and express how we feel about what this cause for Ukraine means to us. But as you're a Romanian resident, you have unique insight into why this is of such why this is so important to you. When you were speaking, it reminded me of when we had Anda up the other night, another Romanian listener and speaker on this space. And I think it's really difficult for people in my country to fully understand. I'm from the UK, so it's very difficult for people in my country to understand what occupation by the Muscovy actually means and why resistance to it is so important. So thank you for what you said, Adrian. It was.
If I may add, Wendy, just one brief thing, because I see a lot of hands. Well, we were briefly occupied by Muscovy. Actually, Romania was the first country in the Soviet sphere of influence to actually get the Russian troops out of it in 1958 or 59, I think. There is actually a weird story behind it. It involves taking Soviet generals to a brothel, but I'll tell that story another night. But they were here long enough to leave this rot in society, because what a lot of Western communists or socialists don't understand is that it's not life under communism that we have, and I think it was applied in Poland and in Hungary and in Czechoslovakia. I'm just speaking the countries that weren't in the Soviet Union, but in these satellite states, is that there is no collectivism, there is no solidarity in society, because the resources are so few, and the nomenclatura and the leadership have the fancy cars, have the nice villas, they can travel, they have the good food, and the rest of us, millions of suckers, sit in queues for bad quality meat and eggs and shiver in our flats. We become very competitive. We need to get one over our neighbor if it means cutting in line, if it means hearing that you can go to the shop to get something that because there is a limited supply and you have to get it. It's ruthlessly individualistic and cutthroat, and that has affected our societies, I think, right up until today, and it's a disease that we'll keep having to excise ourselves of for following generations. Thanks.
Thank you, Adrian. I believe the next speaker was Erland. Erland, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian, for an absolutely wonderful insight. And I wanted to comment the person before you that was speaking about this lack of inspiration and someone greater and bigger brother to look to or look up to if you're a social democrat. And I would strongly argue that if you believe in social democracy, you should have never been inspired by anything that was coming out of Russia. The everything that has to do with socialism in Russia is pure evil. It is, as Axel has pointed out many times here, and to a great extent, also other people. Social democracy is not connected to, or in principle, is not connected to this. But after the fall of the Berlin Wall, many of the post-communist leaders or party pumps had to find some kind of way out of this evil to continue their careers. And you should never trust these people that went from being a communist in the Eastern Europe or in Western Europe that was supporting Soviet Russia and all its evils, and then after the Berlin Wall, few years, show up in some social democracy party, which probably is some kind of a hoax. I would strongly argue that if you want to be on the left and you want to look for inspiration, pretty much everything that it has to do with social democracy that isn't coming from Russia or isn't coming from some crazy idea from this communist socialist utopia is probably better. And most of it is actually coming from the US, of what the social democrats in at least Scandinavia has been inspired by. For instance, Rawls, which is a strong defender of the liberty of choice. And I believe strongly in that. And this is one of the things that I like about the party I vote for here, is that they strongly defend that to achieve a good society, you need to provide all the basics for a person's upgrowing so that they will have the maximum amount of liberty and choice. And that is also reflected in the fact that we have a very free market. And I believe that this is the only good option for any developed country, to have as free market as possible. Actually, the state intervenes if there is something that is impeding the free market. And if you're a social democrat, you should absolutely embrace the free market. And yes, the state should not intervene in your personal life unless you're mistreating your child or something. But this is any person who believes in humanities, I think, would agree, either on the left or the right. So I think the people are a lot of people are confusing or confused about what it is to be on the left, and that you need to do for some reason look towards Russia, in my opinion, is absolutely absurd. And if you do, then I don't think you are inspired by the right persons. Then you should also compare it to looking up to the Nazi Germany, or fascist Italy. So that's my comment. And Slava Ukraini.
Heroium Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Slava Nazi. Smert Poraham.
Ukraina ponad все.
Jakuyu. Yeah, I think we're seeing a realignment of politics in terms of foreign policy. I mean, I think it's fair to say within a few countries right now, people are thinking, well, the foreign policy we have had over the last decade or more, it's been about as competent as a man digging a hole with a spade made of a cheese twist and digging the hole backwards. So thank you, Ellen. Just a quick bit of housekeeping to Tom Zimbardo. I've been trying to bring you up. Tom, but you've got the Twitter pox. So if you could just go and get yourself vaccinated at your nearest NHS Twitter clinic, I'd appreciate it. And with that, we'll go to So Metal.
Hi, I just wanted to address the last speaker first about the vast majority of leftists here in the U.S. that I know are fully in line with helping Ukraine, and there's a very few loud commies who actually really exist or dare speak their mind anywhere in public. It's not a very popular thing here, as much as they do talk a lot. It's not a thing that you would see anywhere. What's a lot more likely is that MAGA people will be pushing whataboutisms, and they're very loud also, and there's more of them. And they're just a more considerable part here in the U.S. So anyway, my original point was I personally believe that all Russian invader property should be seized at every opportunity within the sovereign nation of Ukraine, whose residents have been murdered at will and kidnapped by the millions. And they're blameless Ukrainians, many of whom will probably never be seen again. I have also heard stories that heroic Ukrainian doctors and medics bothering to care for and heal their vicious invaders on a humanitarian basis. Sometimes it's been said that there are goals to keep them imprisoned and partially to do this so that they can help rebuild Ukraine. Some might dislike this idea of making them fix what they helped to break. I think that all of it is way too kind to these cat's-app monsters. To that end, I have had a bit of a ghoulish thought I've been mulling over for a couple days, and I want to share that. If I have a Ukrainian who needs an organ, an eye or kidney, and here are these spare parts going to waste, basically. I mean, if I have a Russian who tries, we try to save his life, you know, but he passes, and by some miracle, his organs are not destroyed by drug use and AIDS, then those organs should be donated to Ukrainians if they need it, anyone who needs it in Ukraine. Personally, I would go one step further and say that these organs should be used for profit to sell them and the parts worldwide to benefit Ukraine.
Think that
But
it's not just ghoulish.
on a much
I think
nicer way, I would like to say, I imagine that Russians.
Please hear me out, okay? It's not just ghoulish. It is unfit for purpose because it contravenes the Geneva Convention, and we should stop it right here.
Okay, so how about donation? How about organ donation?
There is no such. If the Russian Federation had an organ passport, if it had, which it doesn't, and if it were an acceptable international organ passport, and somebody would have therefore, from the very get-go, consented to himself or his organs to be donated. And if that were an international passport allowing for donations if and when you are in a foreign country, then this technically could be an exemption. I don't see this being possible. I think it's very far-fetched, and I would like to stop this concern now.
The Russians are doing it. They're stealing everything they can, including organs.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's the Russians. We are not going to lower ourselves to that level.
If someone wants to donate, they should be allowed.
If they want to, but they haven't said so. There is no organ passport.
Well, we should ask them. We should ask every last one of them that's going to die anyway.
Once more, we will stop this right now because we can't ask them in battle, can we? And
we can ask them if they're dying in the hospital with Ukrainians saving their life.
I do doubt that if you were to approach a prisoner of war in a hospital with any such request, which is outside of the purview and outside of the rules of armed conflict, that this would be acceptable. We will pause this now, please.
Okay. Thank you for listening.
You. Bertrand's puppy.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Sorry.
So, just one quick thought on the left and right debate. So, the words left and right for most people trigger at least some level of tribalism. And I do suppose that you could in abstract have some values that you could consider more conservative or progressive, right? but the bulk of it is, frankly, mostly an accident of history. Or at the very least, it is very much context dependent. So while listening to the conversation, I was thinking that if you were in the Soviet Union in the late 80s or early 90s, I guess arguably being a progressive meant being against the communist orthodoxy. So what I would encourage people is really to go look into the content of the policies and the quality of the people, regardless of the labels left and right, because those can be really misleading and can prevent a fruitful conversation. Not everybody is going to be as wise as Adrian and, stating some general principles, but at the same time acknowledging that those people that are interpreted in his national context, which I know nothing about, so I'm not going to comment on this, are not really interpreting those values in the proper way. So if you really want to have teams, so to speak, for the sake of simplicity, I would recommend, while you are debating such things with others, to try to use less loaded and less tribal triggering labels. So go for, let's try to have a conversation where you call them yellow and blue. The choice of colors is an homage to the topic of this space. I was hoping for Tom Zimbardo, frankly, to be here, because I would suppose he would be much more helpful than me illuminating this point. But since he's not here, I am doing my little part in saying what he could say better than me.
No problem, Bertrand. If you'd like to stick around, Tom Zimbardo is currently being vaccinated against the Twitter box, and I'm sure he'll be with us soon. Nina, please go ahead. Oh, actually, Nina, just before you do, Adrian, you've got a bit of a hot mic there. If you could mute yourself, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
No, mine is off. I just turned it on.
Okay.
Okay.
Nina.
Okay, thank you. A lot of talks about politics left and right and so on, and of course matters, but I would just want to focus a lot of human rights, and if you have the human rights right, that's already like a very good starting point. And if you don't get like a principle, very simple principle that we should be, as human beings here on this planet, helping each other. And if we can't help each other, the least we can do is not to harm each other. So simple things, and if we have those in mind, the world would be a much better place. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Nina. I think those are sentiments we can all certainly share. I think one of the excellent speakers we had on the space yesterday, Doug Klein, he made some really interesting points about various things, such as the shaping of what victory and justice looks like for Ukrainians going forward. We all know that Ukraine soldiers are dying, bleeding for the liberation of their country right now, and for stopping further genocide. But yeah, we've been very lucky on this space to have a great many speakers who share this this value for human rights, and for very simple, very fundamental human rights. Being against the genocide of an entire nation is, of course, one of those values that we hold most dear. So just before we go on, I thought I'd do a little bit of housekeeping. We seem to have a few speakers up. So if you'd like to request the mic, please do come up. We can cycle speakers up and down, and that's no problem at all. We've got NATO grain fleet coming up. And Erland, you have your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something that was said. I think it was by Chuck earlier on, and we should, all of us that are born or live in is someone's mic. Sorry. All of us that are from or live in a society where you were able to grow up with anyone without anyone impeding you on expressing your free mind, we have an amazing advantage in life. And I'm just incredibly impressed by how the Ukrainians who grew up, unfortunately, most of the nation grew up where they weren't allowed to express their free mind, but they still prosper to develop into a very, very strong nation with individuals of enormous capabilities. And this we can definitely see on the battlefield. And I think that one of the biggest advantages that Ukraine has is the free thinking, the freedom of expression is also translated on the battlefield. We see it when we look at Saddam Hussein's army. It was completely destroyed in 3 days in 2003. And look at Russia's army, the great mighty Russia. Not arguably, they have enormous resources compared to Ukraine, and unfortunately for Russia, with very bad technology. But most of all, people who don't have any inspiration or any that are not looking at possibilities on the battlefield or in life. And that's why I think Ukraine was a prospering democracy, prospering economy, and Russia isn't. So we should be grateful that we didn't need to liberate ourselves from this terrible way of living where you're not allowed to express yourself freely. And we should definitely praise Ukraine for embracing it.
In within communities and societies which maintain such values, and for our children to be born into such societies. Thank you. That's a very good point. Ben, welcome up here, sir. It's great to see you.
I sure hope you cannot see me, because that would imply that you've got cameras hidden in my bathroom, which, I mean, you know, would be slightly problematic, but we're used to worse from the Brits. Good evening, Wendy. I hope you had a great day, and I hope everything's going well. Trying to catch up quickly, but I'll soon be in full form to back you up. In the meantime, I'd like you and everyone to keep a date, to write down on your agendas. The date is November 4th. November 4th is the time when the what can I say, the go-lighter of the Zaporizhia Oblast and of the Kherson Oblast are preparing their referendum for the accession of, well, for the integration, quote unquote, of their oblast to the Russian Federation. November 4th. Some people just don't see the writing on the wall, which I guess is the point of the writing on the wall. But anyway, on those biblical thoughts, I'll leave you into the capable hands of Wendy, and I'll let you rush to your agendas.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, November the 4th seems a long way off. Certainly, it's looking a little bit like prospects for that particular shamarendum are looking a little bit like parts of the Antonescu Railway Bridge right now, which is it was a bit jiggly to begin with, the Antonescu Railway Bridge. If you imagine that silent film from the 1920s where a train goes over a wooden bridge and the bridge immediately collapses underneath it, well, that's the condition of what the rest of the bridge is likely in now. And what I think, what we can all perceive to be the Russian Federation's attempts at further occupying and oppressing the Ukrainian people. We're very lucky to be joined by a veteran, George. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon or good evening, maybe early morning for some people. I was going to say, so we're getting some really interesting videos being posted all over the place. We're seeing that the Ukrainians have gotten some kit that we had suspicions that they had gotten, but definitely now we're starting to see a lot of the stuff that we thought they might have gotten actually in videos, including the Excalibur artillery rounds for the 155 millimeter howitzers that they have. And remember, though, there's multiple artillery pieces that can fire that, including the German self-propelled guns, the PZH-2000s, the Polish Crabs, the M777s. We're seeing that the Ukrainians are pretty much have cracked the nut, as they say. They're getting wide open penetrations. Remember, everybody used to see those maps and see all the red. And those maps were a little bit misleading because the Russians didn't control the whole area, maybe just major roads and towns interspersed with some checkpoints and things like that. And once you got, especially east of Kharkiv, once they cracked that first line of defense, there wasn't much left to hold the Ukrainians back. I mean, we saw their forward defensive positions, and I know Yehuda's been on here, and me and him have gone over it a bunch the last 3 days. I mean, they were absolutely appalling, especially down in the south. They had been in Kherson for at least 4 months. You would expect something more defense in depth, but that wasn't. That obviously didn't happen, and that obviously didn't happen here in some of the towns that the Ukrainians have liberated. And I'm just going to keep saying this. Malcolm Nance, I think it was a month into the war, was doing a podcast. I forget with who it was, anyway, and was asked what his viewpoint on how this war would go, and he said, and I'm not going to quote him exactly, but he said that by October, that the Ukrainian would have the Russian army to the point where it either would collapse or wither on the vine. And that seems to be the case right now. I just don't see, they just don't have the men now to plug the gaps that have opened up in their front in numerous sections. And I'm sure there's plenty of panic right now in the Kremlin.
Thank you, George. When I got in from work this evening, I saw a map which concerns the Izium salient and the, I believe, recently liberated Shevenkov. If you were, if you had the capabilities to, well, as a veteran, what would you be looking as your priorities for the Ukrainian forces as they seek to liberate more territory within this particular region?
Well, the one thing that's going to worry you is your flanks, because that's a hell of a penetration, right? and now that looks like looks like it's sweeping up toward the northwest in a wheel pattern, right? It's going from the east west in a wheel as a slope up, and they're heading toward Kupiansk, or actually going to put that under pressure. But then, as that slope, everything north of that slope, right, northwest of that slope, there's Russian units there, and they have to be cleaned up. Whether they bag them, or push them north, or whatever, I would want to get that part, my left flank right there. I would want to get that secured. But what that does now, that penetration now is going to allow, once they clean up that, that area, once the Ukrainians can clean that area up and get a hold of it. Now, not only does obviously put Kupiansk in HIMARS range, it also starts putting in the access roads toward Kupiansk in M777 range. So yes, right now, as I saw that map with that big push that looks like a slope, right? It's going from the west toward the east in what looks like a rising crescendo. I would want everything to my left to be secure. Have my forces on the west side of that bulge right there to link up, so that I can further push. Now, I don't know, like, it's a map, right? Like I just said earlier, we don't know how well controlled that area is, right? It's red on the map, but is it like a couple of hundred Russians there? Is it 1,000? We don't know. Like, obviously the Ukrainians with their intel know, and we'll see what happens. You'll know if it's something that's not a significant force, if the Ukrainians keep pushing to Kupiansk without taking a respite to clean that area up.
Thank you, George. That's really useful. When the Russians started attacking post the April, around about April time, around the Izium sector, this involved a heck of a lot of Russians. So what does it take for a landscape such as that particular area to change from having a lot of Russians in, from the 1st Guards Tank Army, Motor Rifle Division? What does it take for the defending nation of Ukraine to turn the tide here?
Well, the Russians, like, right, manpower has been their biggest calamity, right? Their biggest headache. They just don't have the manpower. They never had the manpower to invade the country. It was stupid with 200,000, a country the size of,
Mic check, George. Did we lose you?
Sorry. Yes, I was going to say the biggest issue is for the Russians has been manpower, right? So they never invaded with enough forces to take all of Ukraine to begin with. Let's put that out there. So they've always been at a manpower shortage, and they've had to rob Peter to pay Paul. And that's what they did when the Ukrainians started putting out the idea that there was going to be a huge Kherson offensive. So the Russians started moving units from different areas, and I'm sure they pulled units from this Izium area, right? Because that had been, for all intensive purposes, a quiet area, and they just, I guess, they withered down their forces by pulling them down. They weakened to the point where the Ukrainians saw an advantage, built up an attack force. Obviously, that's what they're using, unbeknownst to the Russians. They caught them pretty much with their pants down now, and at the point of attack, obviously have them outnumbered and definitely outgunned. So that's a problem now. Now you have a breakthrough, and you've lost, guys. You've lost the key element that you need. The Russians have lost men. they can't replace them. That artillery pieces and tanks and things like that, they've got some older junk in storage. They can always move that forward, but there's no, you know, there's not 2,000-3,000 soldiers waiting, you know, in the wings to, especially ones with somewhat of experience, right? You're going to be putting in green troops to stop an offensive that's going full tilt. That's next to impossible. You need to have experienced troops to be able to shut down a breakthrough. If Yehuda was here, I'm sure he would vouch for that. It's very hard to say, I'm going to throw in a bunch of green guys and they're going to plug this hole, or they're going to counterattack and stop this penetration, right, that we were talking about earlier, you know, toward the Oskil River. They just don't have the know-how to do it. And I'm sure the units that are conducting this offensive for Ukraine are some of their better units, some of their higher end units, right? You don't want to commit units that don't have the fighting experience or the know-how to pull off these, or the training to pull off these maneuvers. So for the Russians right now to try to plug that huge gap that's happened with green troops, they just become cannon fodder, because they just don't have the training as a unit. You know, you need that happens over months, you know, the cohesion, and they just don't have it, and they'll be thrown in there and just become slaughtered right now. And the Russians, this advance in east of Kharkiv is happening at such a fast pace that I think the Russians are lost on where exactly the Ukrainians are right now. Their knowledge at the point of attack is right now completely confused. They're in a fog on where the advancers are and where they're going. That would be my assessment.
Thank you, George. Much appreciated. Ben, welcome.
Thank you. I've got a quick question for George. Can you stomach it?
Sure. I'm going to get off here soon, but go ahead, Ben.
Okay. I'm wondering if it's something that all military do, or if it's something that only good military do. I remember that when I was reading about the Battle of Stalingrad, they were mentioning that the Russian offensive called Uranus had something which was that first they attacked in the north to break the Romanian troops in the north. And by the time the Germans went like, oh my God, something's happening, let's move the panzers in the north so we can defeat the incoming Russians, Soviets. There was a second offensive in the south, which in that case faced much less of a resistance because, well, precisely the German troops had moved north. I was wondering to what extent, and we're seeing exactly the same happening here. Attack in the south, then punch in the north, and then I don't know if you've seen the what do you call that? The MOD, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, has just come up with an announcement that it was going to be really hot in Crimea, and that swimming to Sochi was going to be difficult. So they're bringing yet again the attention to the south. How likely do you think it is that the Russians are managing to keep a focus on one of the fronts, or to keep their focus just simply, and B, how difficult is it to do this for the Ukrainian, to do this sort of Muhammad Ali-esque sort of dance around their adversary? Yep, that was too long a question. We've lost George.
Oh, that was a good question, Ben. That particular operation, please correct me if I'm wrong, involved weak flanks protected by Allied troops to to the Sixth Army, and also involved a fair bit of intelligence through Ultra Enigma intercepts. So, yeah, how the tables have turned. Is there a new version of that quote?
I don't know, but you're more a poet than I am, so I trust you on this one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here to save our bacon. Hi, Yehuda.
Hi there. I'm the bacon saver because I don't eat pork, so that bacon gets saved. You see, so it's actually quite apropos. So, mic check.
Lima Charlie?
I can't hear you. You sound like you have a head cold. Are you okay? It's maybe you're French. It's I can't hear you very well, Ben.
It's called an accent. You don't have to draw attention to it. Thank you.
No, it's not the accent. It sounds like you got a head cold. All right. What was I going to say? Okay. Yeah, I know a lot of new reports are coming in. It's pretty spectacular. I can pull up a map. Pretty nuts. Every front except for in Bakhmut, which I suspect the Ukrainians will fix because there's a good sized force. There are good sized forces there. It appears that even from Kharkiv, not so much Kherson, but Kharkiv especially, wherever there are hardened battle positions, the Ukrainians are just going around them. So they're bypassing. They're bypassing in order to cut off supply whilst maintaining a guard. To the front of those positions to help fix the Russians so they don't move from there. But more importantly, these flanks are coming in and seizing almost every rear and there's almost no rear security on the Russian side. They're all concentrated quite heavily in very weird positions. To me, they're weird. I don't understand their plan. But whether it's Izium, whether it's in Kherson as well. They're just mostly the Kherson Oblast, the Russian forces in the Kherson Oblast are actually retreating, or they're almost in the beginning of a rout, it looks like. And in Kharkiv, much of the artillery has been actually borrowed long term without permission by the Ukrainians. Entire brigades worth almost. It looks pretty bizarre. So I'm not sure what the Russians can do to support their dismounts. Most of their armor and IFVs are destroyed, strangely enough. So all of that Ukrainian fire for those 3-4 weeks prior to the counteroffensive kicking off, it looks like they've left the Russians with little else but their dismounts, and we're seeing it general across the front. Russians under-equipped, not using any discernible strategy or tactics that I've ever seen in the infantry fieldcraft. Pretty weird. So I'm a little shocked, as I think all of us are. So we do. I mean, there's just too many now. It's every position that I've had reports from either Telegram or open source Ukrainian sources. It looks like the Russians have been bypassed in many locations, and they've been contained in those locations, so they can't move forward, and they now can't move back, and they can't be resupplied. It's a master stroke, and it's happening all over Kharkiv, and Izium as well has. It looks like they're cutting off Izium, which is a big deal. Which is a very big deal. Kherson, west of the Dnipro, is pretty much lost. It'll be a matter of clearing the area from north to south along the river, and then isolating Kherson, just as what we suspected all along. And there are obviously reports of Ukrainian force that took up a corridor where the Russians had cleared their minefield in order to apparently execute some form of attack against Mykolaiv, strangely enough. So when you're losing heavy, the best thing to do is launch an offensive without support, apparently. Not sure what school they learned that in, but I think everyone's better for it. So we're going. There's so much happening today. I wish I could give a more detailed synopsis, but I will. I'm just collating the information, trying to get as much as I can for you all. But key point here is Ozerna was retaken across the river Serodonetsk, and 10 kilometers squared was secured by Ukrainian forces 2 days ago. This is a big deal because that opened up the road to Liman, and it also allowed for 3 more river crossings across the river that have now established. The Ukrainians have now established bridgeheads as well. It's a big problem for the Russians. It cuts off. It starts to threaten all of the Russian resupply. It's a big deal. Meanwhile, the Russians have been spending most of their time using the Wagner and VDV troops to take a small village, Mirturska. That took 4 days, but it wasn't really strategically important to the Ukrainians. So that's very shocking. Again, yesterday, 24 hours ago, Mi-28. It's the Russian Apache, but 800 million times heavier. It's quite heavy, like not twice the weight, almost twice the weight. They call it the tank. It was shot down with auxiliary fuel pods on the pylons, which means that it either took off from Chaplinka, Melitopol, Jonke, or Kvardisk. So these are mostly diminished air bases. What that means is it looks like what air support doing, it's very weak, and that also means that Ukrainians on the move and these mechanized brigades can definitely move in impunity. They're not worried about close air support from the Russian side. It's a big deal. So this is happening on several fronts. It's happening in Kharkiv, it's happening in parts of Donbass, and it's happening in all of Kherson. The air umbrella in Kherson is complete. There are nothing 30 to 70 sometimes reported sorties by Ukrainian Air Force each day, pounding all Russian heavy equipment. HIMARS has as of about a week ago, just a reminder, all of the mass fires that were directed at supply and logistics have actually now been focused on individual Russian units, which is a very important point to make. And we've just seen now the Ukrainians take advantage of that and exploit Russian vulnerabilities throughout all 3 fronts. So all in all, the 4th, the 6th, the 7th of September, this week has been a very, very important week for Ukraine, and it signals what I would say, and I've said it, I suspect a collapse of Russian forces in the near term, maybe some kind of political finger waving by Putin, I can answer a few questions if there are any questions. If Colonel Spencer can come up, that'd be awesome too. And then when it comes to Bertrand's mic, if he could mute it, that'd be great. And also just the videos that are coming out from Russian Telegram of Russian positions being overrun. You see confusion, you see almost no discipline, you see horrible defensive positions, improper trenches, not just in Kharkiv, not just in Kherson, but in Donbass and Kharkiv. These people have been there for 3-4 months. It looks like they were sleeping. I don't know what they were doing, but if they have a glorified shell scrape, which is like, it's the first stage of building a trench, it's garbage. There should be way more. Every day, you're trying to improve your position. No cam and concealment. It's almost like they just got there yesterday and they're being bumped by the Ukrainians. So I would chalk it up to arrogance on the Russian part. I would chalk it up to them thinking that there was no worry or stress for them, that they wouldn't be ever confronted with the Ukrainian all-arms attack on them, and that's what the Ukrainians are giving them. Some key points, some key takeaways from a lot of the videos I've seen are the discipline by the Ukrainian forces. You can hear the Ukrainian platoon in one specific encounter, and you hear their machine guns, creating sustained rates of fire by alternating between different guns. You hear the small arms fire from the soldiers. They are quite, it's very, 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 very professional, very methodical. It's almost like music to an infantry person. They're doing it properly, and the videos that we are seeing are actually from Russian, GoPros from the Russian side that have been captured after not some, but the entire position has been destroyed. That means every Russian on that position is dead. And I don't want to sound morbid, but seeing some of the videos and seeing a section, at least 10, 12 Russians who have expired due to enemy contact, all within about a meter of each other. It's a bizarre thing to see. I don't know, William was a little more generous than I, said that maybe they were cooking or about to eat. They're around a pot. I don't think so. It's never, there's no excuse to be bunched up like that. Even as they were walking around taping themselves, they weren't moving tactically. They weren't standing, they weren't prone. They were just walking around. They're being attacked by an incredibly well-trained army. And they're just ending up going, swearing and looking around. Nobody cares. They're not taking care of injured soldiers. They're just letting them die, bleed out, screaming and swearing. This is not a real army. To call them combatants might be more appropriate. They're not soldiers. And it's just overall a real shit show. I mean, I hate to say it, I hate to curse, but that's what it really is. It's very, very shocking. And you know what? I suspect the Ukrainians knew this all along, but they don't want to take anything for granted. So they treat their enemy as if they are competent. And that's why they're just so effective, because they're not underestimating the enemy. They're fighting the fight the way they should. And you're seeing the results. There are already reports of hundreds and hundreds of Russians surrendering to Ukrainian forces in Kharkiv. I suspect that number to be much higher because Ukrainian military police companies have been pushed to the front, and that they're there to facilitate in the processing of PWs. They'll return them to a PW cage in the rear. They'll be processed and sent back to whatever incarceration facilities the Ukrainians have set up for them. In Kherson, there are already reports of Russians fleeing in small groups across the river in makeshift devices. It's a very shocking day. It's a great day for Ukraine, I would add. And I think slowly but surely, I hope this, the only thing I can hope at this point is enough of this gets out on a disgruntled Russian Telegram, series of channels, and this puts pressure on Putin, because now Russian Telegram, the more virulently psychotic ultra-nationalist ones, are reporting that in fact Vladimir Putin is actually a tribesman of mine. He's actually Jewish, and this was all a setup to destroy Russia with the evil Jews, myself included, apparently. So that's where we're going, apparently. He's not invited to our bagel and Locke's bagel and cream cheese barbecue. He's not one of ours. Doesn't matter if he was, but it's definitely, it's not a thing. It just goes to show you that already the ultra-nationalist Russians, if you could imagine someone more insane than Putin, they're now turning on him as if he's somehow part of a big scam to degrade Russia, and this was all set up with him and Zelensky. If it wasn't true and there wasn't a genocide, it'd be funny, but this is just the ugly faces of racism, Russian bigotry, Russian xenophobia, and Russian incompetence. Because if they were competent and they focused more about winning, winning in their own country, if they had focused on, maybe making those accountable in their own country, then they wouldn't be here. But that's what they're doing. So it's a big day. It's actually a beautiful day, a new day, and it's a new day for us. And I'm feeling good. Who's next?
Poetic. Did we not say, Yuda, did we not say exactly this quite some time ago? I think you started talking about this before Christian Easter, that at some point in time, the ethno-fascists and the completely, utterly right-wing nutcases in Russia will try to portray everything which goes wrong to be part of a Jewish conspiracy.
Yeah, you got it. And now we know. And if you didn't know, now you know, Axel. But anyway, yeah, that's where we're.
Yeah, but you said it early, because it was so evident that with the strategic defeat locked in early, Everything else thereafter, whilst it would be hard, it would be costly and bloody, would lead ultimately to battlefield defeats. And therefore, at some point in time, somebody would have to define a scapegoat, and who could that better be?
Sorry, I cut off. Why don't we grab some hands there?
Absolutely. I think Prince was first.
Actually, Ben, I wanted you to ask your question that you had asked George about Crimea, because I don't think anybody expected the push in Kharkiv region while the Kherson region was happening, and I'm wondering if maybe there is a possibility that they've occupied all of these people, all of these Russians now in Kherson and in Kharkiv. Maybe they're setting up something to go to Crimea with
Yeah.
the
I
message.
don't want to get down that rabbit hole. It's not on the cards right now.
Okay.
It's just they just don't have the depth to do it. Walk before you crawl. Let's keep behind.
I totally agree. I
Okay.
totally agree with you. The thing is the statement that was put out by the Ministry of Defense, I think it was probably just a psychological hit, but it made
It
me
sure
think
was.
too.
I know. It's them saying we're gonna we haven't forgot all of our country, and they're definitely sticking to the Russians. So that's what it really means.
Thank you, Yehuda.
It doesn't mean that it's in. Yeah, it's you know what? I'll call things out, and I will sometimes assume a certain risk and say I think this will happen, and I don't think that'll happen. So I'm pretty confident in that for now. It doesn't mean it won't happen one day, but for now, that's certainly not in the cards for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, if I don't know if anyone wants to jump in there, let's grab some hands.
Irek was, I think, waited a very, very long time before we managed to reach him. So, sir, please go ahead.
Well, just to put my 3 cents, Crimea definitely. If you just look at the map, this is not. It does not make sense on any level. However, the Kerch bridge does, and possibly some attacks on depot, ammo depot on Crimea. Yes, but that's just bringing a heat to Crimea. Does not mean an indirect action on the Crimea itself. I had when you guys were talking about Russian problems with soldiers, which definitely is a big issue for Putin, because from what I hear, the regular army does not really want to go, because regardless of the propaganda, they actually know that it's a slaughterhouse. And they do push a lot of reservists to go to fight the war. And I think besides the Wagner group, there's only few parts of the army that is confident and well trained. But that's about it. But there's another aspect that I just wanted to check if any of you guys could confirm or deny, because and especially if somebody is familiar with the artillery, there will be very good feedback, because from what I hear, because of the sanctions, Russia will have a huge problem even with artillery, because those howitzers, they can't work forever, and they have to be serviced, and they don't even have tools because of the sanctions to make new
So they
ones,
won't.
or to recalibrate them, or to make to make any repairs on them. So yes, they still probably have loads of ammo, some of it old, and who the hell knows how stored, but they do have a lot of ammo. But they're gonna start lacking the delivery tools. Not to mention all those disruptions in the supply chain, which the Ukrainians got really right. They're gonna start having really issues with equipment, and even them trying to open the 2 new repair facilities, one near Moscow and one was it Shechta 17, one of those places that don't exist on the map. Even that indicates that the tanks and armored vehicles, of any vehicles for that matter, they basically have parts, whichever could be sold was stolen, and they can't even, on paper they exist, but they absolutely not fit for any kind of service.
Yeah, no, it's 100%. So we've established that they're not able to supply very much, and some of the stuff they have isn't just won't make a difference either way. So yes to all your points. It's not even about getting them there. It's about maintaining. It's about not having the ability to produce the specific, components that they require. So they're spending what they've got, and it's going to come down to very little. Thanks for that, Eric. Let's grab some hands. Anything about the military update, and I'll be popping off. I just wanted to answer some of the questions specifically to the updates, and then if you want to circle back, please go ahead, Erlen and Subo.
Yeah, thank you for the brief or good summary of the absolutely horrendous videos that are happy videos, but also very disastrous. I've been scrolling through some Telegram channels, and also my impression of these positions. It's absolutely mind-blowing how in some of the towns and road crossings where they've been staying for 6 months almost, or they have ammo crates with dirt in them, no sandbags, kitchens that look like some kind of hippie camp from the 60s, toilets that are basically just a box on the ground. I actually saw a video where there was I won't mention it. It's absolutely horrible, and it seems like the Ukrainians just passed through. All these guys just were sitting waiting, and you see angry Russians just swearing, and they don't know where to go. They don't run anywhere. They don't take positions, and end up being massacred or wounded by a very well trained, aggressive, focused Ukrainian army, and it's impressive. But what I was thinking about is what we saw when Russia retreated from the Kiev area because they lost too many forces. This would be the obvious right choice to do, in my opinion, for the Russians if they want to maintain some kind of strategic good point of defending whatever they have left in the Luhansk and Donetsk area. Also, when it comes to south of Kherson, but obviously they can't retreat there. But do you, Yehuda, think that there is any chance that they will give up some of these northeastern areas, as they've been absolutely smashed through the front lines in 2 days? And who knows in 2 more days if they will manage to encircle, and how many troops there are actually up there. So
they already are giving up. They're surrendering in droves in Kharkiv right now. It'll come out in if I'm speaking out of turn. It's nothing that affects operational security. I don't know anything about individual movements. These are things that can be gleaned. They are giving up. They are surrendering, or they're being forced to capitulate. And yes, tongue in cheek, someone said that it looks like they're having a party at these defensive positions, and And I said, yeah, I think I agree. My mic work here, mic check. Can you hear me?
Lima Charlie.
Yeah. Mic check.
Lima Trolley.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it looks, I don't know if you guys know a festival in the States. It's called Lollapalooza. Anyone?
Yeah, it's this hippie festival. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Happy Festival, right? So I said I think they're getting ready for Lollapalooza, and
Amazing.
it sounds horrible, but it's true. It's true. Lollapalooza back in the USSR. It's horrible, and I'll say this. Actually, I do want to touch on one point. I don't. For anyone who's been to war, I don't relish these videos of Russians being killed. Not because I think they're good or because that not supportive of Ukraine. It's because it's still death, and it was senseless. They should never have been there. But unfortunately, it's either them or Ukrainian civilians. So there's no brainer there. But people send me a lot of stuff, and I don't joke about it because I don't think it's funny. I don't think specific videos of it doesn't matter. It's just I think to be magnanimous in victory is of a higher moral calling. Whether it's U.S. and Canadian troops in World War II killing fighting Nazis and dispatching them. You're happy to be alive. You're happy to accomplish your mission. Part of the job is killing, and but it's a fight that they brought to the world, not the other way around. So the Russians started it, and the Ukrainians are ending it. So just don't be surprised if I don't really react to these messages people send me. It's still war and it's death, and you shouldn't be desensitized to it. I don't think people should rejoice in death, but we should rejoice in happiness and success and victory. And that's just a comment because I'm getting a lot of messages about pictures and stuff. What's important is the Ukrainians are winning, and they're winning. They're going to win until the day is through. Really, Russian positions are giving up in Kharkiv. Kherson is a lost cause completely. To someone who's asking me a question, this is a good question. What is the Russians' best play? Very simple. If I was a Russian commander, I would order an immediate, withdrawal, like with supporting fires to their positions in the Donbass before the war began. Not because I think that Ukraine shouldn't take all the Donbass, but at least it's a territory that whoever's left that's alive from that part of the war, they know how to somewhat defend. And that, in my mind, would be the best bet to retain anything. I know that they won't do that. But since the questioner asks, what would I do if I was a Russian? That's what I would do, because they can support themselves better in that part because they've built 8 years of logistics, and everyone knows the ground between Russia and that eastern part of Ukraine. But the Russians probably won't do that because I don't think they think things through, and I don't think they care. Anyway, thanks for the question. Subodh, you're next.
Hey, thanks. And it definitely, we need to be respectful of life. But on the other hand, it is good to see the progress that is being made in the last few days. And this was back in April or May. The first time I piped up here, I had actually very naively asked, I think the M777s were on the way, and I asked, so what is the expectation when the tide of the war will start turning? So it's good to see that turning now. But I have two questions. So I'm looking at a map of Kherson and Zaporizhia, and the first question is more military related. And I guess it depends on many factors, I'm sure, but would the Ukrainian military have to cross the Dnipro River to get to the nuclear power plant? Because that I feel like is another aspect of the Russian war. They're using that power plant as kind of a blackmail.
Danny, your mic's hot.
And
Yeah.
And the other question, slightly unrelated, is will this and considering this continues to progress, will this give leverage to the West in all this energy blackmail that is going on? That Russia is cutting off the gas, they're threatening to cut off other sources. So that's the two questions. What would it take for Ukraine to get to that nuclear power plant and regain control there? And then is there a more leverage
I
now
got it.
that the West can?
Yeah, yeah. I got it. Okay.
I'll cycle
So,
down.
no worries. Yeah, you can stay up. I got your question.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, they'll cross the river anyway. There's no doubt about that. Do they need to cross the river to get to the nuclear power plant? Technically, no. As you know, they can go around, but they won't. They'll cross the river. I suspect the Russians will leave the nuclear power plant at some point. I don't think they'll try to destroy it. I think even they are smart enough to know that they couldn't get far enough, fast enough to not be affected by any type of fallout. So I suspect the Russians will leave the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant at some point. Is this leverage for nuclear blackmail or for energy blackmail? Sure. The Russians have already turned the taps. Europe is already orienting to find different sources of energy. Russia is looking to ink deals with China to bring over oil through the Mongolian pipeway, whatever. Let them do it. You know, China would have to support the whole thing because Russia wouldn't be able to even build the pipeline. That's how the sanctions and the things that will happen to Russia will inhibit Russia from being able to really produce much. And you just got to give it a few years. It doesn't happen overnight. Those capabilities degrade. Once stocks run out of different things, they degrade. So the look, Ukraine is mitigating a genocide. Europeans are going to have a tough winter. Not going to die. You know, they're not going to have their children tied up, raped, and shot. You know, on balance, I think we need to toughen up a bit and stop being so silly. If you think that rising energy prices is worth another genocide in Russia on your borders, then you're not thinking straight. And that's the reality, just the simple reality. I can say that from Canada. You know, our interest rates are up. Gas is double the price. You know, am I paying for Russian imperialism? Yeah, I certainly am. Am I paying anything like the Ukrainian? No. I'm not really comfortable complaining about my problems when people's families are being murdered and ripped apart by the same kind of genocidal spirit that, you know, happened to kill millions of my own co-religionists 80 years ago. I think it's incumbent upon everyone, and some people even more so, to understand that you don't joke around in genocide and you don't complain about dollars, because at the end of the day, if they're coming for them, they could come for you, you know? Anyways, thank you, Subod, and I don't know who was next, Wendy or Ben. Was it Martin?
I believe it was Martin Yehuda. Yes, Martin, please go ahead.
Hi, so I just have a question regarding essentially because Ukrainians have been liberating a fair few villages here and there on sort of both counteroffensive areas. And I'm wondering if there's any sort of open information now about what sort of like how they're dealing with civilians when they run into them. Like, are they like, as soon as they get into the town, are they moving civilians out of there, or is that sort of thing still in very protected information as to what they do with civilians and how they get them out?
So there's a ton of areas that have been taken over and areas where the Russians have just withdrawn from. Our friend Konstantin said, and he wouldn't say the city, that when his friend liberated a couple of Ukrainian villages, that the villagers ran out and jumped on top of them and kissed them and hugged them. And yeah, these are people that they're not going anywhere. You know, yes, they should be pushed to the rear, but they've endured 6 months of Russian occupation. I don't think the Ukrainians are falling back on those villages, but you know, the smart person in me would say, yeah, just for safety's sake, you got to get out of the way. So hopefully they do heed those warnings and move. This is Ukraine. This isn't any other country. Those people are welcoming their own army with open arms.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I'm just thinking, you know, if I were in Russian occupation and I know the battle's near me, and I'm too afraid to leave my home because I might wander into a battle zone. You know, if the day comes where I'm finally in safety, I might just try to get out of there while I can. So that's what I'm thinking.
Right now, the Ukrainians control those areas that they've retaken. I'm sure that as they're moving wounded, they're probably telling civilians, get back to another safer location and you'll come home when we're totally done with the Russians.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's everything from me, so I'll drop down.
All right, let's go to Oscar and then Robert. Or sorry, I don't know who's next. Sorry. Let's go to Oscar because she's in Odessa.
Hi. I just decided to hop up and share some observation of mine concerning the alerts we have. I guess we have some upgraded system because since recently we're not only informed about the air raid alerts, which is something we're very much used to these days, but also the Telegram channels inform about the direction of the missiles launched, because just several hours ago a number of missiles were launched against several regions in Ukraine, including Odessa region, and guess where they were targeting? It was the bridge or the area around it, and several other oblasts. But the thing is, it's well, not interesting, of course, but at this point it is probably interesting to watch the updates. And they warn us that the direction of the missile can change, but they say, okay, then we can see missiles being launched and they're heading to Zatoka and Sergeyevka and that part of the region. Or we can see them heading to Odessa. Oh, oops, no, the direction is changed, not Odessa. So I decided to share because people sometimes ask about how we're being warned. So now it's kind of upgraded version. And speaking about the civilians in the deliberated areas, I think like a month ago there were warnings, and they were seen more like propaganda stunt or maybe some information campaign, when the Ukrainian authorities would say, dear Ukrainian citizens, please leave the occupied territories as soon as you can, like a month ago. Especially it was about Kherson region. Yeah,
Sorry,
that's it.
Oh, okay. No, good to know. Thank you. Yeah, they said that in Kherson they wanted to make sure people were out of the way for when they were rolling through, right?
Yeah, but like a month ago, it wasn't seen like anything realistic. It's been 5 months of occupation, and it's been like, okay, another claim from the government, whatever. But in fact, it was real, like we know now.
We've been saying it here, Oscar. We've been saying September, end of the summer, it's gonna kick off. The Ukrainians were just getting ready. A lot of people doubted them. A lot of Westerners thought, oh, they don't have it in them. They don't have the ability. They don't have defense in depth. They do. They do. They just hid them. They hid their tank brigades. They were training very secretly and quietly in other countries, and they've literally been conducting what we would call like perfectly, I mean, like amazing combined arms attacks on the Russian positions, and they exploited every single mistake the Russians did with just with incredible ease, with grace. Bombing that 4 weeks of bombing the rear really made a huge difference. In the south near Kherson, near to where you are, the Russians actually cleared a huge corridor of minefield because what they wanted to do was push it out to Odessa. And what the Ukrainian battle group that was there, the brigade group that was there, it pushed up ahead and instead and attacked them. And it pushed them right to Kherson city. That's where they're sat. And their sister brigades to the north and further north are a little further back. And when it's time to move forward, they move forward. When they move forward, the forces in the northern part of Kherson Oblast push south. And then they encircle Kherson. You have Russians jumping across the river, swimming, taking little boats, dinghies. It's done.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've just read kind of a really amusing exchange about this crossing the river thing. And someone from Kherson region says, "Oh, the Dnipro is quite narrow there. It's like about 1 kilometer. As a Russian soldier, you really can escape by swimming, if not by running, And the answer was, but have you tried swimming with a washing machine?
They wouldn't have to use the extra rinse cycle, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They get the extra rinse cycle for free to Davy Jones' locker. Yeah, no, it's I'm nuts to you, whoever said Ukrainians don't have it, they can't do it, they won't be able to conduct a counteroffensive. BS. All that, people were wondering why the Ukrainians were fighting this delay. What did we say? They're trading land, they're trading space for time. They're trading space for security, space for time. What were they doing in that time? They were building the forces that you see right now. All of that. We said it right here from the beginning. They were conducting all of their drills, all of their validation exercises to be able to do exactly what you see. And that's with people who've already fought, some people who had never fought. They retrained, they relearned their drills, and their combined arms units, and that's what they did. And we knew it would be good. I suspected it would be good, and I knew that there'd be an element of Russian, failure and a possible rout of the Russians. But
Yeah,
almost
but well, we can see that we can even maybe detect somehow big battles in the south, in the Kherson region, because of the number of ambulances we have here. That's really heartbreaking, and we can see the caravans of ambulances coming to adjust the hospitals, and at some point mostly during the entire war, 1 or 2 hospitals could handle the wounded, and we have this dedicated military hospital in the city. It's very large, and it was doing all right, but now civilian hospitals are being packed. And of course it's really heartbreaking when you're watching those caravans of ambulances with the sirens on, driving past you, and you just pull over and wait. And sometimes I was driving with my friend in her car, and it was a really, really long caravan of ambulances, and it was exactly on the street that leads to the military hospital. And she got so emotional, she had to pull over. We waited because she couldn't drive, and I was as emotional, but at least I wasn't a driver. So yeah, it takes.
You want to know something? You want to hear something incredible about your people, my wife's people? I'll tell you, a lot of those ambulances were filled with Russian wounded. Do you know why? Because the Ukrainians are professionals, and they have decency, and they fight under the rules of law. Believe it or not, we've even heard from doctors, Ukrainian military doctors, they're treating lots of wounded Russians. That's because the Ukrainians are just in their fight. They know what's going on. They respect the rule of law. And even though these barbarous, murderous thugs have invaded their country, committed genocide, they will not let the Russian deprive them. They will not let the Russians strip them of their humanity, because they are fighting the good fight. They're not fighting.
But also it is the exchange resource.
It doesn't matter. The extent of the resources, that's what it. Unfortunately, that is the
No,
cost of war.
of course I understand that. Well, we are fighting for our land. We're not going to kill people if it's not necessary, even if it's an enemy. But also we keep in mind that we have our prisoners of war, and we need alive Russians to exchange them to alive Ukrainians.
But that's not why they're doing it. They're doing it because those are the principles of war. Those are the standards that they signed up to. The Ukrainians are better than the Russians. They're better than that. Russians castrate Ukrainian soldiers. Ukrainian soldiers treat them in hospitals. If that doesn't show who owns the moral high ground, there isn't even a question. It's not a debate. It's not a 50-50. It's 100.
For me, that's surely not a debate.
No. I'm not. I hope you don't think I'm going after you on that. I'm saying
no.
Those who listen, they think the Ukrainians are barbarians. They're stupid. The Ukrainians are teaching Russians what war is and how to fight. And not only that, they're doing it with morality. They're doing it with righteousness, right? Those You know, the way it works is you triage the patient in terms of most severe. So Ukrainians with less severe injuries are going to be treated after a Russian with a more severe injury, and that's just how it's done, because that is the difference between a civilized nation and an uncivilized nation. The Russians claim to be this superpower bastion of culture and blah blah blah. Nonsense. The Ukrainians are showing the Russians what it means to be a great people, and I'm proud of that. I think that's huge. That's huge, and the world sees it, and that's something else. The world sees it. This is an information campaign. This is an information battle, whether we like it or not. It sucks, but what we say here, what people say online, is a huge deal. In the beginning, when videos were coming out not so good from Ukrainians dealing with Russian POWs, that wasn't good. But the Ukrainians stopped it immediately because they know that's not right, and we don't do that. But they learned, they course corrected, boom, done. You see what I mean? So that's something that the Ukrainians can always hold their head up high. Not only were they downtrodden, not only were they the victims of genocide and illegal aggression, but they still acted like proper gentlemen and women. They did the right thing all the way through. And that's going to be something for the history books. That's something, you know, that very few nations can say they did with such clarity. And I think it's important to point out, because do you know, can you imagine how hard it would be for a Ukrainian soldier who had his family murdered by Russian genocidal psychopaths to have to take one of these Russian defenders, maybe a kid from, you know, Chechnya or Buryati, and have to load him into an ambulance and see him off and not want to kill him, and not actually kill him, although he wants to. That's discipline. That's what the Ukrainians have, discipline.
And then,
that's something.
and then civilians in the cities like Odessa would stand in the queue to donate blood for such wounded, no matter who they are.
That's right. So to the world, to those a-holes on Russian Telegram and on Twitter, all of these weirdos who talk about how bad Ukraine is and how, you know, how somehow the, you know, the moral high ground is with Russia. You see the moral high ground. What do you see coming from Ukraine? You see a happy people celebrating their victories. You see them treating Russian prisoners of war. What do you see from the Russian side? Alcoholics urinating themselves, scared, don't know how to fight, castrating and murdering and torturing Ukrainian citizens, civilians, and soldiers. There is no comparison. It's just not comparable. Anyway, thank you for that, Oscar. I mean, I'm so proud of you and all of Ukraine. It's a beautiful thing. Sorry. Let's go to Robert and Mark.
Thanks for your update, Yehuda. It's great. It's emotional for me, but it's very great. I have a couple of observations and then a question. One observation, a few days ago, I looked at gas prices natural gas prices over the last 20 years, and I don't know where it was, but Europe has dealt with gas prices this high in the past. Well, at least the world has. I don't know if that was specifically in Europe. They had like 10, 15 years ago, they had very high gas prices and they survived. Another observation is a few days ago, Mykolaiv had a call for blood, and within 24 hours, they canceled it.
Yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right about Ukrainians. And my question is, do the Russians have the command and control capability to order a general withdrawal?
So I lost you, Robert, in the end there. If they had a capability to call for a general withdrawal.
Yeah, their command and control capability, do they even have enough to do anything meaningful in the face of this activity?
Probably not. You know, they have no organized control. They have no comms right now. The Ukrainians conducted good signals, electronic warfare, cyber attack on Russian comms. So they're not even talking to each other. It's a gong show. But you know what? Look, they had all the time in the world to stop. You know, they had 4 or 5 months sitting there. The Ukrainians told them what they're going to do. We will take back Kherson. You will be destroyed. Zelensky literally told the Russians, if you do not leave now, you will die here. I mean, it's almost prophetic, and it's creepy even, but he was right, and it was true. The Russians can, I suspect when they see everything's lost, they'll either surrender. It's probably the best thing they can do. Drop their weapons, raise their hands, and walk out of their positions. It's all they can do left. And the chips fall where they may. But that's thank you for the emotive point, because it's true. That's who you're dealing with. That's who the world sees. If you ever were wondering what a Ukrainian is, now you know. Now you know. The Russians have had ample opportunity to show the world who they are, and they've not let us down. They are what we expected. But the Ukrainians, they didn't match like for like. They went out and did the exact opposite and showed the world what it means to be decent and honorable. And honor is still a thing, believe it or not. Some people laugh at that word. It's not a joke to a soldier. That's honorable what the Ukrainians are doing. They don't have to. No one would chastise them for anything, I think, for a lot of things. But they're doing the right thing, and they're fighting the good fight. And we're here watching it unfold. It's real time. Thank God that we're on the right side. Thank God that Ukrainians are just conducting themselves to the highest standard. No one in the world, not an aide to Mr. Schultz, could whisper in his ear, "Yeah, the Ukrainians are doing this to the Russians." They're not. Yeah, the Ukrainians are giving medical care to the Russians who came to murder them. Wow, that's pretty bloody incredible, and it's a beautiful thing, because in the sea of inhumanity that Russia brought down on Ukraine, that strong light of humanity is what Ukraine is showing back to them. What they are demonstrating back is humanity in the face of complete inhumanity, and I think we're all honored to watch this unfold. We're literally watching it unfold as we speak. Please retweet the space. Please let people know that you're here at MryiaReport, and we're discussing it. We're going to get Chuck Fair, hopefully John Spencer, back on tonight. We're going to talk about today's developments. It truly is. These are heady days and important times for us to discuss, and we continue on with the highlights, collapses of Russian positions across the entire front of their invasion of Ukraine, from Kharkiv, from Donbass to Kherson. You're seeing the disintegration. You're seeing the real end of the Soviet Union, I would say. I think it's fair to say that this is actually where the Soviet Union says it's goodbye, and not soon enough, if you ask me. Let's go over to George, Nick, and Mark.
Hey, Yehuda, I was just looking at Twitter. I was listening to as you were speaking, and I was looking at Oryx. They post, what they see destroyed. Actual visual confirmation in the last 24 or 48 hours, and they tally the list. By I guess it's just usually by 4 o'clock our time, which is probably midnight where they're at. For the last 24 hours, they've totaled 76 pieces of Russian equipment destroyed.
Oh yeah, the numbers are huge, and that's only what they see. The Russians
Exactly. That's only what they've visually confirmed, right?
Yep.
That's incredible.
That doesn't mean a tank or artillery piece hiding in a forest that they can't really properly get eyes on. That the smoke's gone. We'll find out when the Ukrainians retake all their positions. Thanks, George. Let's go to Nick, Troy, and then Peter.
Yeah, hi. Is Robert still about? I just wanted to react to one small thing he said when he said Europe had high gas prices 12 years ago. I think he may be confusing gasoline that you put in your car and the stuff that comes out of a pipe into your house to run your range on. Okay, I just wanted to. The current domestic gas that we in Europe mostly heat our houses with is at absolutely record and unheard of levels. Whereas, we always have expensive gasoline here because of that. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, thank you. And that point received and taken. Thanks. Let's go to Troy and then Peter.
Hey, Yehuda, I just wanted to jump on real quick and thank you all again, the hosts, yourself, the the co-hosts, everybody. I've been running this space since special military operation started. And I don't know if you noticed, I'm pretty sure Putin, re-declared it was a purposeful invasion, just like he did with the little green men in 2014. It was a lie to kind of just stuff the airways in real time, and then later on you found out it was exactly what they said it wasn't. And I just think the minimum we could do is to bear witness to your point, Yehuda, and that's what we've all done. And I'm glad that I wouldn't say our patience has been rewarded, but Ukraine's has. And no matter what happens moving forward, if for some unforeseen reasons the history books get it wrong, we were all there and we saw it. From the other side of the world, we all know exactly what will happen, and that story's gonna live in infamy. I just can't believe, as a just kind of a fan of history, to be able to be here and experience it with all you guys is incredible.
100%. Thanks. I mean, I'll tell you this. Over 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I trained with the Ukrainian officers, and they very much had this, and Russians, ironically, strangely enough, don't ask. And they had very much the similar outlook on military, the conduct of an officer, and etc. And in 10 years, the Ukrainians have gone 180 degrees. One of my colleagues who commanded, Canadian troops training Ukrainians, and the one before her, and the one before her, the one before him, and all the friends I have who've been there training, the NCOs and their officers have all said, "Holy cow, these guys are amazing." They're teaching us stuff. This was in 2018, 19, 20, 21. They're like, these guys are great. Like, these guys are switched on. And so when all these people came in and said, "Oh, 3 days of big Russian," I didn't think the Russians would be as bad as they were. That's for sure. But I knew the Ukrainians would be as good as they were, just because of personal experiences. I mean, it's a godsend that the Russians are just as. I mean, it's not really hard. You could say hindsight's 2020. I mean, the Russians have a culture of theft. It's a mafia. Everything else in their country is a mafia. What makes you think their military isn't a mafia? Nothing else works properly. What makes you think the military? Oh, that's the one thing they're going to keep sacred. Well, they didn't. And militaries, wherever you're from, militaries reflect society. People in the military aren't boogeymen. They're your neighbor. They're whoever. I tell some people, they don't know I'm in the military. Well, you're in the army? Wow, you don't seem like it. What do I supposed to have big fangs and I'm supposed to be, eating crayons? The crayon part might be true, but no, it's a joke. But the Russian military reflects their population. They're out to lunch. They don't know the world changed in 1991. They're still doing their May Day parades with Soviet regalia. You would think that they would think, no, did Nazi Germany do that when they were defeated? Did Germany go back to Nazi imagery and pine over days of this or that? No, they didn't. But the Ukrainians, they had an opportunity in 2014, and the youth of Ukraine changed their country forever. The youth stood up and said, "It's enough. We want to be different. We want to be better." And people complain that the speed and the pace of it isn't fast enough. Well, you suffer hundreds of years of occupation by brutal dictatorships and brutal czars, and you ask someone to change on a dime. You can't, but they've changed as best they can, and the proof is in the pudding. What they're doing today is literally humanity standing up for itself. Russian Federation represents probably the worst of the world, the worst in everything, in values, in governance, in systems and procedures, in equity, justice, everything, you name it. It's pretty unfair. It's an unfair society. And the Ukrainians, they cleaved away from that, led by their youth, led by Roman Ratushines, all of these types of people, by Oscar and Odessa, all of these types of people made that change. It's not perfect. Certainly doesn't deserve a genocide, but you know what it did? It galvanized a whole people where for the first time in their history, they could stand on their own, and now they can defend themselves, and that's what they're doing. Anyways, go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Yehuda. Olga or Oscar, are you still in the space? I see you are still as a listed speaker. Are you still listening? Because I had a specific.
Right here.
Great. Yehuda, people may not know, but a couple days ago, you gave a master class on what Ukraine was doing from a military perspective, and everything you said has played out so far. That's why I come to this space. That's why I'm sure everyone comes here. MryiaReport is doing a fantastic job. You guys are consistently ahead of the news cycle. Well done. And may I say, Yehuda, when you go on your monologues, I love it. Keep it up. Oscar, Olga, I have been hoping to hear from your voice. I've been hoping to hear from you. And my question is this. Right now, what is a day in the life in Odessa like? Are you guys going out to the beach and getting sunburned while you're watching the HIMARS and ATACMS sailing over you into Crimea? What's a day in the life like? What's the psychology of life like? Just if you could give us a slice of life from your personal experience, I think we'd all like to know, what is it like right now to be in Odessa? That's my question.
And back to the mood in Odessa. Yeah, well, we can go to the beaches, and also it's because the seasons in Ukraine do not relate to the moon so much, like in many European countries. We already have autumn, the fall, and it works pretty well for the calendar, because as soon as we have the 1st of September, okay, the 2nd, the 3rd, it got much cooler, so it's not a good weather for the beaches anyway, but also it is forbidden still, and going to the swimming pool is like outside the private beach is the only option, but it's pretty cool, so nobody does. The school year began, and as I've reported many times already, it is a mixed system of offline and online, depending whether a school has a shelter that complies with all the requirements, and well, it's a mix, but quite problematic. I don't think they will last long in this mode, because the sirens require that kids go down to the shelter, and when there's a primary school kids, it's like complete mess. Otherwise, life is pretty normal. Well, everything is relative, of course. Our new normal, and well, yeah, and since the grain started going out of the port, the city itself hasn't been shelled. The region has been, and even today there was an attempt, but air defense worked well. But the city itself is more or less, it's like it feels a little safer, and because we still, of course, have sirens. It's like part of our life. The music we have at the background day in, day out, but even no reason for air defense working. There were UAVs, of course, but not more than that. And everyone is apprehensive about the extension of the grain deal, because from what I understand, it is concluded by the end of the year. And then it is a matter of negotiation whether it is going to be prolonged or renewed, or some whatever legal term applies here. And the most optimistic projection is that the list of cargoes which go out of Ukraine will be extended. But the hope is that it will be, that the grain deal is going to be extended.
Olga, and my quick follow-up, how are your neighbors responding to the news that we're seeing? I mean, we're hearing advances, we're hearing news of a Ukrainian counterattack to retake Ukrainian land. How are your neighbors responding to that news? That's my last question.
My neighbors, you mean who? Like people around me?
Neighbors around you, yeah. Is everyone as equally optimistic, or how do people feel?
Well, many people here are IDPs, internally displaced, and many of them are from neighboring oblasts, which are Mykolaiv and Kherson. And they're looking forward to come back home, even if their houses, their apartment buildings were damaged. Then they're still looking forward to coming back home. Of course, they're cheering this progress, but on the other hand, we'll understand that we're about to see, if and when things are successful, we're about to see the losses from our side. So I think I've mentioned that before, that of course we celebrate the progress of the Ukrainian army in the liberation of our land, but the idea that we have to pay the lives of Ukrainians to get back Ukrainian land, it's really heartbreaking. So yeah,
Thank you,
on one
Olga.
side it is a celebration, on the other side we're widely aware of the price.
Yehuda, over to you. Olga, thank you.
Peter. Thank you for the great question. Let's go to Lauren and Luca.
Hello. Can you guys
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Lauren. Yes, we can. Go
Yes.
ahead, Lauren.
No, I think she just ended off with being aware of the price that Ukrainians pay, and I've watched the interview of the First Lady, and I just want to make a point about us that's complaining about high inflation, high food and high gas prices. And then she said something that I think we just all need to keep in mind. Whilst we are calculating the lack of money in our wallets or our purses, they are counting bodies. And that throughout that interview, that just hit me really hard. And so the little sacrifices that we are making really doesn't compare in terms of the price that they're paying. But here from the south, I think the last time I spoke, you asked me interesting questions about the SA view. And so I was doing a bit of research, and I can actually corroborate that the division between what the SA state is doing and what the SA population is feeling is really my sense is really true that the SA population is not supporting the state. And so there's a Professor Gumide.
Oh, sorry. I think there's a few bugs in the Twitter sphere tonight. Please do get vaccinated.
Yeah, sorry, Lauren, you got
maybe my own.
Am I back on?
You're back on. There was an accidental mute of all people, so go ahead. And
Yes,
for the
no
for the
problem.
audience, Lauren, for the audience,
Yes.
when you say SA, not everyone knows you're talking about
Oh, yeah,
South
sorry.
Africa.
So South Africa, yes, in South Africa. And so what I'm trying to say is the voices are coming more to the fore, that the South African population, a big part of us, are standing with Ukrainians. And I'm so glad because it comes more also from academic circles, but also even within the governing party. And so why is that important? It's important because here in the South, our investigative media is doing a great job of monitoring the movement of Russians. And so we have satellite TV in sub-Saharan Africa. In fact, satellite TV is owned by MultiChoice. So they just on the beginning, on the start of the war, they terminated the Russian Today, the RT. And so as I'm talking now, the Federation is back in Johannesburg trying to put up new satellite cable TV. And so I'm mentioning that because in SA we are constantly really fighting the propaganda of people that's believing the Russian propaganda and the people that knowing that this is the truth. But the other thing that is very interesting for me, it's again also from our news media this side, there's the second-hand man of Putin, Igor Sechin. He visited our country in August a couple of weeks ago, ostensibly just to come on holiday in Cape Town. And whilst he was in Cape Town International Airport, our airport refused to refuel his Boeing. And so AXA is the refueling at Cape Town Airport. is under control also of British Petroleum. But he flew with more people. He flew up to Pretoria and refueled at Lanseria. So I'm just trying to making the point that even though the Russian Federation wants to give the impression that that South Africa is standing behind them, that's really definitely not the case. And so before the conference, the upcoming conference in New York, United Nations, our President Ramaphosa, actually is also meeting with President Biden, I think the 13th of September, before United Nations conference. And I have a sense, because as I'm talking to you, I'm super excited because we've gone through monumental changes in my country. I know victory is certain and victory is imminent for Ukraine. And so I just think it's just completely a matter of time before the Russian Federation or the Russian army collapse first, and then hence therefore hopefully the Russian Federation. But my sense is, I'm wondering, because the Russians are so calculated and ostensibly supposed to be the gurus, but live gurus in terms of intelligence, I'm wondering if behind the scenes and behind the curtains, they are not making arrangements for political asylum of Putin and the top leaders. So, yeah, that is just my sense of
Thank you for that,
from
Lauren.
the south. Yes.
Thank you so much, Lauren, and that's coming from a South African who,
Yeah.
you know, and for sharing. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. We always appreciate your opinion, and I already have a question in my inbox. Not that it matters, but is Lauren? They want to know your background. You don't have to share with them, but they have a bias and they assume one thing about you, but it's probably not what they expect, right?
I understand. Yeah, I understand. No, I'm.
You're from the majority population in South Africa.
No, I'm from the minority population, a group that they called coloureds, but I'm actually black, a lighter shade, the cappuccino shade of black. we are more open about the race here. We talk race straight here, and so not necessarily, but I have been an activist in my previous life, and so we are actually very critical of government at the moment in terms of the foreign policy that's not representative. Oh, the other big point is we fought so hard for freedom and democracy in our country, and so everything that government is doing currently in terms of our foreign policy, it's going against our constitution. We value human rights, we value freedom of speech, we value always standing with the underdog. And so all of those things, but is almost counterintuitive to what we believe and what we fought for just the other day ago. And the other day ago is now 27 years ago. But what is also interesting that I gleaned from also reading articles, part of the unintended consequences for South Africans is going to be because the Russian war in Ukraine is affecting us so badly because we import almost all of our gas and our fuel. Our
Yeah, and Lauren,
population, yes?
yeah, Lauren, the reason why I wanted to say this is because the Russian narrative is that all black people from Africa support them against the West, and that's what someone was trying to get at. So I'm glad. Thank you for sharing your background.
Yes, definitely not.
That,
Yes, definitely
excellent.
not true.
No, thank you so very much. We're gonna grab a couple other hands. Why don't you stay in the panel there, and let's go to Luca, and let's circle back. Thank you so much for your perspective from South Africa. We really appreciate it, Lauren.
Yes.
When we have the barbecue in Crimea, will you bring boerewors?
To me, yes, I will. But I'm going to throw my weight first behind Odessa.
Fair enough. All right.
Yes,
Let's go to Luca then, Robert. Thanks so much, Lauren.
You're welcome.
Yehuda, thank you. Mic check.
See bye.
Right. Yeah. So thank you. So yeah, the acceleration of the counteroffensive is amazing. We're all super happy about that. Looking into the future, This is a question for Yehuda, and the answer is probably going to be the computer said 3.265. But seriously, looking into the future, what is the master strategy in the Red Square going to do? We succeeded in all our objectives of getting everybody killed and, retreating. Tomorrow, a stupid resolution at the Security Council to condemn the supplies of Western weapons to Ukraine. But seriously, what is it going to do? Because, this great slap in the face means the end of his regime. So what is he going to do? Any ideas? Anything that we can try to infer from the situation?
Sorry, say it again real quick. What are the chances of what?
No, nothing. What is he going to do next? It's the end, right?
Who, Putin?
Yes.
Listen, if he was smart and listened to someone who's competent, he'd withdraw all of his forces, at least to what he had in Donbass, and try to hold on to that. That would be if I was Putin. Thank God I'm not. That might be a game. A good play. He can threaten nuclear weapons. He can't use the energy card anymore, which is great. So he pulled that too soon. Maybe if he pulled it in the middle of the winter, be different, but he couldn't. He had to do it now because he wasn't benefiting from it. And people talk about him receiving more money. Well, he received more money because the prices went up. The volume went down, but prices went up. Well, when the volume goes to zero, it doesn't matter what the price is, does it? He's hoping and expecting people to get upset over the price of fuel. Governments in Europe are going to have to bite the bullet and subsidize energy for the winter, and then course correct and start buying fuel from other places. That's what Europe has to do, and they're going to do it. They're already invested in it. They're already all in on it. So that at this point there are no other options. They cannot use Russian fuel moving forward, and he can't use it as a weapon either. So it works both ways.
Got it. So your position is he could try to consolidate his gains in the east and then say operation succeeded and try to save the face. But if he is being stubborn and then he gets kicked even over there, then suddenly at some point he's going to look weak and he's going to end up hanging from a pole, which would be great. But the trajectory for the regime, it's certainly not a particularly good one at this point. Thank you very much.
Good point.
Hi.
Co-host, can you mute Oase there, please? So can you please mute Oase, AOISE? Thank you. No, Luca. So look, could he have pulled the "we won, we were successful, and therefore, we're good to go"? Operation success. He could have done that 3-4 months ago. He can't do that anymore. The amount of losses. I mean, they've lost now. If you look at the numbers, I suspect the numbers are north of 60,000 dead. And they will come out and look at what is today, the 7th of February. September. It's the 7th of February in French Guyana or something, French Polynesia. It's the 7th of September. They've lost over 60,000 troops. I suspect between Kherson and Kharkiv, that number's closer to 12,000. My apology, 12,000 in total, so let's say 62,000. There are too many people that know of the disaster of what his adventure is. So he can't back down from that. So I suspect that we've passed the point of no return with the Russians. I think that this will ultimately end in regime change. I think if he was to have withdrawn or tried to broker some kind of deal and try to keep Donbass and Crimea, which he could have probably tried to muscle the West into doing and try to trick Ukraine into doing it. But now it's all or nothing, right? This game is this deal is for keeps. This gamble is for keeps now. So he's got no play. Regime change, retires in ignominy, and he just goes off to some dacha. That's what I suspect could happen. But there's just way too much public information on the Russian side now of what's happened that I doubt he can recover from it. That's my personal opinion. But we shall see. Hope that answers your question, Luca. Let's go to Robert and Afonso and Oisia or whatever, you can come back up. Just mute your mic, please. You know, and just wait for your turn like everyone else. Robert and then Afonso.
Yes, I do stand corrected. That was U.S. natural gas data in 2003, and again in 2008, it spiked almost up to $14, and that was before a lot of LNG. So it's very possible that the United States situation is not at all comparable to the way it is now. A couple of tidbits on that site is that U.S. natural gas production has set records last month and in the preceding 2 months. And that site is trendingeconomics.com. And that a LNG facility that was shut down because of a fire in January will start exporting again in November. Second observation is, again, pursuant to your point about the quality of the Ukrainian army. My wife's uncle volunteered. He wasn't a super healthy man, and so he was supposed to do a support unit, and it turns out that that was a typical Stalinist style support unit where he was abused, given non-judicial punishment with no paperwork, having his pay docked, all sorts of abuse to him and some other men from Nikolaev. And I never got any feedback. I posted it here and I wrote to the embassy, and a few weeks later the situation was cleared up. I don't know what happened to the unit, but he's in the hospital now recovering from the trauma that he received. And so again, things are just getting better in every area on the Ukrainian side. And that actually gives me hope for its future in moving up the World Corruption Index.
Okay, well, thanks for that. And let's go to Afonso and CJ.
Hey guys, I'd asked this question before a few days ago, and the answer was that regime change wasn't really on the cards for Russia because of the way that Putin had hold on power. Now, I still don't think that's the case, and Yehuda, you just addressed that. I don't see how, but I would like to get everyone's thoughts, and I'd like to get Olga's thoughts as well, with her better understanding of Russian culture and society. Because if the Russians pin their representation, their identity to their little Tsar, and that little Tsar is shown to be fallible, weak, wrong, and in that mistake and in that defeat, he takes along with him tens of thousands of Russian lives for nothing. How feasible is his ability to actually stay in power? Thank you.
I'm not a soothsayer, but I suspect it's not very feasible. I think he's gone for broke, and he's miscalculated and lost. I think the collapse of Kherson, especially the city that he thought it would be intact, and this is the type of guy that would order his troops to destroy it. I think they'll think twice, because I think they know that facing a Ukrainian life sentence is not in their best interests. But I think we're well beyond it. He had plenty of time. He obviously knew, even when he culminated almost 2 months ago, and their forces had no juice left in the engine to go on. He could have stopped. He could have tried to maneuver out of it, claim some victory to his people, and then say that any news from the West was just propaganda. But he didn't. So he crossed his Rubicon. It's over. It's over for Putin. It really is. The casualties in the last 4 or 5 days are historic, and not just in manpower, but in equipment. And he can call up 2 million Russians in the next 2 years. It won't make a difference, because the Ukrainians will be stronger, more well trained and battle hardened, and have all the best weapons in the world. So that's it. I hate to say it, but it's really it. There's not much more he can do.
Hi, you guys. You there? Hi.
If you could just put your hand up, please.
Oh, I'm so
Madam,
sorry.
we've got a bit of a queue. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, mic off.
Thank you. Let's go to George, and then we'll go to iOS or whatever.
Hey, Yehuda. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you will. One of the issues that the Ukrainians were having, right? I know they have now the self-propelled guns and the M777s, and I know they got the L119s from the Brits and some other 105s from the Americans. One of the issues they were having was the artillery, right? Was that they didn't have enough per kilometer of front. Am I wrong on that, or was that still an issue for them overall?
Let's get CJ to answer that. I got to do something real quick.
So, I mean, the real problem, George, was just the number of troops overall for the frontage. The amount of space covered on both sides was not really doctrinal at all, and that's why you're seeing such gigantic advances by Ukraine today. But one of the ways that Ukraine rectified their solution, their fires problem or their artillery problem, was the addition of HIMARS, which, have an incredible range of, anywhere from 100 and 120 kilometers of the extended range. So they kind of made up for that problem with those systems alone. And they have 16 of those and about 12 M270 variants. So they're pretty well suited now, and that's why they're able to go on the offensive to this large degree.
Yeah. So I guess my follow-up question is now, and remember they had a shortage of shells for the existing artillery, the Soviet, let's say, age artillery that they had, the 122s and 152s, but now they've, you're seeing big caches of ammunition that they're obviously getting from the captured from the Russians. So that's going to help, or at least their artillery situation. Now you're going to have everybody and their grandmother's going to have an artillery piece behind them covering their area, right?
Yeah, George, it's almost like you read my tweets from about 12 hours ago. I said the same thing.
Actually, I didn't. That's funny.
I'd like to say great minds think alike,
And like we said, the HIMARS also, remember that they gave them that deep strike capability that their Air Force, because of the Russian, air defenses, a couple of months ago, that they didn't have, right? Like you would tactically would not be able to, like, your ground attack aircraft to hit something 50, 60, 70 kilometers behind the front. And HIMARS gave it that to them with no risk to any pilots or anything.
Yep. No, you're still on track. The capability to conduct AI or air interdiction was something a lot of us said back in May that HIMARS would provide, essentially closing that gap of the logistical lines. So no, yeah, I mean, according to doctrine, you're right on the money. And so one of the benefits about Ukraine going on the advance is not only the ability to pick up this Russian ammunition, but it's the amount of frontage actually decreases in a lot of sectors. If you look specifically at Kherson and Kharkiv, since the kind of frontage there was concave, as they advance, there's actually less front to cover. Of course, there's an opposite problem in the Donbass, which is
Mic check, CJ. Maybe it's me.
No, I can hear you, Wendy. I can hear you.
Thanks, George. I think
I can hear you too.
Thank you, Asha. Yeah, I think we temporarily lost CJ. I think he's just dropped down.
Let's go to Aisha then. In the meantime, go ahead. You've been quite eager. You've seen how it works now, so go ahead. AOIC.
For me?
Yes, you. How do you pronounce that?
Isha.
All right, go ahead, Isha.
Oh, okay, so I'm Irish, and Isha is a very Irish name. And from the beginning of this, because I'm Irish, maybe, I don't know, but I've always felt a kindred spirit with Ukraine and all of Ukrainian people. We fight, and if it takes 100 fucking years, we'll do it if it takes. And I'm so goddamn impressed with how soon they're killing it. They're killing it. This is over now. Russia
Well,
is
it's certainly not
done
over,
as
but it's
an
on its way.
imperial society.
It's not done yet, but it's on its way. It's definitely the beginning of the end.
It's on its. It is most definitely on its way, and it's done. I mean, it is actually done for the rest of the world. This is done. I mean, we have to get as much help and as much, basically as much as we can into Ukraine right now. Humanitarian, not just military, but humanitarian aid. Everything has to get in there ASAP, ASAP. Let's get it done. I've never seen, have any of you, all the military people here, right? Have you ever seen anything like it? I mean, I think it's a bit different when you're fighting for your life, for your civilization, for your culture. I really believe it's different. And every other war recently has been about God knows damn what. I don't know. Most people don't know. This one is a wee bit different. And I just really think that it's different on a very different level.
All right. Well, thank you. I agree with you, and we all do. That the Ukrainians are definitely showing the world what it means to stand up for themselves.
Yeah, they're really kicking ass. They're really kicking ass. They're killing it, and we have to support in every which way possible. In every which way possible. Europe needs to fucking wake up. What the fuck is going on with Germany, though?
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk about it in a brief second. Thank you so much. We're going to go to Johnny. He's had a stand up for a long time too, but thank you for those comments. They're very passionate and emotive, and a little curse laden, and we're trying to.
I'm sorry about that. I'm
okay.
sorry
No
about
worries.
that. I apologize.
John?
I apologize.
Hey, no worries. It's okay. We'll bleep it. Go ahead, John. Thanks so much,
Aisha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, cheers, Yehuda. Just a quick
Sorry.
comment. I haven't heard it on here yet, but apparently Russia has called a meeting of the UN Security Council tomorrow, September the 8th, to discuss the supply of Western weapons to Ukraine and the threat that poses. And the threat that poses to Russia, which could be some quite fun viewing.
Yeah, that'll prove to be a gong show. The Russians are a little bit of a. I mean, I wouldn't even go if it was me. The Russians are quite tone deaf to the reality of what's going on, and I'm not sure that they don't realize that no one cares what they say. Not the UN ambassador, not any of them really. It's a bit of a laugh, if we're being honest.
No, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be prime time Cope live from New York. So I'm looking forward to it.
Copium overdose in New York. Okay, I'm trying to remove some people from the panel. Don't take it personal. We're just trying to. We might have to remove you from the room, unfortunately, just because everything's all messed up. We're trying to get CJ up here. Thanks so much, and I apologize. There are Twitter glitches. If you're getting booted, it's not us. It's Twitter. It's not you. It's me. And gosh, a lot of people trying to come up like that. And if you, geez Louise, like 100 speakers in here, so obviously something's wrong. Yeah, we've had to drop some people. Please don't take it personal. Go ahead, CJ. We cut you off. Welcome.
No, yeah, anything with the UN in that regard is a complete PR stunt. So, I mean, we can sort of comment on how silly of a notion it is that a country defending itself would, be questioned in this way. But other than that, I wouldn't give it too much mind. What I would say is it's very interesting timing, John. You know what else is happening tomorrow in regards to weapons?
Is it? I wasn't aware. I'm going to guess it's Rammstein, CJ again.
It's the next package.
Exactly. It's the next package along with another announcement of U.S. military aid. So they're clearly doing it to offset that because they're worried. Again, there's been some leaked documents suggesting that the amount of aid they're about to get not only will be more than before, but much longer range missiles of a certain type that we love in the space, in addition to some much stronger air defense. So this isn't the time where any of the states giving aid are letting off the pedal. And again, we remind our great listeners that the Lend-Lease deliveries have not started yet. They will start in 3 weeks. So this thing is not getting better for the Russians, that's for sure.
What does that sound like?
Sorry, what is stronger air defense?
Well, Axel, you know, I sure hope it would be Patriot missile systems, but I think that still may be a little ways off. But even with the addition of more NASAMS, we've noticed a sharp intercept of the Ukrainian air defense, both from their air capabilities and their ground capabilities. A listener pointed out, and I kind of agree. I'd have to talk to John and maybe some people that track the missile strikes more closely, but there hasn't been a successful caliber strike in almost a month now, right, since after Saki. So the ability for Russia to cause terror amongst the Ukrainian civilians and sort of show the world how awful they are is decreasing every day. And so this is great for Ukraine. And as we're talking about moving forward, of course, with what aid looks like, this is something that'll help protect them for as long as the war continues, regardless of how much terrain Ukraine takes back, which is inevitable. It's a matter of time.
Agreed. Thank you. Sorry, we're having a lot of communications issues. A lot of people are trying to come up to speak. I've had to remove some people from the room because you were stuck in a limbo. I didn't mean to kick you out of the room. Come back in. If I do that, if you get removed from the room, it's only because Twitter is glitching and I can't even add you to the speakers panel. Plamin is one of them. I got to do that too. Please close your app and come back in. In fact, what I'll do, do we have anyone on the main account? Axel?
Sure, I can do that.
I'm going to close. I'm going to leave and come back. There's something going on here. It's definitely glitching.
Wendy, do you feel like talking about what's going on in the
Well,
war?
I was just thinking when I must confess that when I'm at work, I secretly listen into the Mirror report when I see Yehuda giving an update. I'm sure I'm not the only one around here who listens to the Mirror reports at work whilst claiming to be on a call. It's probably what having an extramarital affair, but one which is completely morally correct, feels like. I don't know. But yeah, we've it's nice to get back from work and see positive news for Ukraine, and I'm sure, I know we've all felt this recently. We have Newsium up. Please go ahead, sir. You've got your hand up. Have I said your name correctly?
Yeah. I just put it up as museum. There were altogether too many Davids at the time, so it just seemed an easy way to identify myself. I have, of course, been very pleased to see the increasingly successful counteroffensive that Ukraine is mounting. Great stuff. Long awaited. And I was very interested to hear what John was saying a bit earlier about the proposed Security Council meeting and the motion that Russians are putting forward, which kind of plays into a bit of petty trolling that I've been subject to. And I just wanted to get the view of more informed people who've considered this more often as to quite why the Ukraine war is not a proxy war. And of course, there was some whataboutery in relation to Syria. And I had to sort of think in ink and try and articulate my own feelings on this. And I concluded that the key things really are it's not a proxy. Whether or not it's a proxy war will depend upon.
Got to stop you there, sir. There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever that Russia invaded Ukraine, has committed genocide and crimes against humanity.
Did you say a proxy war? Who said that?
Yeah, I was just wondering about opinions, because I mean, in my view, it is very clearly not a proxy war. It is absolutely clear that Russia has conducted, they've declared a genocidal intent. They've acted genocidally. But I just wanted your thoughts on, I'll happily stand down if this is a distraction. But in my mind, it seemed to me that the key things for considering whether or not an actor is being used as a proxy war, and in this instance Ukraine as the actor, it would be the legality of their intent and actions, and whether or not they had they had agency, and it was to their advantage to receive the support. I only mention this because it kind of plays into John's thing, because the Russians are clearly going to be trying to say, oh, NATO proxy war, US, etc., etc., etc. Complete bollocks, basically. But I just had to articulate my thoughts, and it made me realise that actually I haven't done so very well. So I'd be interested to just have a quick get your views on.
Yehuda, if you don't mind, I can hit this one.
Please do.
Thank
As
you.
you can tell, I have some domestic Niner issues here.
Yeah, Roger. Hi, David. Hi, David. Point of view, for it to be a proxy war, the external party would have to have some measure of direction and control over the armed force that was being employed within the theatre. So in this case, the West would basically be sock puppeting the Ukrainian military, and I think it's clear to absolutely everybody that that's not the case. I know you don't think it's a proxy war, but I'm saying for anybody else who's saying that, or for anybody who comes at you with that argument, they would have to demonstrate that the West was actually directing the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces, rather than just giving them the tools and letting the Ukrainians mallet the granny out of the Russians, which is obviously what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, that's my agency point, and I also tied in an advantage point as well. That it's possible for us. You can have a state requesting support that actually clearly would not be to their advantage in some way, either cost or whatever else. But then going on to, of course, the legality of intent and action. But you guys have studied this to a depth that I have, and considered it to a depth that I haven't, and I just wanted to sound people out.
I think one of the things that confuses those that say those comments, some of it is said in ignorance, some of it's said with malice, is the fact that Western militaries are training Ukrainians and giving them weapons. There isn't a Ukrainian I've met, or an actual real Ukrainian, that does not pine for the day where, or doesn't beg, not beg, but definitely asks and requests, please help us, give us the training that we need, give us those weapons, train us on them. It's not a two-way street. The West isn't offering, say, hey, listen, we really think you need to cut. If you want these weapons, you better send troops here so we can train them. No, the Ukrainians are saying, we will take anything you can give us that will help us stop the genocide. We will take anything you can give us. Please give it to us. This is not just Zelensky. This is Oscar in Odessa. This is Konstantin. This is Victoria, and then Victoria, the other Victoria, and every single Ukrainian voice that we have in this space all says the same thing. They want the support from the West. No one's forcing them to take the support. And at the end of the day, it's quite simple. In 2014, when the Ukrainian youth and the people of Ukraine spoke up and said, we don't want to be a vassal state to Russia anymore. We want our independence. Russia invaded Ukraine. Okay? That's with a friendly leader. They invaded Ukraine and they stole Crimea and they stole Donbass. They kept us up for 8 years. The Ukrainians finally said, we want our complete independence. Leave us alone. And the Russians put 120,000 to 200,000 troops on their border for a year, pretending they're having a winter warfare exercise, holding a gun to the head of the collective world. And they invaded. Not only did they invade, they committed genocide. They murdered. The Ukrainians fought them tooth and nail. Thank God for a goodwill gesture from Russia, they retreated from most of Ukraine. Wow, thanks, Russia. Obviously, it's not a goodwill gesture. Now, Ukrainians came with hat in hand, said, please give us whatever you have. We don't want to die. Help us not die by giving us weapons. Don't send us your boys and girls. Don't send us your soldiers. Send us the things that you're not using right now. We'll pay you back in the future, some way. The West will always have a home in Ukraine. I don't think an American or a Canadian, I don't think any of these people from these countries will pay for a beer in a bar in Kiev for the next 10 years. I think The Ukrainians will show that love and hospitality back because the entire world, obviously some countries a lot more than others, have supported Ukraine's right to exist. This is a matter of self-determination. This is a matter of freedom by extension from one country to the world, to Europe, to North America. And that can't be lost on us. There were people 80 years ago who said the exact same things, the naysayers, the quote unquote peaceniks, the isolationists, the anti-interventionists. It's not going to happen to us. In America, it was rife. And guess what happened? Pearl Harbor. Freedom isn't free. You snooze, you lose. You came late to the party twice, World War I, World War II, and you paid in spades. How many more world wars do we need to realize that unless the good people of the world stand up together to fight, unfortunately, the evil that can exist in this world, we need to learn that lesson. And we've learned it here. America's learned it. Republicans, Democrats, in between, maybe the far fringes, which obviously between Jewish space lasers and Pizzagate and, ridiculous policies, the normal people in government understand the reality and they're all on board, and thank God for that. All right, let's go to the next hand. Who was it there, Wendy?
I believe it was George, Yehuda.
No, it was Jew or Chris. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, let's go with Jew.
All right. Good evening, guys. Well, after a very, very long day at work, scrolling through Twitter and listening into the space, I'm on the one hand, it's been a positive day. So there's been a lot going on, a lot of kaboom on the right side in Ukraine. On the other hand, for my taste, and I really don't want to spoil the party, but for my taste, everyone or a lot of people are far too positive. I mean, this is only really the beginning, and it's very, very far from done. Now there was the lady from Ireland a couple of minutes ago. This is not done yet. This is a very, very long way still to go, and it comes at a very, very high price, and we mustn't forget that. There's a very high price that Ukraine is paying for this counteroffensive, and it's looking good these days, and I hope it will carry on this way. But the atmosphere I'm sensing is far too positive. It's like party, yay, everything is going right, when it's really only the beginning. That's just my thoughts. Well, but maybe I'm just too tired after a long day at work. But I don't know what the others think, perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe you are too tired. It is a good day, and although it is the day of the beginning of a huge tribulations and trials for the Ukrainians, it's where they take their independence back. It's where they've said it. They called it. It's the batter at home plate, points out to the right field, and he tells the pitcher that's where it's going. And the pitcher laughs, and the crowd boos maybe, and that's where he knocks it out. Zelensky told Russia what they're going to do. Get out now while you can. And you know what? Never, the prophecy is almost biblical. Yes, Ukrainians will die. Yes, they'll lose a lot of good youth. But the reality is they have to defend their country. And now you're seeing the professionalism of the Ukrainian military come to bear. And that's what you're seeing now. And the Russians, the exact opposite is happening. They have less. They're incompetent. Are all of them incompetent? No. Is the large majority of them incompetent? Well, a simple survey of what you see if you're in the military and you see 100 videos, and 95% of them are just Mickey Mouse clown shows of horrible Russian behavior. It's not, you don't need to be a statistician or a rocket scientist to figure it out. The Russians are out of their league. They're not prepared to fight. They don't know what they're doing. They don't have their artillery anymore because they have their supplies cut. They can't just murder civilians and destroy buildings indiscriminately. No matter how good of a Ukrainian soldier you are, if you have a massive artillery barrage creeping towards your lines, you have to leave. You have to leave that territory. If the Russians want to brag about leveling Severodonetsk and owning a pile of rubble, well, I guess that's the price that everyone has to pay. But if you want to fight like for like, man for man, woman for woman, Ukrainians outdo them in every regard. So we're not being overly optimistic. We're being realistic, actually. We've called it. We've said for months now, there will be a culmination. After the culmination, there will be a planning period. After the planning period, there will be an execution of the deep battle as opposed to the close battle, where the Ukrainians will target Russian sustainment lines, resupply. They will destroy them. They will destroy air defense. Ukrainians will then advance. They will use air support, close air support from the Air Force. They will retake positions with violence, maximum aggression. They will seize that terrain. They will consolidate. They will then move forward to the next tactical bound. And they will do this until they get all of Ukraine back. And what can the Russians do at this point? They have their dismounts, much of their armor, much of their armored vehicles. Many of the armored vehicles are destroyed. Their access to retreat in Kherson Oblast, for example, is greatly diminished. They are now physically swimming over the river. They're spent force west of the Dnipro. When it comes to the next Ukrainian attack over the Dnipro and into the heartland and across to Melitopol and Mariupol, writing's on the wall. Mene tekel upshurin. That's where we're at. So, Russia will be divided in the end, Jew. So I don't think that you should be so concerned. I think we can be a cheerleader for once in 6 months for an amazing Ukrainian effort to dislodge the Russians. They're doing it. They're retreating. They're surrendering in Kharkiv. That's what they're doing right now as we speak. And it's only going to get worse for them. And there will be a general collapse of Russian forces in Kharkiv Oblast, in Kherson. It'll permeate to Donbass. At that point, you'll have Ukrainians to their north and to their south and to their west. And it'll be closing time. And there'll be no last call for alcohol. And they won't be able to finish their whiskeys or beers. I gotta stop that. I'm sorry. Jew, we're gonna go to Chris. Over to George.
Breathe, Yehuda. Breathe, buddy. Hey,
I can breathe in bed.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. If I don't, who will? CJ,
I'm married to a Ukrainian and I have a Ukrainian mother-in-law. Trust me, I get a hard time every day. I don't need it from you. And I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Chris.
Good enough. CJ, I asked you a question a long time ago and never got an answer. Chuck was on as well, a kind of a two-part question. Chuck took it. But I'm just curious if you can go back to your artillery analysis, just for perspective. I mean, we know that Russia is losing a lot of artillery, or they're running out and they're shooting less. And I just remember, like I say, just to go over it to a month ago or so, you were talking about quite a drastic drop off in their artillery. Is there another drop off? Is there something worth mentioning again, just for perspective, to see where they're at compared to where they were a month ago when you first mentioned their initial drop off? And maybe on the opposite side, I don't know if you have the numbers as well for Ukraine and how much they've stepped up since then. I don't know if you can hear me, CJ.
Yeah, go ahead, CJ. We're gonna bring him up. Wendy, I'm gonna take a pause for a sec.
Yes, there we go. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, CJ.
Yeah, so the numbers are very hard to come by, but a couple anecdotes that stay out is about a week plus now ago when Ukraine started the counteroffensive. There's a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that were wounded, of course, from artillery fire, and it was clear that Russia still had some guns at the front. But what's been reported now, about a week into it, is that there's no artillery support for Russian troops in the defensive, which is very bad news because you need to be firing a lot more in the defensive than the offensive. So, between that and other anecdotes like in Kharkiv with Ukraine capturing whole ammo dumps intact, capturing Russian artillery pieces, it's pretty clear to me that the Russian rate of fire just overall has kind of dropped, but probably no specific numbers. The best numbers we got were basically the beginning of June when Russian artillery was going full bore in the Donbass. This is where you heard crazy numbers like 60,000 rounds a week or whatever of the like. And ever since HIMARS came into town, it's been a very different story where we're not hearing exactly how much Russia is able to fire. And I think it's because it's quite a lot less. So they, always keep in mind, of course, they have 12,000 artillery pieces at the beginning of this war. They've probably lost at least 500. But, that's not as important as the ammunition bringing to the front and the fact that a lot of those guns are very old. So unfortunately, no good answer to your question, but the anecdotes tend to point to a more favorable situation than, say, at the beginning of June.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer there, CJ. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go to George.
Yeah, I got a question for CJ and Yehuda. I mean, whoever wants to tackle it. But as the Ukrainians are now reports that they're bypassing certain areas in that drive from Kharkiv, and they're pushing on toward Kupiansk, and there's obviously a big hole in the Russian lines, and obviously the Russians going to try to scramble to plug that hole, right, to stop that advance. My question is, how do they stop the advance when they're fighting against what's been reported? I'm not going to say exactly who, but that they're fighting against the more seasoned units of the Ukrainian army. Some, obviously mechanized units. How are they going to plug that gap with what they have left, which is like green troops? Even their seasoned troops weren't nothing to write home about, right? So that, I guess that's why people are very optimistic today that that whole front area is going to collapse like a house of cards, and it seems to be happening.
Well, at first, George, I mean, obviously we want to be optimistic. I think right now, and maybe Language Learner has a little bit more updates, I wouldn't go as far as to say they're bypassing all the way to Kupiansk. I think there was a little bit of confusion because Kupiansk over the last 3 days has been under very heavy HIMARS and artillery fire. And so I think there's definitely a bad situation there for the Russians. But as far as if Ukraine is bypassing and going straight there, I think that's probably maybe a little bit a little away, but it's still trending very well in that direction. In terms of their best units, what we saw outside of Verbivka and whatnot, I mean, it was Chechen National Guards and LNR, DNR conscripts led by some Russian officers. So I certainly wouldn't say it was the best. Yes, the units trapped in some of these cities were nominally Spetsnaz Guard Brigade and some other like military police like units. Russia doesn't really have military police, but probably the next best thing. And so I think we'll see how Russia reacts. So that's why I'm looking towards Lyman and other areas that they're pulling troops from slowly but surely to kind of help out. That's where you'll really get to see if the Russian troops coming to the aid can really make a difference. But all this to say, people weren't really aware of how few Russians were in Kharkiv, or at least this portion of Kharkiv, north of Izium. And I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians knew, and that's why they attacked here. But I think that the toughest battle might be a little down the street. I don't know, Language. Do you think differently, or am I about right?
Yeah, I'd say you're about right. I actually had a couple questions for you. Kupiansk is probably most likely the target. We're not going to get there for a while. We're still talking about, I want to say, the better part of 60 kilometers, and there's a lot of stuff there. We could talk about the rivers, but I'll spare you on that. It's going to be a little while before they're knocking at the door, but just the fact they can reach out and touch it is huge. A question, though, as TJ and anybody else who may have, I was talking with a guy who had mentioned that the Russian sort of doctrine is to have about 10 kilometers before they start calling it a safe area behind the front lines. Obviously, that's changed with long-range artillery here, but as we start to see the Ukrainians eat up more of that 10 kilometers, do you project that there's going to be more or less resistance once they hit that point? And then I have some, artillery-specific questions for CJ.
Well, what's interesting is, in Kherson, we saw this, very somewhat more careful defense by the Russians, right? They had fortified positions. They had concrete bunkers. It looked like they even had some pre-positioned targets. And so that's why, of course, it was pretty slow going. But some of the intercepted calls from Russians back home in that area suggest that artillery was co-located with infantry, which, I mean, Yehuda can tell from the infantry point of view, isn't where you want to be. necessarily, both for your own hearing and also you're next to a massive gun that's a pretty big target for every helicopter, airplane, and counter battery radar. So that was the first thing language that was really odd to me, hearing that they were basically right on top of each other. And some of the infantry that hadn't been engaged on the Russian side were actually getting hit by counterfire. So not good news there. On the flip side, in this whole Kharkiv debacle that's going on, there was at least one separate artillery brigade that was, basically very far southeast of Verbivka and Balaklia, sorry. And it was supposed to support about 8 different BTGs. And basically Ukraine, from what I understand, basically came out of the woods from the south and took it out almost simultaneously. So that one was almost too far behind. So it seems like wherever Russia seems to put artillery, it's never really the right place right now.
And then a sort of a secondary question, because Balaklia is interesting in a lot of ways. It's not, to put it mildly, it's not something the Russians can cover up losing. They've got a bunch of underground concrete stockpiles there. They were essentially treating it as, they're not like defenses per se, the ones that we've seen the Ukrainians making that are designed to be defended. It's more like, well, the Ukrainians would never come in here, and we'd know before they did. And even if they did, we've got all these bridges. So we're just storing things here. And as far as I can tell, like, they blew the southern bridge, and there's competing reports about whether the Russian troops on the south of that managed to get back in time. Like, it was a bit of a panic yesterday and continuing into the morning today. So Russia's having a lot of issues, and they may have just abandoned a large ammo stockpile there. But a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, not only is that, Kupiansk is not as far as you might think. The Ukrainian battle group in that area has moved at incredible speed. They're doing something that a commander calls a risk assumption. They're assuming certain risks, and they're actually moving quite shockingly fast. Unlike in Kherson, where it was quite slow and measured, we're looking at very uniquely daring movements. Now, why would those? What would mitigate risks? And that is the understanding of Russian capability. It is the expectation. It is the understanding, or what they think is the understanding of Russian force posture. So if they're making larger bounds, it means something's up that we don't know about, and that's that OPSEC part. I don't know the answer, but just judging by how disciplined they have been, it's not pie in the sky. So there's quite a lot of armor in addition to obviously the mech brigades going up towards Kupiansk now. I would normally say that looks interesting or concerning, but obviously they know what their limitations are, and they know where their limit of exploitation is in that regard. I'm actually more optimistic now than I really have been at any stage in their offensive. In the past, there were 3 major offensives, in Kiev, the beginning of the war, in Kharkiv, and in Kherson about 2 months ago. I don't think those were practices, but they were important to, probably validate themselves. But now, whereas in Kherson, I suspect the incremental nature of their advance was directly proportional to their ability to sustain, and therefore they moved in a way to bring up their rear, bring their A1, A2 echelons closer to their fighting echelon, and then prosecute what they would towards the river, because there is a natural control measure, that's the river. And then in Kharkiv, when they exploited the Russian weakness, they seemed to be making much larger gains. The tactical bounds were quite more distinct, but with one weird exception. They clearly bypassed several positions. Now, when you bypass something, you might say, well, they could just turn around and hit you in the rear. Not unless there's a covering force which fixes that position. So it means the Ukrainians could easily have a force contra to the Russian defensive position. The Russians might think the Ukrainians are only there, but meanwhile, an assault force has moved past them and is now cutting off their supply. This would make sense, especially considering the Russian telegrams are blowing up saying that basically saying that the Ukrainians are behind us, but they're also in front of us, and it's actually it's risky, right? I mean, no one wants to have their flanks exposed. No one wants their own resupply exposed. But the Ukrainians have made that decision, and it's clear that someone, the commander there, has assumed that risk and has done it. Now, what that means is that a very fortified position that's been bypassed, and if they don't have resupply, it means it doesn't matter how fortified they are, they will get starved out. They will be isolated in effect. They will be de facto encircled. And that's what the Ukrainians are doing with great effect in Kharkiv. It's a big deal. This is what forces troops to capitulate when you see Ukrainians to your front, which is the west, and then you find out that you're not getting supplies because there is a Ukrainian battle group to your southeast moving towards you. It's game over, right? It's either fight till you die or surrender. So Kupiansk, surprisingly, which I wouldn't have expected, and that's why language is not wrong on that. But what's coming out now is that a lot of stuff has moved towards Kupiansk, and a lot of stuff that can do damage. So it's a good news story. I mean, I'd like to be balanced and tell you about a great loss, the Ukrainians, but they haven't. They've literally waited. They did this with the Moskva. They waited and waited. They waited months just for that moment to poke them in the eye, and they got it. And they're doing it with their ground forces. It is incredible. And CJ, CJ said something. I'm going to tell you something. He said co-located with the infantry, the artillery. CJ, do you know the only time I've touched an artillery gun, is at like a Remembrance Day. I don't see them. I don't know who they are. I mean, to me, they're just boogeymen in the back. They have chicken bones. The Foo is just a magician. Don't care. All I know is I know he brings things I need. But other than that, if they were on Mars or 20 kilometers behind me, I wouldn't know the difference. Who co-locates on it's literally World of Tanks. I think the Russians played World of Tanks and they said, you got something in you, son. Do you want to be a commander? Because I think I see a sparkle in your eye. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say, CJ. Oh, Lord. God bless them.
Yeah, real quick, I am going to lose service in half a second. First, TJ, I sent you that article. So in summary, and I talked about it a bit yesterday, it's from the Independent in Russia, or the Investigator in Russia. I'm blanking on the technical term. It's a independent Russian newspaper, very anti-Putin. They made the point that Russia's fired approximately 7 million shells. There's been an unknown number destroyed on top of that. I'm not going to guesstimate. And that Russia, even when they were refurbishing existing shells, which is less intensive than making new ones, they were only coming up with about 500,000 a year when they started in, I want to say, 2015, 2016. So the article's statement, and it seems like it's fairly well researched, was that by the end of this year, I'm still here. I don't know if anybody else can hear me. CJ, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right.
No,
yeah.
maybe
So,
CJ heard you. Hold on, CJ, did you hear language the whole time?
Yeah, no, I got all of it so far.
yeah. So the question is, if that's an estimate you agree with, in that by the time we start at the end of the year, assuming Russia keeps up a fairly constant amount of shelling the same way they have, that they're going to be in a critical resupply phase, as we're seeing now with asking North Korea for arms for their artillery. Is that something that seems reasonable? Is that something that seems a little more pie in the sky? What are your perspectives?
So yeah,
and even if I drop in speaker, I can still listen. So
yeah, no, it's interesting, right? So I saw this article just the other day, and I saw another one from a Swedish economist that Doman had brought to my attention, and so this is definitely gaining more interest, which is good because it is a problem, right? Russia has at the beginning of the war, they had 12,000 artillery pieces on paper. And according to this report, again, really hard to know for certain, but definitely seems pretty possible that Russia's fired 7 million shells. We know that Ukraine's probably fired around 1 or 2 million because that's how much ammo they had at the beginning of the war. So clearly Russia has an advantage there. But over a long period of time, of course, between sanctions, between really terrible quality in terms of the manufacturing on these things, it is going to end at some point, and it might be sooner than you might think. I mean, the article I think goes on to say, the kind of differences it has in barrel type, I'm a little bit wary because I think, some of the problems that they blamed on like the Panzer howitzers manufacturing, it wasn't really due to the barrel wear. It was due to some other issues like auto loader and lubrication, but that's beside the point. The point is, there is, if your artillery tube is not functioning anymore because you fired too many rounds, there's no really other alternative other than to fire it until it explodes and kills your whole crew. Whereas with a tank or something like that, or another piece of equipment that, isn't going to involve a lot of explosives 24/7, you can pretty much ride it into the ground and the crew is safe, but that's not really an option with artillery. So, I mean, I sure hope it's true. The math seems to check out generally, but I think also, hopefully we're in a situation by the close this year where this is much less of a problem, right? Where, Russia holds on to very little of Ukraine, if any at all. Obviously, even if the counteroffensives go very well, it still probably will not be done by the end of this year. But at that point in time, we'll be talking about, cross-border actions and the ability of Ukraine, hopefully, to defend itself from anything like that and not have to worry about, Russia having 5,000 artillery pieces deployed in country, because that is a pretty staggering figure. So I'll look into it some more and see if I can get some better answers. But I think it's definitely in the right direction.
All right, thank you, CJ, and thank you, Language. Russian Telegram channels are claiming that the fate of Kupiansk is being decided right in these hours. So they're getting the knickers in a twist over something, and I don't think it's about the quality of their Wi-Fi signal. If it is the password to the Wi-Fi they've lost, well, they should know it begins M777.
Well, they know the party started, Lollapalooza, so they're scared.
John. Oh, sorry. CJ, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of highlight what Yehuda said earlier, and I want to actually give a correction to something I said earlier in the space earlier. And that's, with these sort of territorial gains. So ISW just came out with their daily report, and ISW tends to be, optimistic for Ukraine, of course, but not necessarily too generous in terms of the terrain they give them. They really only focus on areas that Ukraine has troops in. They don't kind of guess in the sort of in-between spaces where no one occupies. And so with that in mind, Yehuda, they just today in the Kupiansk and other advances, Ukraine confirmed again, this isn't where they might be fighting, this is where they have been, 400 square kilometers of Ukrainian terrain by advancing 20 kilometers in a bunch of different directions. And so what does this mean? It means for the entire month of August, where Russia was on the offensive on every single front, with the exception of the very end of August in Kherson, they only captured 440 kilometers. So in a single day, today, this day, Ukraine has reversed an entire month of Russian advances. So that's kind of where we're headed at right now. And that's why this day is, as I said before, probably one of the most important days in the history of this war. And, it's still a long way to go. Ukraine still needs support, but this is really just incredible news. And it might be even better, but we don't want to jump the gun necessarily.
How do you call this in boxing?
I'll jump the gun. I jumped the gun already. I called it last night. I said there's going to be a general collapse. I don't even know the term because I never studied it at officer schools. There is definitely going to be a complete collapse. The question is, what's the scope? Is it, are cooler heads going to prevail? But they can't maintain this. And if they feel that they're going to be encircled, the whole lot of them, who knows what they'll do. Kherson, can you imagine that today already people would be crossing the river, small groups of Russians, dinghies, rowboats? That's where we're at. 7th of September. And that's where we're at. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but for a force that's been told that they are far superior to the Ukrainians are silly little monkeys. And now you hear those videos and you listen to those platoon attacks and you see the Ukrainians. You hear the Ukrainians. You don't see them, but they're on to the Russians. So it's an incredible situation. CJ, did you want to follow up or do you want to go to John?
No, we'll go back to John. Thank you.
Thanks, gents. And a question for all or any of you, really. This developing pocket in Kharkiv towards Kupiansk, I don't know if it's actually a pocket or if it's even bigger than a pocket. What's the term of art for something bigger than a pocket? Is it a wizard sleeve of Russian troops, I'm not sure. But the point is that the units inside there, Rosguardia, etc., they seem to have been severely lacking in armor, IFVs, APCs, etc. Is this actually a mechanized force, or is this primarily groups of fixed infantry in various locations dotted around the geography? Because if that's what it is, then I mean they really could get mopped up quite quickly. I just wonder what your judgment was on whether it was actually a serious mechanized force or not.
You mean on the Russian side or the Ukrainian side?
No, on the Russian side, CJ.
Yeah, so Oryx just released the list for today, which is there's no real backlog, but I mean they only have scratched the surface, and it's an incredible amount of vehicles. Yes, it's mostly a mechanized force, but not really in a position to fight. It was kind of clear that they either were just not prepared for this or caught off guard, which are two slightly different things, even though it might sound the same to everyone here. But the reality is, basically an example of this is the 92nd Brigade that's been fighting in Kharkiv and Izium on the Ukrainian side for months on end. Of course, I believe Roman was a part of that unit, or the 93rd. But in any situation, they captured Russian artillery officers today and did an interrogation. And one of the things that they were saying was, where their positions were, how long they had been there, but that they had never fired their guns because they didn't know how to. That they were trained on another gun and they simply could just not fire the one they were given. So whether this was an admission, a fake admission to try and say, of course, they weren't part of the fighting, or if they were truly incompetent, it doesn't matter. It's all a bad sign for Russia. But no, these are a lot of mechanized forces. The forces in the woods, the Chechens, and a couple of the other dismounted Spetsnaz units were probably not too vehicle heavy necessarily. But the separate artillery brigade, which was pretty much killed, captured, destroyed, whatever you want to say at this point, it's difficult to tell, but for all the right reasons. There was 2 S1s, 2 S3s, all pretty relatively modern Russian SPGs and a lot of modern Russian howitzers. So it wasn't like this was a hodgepodge unit. There were some good units mixed in, well, quote unquote good units. So definitely the question then becomes is, if you're going to attack a pretty vehicle heavy and mobile defender, if they can't get in their trucks and start maneuvering against you, they're pretty much sitting ducks. And this is coming from a guy who's only been airborne or light, his whole entire career. So now the question is as all of these units that are facing the Ukrainians now know this is coming, how they prepare. So the element of surprise is gone. But that's also okay because there's 3 different axes in Kharkiv right now. They're coming from 3 different directions. And so Russia has to try and decide very quickly which ones are the main efforts and which ones are just supporting efforts. Because if they choose wrong, they're going to lose even faster than they are right now.
All right, thanks for that.
Thanks, CJ. Thanks, John. Just a little bit of housekeeping. You're listening to the Mirror Reports. It's 24/7. It would really help us if you could retweet the space in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Send us a quote tweet. Let us know what you think. If you'd like to request the mic, please click on the button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. With that, we'll go to Dr. Paul.
Thank you. CJ, thanks for all the great military updates. I was like half listening earlier when you were doing a little update, and my jaw was just dropping to the floor with all the stuff that you're saying. So great stuff. My question is, what do we know about the military, the Russian military's disposition north of Kupiansk through Belgrade? We know there's a major military base up in Belgrade. What's the total forces there? I mean, is there a risk of major force coming down from northward, which obviously would be struck by HIMARS and otherwise probably, but what are your thoughts about that?
So what we know, I mean, we've heard it a bunch of times. It's pretty hard to say for certain, but there was about 10 or 15 BTGs operating in Belgrade as somewhat of a reserve. But, they decided to leave Belgrade about a week ago and attack Udi, which is north of Kharkiv in a separate pocket. And they took, I think, one town and then they held tight. So they're clearly tied up with something else. And it's going to be difficult to reorient them quickly. So that's the situation in Belgrade as far as I know. The second thing that you mentioned about, Kupiansk itself, it's a little hard to tell because, it had been fortified since it was captured in the end of February. But what's not really clear is, what kind of military presence it had outside of being a logistical hub, right? There was barracks for people that worked on the rail lines and, barracks that worked for the supply hubs. But these started getting hit very hard about a week ago, mainly by HIMARS. And over the course of a week or so, about 1,000 Russians were killed or wounded in HIMARS strikes all across this area. And so it's quite clear they, Ukraine had their number, so to speak, and knew how to hit them. So in terms of how tough they defend that town, it really is going to be a matter of if Russia can cobble together some people and bring across the border. But we're trying to look into, as closely as we can with open source, where these sort of reinforcements might be coming to blunt this offensive. And I mean, the two linchpins in the mobile defense are gone, right? This sort of Spetsnaz unit that as soon as Verbivka was taken, they ran into Balaklia and they got trapped. So they're out of the fight. And then the artillery brigade, which was, 50 to 100 guns, which could theoretically support, got taken out of the fight with maybe 60% casualties. So there really is nothing left in the sector for the time being, which is why they could advance so far. But give it 4 or 5 days, and that's when you can really assess, how wide the penetration goes, because right now it's deep and now it just needs to get wider. But yeah, they really didn't have people in Kharkiv and Izium, not since Ukraine announced the Kherson offensive. They picked up 10 BTGs, maybe 15 BTGs from Kharkiv, Izium, and the surrounding area, and moved them over there and put them over across the Dnipro, and they're not coming back.
And CJ, I'm noticing there's no armor. As far as tanks, from what I've seen on open source stuff, where are all the tanks? What's tank defense doing?
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of BTRs and BMDs and a bunch of, lightly armored vehicles. But in terms of tank losses, yeah, there wasn't really seemingly a lot of Russian tanks like there are in Kherson. And again, I know Artois is sending some updates here. It looks like the Kherson losses for the Russians are out today, and it's looking pretty brutal as well. But yeah, not really an independent tank brigade. There was 2 tank divisions that attacked Izium in the beginning of the war, and these 2 divisions fought against 1 Ukrainian brigade, which held them off for over a month, which really allowed basically Ukraine to hold the line in the rest of the Donbass. This is arguably the most important part of the war, and we didn't really know what was going on at the time because, of course, in the report, everyone was listening in and very focused on Kyiv because, for about a good month, there were Russians right outside the border there, and it was, all over the news. But there was this gigantic fight going on in Izium to kind of prevent the collapse of the east of the country. And so those tank divisions got pretty decimated in the attack. They did eventually capture Izium after a month, but not without having lost at least a brigade or 2 brigades worth. And I don't think the tanks ever really came back. So this is definitely an interesting point you bring up about, if you don't have tanks, you can't really blunt tanks. And that's really where we're at, is that Ukraine attacked with Polish T-72s and other very modern NATO equipment. And Russians are paying for it now.
Just a quick follow-up, not a question, but a comment. It just seems like Ukraine's bypassing concentrations of troops surrounding them, and then the encirclement, these minor encirclements I'm talking about, getting shelled to death and then surrendering. That seems like the ebb and flow of what we've seen so far. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, this is more POWs than I've seen at any point really in the war. Yehuda, do you remember a time with more POWs?
No, this is it. Yeah, this is a watershed moment for. A couple of companies of MPs brought up to Kharkiv just to an expectation to process these PWs. So it's a pretty big deal, and I suspect thousands have already been taken. To be honest with you, we'll find it. We're about 12 hours behind on what's really going on. But in other words, what we're seeing now is stuff that's happened in the last 12 hours, and then it's been filtering out slowly. Like Kupiansk, someone asked me, are they 25 clicks away? I understand they're less than 10 at the moment. It means they would have bypassed certain things, but it also means that there weren't the Russian forces that were expected to be there. So they thinned out their lines. They thinned out their lines without any expectation that they'd require their forces there. And the Ukrainians, with a ton of UAV, the funny thing is they both have a lot of UAV. The Russians have more, but I don't know if the Russians are really assessing their data and analyzing it and actually translating that data into effective int. So they're gathering it but they're not understood. There's a huge pyramid. You can talk about how you gather intelligence, and I just don't think it's making its way to where it needs to go, or they just don't care. You know. I don't know if CJ is not done eating. We'll go to Dr. Abdul Ayem. He has his hand up. Do you have a question, Abdul? Go ahead, Abdi. Abid, are you there? Are you there? All right. He always has problems with his mic. All right, let's go to John or Chris. Let's go John, then Chris.
Sorry, mate. It's definitely Chris. He's been waiting longer than me.
Chris, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, hi there. Yeah, a great few days. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you being a cheerleader, Yehuda, and your monologues a bit earlier. You've encapsulated the whole war. It's fantastic. So keep it up. Please keep giving us those little talks about the war. I think, you know, in other parts of the world, like where I am, it's taking the rest of the world a long time to catch up. And unfortunately, you guys have to keep repeating stuff that you've already said lots and lots of times before. I just had a few comments about a few things that have come up, like the UN meeting tomorrow. Are they going to be sending that clown Lavrov? Will he be there? If he is, I really hope that everyone stands up and walks out of the room. I mean, this is so ridiculous to hear Russians crying victim. You know, so far they haven't been hurt much in this war. They haven't had their apartments in Moscow being bombed, their kids being killed. And from the reports I hear, people in Moscow are acting as though there's nothing much really happening. It's a special little operation somewhere else. They don't have to worry about it. It's just ludicrous. So yeah, but that's. I'd like to be a fly on the wall at the UN. I don't know whether they broadcast those meetings live or not, but I might try and tune in. Another point was about the guys going down to Africa, talking to people, maybe trying to arrange asylum for Putin and some of his cronies. I hope that Putin and Lavrov and all those guys do go down there, although I feel sorry for the Africans if they do. If Putin's allowed to stay in Russia, I hope that his piggy bank's going to be raided and he's going to have to pay for the Moscow ship and the 7 million rounds of artillery and buy a lot of larders, and so that he has to live in a very dingy little dasher somewhere. It seems to me that he's a guy that's tried to make Russia great again. Does that ring a bell? But now he's there. But now they're trying to get help from the North Koreans. So they're just they're being humiliated. They're becoming a bit of a laughing stock, and they're in the same camp as North Korea. It's just the guy needs to be thoroughly, quickly kicked out. And unfortunately, it's taken the Russians a long time to wake up to that fact, it seems to me, but maybe they never will. I don't know. I'll just drop back now. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah. No, I mean, look, I don't think he'll pay for anything. I don't think anything will happen. I think he'll either be dispatched accordingly or moved to the sidelines. The Tsar is dead or on his way, apparently. Yeah, no, I mean, not much to add to that. It's the last 24 hours, last 4 days are quite pivotal in this war. And, people mock Zelensky. I did too. When Zelensky became the president, I giggled with my mother-in-law when we talked about it. A comedian, an entertainer, like the president, being obviously Jewish, we're like, oh God, I hope he doesn't screw up too bad because it'll backwash. But here he is. He's calling it. He's pointing to that field. He's pointing to the right. He's pointing to the wall in right field, center field. He goes, "That's where I'm going to do it, right there." He goes, "My people, the Ukrainian people, we're gonna win. We're gonna take Kherson. You better get out now." And the Russians laughed at him. And now the Russians are swimming. Well, if they had spent enough time with swimming lessons and less time genociding, it might be a different situation. Good point. But thanks, Chris. And then John, let's fly over to you.
Yehuda, thanks. I don't know if this will be in your wheelhouse, but these Russian mill bloggers, obviously they have some pretty significant followings within Russia. Are they sort of jester in the court type figures, or do they have? Do you think they have any resonance inside the Kremlin?
Oh, I don't know.
They're
I
trying
can't
to get
speculate because I don't know.
They literally cornered Putin in a meeting like a month and a half ago to tell him essentially your general lying to you, you need mobilization now, and that caused a whole big shitstorm in Moscow. I don't think he's listening to them, but
Those that root for the war, though, they can get away with it because they're just basically saying Putin likes those right wing lunatics, or like the even more psychotic people, because he tries to paint himself as the moderate. But they've been talking about him not fully mobilizing for months, and now that has descended into anti-Semitism. So now on the far right, ultra nationalistic Russian channels, people are saying that Putin's actually secretly a Jew, as if that's a bad thing. And he's working in concert with Zelensky to degrade Russia. The knives are coming out. All the lunatics are coming out. And we're seeing it happen right now. Will they affect Russian public opinion? They could. They could after a while. Right? Telegram's a big thing in Russia. So, once, all these videos being uploaded, the Ukrainians are happily uploading captured GoPros of decimated Russian positions and letting the Russians see their, and they'll do a thing where they have helicopter. They'll do a thing where they show stages of a Russian position being overrun, and then the last statement will be, "This GoPro was uploaded after the last man died." Russians aren't lost on that, right? They hear the Russians speaking, and so it's coming. Winter is coming. Language.
yeah, I mean
John,
the Russian mill bloggers do, because Russia has not done a tremendously good job of creating a consistent narrative for its own people. It's had a lot of propaganda. I'm sure you've seen all of their Saturday Night Live-esque talk shows, which are just lunacy. But as far as what's actually going on the ground, even the average Russian has come to the inclination like, we're not getting told everything. So people have started turning to groups like Rybar and Igor Durkin and whatnot. And some of these are more positive, pie in the sky than others, but it's telling that, like, within about 36 hours ago now, you had every Russian Telegram group of note went posted the same message that's like, do not worry, everything is fine, more information will come out, our troops are bravely defending. But they all did at the same time. People went, that doesn't seem good. This is like Swan Lake. And even the Russian mill bloggers are trying to find ways to explain this, because like I've seen their maps, and like for instance Rybar's map, he's saying Russia owns towns that they lost 2 months ago. So when the rubber meets the road and it starts to become very clear that, hey, you may have been lied to for the past 2 months, because it turns out it's either that or Ukrainian troops just teleported 20 kilometers, then I think you're going to see a little bit more issues with morale at home. Not enough for any big shakeups, but enough that you're going to, as Yehuda so aptly put out, the knives are going to come out a little bit more, and everybody's going to turn on each other, at least in those spheres.
Well, thanks, Language, and that was the point of trying to set this up, because as of the evening of the 7th, that whole constellation of bloggers are going all in on Lieutenant General Andrei Sichovoy. Forgive me if my pronunciation is wrong, but he's the basically the commander for that section of the front. And
not for long, I reckon.
Well, and that was my point, Language. I mean, are they going to spare us the HIMARS and decapitate their own command structure in that part of the front?
Sadly, there are no buildings tall enough for windows for him to fall out of.
Yeah, I think they'll wait for it to be completely lost before they throw him out. Otherwise, then they have to have 2 fall guys.
For those wondering why Shoigu is still around, there's probably a window with his name on it. Shoigu is disappointed in Gerasimov as well. The truth is they can't do anything. Putin will interfere. Putin has consistently interfered with these idiotic Hitlerian orders. You will do this, you will not do that. And these generals, I assume they're the creme de la creme, which isn't saying much. They probably have the most hours logged on Steam on Call of Duty or something, and that's how they got their job.
I mean, they're creme de la creme. They're a guy from Syria who a lot of people, myself included, thought, okay, this could actually be a problem. The man literally drank himself into a stupor and got fired from his job. And that's the Russian commander with, bar none, the most combat experience and combat successes in the Russian military. Syria, and one drinking by himself and nobody was listening to him. So
listen, that's the most combat experience. The most Syrian children he could bomb to death. I mean, it's not a big, it's not a huge honor. Right? Like, it's not a big
I'm not, no, but I mean, the man had for a while, and unfortunately, the Russians, they weren't shy about, barrel bombs and all kinds of other nasty stuff there. But he was at least viewed as, oh, this is the man who gets the job done. And
I don't know if you're breaking up. You're breaking up for me, language.
He's deep in Kharkiv right now.
He's using Russian Wi-Fi. Look, if you went to any U.S. commander, divisional commander, and said, look, I want you to take, they're in a country, and I don't care how many people you kill. In fact, the more civilians, the better. You would see them do whatever they want. They'd roll over everywhere. The fact that we have all of these considerations to take into account shows that, we can't just operate with impunity. There are rules. There are the laws of armed conflict. They're kind of important. That's why the civilized world agreed to them. Russia can't agree to them. They're not civilized. I mean, it's like Genghis Khan with a tank. They don't care. They, go read up Genghis Khan. The things that he did are the things that Russians are doing today. This is a long time ago. You can't behave the same way. It doesn't work. People aren't monsters. Why do you want to be a monster? If you want to be an ape in a jungle, you can act like that, but don't expect any respect. Let's go over to CJ's had his hand up. We'll go to John's and Jens.
Yeah, no, just giving an update too, just to kind of highlight the success we're seeing here today. A couple of people counted up just on open source. There was literally hundreds of videos today, a lot more than normal. And when it was all counted up and it was all said and done, Russia lost about 2 understrength brigades. I'm laughing because it's so effing ridiculous. 2 brigades worth of equipment and killed or captured or destroyed. So what does that mean for BTGs? It's about 8 or 10 BTGs worth of equipment gone in a single day. That's not to say that people were killed or captured. It's not to say that it was all those units were decimated. But the fact of the matter is the equipment for almost double digits BTGs was wiped in a single day. So the idea that this wasn't well planned or an accident or just Russian incompetence, this was a very clearly planned effort that has succeeded so far, and looks to like it will keep succeeding again. It's not over, so it's good that it's gotten this far, and we'll continue to watch. But I have a question for John, because I'm getting a lot of DMs about this today, and I think John might have a better grasp on this sort of question than I do. That's for sure. So basically, the question really is, with the last week plus in Kherson, with Russia on the back foot, and then of course the last 24 to 48 hours in Kharkiv, Russia has been taking a lot of losses and a lot of land losses. So normally the way they kind of deflect and control the iosphere, the information side of the house, is they of course do their false flags. They of course try and cope in these Telegram chats. But what they also do, of course, for a long time now, is they launch missiles at Ukraine, right? Either from Belgrade into Kharkiv, that kind of happens every day regardless, but really the air-launched and sea-launched missiles. And I was racking my brain. I can't think of time since right after Saki happened that Russia has launched caliber missiles successfully at Ukraine. Do you know if this is a fact that they actually finally ran out of these caliber missiles, or is it just that Ukrainian air defense, with the addition of more NASAMS and whatnot, is so good that we're just not even hearing this news anymore?
Well, I want to jump in and tell you real quick that Russia recently downgraded their Black Sea fleet presence to 2, what are they? Not frigates, missile ships that have the calibers. So they're 16, so I think 8 each. They've now have only 2 anywhere near Ukraine. The rest have all gone deep inside of Russian waters. I think they're afraid. They should be very afraid. So that's interesting, right? So, not sure at the end of the day if those other two will be recalled for the simple fact that they're afraid of losing them. So that shows some risk aversion, at least from their naval perspective. A lot of, we didn't talk about it much, but the beginning, halfway through, about 3 months in, 4 months in, a lot of people came in and were speculating as to what Russian capabilities by sea were. A lot of SIGINT that came up, we didn't really discuss. Intercepts of Russian communications where arguments would ensue with the captain of whatever ship. And they would say literally, I will not go there. My missiles, I have range. I'm going to shoot from here. I'm not going there. I'm just not going. Do you want to take responsibility for the ship sinking? This was after the Moskva. So the Russians are not in any position to really dictate any terms of engagement. And you mentioned Caliber, and I just wanted to talk, those are Caliber missile platforms. So totally off topic. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine. I didn't know that about the Black Sea Fleet. That's really good news for Ukraine. John, what are your thoughts?
So yeah, it would seem that the number of cruise missile strikes has definitely decreased based upon the reports that I've seen. The most recent attempted Caliber strike was 2 or 3 days ago against Dnipro. 5 surface launch Calibers from the Black Sea Fleet were launched against the city of Dnipro. All 5 were intercepted by Ukrainian air defenses. I believe Ukrainian air defenses were also active either yesterday or the day before over Zaporizhia, the city specifically, as well as in Kremenchug, which is in Poltava Oblast, a little bit further to the north of Dnipro. I'm not sure. It was never clear to me if those were cruise missiles or if those were UAVs or something else. But I don't recall seeing any reports of any major damage. So I'm gonna go out on a limb there and say that whatever it was successfully intercepted. But beyond that, I'm kind of drawing a blank for any other recent cruise missile strikes. Most of the strikes have been either MRLs or ballistic missiles launched from north of Kharkiv or from the other side of the Russian border to Kharkiv city, or from again ballistic missiles, MRLs, also S-300s launched against Mykolaiv from the eastern bank of the Dnipro, again east of Kherson city. But the cruise missile strikes, they seem to have significantly dropped off. And even the ones they do attempt to carry out the Ukrainians have been able to achieve extremely high interception rates. And the other interesting thing about the Black Sea Fleet is those 2 vessels, they correspond to, as Yehuda referenced, surface combatants with potentially up to 8 calibers each. It seems like there have not been a lot of kilos on station recently, and that's interesting because the caliber variants that are submarine launched and those that are surface combatant launched are different.
No, that's good. And I want to break in here before we go to Gunny, of course, because I'm sure he has some answers about not only the Black Sea Fleet, but maybe where these sea-launched cruise missiles are. It would appear that, what we'd expect from a successful Kharkiv counteroffensive is strikes from Belgorod, and it seems like Ukraine has struck back. There's been a massive explosion in Belgorod just about 10, 15 minutes ago that's taken out the city's power, at least maybe 50% of the city's power. So, last time this sort of large strike happened in Belgorod, there was basically a general panic that ensued and people kind of ran for the hills. So again, all we know for certain right now is that there was a large explosion, several large explosions, which would indicate probably some type of missile, but we'll let everyone know when we have more details.
And an update, CJ. So Crimea did, in the last 12 hours, experience a large, there was a very significant attack on several targets from Sevastopol and up, and the Russian air defense went off crazy. I'm not sure if that was just there's very little, there are no reports yet in, but definitely something happened in Crimea as well. Could it be a test of air defense because the Ukrainians aren't operating there, or is it just simply a demonstration? I don't know. Any thoughts, CJ? And CJ,
well,
go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I haven't seen anything in Crimea today. I know people were asking about that earlier, but nothing's crossed my radar. I don't think John has either, but I don't want to speak for John.
I haven't seen anything out of Crimea either, other than that Russian air defenses were active over Yevpatoria about 48 hours ago, I believe. Oh, and that briefly reminds me, I believe there were a handful of cruise missile launches from Crimea that I had forgotten about. I don't know if they ended up being intercepted or not, but looked like there were a handful of launchers from southern Crimea a few days ago.
And along with that same line, John and Artois shared with us earlier that the losses for Russia in Kherson today were pretty significant. John, we were under the impression that they had moved some air defense systems from Crimea to Kherson. What happened to them?
So Operational Command South released their daily update for today, detailing Russian losses, and in that list were two notable inclusions. An S-300 radar, didn't specify if it was acquisition or fire control, as well as two S-400 transporter erector launchers, which is indicative of which is likely indicative of a successful Ukrainian siege strike, given that it was, a radar likely destroyed in combination with, two TELs. And the fact that they're moving S-400s up from Crimea is in and of itself indicative of the success of Ukraine's seed campaign. They presumably would not have done that if, a number of their S-300 and other air defense assets had not been destroyed, and if there had not been a significant increase in Ukrainian Air Force activity. So that's definitely a reaction to something.
So the Ukrainians, from what I understand now, have increased their range for air support from about the 20 kilometers east of the Dnipro to about 50. So I assume that there's been a 30-kilometer. They've moved up their defense assets there. Same with Zaporizhia, as the Mi-28 tank, Apache helicopter ×2, called the tank on the Russian side, shot down with auxiliary fuel tanks near north of Zaporizhia, south of Zaporizhia city. And there's only so many places that could have come from. So it could be an attempt to try to stop the bleeding in terms of Ukrainian air superiority, because that's what we see right now. There's definitely air superiority in many places. I just don't know if that'll make its way up north. But again, we suspect the Ukrainians have mitigated the risk to their air force by striking air defense and using HARM missiles. So it looks promising. I definitely have it on good authority of the missile strikes in Crimea. I'm going to try to dig up exactly where, though, and share it with you folks. CJ?
If you want to look it up there, I'll take some hands. Gunny, why don't you go ahead and let us know if we're way off about the Black Sea Fleet?
Yeah, morning, CJ. It's really quiet at the minute. Even over shores is kind of tapered off reporting. So I heard this afternoon a couple of rumors that the Russians had bugged out of Sevastopol. So I had a word with Shipyard. That doesn't seem to be the case. He's got no knowledge of that. So yeah, there are two ships out, but the rest of them still seem to be alongside as normal, including the older stuff, the Krivaks, the Grishas, possibly that kind of thing. So there's one frigate out, the Grigorovich class. We reckon she's shot out. She's empty. So the calibers fired tonight at the bridge south of Odessa were probably off the Grey Varan, which is a corvette. We can say with some certainty they probably came off her. I think the frigate and the corvette are out as radar pickets, just to try and extend the air defense for Crimea a little bit further out. They'll be lucky, to be honest with you. There's just the frigate, yeah, I kind of buy it. I think she's got top plate radar. The other one, no, not really.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm curious. I have it on information from a friend in the Ukrainian Air Force that there are only two ships now that can carry calibers within range. What ships would they be? What kind of ships would they be? And if you have the name, which I think you might, what are they?
Yeah, so we think the Grey Varan did a shoot tonight.
So what's the other one?
There's a Grigorovich class frigate. I can't remember off the top of my head the name. She's at sea as well.
So he told me there's 60. He said he didn't actually. I didn't ask, so I want to clarify with him. But he said they have a payload of. He didn't say total 16 calibers. So I assume it's 8 and 8 because it's such a round number. Would they be 8 and 8, or would they be 16 each? Gunny? Gunrid?
Grigorovich has 8 vertical launch cells for calibers.
Yeah, so they carry 8 each. The kilos don't seem to be really very active at all. I think they'll probably keep a couple of warloads back just in case things degenerate rapidly and it comes to a bit of a shooting match with NATO. That's just what any military would do. They'll have a reserve of them just in case.
So the Air Force fella, sorry, I want to tell you what he told me so you can understand it better because I'm not a Navy guy. So he said there are now only 2 weapons with 2 platforms in the Black Sea that can fire calibers, and now I understand it's 8 each. So you're in that message. I just checked my signal was from 12 hours ago. So does that mean that one of those ships has fired 8 at those bridges in Odessa or near Odessa?
No, so we think the Grigorovich, she's conducted a couple of shoots over the past couple of days. And therefore she is now empty, but she'll remain up threat to do a bit of radar picket duty. We think the Grey Varan, the Corvette, she was probably responsible for tonight. We haven't seen anything off the kilos at all. Now there are some other missiles that they can use off ships, but it's looking increasingly unlikely. The old Krivat class frigates that they've got an anti-submarine system called SS-14. Now you can at a push, you can use most missiles to shoot at targets on shore if you really have to. The problem is with those, you'll have to get in close. Well, stick your hand up if anyone fancies going within 150 nautical miles of the Ukrainian coast. Not going to be a great mission. And we think the kilos are probably just holding a couple of warloads back for whatever might come in the future. They're just being smart. Now, what we did see out, which was bizarre yesterday, we saw something on Flight Tracker, and it was a track that flew pretty much across Europe, and then it did a pattern over central Crimea, and then it flew back. I think we all had a look at it and thought, wow, this has got to be a spoof. And it's probably messing with Russian minds as well, to be honest with you, because whatever it was down at flying at about 29,000 feet, flew over the entirety of Europe into the middle of the Russian air defense zone, dropped down in altitude, did some loops, and then flew back. So we think someone was probably messing with Russian minds there. But the ships are there. Look, I suspect they're pulling ships companies off ships alongside, and they're redeploying them to land units. That would be my guess. The bottom line for the Russians is, for literal warfare, inside of 200 miles, they know that they're free game for any Ukrainian battery commander. That means that you've got ships companies sat on ships alongside doing nothing. They are men in uniform. Do you want to pay them to sit on their asses doing nothing? Or do you get them off the ships, leave a skeleton crew, and then use them to beef up units on the line somewhere, or even just as ramps, lugging shells, random things behind the front line? I reckon that's what might be happening. We won't get confirmation, but given their desperate manpower shortages, I would be looking at those ships, and if there are 100 people sat alongside doing very little, wouldn't we? We'd put them off the ships, pack them on a train or on a truck, and then send them to somewhere where they might be a little bit more useful. So yeah, I mean, as the Russian Navy finally shot its bolt, barring some mad scheme where they run some surface ships up the coast of Crimea and try and get them to the river estuary to maybe do naval gunfire support, something like that. I mean, that would be that would be suicidal. I think I don't think they'd get out there undetected, and the guns that they carry. Moskva carried the only big gun system, the 130mm gun. She's got a bit of a damp problem at the minute. The other ships all carry sort of 76mm guns, so you got 10 kilometers range. So what are you going to do? Sail them up the river to Kherson? You know, I'm sure the Ukrainians will be more than happy for that. But yeah, I think the ship's companies have probably been marched off the gangway and are now getting a thorough acquaint with life as a shell carrier off the back of trucks on the front line. And they'll love that, of course, because sailors love anything that involves manual labour, because that's what you join a navy for, is to end up pulling 152mm rounds off the back of a lorry while some Ukrainian drops artillery around you. It'll be fab for them.
Yeah, good times for them. All right, thanks for that. Dan Miner's been up waiting for a while. So let's go to Dan and CJ and John.
Yeah, 3 or 4 things. Most of them more or less CJ specific, handily. First of all, CJ, did you see? Am I live?
CJ knows. Yeah, CJ knows a few things. That's fine. 3 or 4 questions. A little rich, though. Go on. I'm joking.
You know. So my first question, as I saw a video, I think it was last night, but I could have that wrong. It all blurs. Of an enormous number of crabs, the very nice Polish self-propelled gun, and the caption said they were on a train going to Ukraine, and that the Poles had literally sent every single crab they had. Do we think that's true? I mean, you're talking about another brigade's worth of top-grade self-propelled guns, which is enough to matter.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if they're all headed for Ukraine. We know that they were given/sold 18 to begin with, and then sold another 50, but those weren't supposed to be delivered for about 12 months. So there's a good chance that they could have delivered them early. Although I will note, Poland said today or yesterday that its greatest allies were, I believe, Ukraine and UK, which did sting a little bit. Because the United States, as John pointed out, just sold them 300 Abrams tanks, and we're going to sell them maybe 50 HIMARS. So we're feeling a little left out. But yes, more self-propelled guns.
You didn't give them. You sold them. So
yeah, well, it's the arsenal of democracy, right, Yehuda? But no, yes, they're probably headed for Ukraine, Dan.
I mean, that's enough to matter. Second question is, I saw something that someone had seen the Russians had a picture of the Russians loading a shell that was made in 1962.
Yes,
that's how.
And so the U.S. still uses Vietnam era rounds from around 1973 to 75, and that's pretty much as old of a round you'd want to shoot. And this is the thing that was brought up by language earlier, which is, Russia's capacity due to sanctions might be greatly limited for propellant production. So we could see even older rounds being brought up. But let me tell you, they're not going to shoot very accurately.
Well, and related to that, and what Gunny just said about the war reserve, I mean, are the Russians smart enough to hold the war reserve, or dumb enough to just shoot every single thing they've got because they don't think there's an after?
Well, yeah, I would say, what's interesting, what Gunny brought up and what I was going to ask, but it's sort of in that same vein is, are they firing so that are they not firing as many, caliber missiles and other missiles because they want to save them for, potentially war with NATO? Or maybe, in my opinion, maybe they're saving them because the past week and a half, they've watched what's happened in Kherson and know it's coming to Crimea. And there's a very real possibility they might have to use these missiles on Ukrainian troops trying to advance. So if I was Russia and the Russian Navy, I wouldn't necessarily be saving them for NATO. I'd be saving them for that, but I might be wrong.
That's what I had. Thank you very much. I'll set down.
For CJ, John, and John.
No, I was. We're glad to be joined by Akash here too. Welcome, Akash. So, John, I was just going to ask if you had seen, all these videos in the past 24 hours of S-300s and S-400s destroyed both in Kharkiv and in Kherson, and the ammunition for them. I know I saw an article about 2 days ago saying Russia was running low on S-300 which again, for everyone's awareness, of course, is a medium to long range air defense system that's pretty effective against aircraft, not very effective against GMLRS. And so in a lot of cases, Russia had converted them or used certain missile types to basically turn them into these less guided ground attack missiles that they've been shelling cities with. I wonder, in the same vein of Russia running out of artillery shells, will we see the end of S-300s, which is going to be great news for Ukrainian civilians, of course, that are being shelled by them. But at the same time, this is something that they certainly had a lot of at the beginning of the war.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously taken substantial losses of S-300s. The S-300, or excuse me, the number of S-400s lost is a little bit less clear, as is the production run for those. The info that I saw was a little bit all over the place. On the high end, I saw numbers indicating a production run of about 2,000 TELs for the S-300. Of those, I don't know how many were, exported. Probably a significant percentage. Their active numbers prior to the war, and going back the past 10 years, is also very fuzzy. It's difficult to kind of estimate on a percentage basis how many they've lost, but they definitely have taken at least very severe localized losses, again in Kherson and now in Kharkiv, now that the Ukrainian counteroffensive there has begun. And it's not just of the TELs, as CJ pointed out. What we saw in Kharkiv yesterday was not a S-300 site itself with radars, command posts, and launchers being destroyed. Rather, what we saw was a number of trucks, a number of transport vehicles carrying the actual missiles themselves that are launched by S-300, moving through some road in the forest when they were presumably spotted and engaged by the Ukrainians to extremely successful and explosive effect.
And yeah, it's they do have a lot of smaller mobile systems, but again, these have been taken out also by TB2s and sort of other systems that really have no business destroying air defense that much. But as Crimea gets closer and closer for the Ukrainians, people will continue to ask what air defense doing, and it's going to be clear that it's pretty much nothing.
Yeah, I also saw that in Melitopol, the headquarters of the United Russia Party, which was preparing one of its shamarendums, has spontaneously combusted. This happens if you don't pay your council tax on time over there.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, John, did you have an artillery or air defense question? Because I would like to ask Akash about that. But John, do you want to go first?
I was gonna talk about surface combatant launch cruise missiles, but we can circle back around that later, and you can go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, Akash, are you with us tonight on this lovely night in North America?
I am, yes.
So one of the, oh gosh, I think I certainly hope Akash, if you were somehow asleep at the wheel on Twitter today, you may have noticed that Ukraine captured about 400 square kilometers of territory in a single day, which is more than Russia took in the entire month of August. Ukraine reversed it in a single day.
I have noticed that, yes. The description has been Ukraine is attacking everywhere or counterattacking everywhere.
Yeah, and so good. It's, I don't know, from my point of view as a military officer, it's great news. It was definitely well planned, well in advance. They're able to coordinate at a very high level with their military, which of course was not something that maybe was as possible in 2014. But we know that of course, Akash, you've been to Ukraine and you've worked there extensively, and so I had a question for the other moderators, but I think you're the best person to ask. Basically, what we're trying to get to some sort of understanding on at a deeper level is these referendums. We know they're all sham, of course, but I guess what we don't really understand is why Russia keeps delaying them, announcing them, delaying them. It seems to me that they should, if they're going to be a sham anyways, they might as well get on with it. And as we saw today in Melitopol, Ukraine basically blew up the party headquarters where this was supposed to happen for Zaporizhia. And obviously, unlike Kherson, which they're losing slowly day by day, they still have a pretty firm grasp on decent parts of Zaporizhia and southeastern Kherson. So I guess my question, Akash, is why would Russia even announce they were going to do it if they just never end up doing a referendum?
That's a good question, and it's unfortunately in the realm of speculation. I can't say that I have capacity to look into the minds of the people on the ground, but there is an analogy, or possibly an analogy, with the shambolic nature of the Russian military campaign. And that is to say, in most militaries, it's a cliche to say that the backbone of the army are the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, and a well-run army is one that devolves significant amounts of responsibilities from the senior officers to the junior officers down to the NCOs. But that whole apparatus requires an esprit de corps, a sense amongst everyone that they're all in this together, and a great deal of trust. And none of that exists in the Russian military. I find it difficult to believe that the absence of that trust and functioning apparatus in the Russian military is present amongst the military advisors and the people who are working with the Russian military to try to govern or control the areas that they occupy. I suspect, just based on that, one of the reasons they keep putting off their referendums is that they are receiving orders from Russia, hold this referendum for political purposes so that we can announce to the world that we have done this, even though the world knows it's a sham, it's a kind of fig leaf to cover up their occupation, but that in reality, the people who are on the ground, the Russian operatives who are on the ground in these cities, have tenuous connections to the people who are giving them the orders and probably have very little power that is actually devolved to them. In other words, this all looks to me like a case where you have political operatives in Moscow barking orders and no one on the ground in the occupied territories who has the capacity, the autonomy, or the will to carry out those orders. Because you're right, it makes no sense to tell the world you're going to hold a referendum and then not do it, especially when it's a fake referendum. The other possibility is that the insurgency in the occupied territories is going worse than still worse for the Russians than might be apparent to us outside of those regions. The fact that the so-called United Russia headquarters were blown up in Melitopol, that might not be an isolated risk. In other words, the very people who are the very Russian operatives who are trying to recruit local help to organize a cosmetic referendum may find that they have their hands full preventing someone from cutting their throats in the night and simply don't have the capacity to carry out even kind of Potemkin village referendum. So all this says to me that the Russians are trying to, the Russian center is ordering a sham exercise in the occupied territories, but their hold on the territories, on those territories, is so weak that they can't even mount a sham.
CJ?
No, I wasn't sure if Akash had more. That was great.
It's the answer we deserve, not the one we need.
If I may, then a follow up. I guess, Akash, what would you say to all of the trolls? Not that we have to feed the trolls, of course, an answer, because you kind of got to the bottom of how basically the Ukrainian military is making these Russian political goals untenable at the current moment. As Crimea gets closer and closer, it used to be very far away, I think, and not just physically, but in terms of the ability of Ukraine to retake it. And I think this is now pretty well within reach. To those that say, of course, well, Ukraine or Crimea had a referendum and they chose to join Russia. How do we, in this space and other places, simultaneously kind of say, hey, this situation is different than what's happening now? Or how would you approach this sort of idea that, it's not really self-determination, of course, if Russians are basically forcing it at gunpoint?
I mean, I suppose it's important to be able to reply to people who bring even specious and absurd arguments. But from our perspective, I also think it's important to bear in mind that you cannot reason someone out of a position that he has not reasoned himself into. In other words, people who are looking at an occupation at men in the streets with rifles and saying, yes, that's a normal political exercise. Those people are voting for the Russians because the Russian occupation because they choose to vote to do so, not because they're all going to die if they do otherwise. Someone who takes that position is not someone who's going to be swayed by any kind of counter argument. That person has a position he wants to propound and is going to use whatever argument, no matter how thin or preposterous it is, to support it. But I suppose the obvious thing to offer up is partly the situation in Crimea. The Russians had a much stronger hold on Crimea before this invasion. Clearly, they were able to move into the area to occupy it. Ukraine at that point was not able to fight back, and the world did not respond to Ukraine the way they are responding now. Conversely, today, obviously, Ukraine has responded to the Russian invasion. They are fighting back, and the world has come to their aid. The test then of what's going on the ground is, firstly, I mean, if you wanted to apply a rational test, if this were a real referendum, there would be international observers. Even completely fictitious democracies invite international observers to observe a referendum. And given that the Russians are in control of this and they are not allowing third parties to monitor what's going on, the only rational explanation is that they don't want people outside of the area to see the conditions under which these supposed referendums are taking place. And secondly, if it's really were the will of the people, the referendum would not have to be carried out at a barrel of a gun. Before the Russian invasion, all of these cities and regions had municipal governments. They could have held referendums at any time had they wished to do so. And at no time, in fact, have the Russians even alleged that those previous councils were not democratically elected. The fact that they didn't do that before a gun was being put to their head, and now they are doing it when there is a gun being put to their head, no rational person could look at that and not conclude they're doing it because there's a gun that's been put to their head. And if you are acting only because someone's put a gun to your head, then it's unlikely to say that's something you really want to do. So
thanks for no, thanks for that, Akash. 1 second, Akash, can you just co-host for a bit?
Okay.
Thanks. We're gonna get you up there. I have to pop off. Thank you, Akash. You're so ecumenical. It almost bothers me. I mean, I'd love to. I almost want to. You invite me over to your house, and I just want to rearrange things on coffee tables just to see if you actually ever get mad. But I just don't have the shame to do it. But I really would if I had the shame. Thanks so much. I'll pop down. Thanks so much. I'll be right back.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think Tom has his hand raised.
Oh, yes, thanks. I had a few questions around missiles for either Gunny or John Ridge or whomever. And there was a report, the U.S. Deputy Defense Secretary said that some truck-launched Harpoon missiles, the Ukraine was trained on them back in March, so presumably they've got them. Today, Zaluzhny of the General Staff mentioned that there were missile attacks. The Crimea missile, the attacks on the Saki Air Base were actually missile attacks. Do we think that those Harpoons would have reached it? I think the range on those is only about 100 kilometers, right? So it seems a little bit far for that to have been the tool there. And a second question on the missiles was speculation that Ukraine now might have some new cigarette flavors, a new HIMARS warhead, I guess M30A1, which is more focused, which is like a cluster munition for going after troop concentrations. Perhaps you've covered that earlier in the day, but I'm just wondering whether you have anyone has any more insight on either of those two suppositions.
So the for the first part, it was announced today that the Harpoon training had occurred in the United States, which is a little bit of a change from previous admissions from any sort of party that there had been internal training in the United States specifically regarding this war. So that was a little bit of news. In terms of any different types of missiles for HIMARS, I have not seen anything confirmed yet. Tomorrow there is a massive aid package that will be announced along with the newest Ramstein meeting that'll discuss aid for Ukraine from about 50 different countries, which is great news. This coalition is not just NATO, of course, but NATO plus some more. In terms of given, although Ukraine and the United States have not signed the treaty banning cluster munitions or whatever the specific name of the treaty is, I'm sure Akash would know exactly. It still seems to be outside of the realm of what is desired to be given, sort of for more probably the political reasons, right? This is something that, Ukrainian BM-21s and Russian BM-21s use. Obviously, Ukraine uses a lot less than Russia does, but I don't think necessarily the optics of it would look too great necessarily. And the reality is the Mike 31 Alpha 1s, which are the unitary warhead, which basically deliver one 200-pound explosion with pinpoint precision, seem to be working pretty well for the Ukrainians so far. So we'll certainly let you know if we get any more updates on that. Unless, Akash, do I have the treaties wrong there? I don't think the United States or Ukraine has signed any sort of treaties on either landmines or cluster munitions, but I could have that wrong.
You're right. Both the United States isn't a party to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, nor is it a party to the Ottawa Treaty on Anti-Personnel Landmines. But you're also correct that the Cluster Munitions Treaty, the Convention, is fairly widely adopted, and I can see that the United States has to think about not just acting within the letter of the law, but also keeping its allies on side. And most of its European allies have signed that convention.
And so, and this is the interesting thing, of course, regarding this question is, although the United States has not signed or is necessarily a party to it, they have followed it from, I believe, sometime after 2004. Basically, the thinking was the dud rate, or basically the rate at which some of our cluster munitions would not function, was I think 0.04%, which was deemed too high for safety in terms of sort of the warfare the United States was engaged in the last 20 years, which is counterinsurgency, so very heavily populated with civilians. And so since that time frame at the beginning of the Iraq War, it was stopped. However, I will note in 2017, President Trump overturned that ruling, and I believe it has gone back, or it was in the process of going back to basically following the treaty, even if we weren't going to necessarily sign that. So I don't think we will give any sort of cluster munitions, but I don't think they necessarily need them either, which is good.
Yeah, I'll DM you just a little bit more. So someone's speculating about their use, but also an article that came out 2017 about the HIMARS M30A1, which is designed to replace traditional cluster munitions, but it's still going after troop concentration. So sort of I don't know if they're if this has to do with semantics and definitions and how materially it's different it is, and whether it's safer for civilians. But I'm just wondering if, how if that wasn't being used, would a traditional HIMARS explosive, the one that's been being used, how effective would it be against troop concentrations at the front line? And because there's been some speculation it's been used that way, certainly during this offensive.
Yeah, no, definitely a semantics issue. But that's sort of why I think at the end of the day, that's sort of the political lens is the most important. It's why so many precision guided munitions have been given to Ukraine, with the idea being that the end state of any sort of country giving aid to Ukraine, it should be done to, decrease the suffering of the population as much as possible. As long as Russia is in the country, of course, there will be suffering. But if, any sort of extra damage can be avoided, it seems like countries are taking a lot of precautions in that regard.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much, CJ.
All right, John.
Thank you, Wendy. Just briefly on the Harpoons point, and I'm sure Gunny can jump in right after me to add more detail. To my knowledge, the Harpoon in any of its variants does not have a land attack capability. And even if it does with some of the older variants, I'm not sure, unless they were to do this from an air launch platform, I don't think it necessarily has what 200-kilometer range necessary, depending on where they're launching from. Maybe Gunny can correct me on that, but I'm reasonably confident that there was never a land attack variant of the Harpoon developed. There is a land attack variant of the Neptune, but not Harpoon.
Got it. So as far as what was used in Saki, then we have the option of perhaps an Atacams, even though it's been denied, Neptune, or this the new Thunder one, right? What was it?
Krim 2, the Ukrainian domestic system that we know nothing about.
Right. Okay, and those still are the most likely options then?
It would seem, yes.
Great, thanks a lot.
Gunny, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, so I heard the stuff about the technicians getting trained on Harpoon over in the States. I'm a little bit disbelieving of that, to be honest with you. The thing with flatbed Harpoon was the chassis was already there, because the Danes had decommissioned it, but luckily it sounds like they kept the vehicles. So a missile system like flatbed Harpoon is containerized. And these days, you know, systems, if something goes wrong, they have a self-test facility. You plug a terminal in, you have a look at it. So actually maintaining the system itself isn't a massive job. I think on a Royal Navy frigate, I think on the Harpoon section, there's probably one chief, a couple of lads, or a chief or a petty officer, or even these days, it might be just put to the Sea Viper section, and they just look after Harpoon as well. So you don't need to train a lot of people for it. It's very easy. It's plug in, self-diagnosis, have a look at it, swap out a circuit board or something like that. And the training for that, to be honest with you, can be done in pretty much any naval training facility in Europe. You could have flown 4 flatbed Harpoon crews to the UK and put them in HMS Collingwood and banged them through a course in 2 weeks, and they'd have been ready to go. So if they were trained in the States, I think it was probably part of a bigger package. Maybe air-launched Harpoon. Maybe the Ukrainians have got themselves the capability to use that. We just haven't seen it being used. That's always a possibility. I could see them wanting to put through some subject matter experts, what we call SMEs, through for something like that. But you know, I also think the Harpoons were in theatre a lot earlier than we actually suspected. I don't think it took them that long to get trained up in it and actually move it through. I think it was probably, compared to training a crew up on a new tank, say, it's probably a lot simpler. And of course, the Ukrainians don't have to worry about the most important part of a system like Harpoon, which is finding the enemy, because somebody else was taking care of that side of things for them. All they needed to do was know how the system operates, how to diagnose various problems, setting it up, programming the round and getting the rounds away into the box, and then packing up the vehicle and legging it. The Ukrainians will not have been trained in some kind of long-range surface search radar, because the Russians would have been all over it if that was transmitting. So, yeah, I'm really surprised if they flew people out to the US. I'm convinced it's part of some kind of bigger training package, not just for flatbed Harpoon. You could, as I say, you could do that a couple of weeks in a lot of training establishments in Europe. What was it used for the Crimea strikes? No, definitely not. Was Neptune land attack version used? Yeah, possibly, but no, I don't think so. Simply because the impact points were perfect, absolutely perfect, and I can see why people kind of initially looked at it and went, "Well, that's SF," because the rounds were landing in or just over revetments and they pretty much put one into an air weapons magazine and destroyed that. They were nice. It was evenly spaced. It wasn't the kind of explosions that I would expect to see from 4, 5, 6 Neptunes, to be honest with you. It was way too precise for that. These were precision guided munitions that I think probably were detected, but too late, and the Russians could just, they could do nothing about it. And the movement of surface-to-air missiles around Crimea, probably, up to where the main fighting is, I think that's a tacit admission that they can't. They've kind of given up on the idea of doing any comprehensive air defense network over Sevastopol, and I think we might see them just lifting and shifting a lot of air defense stuff, maybe up to around the Kherson sector, just because they think it might be more gamefully employed up there. Is that possibly? Yeah. I mean, if you've got that stuff there and it blatantly isn't working, shift it somewhere else, I suppose. Who knows?
And just one quick question. On the S-300s, lots being destroyed recently, is the cost of those $1 million? Is that what Russia actually pays for it, or because they produce it, it's going to be a lot less for them?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, really, isn't it? Because cost is relative, and cost will be plummeting every single day. What might have cost $1 million around at the start of the war, you can probably pick up for £3.50 in a bag of pork scratchings at the moment. It's that crap. So, I didn't think it was 1 million around. I thought it was. I thought equivalent. It was about 750,000 around. But I suspect on the market now, on the arms market, you can probably pick up S3 batteries and attendant radar probably a lot cheaper than you could do before. That's something that, again, we'll have to wait and see. I eagerly await at least a little bit of information coming out about a captured system and the initial assessment of it. I mean, if it's going the way of their UAV lookouts, where the Ukrainians have taken UAVs apart, and I did see something about a Pantsir system, and it wasn't very complimentary about it. The first inspections of, I just can't wait for the first inspections of systems like S300 and captured S300s and T90s. I think it's going to be really, really informative. I think people saying, well, the bomb's not dropped out of the arms market yet for the Russians. I think that's a bit naive. I think the bomb hasn't dropped out of the market simply because all we're seeing is it doesn't perform particularly well. I think when the detailed analysis comes out, which you will do because it will be deliberately released to hurt the Russians, I would expect a raft of cancellations of orders, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I haven't seen any S300s on eBay just yet. I'll keep looking. Thanks a lot, Gunny. Appreciate it. Take care, all.
Only inflatable S300s on eBay.
I want to thank I Like Wendy for hosting for several hours. We have to put him to bed because he's falling asleep on his feet, and I'm going to come up here for a bit. And I believe this is the first time ever co-hosting with the Cash, and it's an absolute pleasure, sir.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine.
If you would like to come up and ask a question or a comment, please request to speak. If you come up, raise your hand. We'll get you in order. If you are a little shy and don't wish to speak to the crowd, that is fine. DM one of us, and we'll read it aloud. If you're super shy and you want to remain anonymous, just have a note that you wish to remain anonymous, and we'll just read the question aloud. With that, we'll go to Raver.
Hey, Battle Moose. Hey, Akash. John, so the land attack version of the Harpoon is called the Slam ER, and it's what the U.S. Air Force used to kick Assad's teeth down his throat in the second strike after chemical weapons used by Assad under the Trump administration. I wish CJ was still up. I was going to ask him, and you might know, has anybody seen the 105 millimeter howitzers in use yet? It seems in this offensive role is where they would be most suited.
So as I've seen, both CJ and myself, we've both seen videos of the Ukrainians not only training on them on the 105s previously, but using them in combat. I have not seen them used in the Kharkiv offensive specifically. I think I might have seen one video of them being used in Kherson, but we've seen a number of videos of them being used in combat, unknown daytime location.
I appreciate. Yeah, I don't tend to follow the various Telegram channels and whatnot. I just try to absorb what other people are posting and then create basically a narrative around that.
Yeah, with a 105 regiment, speed is life, right? So those guys are going to be, giver, Guli River, and they don't have really the accommodations. When I say accommodations, they don't have the facilities to have maybe reporting with them and whatnot, because they're operating at breakneck speed. It's a very fast platform to have. It's light. It can it has a really good punch, and you want to use that to effect. So it doesn't surprise me that there's not a lot of footage of it.
Yeah, that was my assumptions as well, which is why I was asking for the people who actually try to get into the weeds and find the videos of it.
Like the only weeds I seem to get into here is Ukrainians are doing quite well, and in everything, like they have the Midas touch right now with this counteroffensive. So I wish them the best, and I've said it on the space numerous times. I don't want to know what they're doing till they reach their day 3 objectives, right? And it looks like we're, as a rule, and I think you touched on it, we're getting reports with about a 12-hour delay. Go ahead, John.
I totally forgot what I was going to say. My apologies.
You're probably going to say, "Hey, Battle Moose," but we're getting real time footage of the Russians, and we all know how that pans out for them. So once again, we demonstrate why soldiers should not take their cell phones into the field. Because especially smartphones that could be geolocated, and we all seen the little Russian troopy videotaping videotaping. I just dated myself there. Recording in the back of the truck, and the ferry comes under attack, or whatever that thing is they're on, the barge that they're using as a ferry comes under attack, and I dare say they're probably transmitting that live and got geolocated. Ha ha. Go ahead, John. Did you figure out what you wanted to say?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about some 105s. I'm not sure if you saw the announcement of the images, but Lithuania has donated a number of 105 millimeters to Ukraine, specifically M101s, which is an old artillery piece that used to be in service in the United States. These particular pieces, I believe they were originally donated to Lithuania by Denmark between 2001 and 2004. And Denmark acquired them as part of a U.S. military aid package in 1950.
I'm going to date myself here, but Zodiac was on there a couple nights ago, and he was talking about the C3 howitzer. So basically, that is the improved version of the C1, which is the M101. And all it is, it's got a beefed up trail system. It's the same gun. It's the exact same gun. It just went back for refurbishment. And it's a testament to how well this thing was built initially. Canada still operates, howitzers from the 50s. And they're fine pieces of kit. And you know what? We'll continue to operate them for 50 more years. As long as they're effective, why not? They're a good piece of kit. What else do they improve on them? They put a flash suppressor on them, which is, I noticed on the Lithuanian ones, they don't, that's why they're the legacy ones. They don't have the big flash suppressor on the end, like the whatchamacallit, the M777s has. So it doesn't, or muzzle brake, as some call it. It has a beefier equibulator and a little bit better hydropneumatic floating piston. That's in it. So it their artillery systems will last 100 years. They're unless it's German, there's not a lot of moving parts, right? It's and I'll digress here for a second. When the U.S. and Canada first captured German artillery during World War II, they started taking it apart and going like, how does this damn thing work? Because there's so many moving parts. There was like 10-fold moving parts for the Western style ones that would have like 3 moving parts. Yeah, I digress there. I believe the order was Raver and then John, unless you have John Howard. But John Ridge, if you had a follow-up, go ahead.
Nope, proceed on to the others.
Okay, so you guys went back 50 years. I want to go back about 5 years even earlier. Pictures today that the Ukrainians captured the divisional flag of the 150th Motor Rifle Division. That is the flag of the Soviet division that planted the flag on top of the Reichstag. So it's kind of a historic, symbolic unit, and the Ukrainians now have their standards, and that unit is forever disgraced unless it can recapture its standards.
Just for the listeners, that's a big deal. In days of yore, if somebody took your battle honors, you would fall on your sword. It's a big deal. I didn't realize it was the same unit that it took the Reichstag. But yeah, that's amazing. That's some artillery unit in the Crimean War, the Boer War, retreated without taking the guns. And the artillery in the Commonwealth had to wear a lanyard to symbolize 100 years of shame. And we just overcame that, I don't know, about 20 or 30 years ago. We finally got over it. And so if some unit takes your battle honors, that I can't even think of a civilian. It'd be like a sports team and somebody taking your mascot and then brutalizing it and hanging it out to dry in front of your town for all to see. I don't even have an analogy for that. John Howard, go ahead.
Thanks, Battlemoose, but you're absolutely right. I don't think there is an analogy for that, particularly given that it's that unit and what that unit did and how central that moment was and is, and that's part of the problem. It still is to Russian culture. I mean, that is going to boil Putin's piss without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, amazing. A question for any of the North American speakers at the moment. CJ mentioned earlier that Lend-Lease is going to come online in about 3 weeks. Now, as far as I understand, Lend-Lease is basically throwing open the doors to Uncle Sam's Arms Bazaar, and pretty much a whole manner of things become possible at that point. What do John or Akash or Moose, I know you're, I wouldn't call you an American, buddy, so please don't think I'm saying that. But I mean, you're a lot more adjacent to the US than me. What do you think? How do you think, rather, this might go in terms of what this means for Ukraine? Thank you.
I got a quick comment, then I'll leave it to my colleagues here. But let's not kid ourselves. Lend-Lease won World War II. Hands down. Lend-Lease won World War II.
Yeah, 100%, Bartmus. You're absolutely right, and that's I understand. And it hasn't. This is the point. Lend-Lease. This is the first time that this act has basically been resurrected since the Second World War. So I'm fully aware of the significance of it, and that's really the point I'm trying to get at. What is this going to mean? Is this the F-16s? Is this the M1s? Is this hell coming down on Russia effectively?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what this is going to do is give Biden a whole lot of money to then go to the Defense Department and say, what does Ukraine need from our stores, and what do you need to buy to replace it? It's going to really beef up his drawdown authority, because instead of just drawing from U.S. stocks, now he'll be drawing from U.S. stocks and replenishing those stocks with new production. So the Lend-Lease isn't necessarily being spent dollar for dollar on Ukraine. A lot of it's actually going to allies. Some of it's going to the Ukrainian government. But militarily, what it's going to do is allow the Defense Department to ship even more, because they will be able to replace what they're shipping item for item with new production. And then real quick to Battle Moose before I lose service, British battle honors are still displayed at West Point that we captured at Yorktown.
For now.
That's great, Raver, but you never burnt down Westminster, did you?
No, but we put a whole lot of Yankee troops in London during the 1940s.
Yeah, but they were guests, buddy. It's a bit different.
It was just a family squabble.
The other part of the act is, by coming online, it lifts it lifts any restrictions on the amount of time that the equipment can be loaned to Ukraine. So without the Lend-Lease Act, there is the clock is ticking the moment any equipment is given or loaned to the Ukrainians, with a hard requirement of the material being returned after 5 years. Hopefully this war will still be going after 5 years, but that clock is no longer ticking as a result of the passage of this act. It also lifts certain restrictions on what the president can directly negotiate with the Ukrainians. So there are some kinds of weapons and some kinds of agreements that, in the absence of the Lend-Lease Act, he would have to go back to Congress to get authorization. He won't have to do that now, which means that he can make these decisions much more quickly and much more nimbly.
I think anything's on the table, less CBRN.
Well, thank you, Bartmus, and thank you, everybody. And that was my understanding. I was trying to invite, particularly people from the US, to speculate as to what that might mean in real terms, in terms of systems. But if no one wants to do that, that's. Oh, in fact, I think John, please, buddy.
Yeah, so the reason why it's October 1st, I assume that there's also a number of practical considerations in terms of getting stuff ready and, training Ukrainians up on the relevant equipment. But October 1st is the start of the fiscal year for the United States government. So it corresponds to that. And just as a little bit of a side note to that, I believe the figure right now for presidential drawdown authority remaining for this fiscal year is around $2.5 to $2.75 billion remaining in presidential drawdown authority. So that is the total value of equipment and other material that we can send to Ukraine from existing stocks under, that relevant under that relevant statute. So over the next, 3 weeks now, There we still have nearly $3 billion that Biden has in presidential drawdown authority worth of kit that can still be sent, and we have 3 weeks to use all that.
CJ, would you like a last pop at this before they get moved on, or before?
Well, I heard my alma mater being mentioned, so I just had to come up. That perhaps our Canadian and United Kingdom fellow allies in the cause of Ukraine, of course, we're perhaps talking some crap. But no, of course, we're all on the same team now. But it didn't always start that way. However, I don't see a future where Ukraine works with its northern country anytime soon, like the United States and Canada do. So us in the United States, we're very thankful for that.
See, kind of think of United States and Canada as drinking buddies, and they've been pals, like best friends. And they sometimes they get a little rowdy when they drink, and fisticuffs happen, and the next day we get up, we dust ourselves off, and back at her. I believe CJ. What Raytheon doing?
Oh boy! Well, you're gonna get John too excited here. Well, so let's tie it to Ukraine. I think I can do it, Battle Moose. So basically, one of the systems that the United States and other countries have given is this sort of NASAMS thing, right? Which is, it can be towed, but it's generally more of a stationary air defense platform that's really made an incredible difference in specifically Odessa, maybe Kharkiv. It's a little bit unclear exactly where these things are for good reason, but they're very good at shooting down very fast missiles, much better than the older legacy Soviet systems that the Ukrainians have been using previously. But one of the demonstrations, of course, that Lockheed Martin and a couple other countries, Raytheon, and they're all sort of tied together in a lot of different ways for tax purposes, but that's neither here nor there. Long story short, a lot of these launchers are going to be able to fire a bunch of different missile types that are even faster and better for very specific different types of aircraft. So if things like this are tested, the NASAMS are already in Ukraine. This is something that can be upgraded later on. And really just an important note that, the last aid package the United States gave to Ukraine was different from the rest. It was different because about half of the money was allocated for more long-standing military agreement, meaning, Ukraine wouldn't see these sort of supplies and training and equipment for at least a year. It was production for more Gimlers. It was production for other equipment that they're going to see over time, really demonstrating that the United States, well, in a lot of other countries, aren't just giving aid to Ukraine to help them take back their country. It's a long-standing commitment for Ukraine's defense. And this is really important because as Russia continues to lose more terribly, and again, I actually, with the help of a couple OSINT accounts, totaled up the amount of territory that Russia lost today, and it's actually somewhere near 500 kilometers, just 400 kilometers alone in Kharkiv. We're going to hear a lot of disinformation. We're going to hear a lot of trolling, and it's going to get a lot worse as Russia does worse on the battlefield. So one of these key narratives that comes out, of course, is the idea that, the United States and other countries are only giving enough aid to Ukraine to bleed Russia dry. That's what's going on here. And if you see these aid packages that are coming out for deals for F-16s 2 or 3 years out from now, tanks that are years away, this is very quite clearly not meant to bleed Russia dry in this war. It's meant to show the world that, even though we may have forgotten for a good 8 years, we have no longer forgotten, the plight of the Ukrainians, and we won't ever again, because they'll have the equipment and the aid to do it themselves. So really just great news all around. But that's what I would say is same with the HIMARS as well. There is some possibly coming down the pipe, some anti-ship options that can be launched out of HIMARS, as well as some laser tracking missiles that are good against moving targets. So they have the base pieces for a lot of different future development, and they're only going to get stronger over time, which is great news for Ukraine.
What is it? Is it Raytheon that makes the Gimlers?
So it's a Lockheed Martin. I can feel John shaking, but it's Lockheed Martin that makes the HIMARS, and I believe Raytheon and a couple others make all the parts. But if you actually were to break down these individual missiles, it's actually a bunch of different countries making all the different parts. But I'll let John go because I think he's pretty excited here.
Yeah, so just to briefly say for Gimlers, Lockheed Martin is, I believe, the prime contractor for that, and they handle assembly of the overall system. There's dozens of different contractors and subcontractors that produce a bunch of different components. I believe Northrop Grumman produces the actual solid rocket motors themselves, and the list is probably very long. For NASAMS, that was originally a believe, a jointly developed U.S. and
Did we lose John?
no, here, I mean, sorry, a lot of background noise.
Okay. I was just going to say before you go on, I was watching one of those PBS spots, their little 10-minute news bites, and they were in some factory where they make the gimlers, and they're saying they're ramped up production where they're making a gimler every 10 minutes.
Arsenal of democracy. But to briefly complete the thought on the NASAMS, let's pull it up. The prime contractors on that and developers are Raytheon and Kongsberg. Not Kongsberg. They're a Norwegian defense contractor, Kongsberg Defense and Aerospace. It's a jointly developed system between the two. Supports AIM-9 sidewinders, AMRAAMs, AMRAAM ERs, extended range, I believe. The IRIS-T surface launch variant, and it can also be integrated with IRIS-T's, in own purpose designed launchers, radars, command posts. The missiles themselves, I don't remember what the contractors for those are off the top of my head. But yeah, I suspect all of these companies are going to be getting some pretty good business. And one other interesting thing to note about that test is it was specifically against cruise missile targets.
This is pretty neat. CJ, do you have any follow-up?
No, it's it's a good day for Ukraine, and some people have pointed out that, and it could be very rightly so, that the development of these things having ARAMs could indicate that Ukraine would be maybe getting some more advanced air-to-air missiles. To that, I would say, what we've seen, and I think people just really refuse to believe it at first. I don't really know why they fought it so hard. The idea that the MiG-29, and basically this almost 50-year-old Soviet fighter, could carry, a relatively modern AGM-88 HARMS missile, it just wasn't possible. And Ukraine showed, with the help of allies, it was certainly possible. So I think people are trying to hint at F-15s and F-16s coming down the pipe. To that, I'd say, yeah, in the last NDAA, so the last Defense Authorization Act for the United States, it was heavily discussed, $100 million training program just to train Ukrainians on F-15s and F-16s. So I would say that it may be a little ways off, but it's definitely coming. I don't think hopefully it's not a part of this war, because hopefully it's done by then. But we'll be in a situation where even if it's a little bit longer for Ukraine to join NATO, they'll still be stronger in that interim period. Of course, I would ask Akash, because I remember early on in the space when everyone was talking about fly zones and a lot of different types of involvement, intervention that could be done. The application to NATO seemed very far off. Akash, could you sort of explain where the EU process is in terms of their candidate status? And because I've heard mixed things about if it's going to be, a short amount of time or a long amount of time. And having been to Ukraine many times, what you see is their prospects for joining NATO now that they are on the offensive and pushing Russia back.
It's a difficult question to answer. The EU is making very positive sounds about Ukraine's accession to the European Union, but my sense is a lot of those positive sounds are for the purpose of giving comfort to the Ukrainians and also to do a bit of cheap saber rattling at the Russians. What I mean by that is that it seems unlikely that there is any real prospect Ukraine will accede to the European Union until the war is over. But the good news, though, is that even without formal accession, they're likely to get a lot of reconstruction aid from the European Union. And when those negotiations begin in earnest after the war, it's also likely that the EU will demand and receive from the Ukrainians assurances that Ukraine will complete the process of building up its anti-corruption system and provide adequate oversight for reconstruction funds. It is very much tied to the question of reconstruction. So right now, the Ukrainian government estimates that once the war is over, it will cost about $750 billion over 10 years to rebuild the country. That's probably too high. The Kiev School of Economics estimates that it's something closer to $120 billion, and the German Marshall Fund estimates something even lower, $100 billion. It's still a fair amount of money. And it's telling to me that EU states are already debating amongst themselves how will they divide up the responsibility for paying that. Will it come from added debt? Will it come from some kind of apportionment of payments from just amongst the large donor states or the large net contributors such as Germany and France, or will it be spread across all of their member states? I don't think there's any way they would be involved in those kinds of internal deliberations if they were not highly confident that once the war is over, Ukraine will become a member of the European Union. And I suspect it will happen very quickly. I would be surprised if it happens while the war is ongoing, simply because there are certain political requirements that Europe will have of Ukraine, like joining the European prosecution system, like having parliamentary oversight, requirements that are necessary for a state to be part of the European Union and a functioning part of the European Union, but requirements that it would not be reasonable to demand of Ukraine while it's still fighting for its survival.
No, great. I think it's good to check up on sort of this topic specifically because, as we all know, back in 2014, this no topic was more important to the majority of Ukrainians. So the idea that even if it's progressing, albeit slowly, progress is good in that regard. Is there anything you would like to see differently, Akash, in terms of how the economic cooperation is going with Ukraine? Do you think anything can be done to sort of increase the likelihood of a quicker route, or is it pretty much this is just the only way it can move forward?
Well, right now, much of the debate has focused on how much money countries are going to provide Ukraine to keep its economy going. And the president of Ukraine has estimated about $7 billion a month is required. And that is a lot of money, although when apportioned over the European Union and other OECD states, especially the United States, that's actually quite a manageable figure. So I don't want to underestimate what a huge amount of money that is. There are two things that I would like to see. The first is that it's important that political leaders, both in Europe and in North America, continue to emphasize to their population why it's important to support Ukraine. Because I am concerned that once winter arrives, especially in Europe, particularly in countries that don't have very well insulated buildings and homes and consume a great deal of gas in order to keep those buildings warm, there will be a lot of pressure coming from their populations to turn the taps back on with Russia. And it's clear that Russia is banking on that. That is why they have already started to cut off the gas supply. It's vital that democratic leaders make the case to their populations now, because if ever there were a case where we want politicians who lead public opinion rather than merely being led by it, it's now. The other aspect is that I do think that to take some of the pressure off public coffers, it's important to try to encourage private investment in Ukraine. And very few people want to invest in an area where there's an ongoing war. That kind of investment can be encouraged if countries provide a form of war insurance. That is to say, they provide some kind of underwriting system for private investors who are willing to put money into Ukraine if they lose part of their investment as a result of the war. And that is a way, that's kind of economic multiplier. It's a way of allowing, of public corporates putting up less money and through that triggering more money from the private sector. As well, I think that is good for Ukraine in the long term, because once the war is over and huge amounts of money start flowing in for reconstruction, everyone and his dog will want to set up shop in Ukraine. It is in the interest of the people of Ukraine that they know who their real friends are sooner rather than later, so that they can form strong partnerships with companies and investors who are in it for the long haul with the people of Ukraine. That's all. Leonard, I see your hand up.
Well, thank you, Akash. Yes, I'm just going to make a brief comment further to Battle Moose's description of, say, the old-time Canadian-American relations as somewhat of a hockey dust-up or a hockey fight. But yes, and in response to Raver, you mentioned that you still have some British battle flags from Yorktown. There's actually still some Continental Army battle flags and insignia in Quebec City, which were captured by the Redcoats in 1775, when the Continental Army actually invaded, as a precursor to the American Revolution, invaded Canada and briefly attacked Quebec before getting soundly spanked and sent back across the St. Lawrence. In addition, I just wanted to refer also to the Lend-Lease issue was raised a few moments ago. And just to perhaps highlight that a little bit, it's a very significant piece of legislation, and of course it's kind of a revivification, if you will, of the original Lend-Lease Act from 1941, and it essentially the powers under the Lend-Lease Act are a little bit touchy, and were quite touchy up until the actual passage of the act by U.S. Congress in March of 41, because up till that time, Roosevelt had made a gentleman's agreement, if you will, with Winston Churchill, and was actually providing U.S. material and manufactured sort of excess military hardware out of U.S. Stocks, including aircraft and so on, to that supposedly which were targeted for the purpose of helping Britain win the Battle of Britain. But it was touchy enough that, and there was enough opposition in Congress, that Roosevelt was unable to deliver, did not feel comfortable delivering the aircraft, say, directly to England or shipping them, but agreed that with a wink and a nod, that if the aircraft could be brought within a mile of the Canadian border, then Canadians could come across, provided they did not have motorized transport, could come across with horse-drawn carriages and recover these aircraft and draw them back across the 49th parallel with horsepower, literally, and thereafter ship them on to England to supposedly be used in the Battle of Britain. So it was kind of a very touchy and very technical kind of resolution to giving help to Britain and Canada without really getting any kind of a serious nod from Congress. Of course, that all changed when the Lend-Lease Act was formally passed, but it took another 5 or 6 months because there was a lot of opposition in Congress to the very idea of formalizing that kind of assistance to England, Great Britain, and Canada. So yeah, just to kind of put that in perspective, there's the going was not just as smooth as glass until literally after Pearl Harbor, and then of course the entire sea change happened literally overnight, and the floodgates were open, and hardware just flowed continuously thereafter. But yeah, hopefully that puts a little bit of a more detailed perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you. John, your hand's up.
Thanks, Akash. I just wanted to briefly point out, as a little bit of historical context, that kind of one of the major purposes of Lend-Lease, the original Lend-Lease Act of 1941, was to circumvent the previously enacted in the mid to late 1930s Neutrality Acts, which restricted the direct sale of weapons, ammunition, and other military hardware to foreign countries. Those were still on the books, on the statute books at the time that Lend-Lease was passed. And so the whole intent of Lend-Lease was to kind of create a process through which military material could be provided to foreign nations circumventing the Neutrality Acts. My understanding is that the Neutrality Acts are no longer on the books nowadays, and so the actual substantive legal effect of the modern Lend-Lease Act 2020 is quite different. Its specific legislative provisions are quite different in the various acts that they amend or suspend in the context of material or military material deliveries to Ukraine.
Thank you. I think that's an important point to raise. Although there are some differences, there are some benefits to the 2022 Lend-Lease Act. A significant part of passing it is psychological and political.
Might I just respond briefly there, Akash?
Please do.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, John, for mentioning the Neutrality Act. And yeah, that's been long since glossed off the books in the US. And just to kind of put it into perspective, what at least Franklin Roosevelt thought about the so-called Neutrality Act from the 30s. He specifically referred to that in his fireside speech in December 1940. And he said that, yeah, the Neutrality Act may require Americans and the American polity to be neutral in terms of the legalities and in terms of the black and white operations of contract. But he said it had no bearing upon whether Americans had to remain neutral in their hearts. So very clearly it was an expression of his assessment that the Neutrality Acts were a technicality that were clearly, in his view, obstructing the United States from acting upon its preferred foreign policy, if you will, and its strong historical, cultural, and emotional commitment to England and to Great Britain. And he was intimating that though the act might prohibit that until it was reversed by Congress, that the struggle and assisting Great Britain and Canada in the struggle was clearly uppermost in the hearts of many, many Americans. And of course, that was vindicated in spades on December 7th, 1941, when the Pearl Harbor debacle brought everything into crystal clear focus for the entire American public. So thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Sorry about that. I had to go to the loo there. Thanks for holding down the fort, everybody. Who do we got here? We have Chris and then Peter. What a wonderful name.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm getting a great education from the MryiaReport, learning a lot of things I didn't know. I always thought that the Russians stopped Hitler, at least in the East, and of course they did. You know, heard the great stories about the scorched earth, how they burnt the farms and everything as they retreated, and eventually stopped Hitler. What I didn't realize was how much they were helped by America. I just read something a few minutes ago after hearing Akash talking about Lend-Lease. Just reading here that America sent arms and equipment to the Soviet Union to help it defeat Nazism. Between 1941 and 45, Americans sent 11.3 billion or 180 billion in today's currency through the Lend-Lease Act in support of what Stalin described to Roosevelt as the enormous and difficult fight against the common enemy - bloodthirsty Hitlerism. Now, I had to laugh because I heard some Kremlin propaganda the other day talking about the bloodthirsty West sending weapons to help Ukraine. Just the irony. Yeah, okay, we'll just stop there.
What do they say, Peter? History doesn't repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes.
It does, Moose. It does. Lend-Lease was kind of a bat signal for me. So I was listening to the conversation, and I got to say, Akash, great to see you back in the space. I've been gone for a month, but it's great to see you. Moose, hat tipped to you. But Leonard was really trying to point out something important here. And I just wanted to weigh in with a little bit of historical context. And I wanted to tie this back to why this matters to help our friends in Ukraine. Because what what Leonard was talking about was the challenges that FDR faced at the time. I mean, he could not go to the American public at the time and say, hey, I want to totally go all in on this war and help our friends in Britain. So what he had to do was Lend-Lease 1.0. And, you know, Leonard was pointing out these little historical facts. Leonard, well done. But it was more than that. FDR had lawyers who told him that he could not actually physically move fighters across the border into Canada unless they were pulled by horses. Because if they weren't pulled by horses, that would violate American neutrality. And so America did that. Now, we don't have any of those restrictions right now. So what we're governed under is something called the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. It is a rip-roaring piece of Cold War era legislation. And it was written to basically support South Vietnam during the war against North Vietnam. So it's very expansive. Over many decades, it has been amended here and there. But the bottom line is this. Because we have now weighed in with Lend-Lease 2.0, America has said we are on the side of Ukraine. The American taxpayer, the US industrial base is now all in on the side of Ukraine. And this does not get said enough, but I think it is important to remember. Our tax dollars are specifically dedicated to killing Russians. Russia has committed war crimes. Russia has violated every single aspect of what any normal human being would consider fair play or normal activity in the course of human events. What has happened to the Ukrainians is so horrific, so terrible. The Western world and America, Canada, and others have said, we will not stand for this. And we are siding on the side of the on the side of the Ukrainians. And we're putting our money where our hearts are, where our industry is, and we're using our laws and our mechanisms to do so. And I really love this conversation because it teases out the historical context. Moose, I loved your aspect where you're talking about, you know, what does it mean to steal someone's colors? This is why I love being part of this space, and I just want to continue to encourage everyone to bring to the table what they know because it has a purpose, and that is to help our friends in Ukraine who are fighting for their freedom. Moose, over to you.
Okay, I have a bunch of questions in DMs that, sorry, I didn't notice they were there. So I'm going to try to chew through them, and anybody in our speaker panel, if you want to come up and give a shot at them, we'll go first one. Shut up! Any word on the malfunctioning Iranian drones? I wish Yehuda was here. There was a popular mechanics article saying that drones Russia bought from Iran were not working, possibly because the Ukrainians were flying them back at the Russians behind a paywall, so that I got the. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'll hit that one. Iranian drones, not good. Another one here. Do you or whoever may know reckon that the Russians' casualty numbers is likely made up of a lot of Ukrainians from Donbass? I don't know. Are they counting the forced conscription people as KIA?
I don't believe they are. They're not counting Wagner, according to all the sources I've seen, and I don't think they're counting LNR and DNR in the official statistics that the Ukrainian General Staff updates on a daily basis.
Okay, so they're just counting the regular force troops.
Yeah, regular Russian forces, Rosgvardia, etc.
Did you have anything to add there, CJ or Brian?
I was just going to briefly say maybe we have some more info at this point in time, but obviously we all heard about the Iranian drones going to support Russia. But another interesting aspect is the Iranian artillery ammunition, which again, maybe artillery ammunition is boring to everyone here. But what's interesting for me is the fact that it was seen on both sides of the line. Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but this ammunition has appeared to be used by both Ukrainians and Russians. So it's a little bit of, it looks like Iran's trying to play both sides. Do I have that right?
I hadn't seen the Russians using Iranian ammunition. That's news to me. I was aware of Ukrainians being in possession of various pieces of of Iranian equipment since the beginning. There were some Iranian mortars and stuff that was initially sent over, and now it appears to be shells. Although I've seen a little bit of dispute over whether or not those were confiscated Iranian shells or if they were potentially Pakistani manufactured. But if you have something on the Russians using Iranian shells, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll have to do some digging. There was a couple new ammunition types that were introduced. I don't know, John, do we have enough to go off of for this Iran Albania debacle, or is it still pretty tentative at this time?
I haven't seen much beyond that initial thing that I sent you and the others. Jesus, this whole thing is out of left field.
Okay, we'll hold on that for now. Again, there's some news possibly coming out of Albania, which the reason why it's relevant to this discussion is Albania is a part of NATO, albeit a small part. But as we noted, even the smallest countries in NATO can have a gigantic impact, notably North Macedonia, which gave all of its, I believe, remaining 4 MiG-29s and all 32 of its T-72s to Ukraine for the fight for freedom. So great on them. That is a couple companies worth of tanks, and really, a couple companies of tanks means a couple battalions of combined arms, and before you know it, you have a pretty nice fighting force there. So that's the update with that. Be on the lookout for some Albanian news coming soon, and we'll try and get you an update regarding that.
And all their hinds.
I thought so. This was the interesting thing, of course, as in other countries, helicopters can constitute other people's air forces, whereas in the United States and other countries, helicopters are a part of the army. So in the case of North Macedonia, I know they'd given up their fixed wing aircraft, and they didn't have many to Ukraine because Ukraine has a pretty potent air force. And I thought they were keeping their Hinds, but I'll have to double check that. If they gave them Hinds as well, that's great. All the more help for Ukraine.
While I go looking into the other questions here, I just want to give a quick plug to one of our favorite guests here. Ivana Stradner is coming in on Friday, and she is going to be talking about everything spooky boo with the and Peter, if you want to opine on that, go right ahead, and I'll jump down into the DMs and grab more questions because I got about 20 of them.
Yeah, so Battle Moose, Ivana has come into the space before. She just had a piece published here in a mainstream Western press talking about how we need to change our game when it comes to information warfare, psychological warfare. And I expect her to, because we've been talking about it, so minor spoiler, I expect her to talk about how the NAFO fellas are completely changing the game in information warfare. The Russians have no idea how to deal with the NAFO fellows. So she has a piece that she came out with, and she's going to join the space in order to talk about psychological information operations and how the NAFO fellows are just completely overwhelming the Russians and they don't know what to do. So if you want to talk about that, she's going to be on the space. I'll be on the space. It will be a good time. It's on the MryiaReport right now.
Fantastic. That's going to be a good time. I will be there as well because if I'm not, she threatened me with physical harm. I have a question. Much of the military history is about drawing comparisons to historic battles. It seems that the Kherson offensive was meant to draw in Russian troops, destroy their supply chains, and pin them while simultaneously pivoting to a counteroffensive in Kharkiv. So it's just starting to rain here, so I gotta seek cover. So, any historic battles that used a similar strategy, what historic general does such a maneuver remind you of? I expect to hear from CJ because that's kind of in his historical wheelhouse, and maybe Peter.
Well, I've got my answer. CJ, you go first. CJ, go first.
Looks like we lost CJ.
Yeah, maybe we lost CJ. Go ahead, Peter, and we'll get back to CJ if he comes back.
Look, I'm not an urban warfare expert. I'm just a historian, but I got to say, Stalingrad reminds me of what we are looking at right now, and I think that gives the advantage to the Ukrainians and not the Russians in this fight.
Would anyone else like to chime in on this?
In regards to Kharkiv, if the reports are accurate about Ukrainian forces bypassing urban areas or semi-urban areas with concentrations of Russian forces to be encircled and dealt with by following infantry, that sounds like quite a few of a number of German advances and offensives during the early phase of the Second World War. France comes to mind, opening stage of Operation Barbarossa as well.
CJ, are you back? You want to weigh in on that one?
I am back, but unfortunately, Peter, I missed the question, so you'll have to to go with that again.
Moose, do you want to tee us up?
Yeah, one of the listeners was asking that I'm going to paraphrase here. What are the similarities between the actions now and those like historic military actions?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot's stayed the same. A lot of Russian military OSINT guys are using not only the maps that were just mentioned, but also the battlefield casualty numbers to try and figure out how many casualties Russia has, using the model of about 70% of all casualties right now on both sides are occurring from indirect fire and so on and so forth. Honestly, the biggest difference I would say is things like crowdfunding and memes, specifically looking at, people buying shells to write nice messages on and send over to the Russians as a nice September gift. It may seem silly at first, but what it's doing is it's keeping it in the news stream. It's bringing attention to the cause, also raising money. The decentralization of supplies that's gone on with the fellas and all the different individual, charity work. It's something that it really has made a huge difference. And, because the idea is you can't crowdfund really a howitzer too much. I mean, I guess you can crowdfund a TB2, but that's a separate issue. But if you can't crowdfund and make with a 3D printer an artillery piece, what can you do? Well, you can send over, a $5,000 or $10,000 drone with relative ease. And what that allows you to do is see 20 kilometers, allows you to call for fire for 20 kilometers. I mean, the difference of an artillery unit or anyone with or without a drone is night or day. And the reality is that the cost is extremely low to make that happen. So that is something I think that is really the biggest difference is how this technology is enabling people with just a little bit of money to make a gigantic tactical difference on the battlefield. And maybe you could even say operational or strategic at the larger levels, especially when we look at Kyiv, for example, with the son of the commander of the reconnaissance forces for Ukraine in that area. The son was a 15-year-old drone enthusiast, found a 40 vehicle convoy of Russians heading in and called it up to his dad and effectively destroyed it that way. So these are type of things that I think would be unimaginable back then, even if there's some similarities throughout.
That's yeah. I was going to mention, well, like one of the things that that's definitely not new, but we've seen the Ukrainians use to great effect was drones. It's absolutely unreal. Oh my. So I am currently under a tornado warning. So if Battle Moose suddenly disappears, Peter, you got the con.
No problem, my friend. No problem. Just make sure you're strapped down. Make sure you're strapped down. I hope you have your dog safe. They're going to be the most scared in that environment.
I'm sitting in my garage, and it's unreal. It's yeah. So we'll go on with a couple more questions while I have connectivity here.
Akash, are you still here? So Akash has a co-host. Akash, are you still here?
I am, yes.
All right. So Moose, you can die. Akash will take over, and others will follow in your example. Thank you, Moose, for your service.
Go down fighting, I suppose. Akash, I saw you sent me some stuff there, and I want to be sensitive to your time. If you have to go, you got to go. That's fine. We can get other co-hosts up here. Oh my!
No, I think a tornado, you win. So please do bow out. We'll see if we can find others to step in, but stay safe.
Keep the dog safe, Moose. Keep the dog safe.
I'm ex-artillery, so I'm a little bit stupid, and I kind of run into crazy situations.
Moose, before you die, could you give us a few of the questions from the DMs, and maybe Akash can moderate, and we'll take some of those questions from the DMs, and we'll go from there. And obviously, we don't think you're going to die, but we want you to be safe.
Did you want me to just wait until the DM questions are done for my question?
Yeah, I'm going through these DMs quickly. Joanna, Luku, okay, that's funny. Let's go into the future, and Ukraine is retaking all lost territories and begins moving into Crimea. Can you go into this scenario and detail of such an operation? Would this assault cause an escalation from the Russian side, like mobilization, tactical nukes, big support from Norway. Thank you. Anybody want to bite that one?
I'll just say something quickly, and then maybe Akash wants to weigh in. It absolutely won't cause any of those things, right? We saw, either a combination of special operation forces raids into Crimea by Ukraine. We've seen massive missile strikes from Ukraine into Crimea. And also, it's very important to note, we've seen at least 30 to 40 Ukrainian missile and rotary wing and fixed wing aircraft attacks into Russia, and they haven't done anything of the sort. So this sort of talk tends to be, the person asking is probably very well intentioned, but this is a narrative that Russia likes to throw in everyone's face, that they'll do more if Ukraine advances, and just we have to keep in mind that not only are they in the wrong to think this, but also, of course, they have no real capability or no political desire to do so. So I would not be worried about any of those things. We're not talking about Ukraine, invading Russia. We're talking about Ukraine reclaiming lost territories. And if they have to strike military targets in Russia to do so, I know President Zelensky and a few others in the highest levels of the Ukrainian government made that extremely clear today, that as they get more military capabilities, they're going to make the situation for the Russian military untenable on their side of the border, even if that means striking across. So this is just something to keep in mind. Russia's going to try and say this is the end of the world, but they won't do anything about it.
Yeah, you said what we were all thinking there, buddy. And I just want to reiterate another one of the Russian talking points is we got nukes. And you know what? I'm a child of the Cold War. I grew up learning how to kill Soviets. And I'll tell you right now, I'd rather burn in nuclear fire than sit back and watch a democratic society be snuffed out. Okay, I guess the message is to John. If they don't, this is take a little time and use a little syntax when you're sending this to Battle Moose, because I can't read at the best of times. Also, if they does Russian have any harm equivalents? Yes, they do. Also, if they don't, what is special about anti-radiation missile Russia would have trouble developing? And
I think the tornado.
Did we lose him?
Well, they may have claimed Moose's connection.
He's not in Kansas anymore.
Pay no attention to the man behind the icon. Let's go on.
Akash, I think Brian has had his hand up, and I think he's been kind of patient. Maybe we should go to him.
Yes, Brian, you are the one person with your hand still up. Please go ahead.
Great to see you on the space again, Akash. So I had a question. So, the troops that are arrayed around Kherson City, my understanding is that the current thinking is that the Ukrainians don't want necessarily to march on and Kherson from the standpoint of getting into a, shelling the Russians in the city, street fighting, hardcore urban warfare. My understanding is that their goal is to cut off their supply lines, hit their troop emplacements around the city, and essentially just to trick them to the point where they either surrender or they're rendered combat ineffective, and they can go in and retake the city without laying waste to it, if you will, preserving civilian life as much as possible, and not physically just ending up with just a shell of what used to be a city. Do I have that philosophy and that approach correct? And then I have a follow-up.
Is there anyone who would like to reply to Brian?
I would just say briefly, I think as we see Kherson develop, I think a lot of people, we watch what happened in Sverdlovsk, we watch what happened in Lysychansk, we watch these cities, be burned to the ground by Russia, Popasna. There's really too many to name, and of course, Mariupol being the worst. Kherson is a very large city, right? I know the pre-war population of the whole province, I believe, was about 1 million. With the city itself having almost 300,000 people. Right now, of course, much less people live there. But what I would say is PGMs, right? This is what's going to make the difference about this battle. As we saw today with the pontoon crossing that went horribly wrong for the Russians. This was a spot near Novokhovka that was only about 100 meters across, and yet this military target was pretty soundly damaged, if not destroyed. And so we're getting a situation now where Ukraine is taking as many precautions as possible to only target military targets. We think Chernobylivka, we think all of the military targets in Novokhovka, and it would be impossible to say with any sort of certainty that no innocent people have been hurt in this. I think I've not seen a situation where it's been mitigated to this level, right? Any sort of missile strike I've seen in Kherson specifically has only been precision guided from the Ukrainian side. They tend to use other unguided artillery when it's out in the open and there's not many civilians around, and they can kind of take that risk, but it's not a risk they're taking here. So what does it mean? It means it's going to take a lot longer. It means that even Ukraine might take some more casualties this way, the soldiers, but if they have to balance out the life of their soldiers for the life of the civilians, they're going to take every precaution possible. So I'm not sure if that really necessarily answers your question, but hopefully that's a start. It's going to be hard to say. There's some debate, I think, among military people to kind of try and pinpoint what the actual main effort is here in this battle specifically, and why that matters, of course, is it matters where they're going to and what kind of methods they'll take. I personally believe that they're going to really just leave the city intact and go straight for Novokhovka, which is kind of what you can see on the ground with their artillery strikes. And what this will mean is a bunch of Russians trapped in Kherson City or swimming across. But Ukraine hopefully is on the other side of the Dnipro at that time. And so it's more of a Russians trying to play catch up retreating than it is, them sitting in the city fighting street to street.
Thank you, CJ. And Brian, I think you had a second part to your question.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and going back to the lend-lease and the aid that the United States is providing Ukraine, and I've seen some inappropriate messaging on social media saying that, implying that the United States is just sending, boatloads of cash over to Ukraine, and it's almost like we're like loading up these cargo planes, C-130s full of cash, just dropping them from the air onto the Ukrainians. That's not what's happening. When you hear the dollar amount, when you see a dollar amount either thrown out there in a press release or referred to in the news networks, that is the value, the market value of the equipment that's being sent. Not so, this messaging, and I've seen some politicians and conservative pundits trying to make this case. Well, we're sending all of this money to Ukraine. Why can't we use this to help Americans? It's an apples to oranges comparison, so it's not a behind or your or pay for Medicare insurance for the elderly. That just doesn't work that way. So it's really just more of the value, and this is equipment, hard goods, capital goods. They're being sent along with ammunition and other supplies that the Ukrainians need to defend themselves. And then the last point I'll make related to that is that when someone tries to say, well, is this worth doing? And I've made this point in other spaces, is that the Marshall Plan, which was where the United States basically invested in post-World War II Europe, the dollars in 2021 dollars, that was $120 billion of the Marshall Plan, not counting the cost of fighting World War II, both in terms of material and currency, hard dollars in doing that. So the fact that the Ukrainians are fighting this and basically, and we're not investing our personnel, the amount of money that we're spending to help Ukraine is a freaking bargain. So don't let anyone sell you that this is just not worth the investment. You look back at history, and Akash can speak to this as well as a number of the other people here. You can tell they have a lot of historical perspective. These gigs in Europe that are this big tend to regionalize and turn into much larger conflagrations. And the United States has already had to get involved twice over this since 1900s. So so this is lesson learned. Like I said, the Ukrainians are doing the fighting. We're helping them, and as we can see on the ground, they're using this aid to great effect. And what's it worth to neuter a murderous, genocidal regime?
Just a quick note, Brian, Leonard.
I was done anyway, Peter.
Thank you, Brian. I think Leonard has an open mic right now. Leonard, if you are with us, maybe you could hit the mute button right there. That would be good. Okay.
And Battle News, if that tornado does get you, that doesn't excuse you from hosting the space. Just hold the phone in your ear while you're in the air. You can still call on raised hands even if you're airborne.
Yeah, you will. Hey, CJ or Akash, I can take Brian's excellent question, which I think raises an excellent point. CJ or Akash, if you want to take that first, otherwise I'll take it second.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Akash. Brian, well said. Well said. All right, so yeah, we hear this in our American political debate right now. Why is it that we are spending money to help this country that is a long way away? But the answer is we're spending this money to actually help ourselves. So what has occurred is that we have sent javelins, artillery shells, military equipment from our stockpiles to help Ukraine defend its own country, to help Ukraine defend its own sovereignty. And that is a good thing. The problem is, as we have been eliminating our stockpiles, those stockpiles need to be replenished. And so what's occurring is that we're doing two things. We are simultaneously sending equipment to Ukraine. We're not sending pallets of cash. Helicopters are not dropping money on Ukraine. What we're doing is we're paying the U.S. industrial base to replenish the equipment that the American military needs in order to fight a war and defend our country, because we've sent equipment to Ukraine. And so we're doing two things at once. We're sending equipment to Ukraine, and we are paying for our industrial base. These are jobs in Wisconsin, Ohio, Alabama, Mississippi. These are good, hardworking, high-tech jobs, and the money is staying here. We're just using our industrial capacity to help our friends in Ukraine defeat a war criminal state. And, I hear these arguments. You've heard them, Brian. You've raised them. You're right to raise them. I get a sense that maybe you and I agree, but for others who don't agree, what we're doing right now is spending our money to help American industry. Simultaneously, we're helping our friends. This is how we won World War I. This is how we won World War II. This is how we won the Cold War. And our cause is right and just.
I think John was next.
Well, thank you, Brian. What I'm going to say is on a totally unrelated subject. So, if anybody wants to add anything more to the points that Brian's raised, I'm more than happy to defer for that. If not, I would like to briefly raise the point that I believe someone earlier had mentioned strikes on targets within Russia. A little bit earlier tonight, about an hour or so ago, we had CJ had briefly mentioned the what appears to be an apparent missile strike on a Ukrainian missile strike on an electrical substation in Belgorod, and it now appears that at least half the city is without electricity. And I've seen reports of significant disruptions to the local water supply. This is particularly interesting because less than 24 hours ago, in Ukrinform, a major Ukrainian language news outlet, an article was published written by General Valery Zaluzhny, Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and it was co-authored, I believe, by the chair of the Verkhovna Rada's, Ukraine's parliament's defense committee. And this article made a number of, it's quite a long article actually, about the outlook of the war going forward into next year. But one of the very interesting points is that that Zaluzhny makes is that one of the principal focuses going into 2023 will be to bring the war closer to Russian society, as it has been for Ukrainian society. And less than 24 hours after that article is published, Belgorod is without power and water. So I think that's a very interesting connection, and I think it is likely that we will continue to see likely increasing strikes on targets against Russia, including, again, targets that are technically, military targets, although, they do have some impact on, just the general society, such as electrical substations, et cetera, related infrastructure that is, of military value. So, I think it's likely that we'll continue to see an increasing amount of more of the same. All right, folks, please bear with us for just a second since Badamoose lost connection. I'm now up as co-host for the meantime. I'm going to try and get some people up from the requests up on the panel. It appears that I can't actually add anybody in the request, so please bear with me for just a moment while we get these technical difficulties sorted.
Because I always learn from you. So when you contribute to the space, I always listen because I like what you say. I learned from you. We've had a big conversation about some tactical stuff, some strategic developments, some policy developments. Aside from Battle Moose getting swept away by a tornado into the land of Oz, among the questions that we've been talking about, what has been most compelling to you?
Oh, so thus far, I've only been on for about the past 2 hours. So this evening, obviously the Ukrainian progress in Kharkiv has been perhaps the most immediately significant from my standpoint, and that the outcome of this offensive operation has the potential to drastically shape the course of continuing hostilities. If the Ukrainians are able to succeed in a very big way here, if they're able to quickly reach Kupiansk, if they're able to cut off this very large portion of Russian forces that are south of Kupiansk to the to the west of the Oskil River, that will be an enormously damaging blow for the Russians, and could potentially accelerate the conclusion of this war and a Ukrainian victory.
John, throughout the time that I've known you on this space, I've always known you to be a very thoughtful and incisive thinker. Over the summer in this space, people kept asking, what's happening? Why don't we see breakthroughs? Why is nothing moving on the battle line? What about the past week or so has surprised you, and what hasn't surprised you with regard to Ukraine's counteroffensive?
Well, I think it was inevitable that we were kind of going to see the progression that we saw of, Russia initially having, the strategic initiative, if you will, deciding when and where they will attack, and the Ukrainians having to respond to it, just simply by virtue of the fact that, they were the ones that started this war. And as we've seen, as a result of the Ukrainians' own military competence, tenacity, fighting skill, motivation, morale, as well as military support provided by the United States and other NATO members and other countries even beyond that, we then saw that shift from Russia having the initiative to these relatively static front lines. And now it would appear, very strongly that Ukraine is the one with the initiative, and they are the ones that decide, where attacks will occur, where, movement will occur. And now it's the Russians that are reacting. You can kind of see a similar progression in a number of other large scale conflicts. The Second World War on the Eastern Front is the most, notable example I can think of. At first, with Operation Barbarossa, it was the Germans who had the initiative. They decided, where attacks would occur, where movement would occur. From there, that kind of shifted into Case Blue, offensive into the Caucasus, and then by 1943, there had been kind of a balance in terms of who has the initiative. Operation Citadel, the Battle of Kursk, German summer offensive fails. And then from then on out, the Soviets have the initiative, and it's the Germans who are on the defensive. So this kind of progression of the attacking state, bleeding out its momentum and initiative before, eventually being, forced on the defense and, pushed continually back. That is not a new dynamic in warfare. So that isn't really surprising. I guess the question is, that we all had is how long is it going to take for that dynamic to shift? That was kind of the big question, throughout the past 6 months of this war.
And John, I see we got a couple hands, but maybe a quick follow up to that question is, do you see Napoleon's big, famous quote that morale is worth 3 to 1 in manpower? Like when an army has esprit de corps, when they have elan vital, when they have that morale, is that able to overcome just the raw numbers? What's your take? I mean, you're not a military expert, unlike General Major Giroux or some of the other experts on the space. But what's your sense of what we're seeing right now?
So I do think there is a lot of truth in Napoleon's statement. there is probably a limit to it, though. I mean, in terms of just limiting it to conventional military operations, kind of setting aside, the realm of insurgency and counterinsurgency for a moment. If there's a sufficient, if there's a vast enough disparity in terms of, combat capabilities, be it, in terms of the quantity and quality of material, the effectiveness of command and control, obviously, the numerical disposition, at some point, it becomes, possible to overcome an opponent that has, significantly greater morale than your own forces do. Granted, you will pay, likely an increased cost in personnel and material losses than you would otherwise if, morale and fighting spirit were comparable. But what we've clearly seen here and throughout this war is that in many aspects, Ukraine and Russia are relatively even matched. Obviously, Russia has a numerical advantage, quantitative, not necessarily a qualitative advantage in, the number of pieces of equipment they have, across certain domains of systems. They have, God knows, they have tens of thousands of main battle tanks in storage, though it's questionable how many of them are actually operable. Same goes for artillery pieces. The Russian Air Force, they have, many more airframes than the Ukrainian Air Force does. However, that disparity has not been so great that the Ukrainians, vastly greater morale and motivation, has allowed them to overcome that. And what we're seeing, to kind of bring it back to the present, what we've been seeing in Kharkiv is, quite frankly, Russians just up and abandoning, prepared defensive positions. Just the Ukrainians will reach the trenches, and everybody will be gone. They're just multiple Russian units that have been overrun have just their soldiers have quite literally thrown down their weapons and just got out of their vehicles, got out of their trenches, and just run off into the forests. And it's not just these LNR, DNR guys that are doing that. It's, Rosgvardia and, some of the more mainline Russian units in a few instances. So it absolutely can make a difference, even if there may be, a disparity in, other factors, such as, amount of equipment, etc. So, yeah, it's no doubt been an enormously important tool that the Ukrainians have been able to exploit.
Morale makes a difference. I think that's a good point, John. John, I see Gina's got her hand up. I see Christopher's got his hand up. I'm not sure on the order, but maybe we should engage and continue the conversation.
Absolutely. Let's go to Gina first and then Christopher.
Thanks so much, you guys. Love listening to you, and I appreciate it. To an earlier point about, the sense that money's being sent over and why aren't people supporting, I did want to, kind of point out that New Lines Institute and the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights back in May presented what's really the first major report saying, yeah, guys, this is genocide. And the Genocide Convention applies, and Russia's a signatory, and the U.S. is a signatory. And I'm a reporter for a Catholic newspaper. We have a very strong Ukrainian community here in Philadelphia. I've done a lot of work reporting with them, and they know what genocide is, and they're kind of scratching their heads too, why we're not picking up on this. So any thoughts on do we take this seriously, this Genocide Convention and what came out of World War II? Are we taking it seriously, or why does it seem to be such a for lack of a better term, a hard sell to people?
John, I published in the Telegraph on this question. Can I go first?
Oh, absolutely. I was just about to hand it off to you.
So Gina, I'm going to follow you when we're done. You can shoot me a DM. I'll send to you an article I published in the Telegraph. But you are correct. Here's the problem. Back at the end of World War II, I know we're going back to history here, but follow along. Back at the end of World War II, we had the Nuremberg War Crimes tribunals, and the United States and its allies made a decision. And that decision was we were going to allow Soviet judges to sit on the tribunals. And the Soviet judges said, okay, great, but you must know the price for this is that no Russian Soviet war crimes can be considered at Nuremberg. Now, this may seem like a historical footnote, but what happened? All of Russia's war crimes that they committed, the Soviet Union war crimes that they committed during World War II, were swept aside. And that became the basis of Russia's relationship with the West going forward. And so, with Putin looking at what he's doing and what his troops are doing, all he expects to do is to be another world leader who has escaped international justice after committing war crimes. And that's wrong. And the challenge for us right now, from a US side, from a European side, from a Western side, from a humanitarian side, is to say, no, what you're doing is wrong and you will be held to justice for your actions. That's a hard policy lift. We can do it, though, because Russia's crimes have been so great.
Thank you very much, Peter. And to that point, I believe, I'm not sure what specific country it was. I want to say it was one of the Baltic states. Their legislature voted to recognize Russia's actions in Ukraine, the atrocities that they've committed as a genocide. From a U.S. law standpoint, and perhaps Peter can speak to this in a little bit more detail than I can, genocide is a crime in the United States. I believe the statute has been set up to allow for universal jurisdiction. Peter, please correct me.
Yeah,
if I'm off.
Yeah. So, John, correct-ish. It's complicated. Gina, right now, in the wake of World War II, in the wake of the Holocaust, the international community came together and said, there are some crimes that are so horrific, all human beings on the planet have a right to say, no, that is wrong. And in legal code, we call this international jurisdiction. In the early 2000s, we set up the International Criminal Court. That has been a little complicated politically, but Poland, the Netherlands, a few other countries have actually now invoked international jurisdiction on Russia's war crimes in Ukraine, and they are pursuing those war crimes. So from a US point of view, we have the position to assist our friends and allies, including the Ukrainians, in pursuing, investigating, and bringing these war criminals to justice. But, you know, they're really just going after the little fish, the middle fish. They're not going after the big fish, like Lavrov, who asked the United States for a visa to come to the UN this month to speak in New York. So, you know, we have to ask ourselves this question. Are we ready to say, as a world, no, you are war criminals, you have committed crimes, you do not have a place in our community of laws and order and prosperity. So, Gina, I'm happy to connect with you. I'm very happy to send to you the piece that I wrote on this in the Telegraph, but you're right to ask the question, and the answers are significant.
Thank you so much. That was so helpful.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Gina. With that, Christopher, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. Just a quick mic check, please.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. We may have passed through this already, but I kind of wanted to go back to one of the questions and DMs from Toto and Dorothy, and asked about previous battles. And one of the ones that comes to mind, although World War II is with the Eastern Front is also pretty good, but the Western Front offensive from World War I and the Operation Michael, which was sort of the kickoff of that back in March of 18, and how the Germans were able to use the sort of modern military tactics of combined arms and small group, war fighting, and were able to really just blow away the British, who were just not at all entrenched well. They were on the wrong side of the hill. They could be seen for weeks prior to this buildup. They didn't use their reconnaissance well. And so there are many sort of similarities between, the British and the current Russian war and situation. And I just thought if anybody else had remembered or had studied that, I'd love some input. Thanks.
Yes, the German Spring Offensive of 1918, the First World War. I'm familiar only with the very high level details. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if there's anybody listening in the gallery that is can speak more to the granular details of that than I can. If there is, we'd love to have you up to address this question more thoroughly. But I'll just briefly say to that point, during Operation Michael and other associated offensive actions carried out, simultaneously by the Germans, for those reasons that you mentioned, they were able to gain a significant number of ground. Gain a significant amount of ground from the Allies. However, it ultimately ended up petering out for a number of reasons, mainly logistical in terms of the amount of casualties that they suffered and being unable to maintain the proper supply of their forward troops. Eventually kind of stalled out and was reversed due to these logistical and manpower failures. From what we've seen from the Ukrainians thus far, I don't expect that's likely. The Ukrainians have demonstrated themselves to be extremely competent in this regard, especially given the fact that they have spent the past 6 months picking apart Russian logistics. I would be shocked if they don't have this down pat for the most part. So I have every expectation that they will be able to, continue their current ongoing offensive operations to significant effect and not necessarily be stalled out, although, generally speaking, the offensive will come to an end at some point. Under what circumstances, we will see over the coming weeks.
Yeah, thank you. Agree 100%. It's not the same. It's not the same case all the way through, but I did think that it was prescient that the same sort of tactics that the Germans brought to bear in the beginning, and are some of the same tactics that are still being used by militaries now. And it's the modern warfare, the combined arms, the small units, the independent thinking, all of that kind of thing was really advantageous in the initial thrusts in that spring offensive. So thank you from everybody. Thanks.
Thank you for the question, Christopher. I believe we also, I saw that Brad also came up. Brad, is there a question or comment you'd like to make? If not, Peter, I have a question for you while you're here. I asked Akash the other day when he hopped on the panel for a little bit what his thoughts were on the potential of Ukrainians choosing to directly indict or charge either Putin or his immediate subordinates, Lavrov, Shoigu, Gerasimov, etc., with war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity themselves under their national laws, or if he thought that they would defer and seek prosecution under some sort of international tribunal or international body. I was curious if you had thoughts on which of those eventualities they may choose to pursue.
John, that's fair. I put you on the spot. Christopher, while you were talking, I'm trying to find the book that you are looking for. I have the exact book. It is a historical point-by-point after-action report of Germany's invasion of Russia in Barbarossa. It'll answer your questions. Give me some time, and I'll shoot you a note on that. It's a great book. It's a great story. Good question. John, you put me on the spot, so I'm going to lay it out point by point. After the world saw the genocide against the Jews by the German government, by the Nazis, the world said, this is wrong, and we need to create mechanisms that will forever prevent this from happening again. There were, I'm going to summarize, but there were multiple UN resolutions, and there was this general understanding in international law that when crimes are so horrific, when they are so offensive to what it means to be a human, that constitutes a crime against humanity. And what we're seeing, the Russians are doing now in Ukraine, is one of those crimes. Now it gets complicated, because it turns out if you are the head of state, like Vladimir Putin, you are immune to those crimes. You can commit as much genocide as you want so long as you remain the head of state. Now, does that apply to Putin, Lavrov, or Gerasimov, or Shoigu, or Putin's generals and cabinet members? It's a little gray. The answer is definitely his generals are on the hook for this. Almost certainly his cabinet ministers are on the hook for this. And if we can get Putin after he's out of power, if he doesn't die, he's on the hook for it as well. So what has Ukraine done? Ukraine has said, all right, these war crimes have occurred against us. We are invoking our right as a country to prosecute Russian war crimes against us. Simultaneously, Poland, the Netherlands, it's under a half dozen countries in the world have also simultaneously invoked universal jurisdiction to say what Russia is doing against Ukraine is wrong. And we are invoking international jurisdiction, universal jurisdiction, to at least investigate those crimes. Now, here's where the United States can help. Right now, we, for a variety of political reasons, don't recognize the ICC for some good political reasons. However, we still have the capacity to assist countries who are investigating war crimes, like what Russia is doing. We have the capacity to assist the Ukrainians in investigating and bringing war criminals to justice. This effort can certainly take down the little fish. This effort can take down the middle fish. We need an international consensus and solidarity to say Vladimir Putin and the big fish are equally responsible for these crimes. And I think it's very obvious that they are. But that is where the political debate is right now. It is an unsettled debate. I am not an international war crimes lawyer. I'm speaking because I've talked to many of them, and they've kind of given me a sense of what we can do and what we can't do right now. But ultimately, it comes down to politics. We saw that in Nuremberg, and you saw it with Gina's question. We made a mistake. We screwed up back in the 1940s, back at the end of World War II. And we said, all right, Soviet Union, we're going to let you into our international community and look the other way on all of the crimes you have committed. We're talking about the weaponization of sexual assault against most females in Central Europe on the part of the Red Army. We looked the other way on that and many other crimes. And that became the basis of our relationship with the Soviet Union going forward. That was a mistake. And if we are going to correct the terrible mistake that occurred many, many decades ago, this is the time. And we can do so by standing with their Ukrainian friends and saying, no, what Russia has done is wrong. What Putin has done is a war crime. And Putin and everyone below him in their invasion and illegal war against Ukraine has committed a crime, and we will bring you to our justice. That is the debate we face. That's the lift. It's going to be hard, but it is a right and just cause.
Thank you very much, Peter. Just as a brief technical note, I can't actually bring people up from the gallery as speakers as a co-host. Technical glitch. Don't know what's going on with that. I'm relying on people on the back end and the host account to get speakers up. So just a quick advisory for everybody that is interested in coming up to speak. Peter, to your
John,
point,
we've got Gina, we've got Leonard. I mean, let's work with what we have. I mean, Gina asked a good question. Leonard had some good insight, and let's have a conversation.
absolutely. Just that I would add that as a technical note. Peter, as a follow up to what you mentioned, I remember a while back, probably about a month or two ago, the two of us and a few others, we had been discussing kind of the granular details, if you will, about the specific language of the ICC charter or the relevant statute there. And if my memory serves, there was a clause in there that specifically stated that heads of state were not exempt from prosecution by the ICC. Is my understanding of that correct, or is there a lot of external jurisprudence to that I'm unaware of?
So under the ICC clause, correct. Yes. However, look at Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi was indicted by the ICC. And yet he was able to run and hide until he died, and he escaped international justice. So, the bottom line is, as long as you have an army or a country or dudes with guns surrounding you, you can escape international justice. That's what is concerning to me, because as any person with a sense of moral dignity, what Russia is doing against Ukraine, what Putin is doing against Ukraine, it's wrong. We know it's wrong. The war crimes are wrong. The crimes are horrific. But what do we do about it? And the answer is, oh, well, we go to the ICC or we indict them under the UN. Unfortunately, our reach is limited unless we have an international consensus that says no. And where I get concerned is in the course of the political debate right now in Europe, where Europeans are saying, well, eventually this war is going to come to an end and we're going to have to go back and buy Russian gas and, reestablish our relationships with them, with war criminals. That's wrong. And where the change needs to occur is right now. And we need to make that change, and we need to say, Russia is a pariah state on par with North Korea and other pariah states, and everyone who is enriching themselves off of this state and the war crimes is an international pariah, and you will not be welcomed in our international community. That must happen.
Absolutely. There was a rather extensive discussion this morning that unfortunately I missed regarding kind of the future of EU, common foreign policy in regards to Russia. And, this is going to become a critical issue going forward because obviously the EU, its member states for the most part adhere to, a common foreign policy at the level of the European Union. And obviously Ukraine is seeking to become a member of the EU. And, if they become a member of the EU, that means they're going to be a part of that common EU policy towards Russia. Which will be decided, by, consent of EU member states. And having those two policies be in accord with one another, Ukrainian foreign policy priorities and national security priorities, with, future EU foreign policy, vis-a-vis Russia is going to be absolutely critical in that regard to make that relationship functional.
Correct. And John, why would we not want Ukraine to be part of our alliance? Why would we not want Ukraine to be part of our community? I see some hands up. So it looks like you got some hands up. Let's do some hands.
Wonderful. Let's go to, I believe the order is Martin, Brad, and then Olga. Martin, please take us away.
John, how are you, my friend? Battle Moose, Leonard, Slava Ukraini. Peter, your comments are incisive. They're really, really wonderful, very helpful. Let me just say personally, thank you for that. Just let me add as well that with regards to some sort of tribunal, Dmytro Kuleba, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, the foreign minister of Ukraine, tweeted earlier today or late yesterday that, if I may read, Putin has just publicly confessed to the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Quote, "We did it consciously," end quote. "I once again call on all states back the creation of the special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The crime is in plain sight. Justice must be served." So there. I
Wow,
think
that's a powerful statement. Hey, can you send or post that on your feed? Can I take a look at the original source for that? That's a
yeah.
that's a major statement.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Well, I retweeted it, but I'll
Okay,
try and
I'll take a
retweet
look.
it again.
I'll take a look.
But
Yep.
just look on my site because when I saw it, I thought, well, Dmytro is bang on, of course. So I thought, well, lots of people had already seen it, but I thought many more should see it. So I did him the courtesy of retweeting it. So yeah, go ahead, because absolutely. And further to this, about a month or maybe a month and a half ago, Leonard, I think you had seen it as well. There was an article in the Globe and Mail, one of Canada's major newspapers, an op-ed piece by an esteemed human rights lawyer in Canada, David Matus, who's actually here in Winnipeg, where I am. He co-authored it with another lawyer, and it was just about bringing the war criminals in Russia to justice. And I believe I retweeted that as well, but it should be available on the Globe and Mail website somewhere. But I think there are these powerful statements that you, Peter, are making, and I mean powerful, and others, that could be used when this moves forward in a more coherent and cohesive manner to put these war criminals, these gangsters, which is what they are, on trial, if they're not dealt with otherwise, for their horrendous crimes that they have been committing in democratic, peaceful Ukraine. So I'll say once again, I have one question. I'm sorry, and thank you for indulging me, John and Battle Moose. I'm related to the Ukrainian military's powerful and wonderful counteroffensive that is happening right now. How long do you think it will be before Mariupol is liberated? How long do you think that will take? Okay, so I'll just drop down to listener again, and thank you again, and Slava Ukraini, and this site is indispensable, and you all are doing fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Martin. Feel free to stay up on the panel if you like. To your question regarding Mariupol, unfortunately, to borrow our phrase from our favorite Major Giroux, my crystal ball isn't too clear at the moment. Any number that I throw out would have no basis other than pure speculation. I'm hopeful that, Russian lines will just disintegrate across the board, and we would see massive Ukrainian gains. And I suspect that we are beginning to see at the very least, the partial fragmentation of Russian lines in a number of areas, Kharkiv and some areas of Kherson. So I am hopeful that the day that Mariupol is liberated will come sooner rather than later. I don't know if it'll be this year. I don't know if it'll be the beginning of next year. There are simply too many unknowns, and too many things yet to be decided or to happen for me to give any kind of meaningful number, I'm afraid.
Okay, John. Hey, I've got a couple questions from the DMs, but I see we have some hands. So let's do some hands, and I might field some of the questions from the DMs. How's it? Okay.
Wonderful. So let's go to Brad and then Olga, and then we can go to the questions from the DMs. Brad, please go ahead.
Cool. Thank you. So I want to agree with Peter on something, and that is the moral necessity of treating Russia as a pariah state for the indefinite future until they somehow make amends. But beyond that, it's important to make them a pariah state from a strategic standpoint, especially given, as an aggressor and being a petro state, they benefit from market volatility. If Putin was going to launch a strike on Ukraine, he did pick the right time in terms of their reserves, their foreign currency reserves, the state of the market, the weakness, ostensibly of what was happening in the world. And not only did the volatility that they introduced into the market play into their hands, but then they leveraged, their energy relationship with Europe. And if I was looking for, I have a graph, and I'll post it as soon as I find it, showing that at the time that they launched their attack, Europe, their oil and gas reserves were the lowest that they had been in a long time, and so their dependency on Russian oil and gas was at its highest level in a long time. And so Russia did pick the right time to launch this invasion. However, their fatal flaw was just basically a lack of self-awareness and a lack of understanding of what was going to happen, how the rest of the world was going to respond. But so my basic thought there is they will always leverage these oil and gas relationships, and they will always be in a position, assumably, to benefit from the volatility that they introduce because of how oil prices will respond. So it's not just a moral issue; it's a strategic issue. We can never allow such a high concentration of Europe's energy needs to come from Russia again. And also, it'd be great if we could diversify into renewables to the extent that there's enough, rare minerals in the world to make that happen, which is kind of doubtful. So that's one comment. I'd love to hear your response on that. The other thing I was going to mention, John, you made a comment a while back while I was still having problems joining as a speaker about how it seems like your the conflict has been stalled in terms of where the battle lines have been drawn, and then all of a sudden you have a breakout situation. Well, there's a very interesting map-based visualization. It's a time lapse of World War II that shows what was happening on the map every single day during World War II, as well as troop numbers of the different parties involved. And I've posted it in the on the thread, not in the nest, but in the thread. And that's worth watching. It's pretty cool.
Thank you, Brad. Yes, briefly to that point, there's a number of videos like that for a number of different wars throughout history: Second World War, First World War, showing the conflict in terms of territorial control progress over time. There's different ones of varying quality, but at the very least, the high quality ones are definitely worth having a watch. They're very interesting, and some of the trends that we've seen now are to varying extents reflected in a number of historical contexts. To steal a phrase from one of the previous contributors, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it rhymes.
Yeah, it's fun to see the battle lines stalled for it seems like a very long period of time. Then all of a sudden, you have these breakout maneuvers, and just like huge troop contingents just are obliterated or they're captured. It's fun.
Absolutely, there is nothing that brings me more joy than seeing large numbers of Russians encircled.
Amen.
All right, with that, Olga, the mic is all yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I wanted to thank the journalist from Pennsylvania, I think, who would like to dig deeper regarding the genocide committed by Russians against Ukraine, and all of you who are not indifferent and also want to pursue that effort and help Ukraine in this war for its survival. I work as with the chaplain. I also, for almost 8 years plus, I was working with Ukrainian chaplains. And recently, 2 different chaplains, military chaplains from different regions of Ukraine asked me this question: if I have any experience of working with the POWs who returned being castrated. I work as an American. I am originally from Ukraine. That's where my accent is from. But I work as a chaplain at American VA administration. But anyway, I don't have this experience, and I didn't know what to say. But for during 8 years, I heard the reports that it's not the first case when a number of Ukrainian POWs, when they were returned from Russian captivity in the Lugansk and Donetsk regions, they were castrated, and some of them they couldn't handle, and they committed suicide. They couldn't handle their losses. They grieved their manhood, and ended up in tragic losses. And these chaplains were reaching out for help. I don't have this help to give to them, but we know that Ukrainian POWs go through physical and sexual assaults, and many of them cannot report it. They report only to chaplains, because the chaplains, we guarantee 100% confidentiality. Military chaplains, that's what we guarantee. And they share this information with them, and the chaplains also want to help them, but they really don't know. If any journalist would like to soldiers, I don't want this situation to be swept under the carpet. I don't want this to be ignored like nothing happened, and Putin will get away, because he was getting away with this for 8 years. They were committing these atrocities for so long. You can write me a message. I'm on the Facebook. I can connect with those chaplains. Chaplains cannot report, because again, they have to protect those people. However, if a service member will volunteer to report this, and would like to speak about what happened to him, he has experienced, maybe somehow we can shed the light. I don't know how to help, but I just wanted to share that in line with genocide. I wouldn't say castration is a genocide, but it's definitely a war crime against prisoners of war. I think somehow this issue has to be exposed, because many come back not just castrated, but also they return back with hepatitis C or with AIDS, because when they give them the shots out there in their captivity, or whatever they give, they don't care to change the needles. They just use the same needle to all of them. And there was a report, there was an article in one of the papers a while back, then when Ukrainian Orthodox priest got hepatitis C, because when he was in captivity, they used that dirty needle on him, and now he had to live with it. He was a priest, of course. He leaned on God, but there are some soldiers that struggle, and unfortunately, when they have those diseases and castrations and rapes that committed against them, they and they so thank you.
John, did we lose our speaker?
Sorry, I think Olga, can you hear us?
Yes, I had no idea that I was muted.
No, it was a tech issue. Olga, thank you for sharing. I think we all agree in this space. What we have seen as just normal human beings has been horrific. What Russia has done to Ukraine has been horrific, and it offends any human with a soul, any human who's not a psychopath. When we see what Russia's crimes are, they offend us. And that's why we have international laws that say, no, this is wrong. And it is the duty of all countries to say no and to investigate and prosecute using the rule of law these crimes. You're correct to raise every single one of these crimes. They're horrific. And I think this is now the challenge for our political leaders. This is the question they must ask. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to isolate Vladimir Putin and the wealthy men and women around him? Or are we going to go back to the status quo ante and just pretend that the war never happened, that the crimes never happened? This is the question of our time. I certainly agree. We must prosecute Russian leaders and everyone who's committed crimes, but that's not a settled matter right now. And that's a challenge for us in our Western societies.
Thank you very much, Peter. 100%. I don't see any other hands up at the moment. 1 second. Apologies. Peter, I wanted to ask you, just as kind of a general point, by now, I believe the Ukrainian General Prosecutor's Office, they've noted that they've recorded, 40,000 registered complaints, or complaints being the legal term, or their equivalent legal term for, accusations or allegations formally against Russians for various, different war crimes and other crimes. Do we have any sense of, how that number is going to increase just from, those that have already been committed? Do we have any, sense of, to how big of a drop in the ocean it currently is?
I mean, that's the question, John. That's why I keep coming back to this issue. I think about it myself. Are these little fish? Are these middle fish? Or are these big fish? And when it comes to the little fish and the middle fish, I think Ukraine is right to take this course. I also think that Ukraine is doing this while it is at war, while it is trying to defend its own country. And I think it falls upon the United States and every other country to say, hey, we're going to help you right now while you are defending your country and investigating these crimes, because evidentiary trails can go cold. Evidence can go cold. Witnesses can forget. So we need to capture all of the information right now. And the FBI is perfectly positioned to do that. Poland is investigating. Other countries are investigating right now. So I really think we need to light a fire under our own politicians and say, hey, we need to help Ukraine investigate. Let's provide the resources they need to investigate, and then they can prosecute. But the big fish are going to be the problem, because the big fish are the Vladimir Putins, the Lavrovs, the heads of energy companies that are providing oil and gas to the world. They act as if nothing will happen to them. They act as if they will be just another leader who has escaped justice. That is wrong. And I think if we're going to amend a great crime that occurred on our part back at the end of World War II, this is the time to do so.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, to that point, you've referenced multiple times the mistakes that, were made during the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, and, in the Nuremberg trials and subsequent prosecutions, to not address, various Soviet war crimes and crimes against humanity that were committed, in the waning days and, year of the Second World War, and, quite frankly, before that. But, this conflict, not only do these prosecutions, and hopefully eventually trials and convictions and punishments, deliver justice, for the people of Ukraine, but it also sets a precedent to ensure that, Russian crimes in the future, will not go unpunished, and crimes committed by other countries, other parts of the world against, different groups of people that have historically not been addressed, where justice has not been served, will, have their deliverance of justice, if you will.
Bingo. And we must show the world now and forever that Vladimir Putin will not be just another leader who has escaped international justice after committing war crimes. Many leaders have done this before him. He believes he can get away with it again. And if we let him do that, that's on us, because we have the ability to say no.
Absolutely. There's a number of hands up, but I'd like to quickly point out that Craig has joined us as co-host. Craig, welcome. How are you, my friend?
Craig, welcome to the space, my friend.
Yeah, welcome back. I just survived another round of Houston traffic. Just got in and just shoved some food in my mouth. I wasn't about to stop in Houston and get something to eat. I'd never get out.
Well, Battle Moose just got taken away by a tornado, so I mean, he might be dead at this point. We don't know.
He's probably fighting a moose or a bear in his backyard. That's what they do. I think that's what Canadians do or something or whatever. I don't know. That's what Canadians do. Yeah, but Peter,
Craig.
yeah, it's good to talk to you again, Peter. Always good to hear your voice. Always good to have you back on the space. We really appreciate it. I want to, holy shnikes, we got a full roster of hands up. Okay, I have absolutely no idea what the order is because I just came in, so I'll call it out pretty quickly. We're gonna go Leonard, then Brad, then June Fun, and then Aaron. I think we'll do it like that. So Leonard, go for it.
Thank you, Craig, and welcome up to the space. I just wanted to just illustrate just a little bit more detail in terms of what Peter referred to by way of the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal, and just to point out that yes, I believe the conclusion is 100% correct, Peter, that none of the Russian hierarchy presently is immune from prosecution by an international tribunal, and certainly under the existing provisions of the International Criminal Court. But and of course, they have already served notice under the International Court that they are treating the Russian activities as effectively war crimes. But we all know from the experiences of the ICC during the prosecutions in the Bosnian and Herzegovinian cases that it takes a long time, and it's a very detailed, involved, and highly intensive investigative process. But the point I think we should bear in mind is that the Nuremberg Tribunal established irrefutably in international law that the crime of aggression is essentially an encapsulation of all existing international criminal law, and it established beyond a doubt that there is they called it the supreme international crime. The crime of aggression. And of course, there are other crimes enumerated and charged and tried at that time by the Nuremberg Tribunal, such as the conspiracy to commit aggression, crimes against humanity, and then specific war crimes as well. And it's quite arguable that what the Putinites have engaged in, what the Russian administration has engaged in, hits all of those points and is certainly prosecutable and is certainly capable of being proved on the same standard that was put in place vis-a-vis the Nazi hierarchy. And of course, there were 21 of the Nazi hegemons were tried, and additionally, there were 6 organizations, if you will, or corporate entities that were also tried at the Nuremberg Tribunal. And one further interesting note is that just to kind of eliminate any Russian waffling on this subject, is that the very concept of crimes of aggression was pretty much put together by the Russian jurist Trenin. Anton Trenin, and that in terms of that being a binding matter, it would be almost inconceivable that Russia could wiggle out, or any of the Russian accused could wiggle out from under that, because it is essentially endorsed by their own jurist at the Nuremberg trials. And of course, there's all kinds of that we go into for hours into the complexities and the pitfalls and the details of actually engaging in a physical prosecution. And of course, the Nuremberg trial went on for the best part of a year, so it's a very intensive process. But the bottom line should be that it has established irrefutably, and that Russia is clearly subject to this, that in addition to the other crimes that have been enumerated, that the crime of aggression is the most reprehensible and sort of the supreme international crime. And for all of the reasons, all of the items that Olga detailed, that went through a few moments ago, and we've all heard on this space previously, and the kind of stomach-turning, revolting, absolutely inhuman conduct of the Russian minions throughout the entire course of this war would clearly make them subject to the very definition that was hammered out in international criminal law at the Nuremberg Tribunal, and there should be no hesitation in holding the entire Russian administration, and certainly anyone who participated in the planning stages even, is clearly culpable and exigible for prosecution under the standards set out and the very clear procedural guidelines set out in the Nuremberg trials. So that's, yes, something to bear in mind, and very well worth extensive pursuit as this war concludes decisively against the entire Russian Putinite establishment. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Leonard. I appreciate that. Okay, let's try. I said Brad and then June Fawn, and then we'll go from there. So Brad and then June Fawn, please.
Cool. So regarding holding those responsible for these actions to account, totally agree with all that. Whoever is hunting them down has to be relentless. But my guess is they're going to need some help. And if I've learned anything from this conflict, it's, meeting a whole bunch of people in the open source intelligence community, of which I am not one, but I love hanging out with them. A lot of people do their best, especially in that community, to kind of they see something happen and they'll try and geolocate it. And in fact, I don't know how many of you, maybe a few of you know Fidget. I know Aaron knows Fidget. Fidget will hold these little competitions every once in a while where essentially she'll throw up a picture that's someplace in the world, and we'll see who can find it first, right? Now, and actually Fidget runs a little operation focused on war crimes and Ukrainians that are being shipped all over the place within Russia. And my critique of Fidget's awesome. My critique is that what she is doing doesn't necessarily scale. And we see a lot of these groups doing stuff like this, but they're not done in a consolidated manner. Partially that's the magic, distributed talent, distributed capabilities. But to the extent that you're trying to find who is responsible for very, very specific acts, you do need kind of a consolidated process. And so one thing that's been running through my head, and I don't know if any of you have heard about anything like this, but it seems to me that there needs to be a centralized, what I would call a data lake. And what I mean by that is a place where here are all of the crimes that we are looking to solve. And, we're not going to show you all the proprietary stuff that we're doing internally, whatever the organization is that's charged with hunting these people down, but we're going to make it publicly available, and we're going to have a system for people who, who we can validate their credentials or their capabilities, or, see how they perform. We're going to provide a platform for people to participate and try and hunt these people down. And it seems to me, maybe this is something for us startup people to look at, but it seems to me that there needs to be a platform. And I think if you can maintain the magic of kind of this distributed open source community that's passionate about this stuff, but also create an interface that hooks up with the big organizations that are doing the actual forensics, I think that would be useful. So anyway, it's just, I don't know if any of you have thought about that or seen something like that occurring, but I'd be very interested in knowing if that's happening anywhere.
One of the things that I think that we here in the West might take for granted is that during World War II, we knew who these were because these were our enemies. We knew who these guys were. We kept files on them. We kept intelligence. I'm not saying we're not doing that now, but the Ukrainians know who these people are. Their memories are going to be long, and their memories are going to be very, very clear. These are things like, names like Goebbels and Goering and Keitel and all these things kind of stick in our mind, but you have to remember that they're the ones that are fighting this war like we fought it back then. And so these names are synonymous. Just as much as you might think of a Goebbels or a Goering, they have the equivalent of those in Ukraine. There is a list in Ukraine. And I think that we'd all kind of be foolish not to think that there wasn't a list somewhere. And they keep these names in a drawer, in a filing cabinet, much like the Israelis did when they chased down Nazis after World War II. They were chasing Nazis 70 years after, 80 years after World War II. So I think the Ukrainians are going to have, I don't want to say they're going to have carte blanche. They're not going to be able to just go around doing whatever they want. But they're also going to have people in the West that are like, the Ukrainians are going to find them. They're going to find them. They're going to call us and say, hey, we found him. He's in Chicago. Somehow he got to Canada. Somehow he got to France. And they're going to say, okay, yeah, sure. Well, you guys can go pick him up, or we'll pick him up for you, right? So there's a degree of cooperation there that maybe the West doesn't need to, I don't want to say carry the baggage and have our own separate list. I'm sure there'll be those that have kind of offended our norms and our mores in the United States. But we need to view this war crimes, I don't want to say manhunt, because I'm sure that it's going on, but we have to view this as letting Ukraine handle its business, right? Because while we don't know some of these names are very, very, very well known in the corners of SBU, the executive branch, and the Ukrainian armed forces. They know who these people are. They're just going to need our help and to help facilitate extradition to Ukraine if and when they decide to leave Russia. And if they don't leave Russia, then, that's a story for another day.
Yeah, I think I was partially referring to, it's one thing to know who they are and have a list. It's another thing to have forensic evidence that will get them convicted in a court of law that ties specific individuals, to very specific crimes. And so anyway, that's part of it. But I totally get what you're saying.
Part of the forensic evidence that the Ukrainians have are radio transmissions. If everybody can remember at the beginning of this war, it looked like Russia was using Radio Shack. Quite literally, it looked like they had broken into a Radio Shack and taken some of these things off the shelf. And so a lot of these intercepts, you're not going to get, so-and-so's fingerprint on the gun, but their voice on the radio is just as good as a fingerprint on a trigger. Right? It's just as good to us, and it's just as good to the Ukrainians. It'd be the same way in the United States military. If an officer allowed this type of thing to happen, the United States saw this, it would be found, and the people who were responsible would be punished. We did the same thing at Abu Ghraib. We did the same thing to Navy SEALs and to others that committed war crimes. And we hold our people accountable, or maybe not war crimes, but they broke the UCMJ, right? And so remember, forensic evidence doesn't necessarily mean, and not to kind of belabor the point, you don't need to find DNA. You don't need to find a fingerprint. Radio transmissions and certain types of other geolocations are just as good as anything else. But your point is taken, though. Your point is taken well.
Yeah, and it's just the sheer number. I mean, I've seen some estimates of like, I mean, they sound insane, like 100,000 civilian deaths in Mariupol. Where do you even begin? I haven't seen that data verified, by the way. So that's conjecture, I think, from this point. But I mean, who can possibly know? But
yeah,
it's just the sheer scale of it. Like it's.
Well, I mean, we were hunting.
It's
I mean,
hard
we
to
were.
comprehend. It's
I
hard
mean,
to comprehend.
we were hunting Nazis. We were hunting Nazis for 60 or 70 years. So, you know, if they're 20 years old when they did this, then they're not going to be able to rest and be rest on their laurels. The second they step outside Russia, I can almost guarantee that these guys will be traced, that there will be a division, much like there was in Israel, that once these guys are found, they will be found, they will be located. In the second that they step outside of Russia, they have their top tier guys. They have their top 10, their top 20 to the top 30 of the ones who are most responsible at the senior level. But the individual soldiers who commit the crimes, much like the SS, committed war crimes and engaged in the Holocaust and genocide. It took years to find them because they weren't as well known. Their names aren't all over the orders, right? Their names aren't in charge of units. So the first ones that were able to be located were the senior guys because they were top 30. And then let Ukraine handle its business, right? Let Ukraine do its thing. And if Russia has something to bitch about, then fine, we'll slap sanctions back on you, and you'll see how you like that world, right? This is their business, and we should support them throughout it. But yeah, again, your point is well taken, Brad. I do appreciate the scale is unprecedented nowadays, but it is not unprecedented in history for a nation to have a very, very long memory when it comes to these things. They're not just going to let it go and get back to business. They will find these people the second they step outside of Russia. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, Craig, the community is in good hands with you. I'm going to step back. I see some other hands if they want to talk. I've got a couple more minutes, but I've got a 5 a.m. call. I'm going to step back and let you take over the helm, sir.
All right. By your leave. I will, if you want to listen in, if somebody has any more questions for Peter. So let me just ask while we got Peter for just a second. Give me a heart symbol for those that want to ask a question of Peter. That's that. Okay, so that's Aaron. Anybody else want to talk to Peter or ask a question? Because if not, we're going to let him go. Okay, so Aaron, go ahead and direct your question to Peter. Oh, sorry, Peter. Did you want to run now, actually, or did you have time?
No. Aaron, go for it. Let's do it.
Hey, Peter. How you doing? I've been listening to you before. I'm a military guy, an analyst on here, regular OSINT guy on the spaces, and I wanted to ask, what do you think? I wanted to hear your output for Kharkiv. I want to hear everybody's input for Kharkiv as well. What do you think is going to be the outcome for this new latest offensive in Kharkiv? Because I mean, it's certainly looking, they're really pushing forward in Kherson. I certainly want to hear your thoughts on this new latest offensive, and I know that within the constraints of national security and operational security, of course, because OPSEC is certainly important right now. Wanted to hear your opinion on
it. So on this space, others have given excellent analysis. I think Yehuda really laid out what was going on. Let me tell you how it works from the political world. Zelensky needed one win. He needed Kherson. He needed Kharkiv. It looks right now like he's getting two major pushes on both fronts. Let's see how it works out. But Zelensky and the Ukrainians, they need a win right now. And it looks like their generalship is working. Our support for them is helping. But the Ukrainians are really, they're the ones who are winning this fight. Let's see how it plays out. But at the end of the day, yeah, Zelensky needs one win. He may get two. That will be very good.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. I just worry about, so what is Russia going to do in desperation? Can I do anything in response? You wonder. Well, they are doing it, with Nord Stream. Well, Nord Stream 1, it's already been shut down. What else are we looking at? I mean, they're going to do a meeting, I think tomorrow, with the UN Security Council on the weapons that are going from Western countries to Ukraine. I'm wondering what leverage they're going to pull there.
All right, Craig. So I'm going to bow out, but I'll say on the UN front, right now, the U.S. Congress is in charge because they are the ones who have the power of the purse strings. They are the ones who are supporting Ukraine. They're funneling billions, tens of billions of dollars to help our friends, and their cause is right and just. And hold on, Aaron, do we have an open mic? Maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, so yeah, their cause is right and just, and it's right that we support them right now. For the UN part, yeah, it's a debating society right now. It doesn't really impact policy. It doesn't impact Congress. It doesn't impact the US. So, we're going to help our friends, and let's see how the Ukrainians play out over the next few weeks. But right now, Zelensky looks like he has positioned his generals to achieve the win that he needed. And that is very encouraging to me.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question, Aaron. And again, if everybody can just kind of give a round of applause for Peter Doran for joining us. He took a much needed rest from the space and Twitter, as we all should do, a healthy diet. And we definitely want to thank Peter for his time, his efforts, and his expertise and knowledge. Peter, my friend, you are welcome back anytime, especially when I'm co-host. We have a lot of stuff to talk about when it comes to choo-choo trains and politics.
I mean, Craig, we're talking about war crimes when you show up. And all I want to do is say, hey, guys, shouldn't we be talking about trains right now? So you guys are in good hands with Craig. Craig, tip of the hat. Well done, man.
Thanks so much, Peter. You have a good evening, sir. Take care and get some rest. All right. That was Peter Doran. Very much appreciated member of our space. Great contributor, wealth of knowledge, a well that I could only hope to get half as deep at when it comes to my own. So always a big pleasure when Peter joins us. Okay, so we did have an order going. I do want to welcome Language Learner. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good night. You I'm sure have been very busy for the past 48 hours. So
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, yes, I heard rumors that something was happening somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm sure you might fill us in. So what I want to do, Language, is that I'm gonna clear the hands very briefly, so we can have some time to get set up and give you ready to go. Everybody kind of strap in because I'm sure that this is going to be a lengthy one. Make sure you pull up. I'll do this for you, Language, so you don't have to say it. When Language is up, make sure to pick up a Google map. Just put in Google Maps. Follow along, follow the bouncing ball, so to speak. If you can't follow the map themselves because you're not sure of the spelling, I, for one, am horrible at Ukrainian. I embarrass myself continuously. You can open a ISW, that is Institute of Study of War Map, so you can help follow along. You find them at ISW on Twitter. You just put that into that little search bar, and they should pop right up. Again, that's the Institute for the Study of War. Some of the more conservative maps, I would say, and in this case, I think we need to stick with the conservative and not embellish. The truth is good enough. We don't need people coming on saying that next stop Moscow, right? Sort of talk. We don't need to go down that road. So let's go to Junfan, and then War Pigeon. I don't know if you wanted to add something. Your hand went down, but if you don't, then we're going to go to Duck on a Chair. So Junfan, and then we'll see after that. What's up, brother?
Hey, man. Hey, thanks for having me on. Letting me come up. Great talk. Great stuff. The one thing I would say real quick before my comment is, the Nuremberg is all well and good, but that was obviously a complete unconditional surrender, 100% occupation of Germany. It's not going to happen in Russia. Zelensky has already said that Ukraine is going to be, quote, a stronger, bigger Israel early on, which kind of gave the implication that they're going to hunt these sumbitches down. Whether it's 50 years or whatever. But duly noted, we got to be cataloging this stuff. They already are. But hey, what I was going to say is, I have to be open to all outcomes, just being involved in financial markets and just kind of looking at what I see. And, Russia, here's the thing. Russia is built on, their whole paradigm is built on this projection of this image. Okay. They never will escalate when we escalate, or when we confront them to their face, because at the end of the day, they don't want to be found out as a fraud. And right now they're being exposed as a fraud militarily, their equipment, their officers, strategists, etc. And an outcome, and I don't like to say this, but a possible outcome that is very likely that I could see is the military is to the point where they could, he has holed himself up, pushed Shoigu out. It's almost like Hitler in the eagle's nest by himself with a bunch of maps and pointing fingers at the military saying they're no good. And at some point, the military and the Russian establishment may say, hey, we have got to salvage what military face we have left. And to Aaron's point of what's next, I don't think they have anything next. And so anyway, there is a possibility that this thing could cascade pretty rapidly. Is it likely? No, but well, it may be. But I'm just saying that is an outcome that's being confirmed. Actually, what I would argue, crude actually broke down in price of the first offensive, and then on this Kharkiv offensive, crude almost went below $80 today. And European power, German forward electricity prices have basically collapsed 40% off their high. And so there's something going on out there. And I'm just saying, open all outcomes, this thing could get rolling. So that's all I had as a comment. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, no, I would actually support that 110%. You're spot on. There's been so much chatter regarding, rightfully so much chatter regarding on what we're seeing militarily speaking on the battlefield. But if you guys can rewind the clocks a couple of weeks or 3 weeks when everybody's like, oh, the Germans are going to do this, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, da 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 da. I can tell you that June Fund is 110% correct. We have to pay attention to when things go well, not just when things are bad, and we want to kind of crawl into our Carthetic tunnel and start saying that the Germans are doing this and that. We are working to overcome this. Prices, as he pointed out, are crashing very, very quickly, and that is a sign. And generally, I kind of liken the market to almost like Vegas, right? These guys spend a lot of time doing quantitative analysis, risk analysis, game theory, and all the rest of these things that go into it. This isn't just some guy with a cigar in his mouth kind of throwing a dart at a board, right? This is very sophisticated stuff. Just like when you see a betting line in Vegas, this isn't just some guy named Tony saying, oh, let's do 3-1 or 4-1 or even money. The markets themselves are sending a signal that we should rightfully say, this is good news for the alliance. This is good news for NATO. This is good news for Europe. This is good news for the world, economically speaking, right? And we should remind ourselves that when we want to, I don't want to say speak ill, because I don't think anybody's speaking ill, but when they speak about the situation vis-a-vis Germany and energy, take a moment and say, you know what, we spoke about this 2 weeks ago and we all thought it was going to go, down the toilet, and then boom, oil prices crash. German energy, LNG, is coming online. They're finding new resources. They're finding new things. And I'll do you one better. When this war ends in a Ukrainian victory, and I believe that it will end in a Ukrainian victory, when it does, here's the real rub, guys. If you really want to put your thumb in somebody's eye, the war ends. Fast forward 2 years from now. These supply chains that have been set up for Germany and for Europe are not just going to disintegrate. These are the new permanent supply lines that Europe and Germany are going to depend on. It will take time. It will take effort. It will take a little bit of pain. We understand that. But the UK, Germany, and the Czech Republic are doing what they can to cap the price of the natural gas for the winter as it's coming up. There are solutions to this. So let's not, at times, we go down that spiral. But it's not like this war ends and Germany's like, and Russia's like, okay, we're ready to sell our gas again. We're ready to start oil again. We're behaving ourselves. And Germany's like, well, I don't need it because I already got another supplier and it's a lot less risky than dealing with you again. So thanks, but no thanks. Go sell it somewhere else and go take your discount and your spot pricing and all the rest of that stuff, because sure, we'll take 1 or 5 or 10%, but nowhere near the levels we saw before. So the solutions are materializing. So thank you for pointing that out, June Fun. I really do. Okay, so we have language here. I'm trying to kind of get through this a little bit more quicker than my soliloquies. Let's go to War Pigeon and then all right, let's go to War Pigeon and then Duck on a Chair.
Hi everyone. So I just wanted to say that yesterday I went to a playground with my 3-year-old niece here in Warsaw, and completely not thinking about the things that we're talking about now. I saw a Ukrainian girl. There's a lot of Ukrainians here in Poland, and she didn't have a hand. She was maybe 7 years old. I don't know. I'm not good at telling the age of children. Maybe 6. And she was just standing there, and she didn't really know what to do because it was pretty evident it wasn't anything natural. It was probably blown off or something. And it really hit me very hard. I've seen my share of photos of videos of pretty grim things from the battlefield, but I have to say they don't strike half as hard as when you're just in your daily routine and you see something like that, in the middle of your day. And it just made me think that it's not going to be possible for Europe, especially Central Europe, I think, to get back to normal after the war, which Ukraine, I'm sure, will win, uh, without bringing these people to justice. And I'm not only talking about Putin and Lavrov, because they seem to be. I feel for a lot of people that's like the cherry on the cake to bring them to justice, and of course it's very important. But I don't think it's less important to go after the people uh, that physically perform these crimes. That take the POWs and hurt them, like Olga described. It's they are just as criminal as Putin is. There's maybe 100,000 Putins in Ukraine right now. So yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't believe it's gonna be possible for this region to just return back to business and back to normal with Russian officers who ordered these types of crimes resting on the beaches of Greece and Turkey, and sitting in cafes and in London or in Paris. Shit's gonna go down. It's people are not gonna forget. It's just not gonna be possible. And yeah, and I just wanted to say that maybe if someone has a bit of time, it's a good idea to read about Rafał Lemkin. He's the guy that actually coined the term genocide. He was an interesting person because he was a Polish Jewish lawyer who was also tied in a way to Ukraine. He studied in Lviv. His final years were in the U.S., so he's very tied to the region. He was also the person to say that the Holodomor was genocide. Unfortunately, it wasn't recognized as such during his lifetime. But maybe this is the time to fix this and set the world straight. So yeah, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. I would agree with that. I would agree with that premise. Duck on a chair, and then we're going to go to language.
I just wanted to add a short comment to the lady who spoke about the taboo of sexual violence. It sounded like she was in doubt on whether it qualified as genocide, and I just went and checked, and the Genocide Convention says that measures taken to prevent births counts as genocide. So I just wanted to add a short comment. That was all.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, language. Are you good to go?
Yeah, just about. There's been a lot going on, so it's entirely possible that I haven't included all of it. If that's the case, as always, my DMs are open. Please do let me know if I missed something or if I didn't see something. But this is going to be just a little bit lengthier. I'm going to try and slow down because I got some commentary yesterday that we're talking about a lot of different towns, some we haven't talked about before. So I'm going to try and, for the big hotspots around Izium and Kherson, going to summarize it a little bit beforehand, talk about it, then summarize it at the end. It's not that I think you guys are dumb or that I'm talking down to you, but otherwise, frankly, it's very, very easy to get lost. So we'll take just a little bit longer, but I promise it will hopefully be a little easier to understand. Okay, with that, we're going to begin in Belarus and proceed clockwise, then end with some general statements. This is the military update for September 7th, 2022, day 196 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Regarding Belarus, there's been no further military developments of note. However, some 50 Belarusian railway fuel cars, which had crossed over early in the war to support Russian forces north of Kyiv, were officially seized by the Ukrainian government today after a protracted legal battle. Moving towards Kyiv, where there's been some political developments, the Ukrainian commander-in-chief, General Zaluzhny, wrote an article today where he predicted what conflict with Russia would look like next year in the event of Ukraine retaking Crimea. This is his first major speech or publication since the invasion began. He stated that while Russian aggression would continue and Ukraine would need additional long-range strike capabilities, he also drew reference to the fact that the Russian Black Sea Fleet could always reposition further into the Black Sea itself and continue to fire missiles. In this article, he confirmed that the explosions in Crimea last month, such as the Russian Saki airbase, were the result of Ukrainian missile strikes. He did not specify what kind of missiles were used when asked by reporters. He also said that while the war will certainly continue into 2023, and while it is possible to retake Crimea next year, it will require the mobilization and equipping of another 50 to 100,000 personnel. He also said that long-range missile strikes into Russia proper might become necessary in order to force Russia to recognize the true cost of this war, and he elaborated that while such Western missile systems exist, they would need to be and could be produced in Ukraine proper so as to sidestep rules of engagement for their use from supplying nations. He also stated that while technically there remains a possibility of tactical nuclear weapon usage by Russia, that Ukraine frankly cannot do anything to resolve that threat itself and so will continue to fight, but that instead Western pressure will keep Russia from doing anything radical of that sort. This all comes at the same time as the fifth meeting of the Ramstein Conference of Western military aid partners to Ukraine, and is believed to be part of an effort for Ukraine to acquire ATACMS missiles, longer-range rocket artillery, as well as to lift restrictions for the use of existing missiles on Russian territory proper. Otherwise, the Ukrainian government is discussing a number of methods to help subsidize heating bills for the population, regardless of employment status or housing status. Ukraine has banned the export of coal today as part of these efforts to prepare for the heating system. And Ukraine stated that they will require at least 12 billion euros in financial assistance next year, and that they have received already in excess of that this year. Moving further east towards the Sumy and Chernihiv region, harassing strikes continued over the day with a noted increase in Russian artillery fire across the border, with some 70 shells being fired. This is all believed to be due to the rotation of a new Russian artillery unit to the border regions here, and there's been increased reporting that they're not that experienced, and they're simply using these villages as target practice. And Zelensky appointed a new head of the SBU, the Ukrainian intelligence service, for Chernihiv and also for Kherson Oblast, given that he had removed the heads for both of those regions some months ago. Moving to Kharkiv, northern Kharkiv specifically, Russia continues to fire artillery and lob missiles into both the city and supply lines headed north toward the front. And while there is a noted increase in Russian UAV operations, there are no reports of Russian assaults. Ukrainian troops and Russian troops do continue to skirmish along the front line in some of the small towns due north of Kherson, Kharkiv rather, specifically Supivka, Verkhny Prokty, and Borshova. We see artillery firing across them. Doesn't look like there's a massed assault from either side. Much further to the east, several explosions were recorded in Kupiansk, which is some 50-60 kilometers to the east, and is the beating heart of the Russian logistical supply network for all of northeast Ukraine. Apparently, anti-personnel rockets are being used in addition to high explosive missiles fired from these long-range NATO artillery systems, such as HIMARS. These anti-personnel rockets, which we already have evidence of them being used by Ukraine, release well over 10,000 tungsten balls at very high speeds instead of an explosion, which decimates anything struck by them. Footage emerged today of Russian troops in the Kharkiv region, the southeast, being scythed down by gunfire after have taken some massive blast which had stripped a large area of trees of leaves without causing any fires. There are reports that the strikes closer to Kupiansk also use these munitions to target troop convoys in the open in trucks to devastating effect. There are also reports that long-range NATO artillery, specifically the Panzerhaubitze 2000 supplied by Germany, is involved in the assault on this front. This German self-propelled gun has a range of at least 40 kilometers or 25 miles with the shells that are known to be supplied to Ukraine. And just recently, there was a reported explosion in Belgorod, Russia, overnight, which took down about half of the city's power grid. It's unclear what the cause is, but it has caused tremendous concern and fear among the city's residents, especially in light of the ongoing Ukrainian offensive. Moving further south towards Izium, another Ukrainian offensive is underway northwest of Izium, technically in the Kharkiv Oblast. The bulk of this action today appears to be between the towns of Balaklia and Shevenkov, which is to the northeast. In gross summary, Ukrainian troops have continued to advance and push deeper eastwards today, menacing Russian supply lines that run both towards Izium and proceeding to increasingly threaten the major Russian logistical hub of Kupiansk with rocket artillery. Around Balaklia, and that is Balakliya, I encourage you to pull up a map, the two southern bridges have been destroyed by Russian forces. Additionally, Ukrainian troops are believed to have taken territory up to the southern bridges at least, including the suburb of Bayrak to the south, given Russian artillery and airstrikes here. Given the fact that Russian troops were believed to be in control of this at the start of the day yesterday, and the very chaotic nature of yesterday's action, it is unclear if all of the Russian forces south of these bridges were able to get across the bridge before it was blown. To the west of Balaklia, Ukrainian troops are believed to have at minimum reached the western bridge, given the fact that Russia is shelling across it, and there are reports of Russian shelling into the city center, which would indicate a Ukrainian crossing. The status of this western bridge is unclear. To the north of Balaklia, Ukrainian troops successfully managed to take territory all along the northern highway up to Volokhiv Yar, thus effectively controlling the only non-river crossing route into Balaklia. Balaklia was a major Russian base and storage facility, and it remains to be seen if Russia can either evacuate its munitions effectively or whether it chooses to defend the city to the last. There are additional reports, from a Russian source actually, of a 15-tank strong Ukrainian armored push here, routing an even larger Russian mechanized unit who was unable to effectively call for artillery support as they were attacked. Additionally, Ukrainian air defenses moved up quickly enough that Russia was unable to bring its air power today and may have shot down a Russian aircraft or helicopter here. The Russian National Guard forces here specifically are currently complaining greatly about their inability to coordinate with conventional Russian army forces and have been blaming them for just abandoning them in the city entirely. To the east of Balaklia, there are reports of fighting in the next major town over of Savinitsy, although this is not confirmed. If this is the case, it would indicate that Ukraine has crossed over the southern river in another area, and not only are they using artillery to menace this town, but they physically would control all the areas in and out of it. Per Russian sources in this region, the general order of battle for these small towns has been as such. Ukrainian special forces drive into the town at very high speeds, sometimes at night, and suppress Russian defenders from coordinating an effective defense, while the main armored group rumbles in behind them. Upon reaching the town proper, the armored forces essentially rout or kill all Russian positions that have been unable to effectively consolidate themselves, and the cycle repeats. All of this occurs while Ukrainian artillery and airstrikes thunder overhead. Further northeast from here, Ukrainian troops have pushed east towards the town of Shevchenkov, which lies along the main highway to Kupiansk, that is Kupyansk. If you move just about 20 kilometers to the west, you'll see what I'm talking about. It is really sort of both of these towns, cities I should say, are the hubs and wheels of, you could say, I think each of them has at least 6 highways feeding into them. So that what makes them so important for Russia's logistical supplies and why Ukraine is so interested in them. Currently, the greatest extent of Ukrainian advance is believed to be around Shevchenkov, where Russian artillery has been attempting to keep them at bay. There are reports of extreme losses of Russian units in this area that were caught flat-footed, as Russian doctrine generally only tries to prepare the first 10 kilometers of the front for defense, and this is now beyond it. And there's reports that a single unit took 40% casualties in the last 72 hours, which is ludicrously high. Now, Shevchenkov is only 30 kilometers away from the main Russian logistical hub of Kupiansk, and thus it is inside of Ukraine's most long-range conventional artillery guns, in addition to rocket artillery. There's been some rumors today from Russian Telegram, actually, of Ukrainian troops bypassing the city. These are almost entirely unsubstantiated based on what we know from the ground, as frankly, A, there's no real way to bypass it. It is the central hub for all the roads around it. And B, the benefits of capturing it are worth much more than trying to sprint around it further east. In summary, Ukrainian troops have successfully surrounded the Russian base and strongpoint of Balaklia on at least 3 sides in a very rapid attack, and are using artillery or manpower to heavily restrict movement on the remaining side that is not surrounded. Ukrainian troops continue to push quickly towards other transportation nodes and Russian logistical hubs, with deeper strikes here than we have seen all war. The redeployment of Russian troops from this area to the Donbass and Kherson in recent months likely means that Ukraine has at least a 1-to-1 ratio in soldiers, if not an outright advantage. And then further south, closer to Izium, Russian forces attempted a half-hearted assault towards Sloviansk along the highway and were again repelled for the immeasurable amount of time in the forests and hills where Ukrainian troops have a definite advantage. Moving southeast towards Seversk, Russian troops continue to shell into the Seversk region, this is to the east of Sloviansk, but appear to have been dislodged somewhat from the town immediately to the east of Seversk along the main highway to Lysychansk. Russian forces attempted assaults back towards this town today, but were repelled in close combat, per the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. North of Seversk, across the Seversky Donets River, Ukrainian troops are still assessed to have control over the village of Ozern, and there are reports of additional Ukrainian assaults further into Russian lines here. Another report coming out today is that Ukrainian troops also crossed the river to the northeast of Sloviansk, taking the town of Stary Karavan, which is en route to the city of Liman. There has been an increase in Russian strikes in this area over the last several days as a result of Ukrainian troops crossing this river. There's also been reports of Russian forces redeploying from here further northwest towards the rest of the collapsing Izium Russian lines. The likely goal for these Ukrainian troops is either the towns of Yampil or Liman, where Russian forces have been redeploying out of, and by capturing them would allow for easier access of Ukrainian troops across the river, thus opening up another front in this whole direction towards Kupiansk. Otherwise, everybody not north of the river here on the Russian side seems to have turned their attention south towards Bakhmut. Speaking of Bakhmut, fighting continues in Soledar to the northeast along the highway, with Russian forces having pushed back generally to the southeast side of the town over the last week. Artillery fire continues across the line, along with some close quarters fighting. Specifically, in the southeastern suburb of Soledar, Bakhmutsky, Russian troops have been unable to definitively advance due to Ukrainian artillery fire into the fields around the town after the Russian forces were evicted from the town. Reportedly, in the southeast of Bakhmut itself, Russian forces continue to fight in and around Kodema, a Ukrainian strongpoint where Ukrainian troops had withdrawn into the hills and are shelling Russian attempts to advance through the former town. There's a lot of defenses in these hills, and just because they're out of this town itself does not mean that Ukraine is out of the fight here by any sense. Further north, Ukrainian troops are still very much encamped in Zaitsev, which has also deployed a large number of mines around this town. It is the southeastern major approach into Bakhmut, and thus far, Russian troops have been unable to capture it. Unfortunately, Ukrainian troops in this region have recently expressed concerns about supplies, and there have been reports of Russia using short-range ballistic missiles against a number of Ukrainian ammo depots around Bakhmut in the last week, which has increased the problem dramatically. For some Ukrainian forces, their most consistent source of ammo has started to become from fallen Russian troops, since the advances in Kherson and Izium began, and there's been some expressed aggravation towards the large amount of supply that other fronts have access to currently. None of this has been helped by the destruction of other bridges and infrastructure via Russian strikes in Bakhmut. And it's possible that a Russian gunship, a Mi-24 Hind, sometimes they can also be used for transporting troops, was shot down in this area by a short-range shoulder-fired missile. Moving south towards Donetsk, Russian troops and Ukrainian forces continue to skirmish along the front lines, while Russian troops continue attempts to push further into the southwest suburb of Marinka, where the town is roughly divided in half and where Russian forces have been pushing for some time. Shelling continues along the front lines, especially targeting Avdiivka, that's Avdiivka. It's where Russia's been shelling for months now. Russian troops continue to be slowed down in and around the southwestern suburb, about 15 kilometers away, of Pisky, P-I-S-K-Y, where very accurate Ukrainian indirect fire originating from outside the village has essentially made the town a no-go zone for Russian troops. Ukrainian troops still control the bridges nearby, and while Russian troops can enter the town at any point, it just prompts a wave of, via a number of methods, incredibly accurate fire, and so they don't really stick around. Unfortunately, south of Avdiivka, Russian troops did capture a major Ukrainian strongpoint nicknamed the Anthill, where a multi-year construction effort to make a large trench system of concrete and dirt had been established. This underground base has withstood Russian assaults for several weeks in terrible conditions and under heavy fire. Russia apparently brought even larger artillery and started collapsing it piece by piece. The Ukrainians had to retreat. The UN has announced that a UN mission is en route to the Olenivka prisoner of war camp, where some 50 Ukrainian soldiers were killed and up to 130 injured by what is believed to be a Russian terrorist attack in their barracks 5 weeks ago. This UN mission should arrive in the next few days, and while there are concerns that Russia has managed to destroy evidence in the interim, the UN demands full access to the site. Per the Ukrainian intel services, the work was carried out by Wagner Group mercenaries acting on direct orders from the head of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is a close confidant of Putin, and incendiary weapons were detonated inside buildings while the prisoners of war slept, where the Mariupol defenders had recently been transferred to. This has been somewhat evidenced by the fact that while the windows themselves were not blown out by an explosion, the fire appears to have started in the center of the barracks. And then the DPR occupation government returned the body of British volunteer Paul Urey, who was captured in April while evacuating civilians from Zaporizhia as part of a non-governmental organization. He was accused of being a mercenary and arrested at a checkpoint. His body returned, showing signs of heavy torture, despite Russian claims he died of, quote, stress and illness, unquote. He leaves behind 2 daughters, and both the Ukrainian and British governments have expressed massive condemnation of his torturers. Moving to Mariupol, where the situation remains grim, the Russian government has further postponed their planned referendums to join the Russian proxies in the occupied regions, especially in the south. Moving west along the southern axis, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front lines with Russian forces, with no reported major offensives in this area. A large explosion occurred again in Enerhodar yesterday of unknown causes. This is the city around the nuclear power plant, cutting water and electric utilities to the city. Both sides blame the other. The Ukrainian Nuclear Agency has stated that with damage to the 6th reactor's power line at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, they may have to shut down the plant itself, as this is the power generation source that feeds back into the plant and helps it with running all its operations, including cooling operations. Reportedly, while currently there is still a source of external power, should that last one be lost, it would require at least 4 tankers of diesel fuel to operate each day, which could be challenging to guarantee continued deliveries of. As such, while there is diesel fuel on site, and while there is still an external power line, the government or the Ukrainian Nuclear Agency is discussing possibly just shutting the whole thing down so they don't have to run into the issue where they're juggling multiple fuel trucks. Moving to Kherson, further to the west. In general, Ukrainian forces do continue to push. We have seen increased strikes on Russian logistical nodes, sometimes in one notable case being filmed by a Russian soldier as the strike was happening on them, as well as increased Ukrainian pushes towards the northeast. There continues to be reports of Russian forces refusing to fight in this area and having issues receiving basic supplies, including food and water. A number of Russian soldiers were captured in the last 48 hours, and one Russian artillery unit encountered reportedly lost some 60% of its men and is effectively destroyed. Across the front today, the ongoing Ukraine operation continues. Reportedly, one of Russia's most modern Ka-52 gunships and an Su-25 strike aircraft were both shot down by large quantities of Ukrainian anti-air manpads, such as Stingers or Iglas. There were 13 Ukrainian airstrikes, which, along with the highest number recorded, 300. For eliminating 108 Russian soldiers, 15 armored vehicles, 5 tanks, 10 artillery guns of various types, 2. As such, it appears as of yesterday, really the one Russian bulge into the Ukrainian lines has been reduced or otherwise entirely eliminated by Ukrainian forces, who can now move more freely east and west. Ukrainian forces destroyed a Russian pontoon barge that was attempting to move across the wetlands directly south of Kherson City from the town of Hola Pristan. There are also emerged video of a Russian soldier who recorded himself under fire while attempting that same crossing. Before he gets on the barge, he remarks that they will be crossing over the narrow part of the river where a crossing had already been hit by Ukraine strikes earlier in the day, and he prayed, quote, "Lord, save and preserve us on this lousy pontoon," unquote. He is then part of a traffic jam onto the pontoon as they board, and the video ends with multiple explosions. His follow-up video shows numerous Russian casualties spread out across the pontoon itself, as some try to give first aid and the rest scream and groan in pain, including the man recording. Moving to the Black Sea, there is reportedly 2 Russian ships with about 16 cruise missiles available for use. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 450 soldiers for a new total of 50,610, 36 armored vehicles, 20 tanks, 19 artillery guns for a total, and 4 of them being rocket artillery, 15 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft, 1 helicopter, and 4 UAVs. The losses were most pronounced in the Kherson and Izium regions. The UN stated that more than 7 million people have left Ukraine due to the war, and that more than 6 million Ukrainians are internally displaced. Putin stated that the export of Ukrainian agricultural products under the grain agreement should now be restricted, as has been predominantly going to EU nations rather than, quote, countries in the Middle East and Africa suffering food shortages, unquote, and that he would consult with Turkey about this. Ukraine responded derisively that nobody gave Russia the vote or right to amend the grain agreement based on where it's exported. They also have been sending stuff to the Middle East and Africa, most recently Somalia. Ukraine stated today that they have been increasing their rate of grain exports by 20 to 30% every month thus far. And allegedly leaked reports from the Russian Ministry of Defense regarding payments to families of killed Russian soldiers seem to indicate some 49,000 Russian soldiers are confirmed dead, in addition to unknown numbers of wounded and deserters. This document itself has not been 100% declared as true. With that, thank you very much. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Language. I do appreciate that. We got a couple people that are trying to come up. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and raise them up here. And we have a hand, but I'm going to use my co-host privileges if I may be so bold. The one thing that I want a little bit more clarity on, if at all possible, if you can, is what are we looking at in terms of? I hesitate to use the word numbers, but when you say that the Ukrainians are bypassing the town, right? This isn't a thunder run to Kiev, right? This is not the insinuation, correct? I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, well, maybe it was a little unclear there. I was trying to refute that they're bypassing the town. In some of these small villages, that may be the case. There's a alleged telegram leak from a Russian soldier saying that Ukrainian troops have bypassed the main city of Shevchenki, or God, I'm butchering the name. I don't have it in front of me. The city to the west of Kupiansk, and they're driving towards Kupiansk right now. There is, from what I have seen and the people I have talked to, zero evidence to support this. The town itself, very important, because if Ukraine decided they were going to try and skip around a large Russian garrison, even if they were going to devote forces to hold it, which doesn't make a lot of sense, it's like a blocking position, it means that they would be trying to take one road as opposed to taking the city and then having access to 6 different roads in various directions, right? And also, just given where we're seeing Russian artillery and given where Ukrainian forces are reportedly engaged in combat, they are not bypassing this crucial city. So I apologize if I was unclear, but there's been a lot of rumors floating around that they are making a thunder run, and I'm trying to push back on that.
Yeah, exactly. No. That's you're spot on. That's exactly what I wanted to highlight, because I got a few questions where people were like, "What? Ukraine's, just driving and driving and driving? Like, aren't they going to run out of gas or da 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 da?" Like, you were spot on, right? This is not Thunder Run to Kiev Redux, right? This is not that. And for people who might have a question about it. Obviously, you can ask Language if you want more specificity. Please feel free to DM him. You don't have to DM me to ask the question. But I got several questions about, is Ukraine kind of just losing its focus? Is it not paying attention? And I think you had the nail right on the nose when safe to say they're not, right? They're not. This isn't an irresponsible type of action for them to quote unquote bypass something, right?
Yeah, it's just to push back that there is a method to what's going on now. This is not we're sprinting at Kupiansk and we're hoping for the best. That's why I try to go a little bit more into the granular detail of what this looks like, where the Russian troops here, they're not the best and brightest. A large number of them have been cycled away, and the Russians are complaining that they knew Ukrainian troops were amassing for something, and yet they didn't, either they couldn't or they wouldn't reinforce the Russian troops here. And the communication is just so garbage between all the varied forces here that have been tried to glue together into larger units that they can't even call for artillery when the first Ukrainian troops sprint into their town and start shooting up their buildings. And then because they can't call artillery in, the tanks move in, and then it is all over for the Russian troops in that town. So just to show like there is a purpose here. It's not just they're sprinting around, island hopping through these towns, if you will.
All right, awesome. Let's go to Aaron and then June Fon.
So thanks, guys. Language, so you mentioned about losses. Where are the highest amount of Russian losses today? Is it in? It's obviously in Kherson, right? From what I heard, as including some. I heard you right, some S-400 launchers at least, or radars.
Yeah, excuse me. Water went down the wrong pipe. So the greatest losses today were they said the greatest losses were in both the Kherson and the Kharkiv region. By that they mean this assault north of Izium, because that is still technically in the Kharkiv Oblast. However, this is separate from what we've been looking at the front lines in Kharkiv for a while now, the one to the north of the city. So the S-400s and whatnot were reportedly destroyed in the south. However, the greatest loss of Russian life has been in Izium, because you are seeing Russian forces that are unable to call for artillery fire. And thus, when they are encountering Ukrainian armor, which is something they have not seen in this large number thus far this war, they are just essentially running away. It's a difference between a retreat, a withdrawal, and a rout. And we are very much into a rout, R-O-U-T, for those without a dictionary handy, which is just people panicking and trying to get the hell out of Dodge. And that's not working out well for them, as we've seen in some of these videos that I'm sure have been shared around on Twitter. So the greatest, if I was a betting man, say the greatest loss of Russian life is probably here, because their defensive lines are not nearly as well prepared as they are in Kherson. And the greatest loss of Russian material is probably split between the two, with a large number of Russian armored units being destroyed, or mechanized units being destroyed here in the Northeast, because they're running around a forest and coming face to face with, over a dozen Ukrainian tanks, and they just don't know what to do. And frankly, because they can't call for artillery air support, they just die. Does that more or less answer the question?
Yes. Okay. That absolutely. I just needed to clarify exactly where. That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. John Fon?
Yeah. Hey, Language. Thanks for the update. That was great. So I'm going to ask you just a question. So what if you had to say what area or a thrust or a movement or maneuver is shrouded in blackout of information, or we know the least about, or the least about, yet that may have the potential to be really, really interesting as that comes forth. What would you say that area would be at this moment?
So it's a challenging question, because I'd say the one that has the most interest to me that could develop is these Ukrainian forces that have crossed the Seversky Donets River to the northeast of Sloviansk. If they are able to continue to do so, and they're able to gain access to these towns that Russia is apparently pulling troops out of, and now Ukraine has access across the bridge, then this doesn't just become an offensive that's coming from the west to the east towards Kupiansk. This also becomes an offensive that's coming from the south to the north, right? So now they're being attacked in two directions. And given, frankly, the fact that Russia has been relying on this river and artillery for quite some time to hold the front, I suspect there's not heavy defenses here, especially given what somebody shared with me as the Russian military's doctrine that outside of prepared defensive positions, they just really budget for the first 10 kilometers and say, okay, well, we just need to worry about defenses here. Everything else, yes, artillery, worry about that, but we're not going to be digging in and entrenching stuff. So if the Ukrainians are able to push through that, and as we're seeing to the west here in this offensive, it appears they may have, or they're at the terminus of that 10-kilometer mark, then things are going to become very challenging for the Russian defenders if they haven't been, keeping up their defenses in these areas, which, frankly, given what we know about the reduction in Russian patrols and Russian troops in these towns, seems to be likely. As a reminder, about a month ago, before Kherson, as things were moving towards Bakhmut, and as Russian troops were cycling in towards the south, we saw that Russian troops, rather than basing out of all of the tiny villages and having a presence, essentially just started basing out of the larger cities and running patrols through there, but otherwise just sort of ignoring them or leaving them in the hands of local collaborators, which seemed to indicate a drawdown in forces. If none of these towns have prepared defenses and Ukraine manages to break through, then who knows? The sky's the limit, right? Does that more or less answer the question?
Yeah, that was a great question. A great answer, and just I think the speed is with how the Russians operate. That's the way. If you can get close enough and to really get maneuver on them, I mean, they just can't function in a prompt manner, and I love it as long as they don't. And these guys, this is classic Ukraine being smart and just getting right all over their ass and then just pounding them. So I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Who goes to and then Heather? Sorry, Craig.
No, it's cool. I was gonna just say what you said. Go for it.
Actually, I thought Phil had his hand up first.
Okay, yeah, let's go to Phil and then to Heather.
Thanks, Heather. Thanks, Language. That was an amazing update. I was just wondering, what is the glorious Third Volunteer Army that was newly formed by the Russians and deployed out in Crimea? Have we heard anything about their movements and where they may or may not be being redeployed given all the attacks that are going on in multiple fronts? I wonder where those beard belly guys and their, T90s and their, new kit are going to be redeployed to, and we haven't seen any big movements from the Russians in response yet.
So, as far as I understand it, a number of them had already been deployed into the south around Kherson, and were in the process of relieving some of the Russian units there when the bridges were blown. This means that there are more Russian troops north of the river than there might otherwise be, which on its outset might look bad until you realize that's more people that you need to feed and water and supply. And now you have none of those things, to the point where we're hearing reports of Russian troops being issued one ration per 4 men and not getting enough water for the day, which has a tendency to make you not want to fight nearly as much beyond everything else, right? Now, as we're seeing these other offensives, the increased speculation is that Ukrainian troops, and we've heard this before, and other people besides myself have said it, that Ukrainian forces' goal in Kherson is not to take Kherson. That's ultimately a goal, yes, but the main goal is to capture, kill, or limit that large number of Russian troops that are currently without supplies on the north bank of the Dnipro River. That's part of the reason why they're not just, frankly, it's a lot faster if they were just throwing everything into a punch to run towards Kherson City. They're not doing that. They're fighting in the northeast. They're fighting, in the center. But where they're targeting are the logistical highways. That biggest thrust we see is towards the logistical nexus that supplies really everything in that northeast section that they're fighting over. should Ukraine be able to interdict that as well, then now not only do you have somewhere between 20 to 25,000 Russian troops kind of caught up in a ball across a river that they'd have to swim, but also they don't have food and water and bullets. And if you can do all of that and keep them fixed there while the rest of the Ukrainian army moves on other positions, then, well, these guys can't effectively teleport over there, which means the Russians are going to have a rougher time. So that seems to be where the bulk of the Third Army is. It's about 5,000 guys. They were trying to raise 10,000. That's been unsuccessful. But I suspect that they're mostly in the south now. Even if they're not, the Russians do not have a functioning teleporter. And just moving from Belarus over towards the Donbass front, which is roughly the same distance as if the Russians want to move from Crimea over towards where the current fighting is in Izium, it took several weeks. And that was back in, I want to say, April. So now with damage to Russian logistics and whatnot, I don't imagine it would be any faster. So I'm not going to say they're out of the fight because that's incorrect, but they're not going to be able to get there in time to make a difference unless this gets bogged down. A long answer, but hopefully it clarifies a bit.
No, that's a perfect answer language. Thank you. That was literally my point. They raised this 5,000 man strong, army for offensive purposes to be used wherever they wanted. Well, now they're pinned down somewhere in the south, and they can't even be used in defense. While the Ukrainians basically they lost their reserves. West of a river, and they can't get back to the east, so they can't use them anywhere that they're virtually like needed. Every single man is needed now to prevent a rout that has already occurred, and they can't do it. So thank you.
If I could just very gently just remind people, like let's zoom in on the 30,000 foot view, if I could, just very briefly. Rewind the clock again, if I can, because to understand what's happening now, we have to understand what has happened in the past, right? When the shaping operation in HIMARS the clock, and everybody remembers the memes, right? HIMARS the clock, this, that, and the other thing. That when we saw that, we have to contextualize that to understand, in the simplest of terms, that wasn't just Ukraine firing off things to make things go boom. It was setting the stage for what they're doing now, right? That classic shaping operation. And I just can't help, I just can't hold myself back from reminding people how much discipline it takes to do that. That is not, something that every single army in the world knows how to do. That's just SOP. That takes training, that takes discipline, that takes patience, that takes understanding that the highest form of fighting is to win without fighting. And the way that they did this in targeting logistics for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and we were just like, come on, like, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? Like, launch the offensive already. What you're seeing and what language said in terms of the logistical supply line, if they had rushed this, if they had said, you know what, Zelensky's under a lot of political pressure, we got to deliver something, we need something to fill the media gap, we need, big highlight thing, then this would have turned out, I think, a lot differently than the way it's turning out, right? That, in order to understand where we are and where we're going, we have to understand where we've been. And where Ukraine has been in a disciplined, coordinated, highly intelligent, highly patient operation to make sure that when they launched this offensive in Kherson, they did it right. That is...
Sorry.
No, go for it, language. Yeah, I'm done. I was going to go to Hans.
Yeah, like a charming anecdote about this. Sometimes, when you take that action, where you are at greatest risk, if you make sure that your enemy cannot hurt you or their capability is much more reduced, then you're in a better position. So many moons ago, when I was in college and I was doing boxing, and I was boxing against a guy who all he would do is punch my leading arm, just punch my shoulder. I was like, what the hell? Like, every time he punches, it's these real easy things. I just keep soaking him up with my shoulder. One round, 2 rounds. This guy's not hitting me until I realized, come the third round, that he's hit that shoulder enough that I can't move that arm half as quickly as I used to. And about a second after I realized it, he realized that was the point. and it ended badly for me. It's the same principle here. You know, the Russians keep going, okay, well, they're blowing up some supplies, but they're not attacking us. They're blowing up supplies, but they're not attacking us. They're blowing up supplies. Oh, shit, here come the tanks. Where are the supplies? What do you mean there's none of them? Bam, lights out. So, you know, charming little anecdote, but hopefully kind of breaks down the situation.
Yeah, much more succinct than my example, but yeah, I just wanted to highlight that because I think that it's instructive for those people that want to understand. We had a lot of questions before language jumped on about, you know, what does this mean? You know, what does this mean? You know, what does this mean about take that little node about attacking the lead arm, about doing it right, as an example that can be extrapolated, replicated, and redone time and time and time again. I just wanted to just briefly interrupt the hands just to point that out because I think it's important to demonstrate to people and remind people that war is not just about violence. War is about discipline and it's about intelligence. Yes, at the end of the day, it's one man trying to kill another. Yes, that's violence. But to set the stage to where you know you can win, you're operating at a whole other different level. And it's very hard to do when you have a lot of pissed off Ukrainians with their guns loaded, ready to go, ready to fight. And you got to say, nope, you got to wait another day. Nope, you got to wait. Nope, you got to wait. Nope, you got to wait. That takes patience. And that's a whole other level that Ukraine is operating on. And they're just going to replicate that as we go forward. So anyway, I just wanted to pause and just highlight that because you brought up something, Phil, that I thought just needed a moment. But with that, we're going to go back to hands. We're going to go to Prince, who was very nice to give her space to Phil. And then we're going to go from Prince to George to Dr. Paul. So Prince, please go ahead.
Thank you, Craig. I have two really small things. And I think it might just be numbers haven't caught up yet, but it felt to me like 108 as far as the killed or wounded seemed really, really low to me today for all the activity I've heard about. Do you agree?
Yes, that was just the reported number from Ukrainian Southern Command in Kherson. Overall, it was 460 Russian dead. And, you know, I'd say even more so than that. Well, let me pull up the numbers here. It was some 30 odd, 30, I have it here. Yes, 36 armored vehicles and 20 tanks. Now, I don't know how many tanks are in a unit, but I imagine it's a lot less than 20. And at the cool price tag of at least $2 million bucks a pop for each of those tanks and years of training, I imagine that's not something Russia can lose pretty easy. There's been a couple days in this war where we've seen numbers like that. It's never been a good time for Russia. So that 108 is what's being reported by the Southern Command for the Kherson region specifically.
Okay, that makes more sense to me then. Thank you. I guess I missed that. And the other thing is, I think a little easier. Last night you were almost downright giddy because you were like, I know stuff, but I can't tell you yet. I know stuff, but I can't tell you yet. Is this the stuff that you wanted to tell us last night that you couldn't?
I mean, partially, yes. There's some other stuff. Some stuff we can talk about is this is public already, and the people who run the armored units are talking about it. A number of Russian captured tanks, so more modern tanks perhaps than what Ukraine has. Some T-80s, some of them have affectionate nicknames, have actually started to be employed in battle against the Russian forces, and apparently they like their new owners a lot better. There were reports of one group that was northwest of Izium that was almost themselves giddy with excitement, saying we fired over 80 shells today and, you know, knocked out X number of, you know, Russian armored vehicles, and also, you know, basically just had Russian troops sprinting away from us because they couldn't do anything because we have reactive armor that we actually keep up, right? So that's part of it. And then there's some other stuff, but that hasn't quite hit the media yet. But this is frankly enough that we're talking about right now is plenty to be excited about. And if the other stuff develops, then we'll talk about that then.
Sounds perfect. And that's sort of what I was thinking. I figured there was some stuff that still had to be held back, but I figured some of everything that was going on today had to be stuff you were holding back. I was thinking about that all day today. I almost messaged you earlier, but I figured I'd wait to see if you came on. Thank you so much, Language, for all the effort you put into giving us a great and excellent report. Thank you.
Thank you for listening and for the questions.
All right, let's go to George Sadakis, excuse the mispronunciation, George J. I'll just call you George J without the risk of insulting your name. George J. and then Dr. Paul.
You won't be the first that's butchered it, right? You guys won't be the first that butchered it, so it's all right. Really quick, I think one of the keys of this now is you see the Ukrainian maneuver elements, right? We're talking about this is like these are mechanized units, right? I'm talking about like the ones that are driving toward Kupiansk or wherever they are. We're not exactly sure. But those are mechanized units that have broken through whatever defensive line the Russians had. Now, the Russians what they would need to do is scramble to try to plug those gaps, right? Here's a problem. They don't have troops that have the training or the experience to go in there and defend against this Ukrainian breakthrough. Everybody that's back there now is pretty much green. Like the frontline guys that were on the defensive thing, they already got bypassed. They already got captured. So it's going to be next to impossible at this point, especially with supplies running dry, for the Russian commanders now to get a group together, any type of task force to try to plug that breach. You know, am I the only one that's seen this, or like, I don't know, Battle Moose is on here, and Greg, what do you guys think?
Well, the definition of a rout is you're withdrawing from contact in a manner that you can't reinforce. Basically, it is the deepest form of soup sandwich that you can have. It's not a tactic, and nobody retreats. They tactically withdraw from battle, and they haven't used like retreat since like Vietnam. So yeah, they withdraw from battle, but you can have an orderly withdraw, or you can have a semi-orderly withdrawal, or you can have just run for the hills. And I don't know, language. Do you think it's like, are they at run to the hills yet?
The Russian National Guard is. They're pretty upset because they feel like they got abandoned. Arguably, they did. Those guys, I imagine, as that further propagates, they're not exactly going to stick around and wait to see what it looks like, because when you hear that, yeah, Ukrainian forces just showed up at the next town over with tanks and killed everything that remained, you're probably going to say, I don't know if I want to, die here in this little hut. So we're already seeing a pretty good, I'd say, PR, propaganda, information warfare, whatever you want to call it, operation going on. And that is definitely playing havoc with the Ukraine or the Russian defenders here, who are very much not the most reinforced. So you're already seeing people saying, well, we need to get back to a more defensive position, and we need this. And they're trying to come up with reasons to leave before the Ukrainian troops get to them, which is sort of, hey, it's the best way to win a battle is if you don't have to fire a shot, right?
Yeah, well, that's true. The problem is that I'm asking, how do the Russians plug the gap now?
Yeah,
right?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, Language,
Yeah,
if you
how
don't
do
mind.
they plug the gap? What force?
I don't think they
cobble
can.
together?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I think that, yeah. So I see where you're going, George. But remember, geography is destiny, so to speak, right? Open a Google map and look and see what is to the east of all the areas that Language just described, right?
There's one, the Oskill River. Like, the only thing
that's not a river, brother. That's a reservoir, and there's only one crossing over it, right? And that's near Borova. So the plugging of the gap, if you want to be succinct about it, is there isn't a plugging of the gap. There is a falling back to, holy crap, let's get to the other side of this massive reservoir, and hopefully that buys us time. That is because the operational space because you have to think about this. whether it's logistics or anything else, you need space to maneuver. If you're going to plug a gap with something, then that reinforcement or that plugging unit or whatever the terminology might be, all you have to do is look at the topography and the geography of the area that Ukraine is attacking right now. It's not wide open tank country. Their back, quite literally, is to a massive reservoir that has only one bridge and two crossing points that is to the south and to the north, right? And so the plugging of the gap would be them saying, holy crap, let's get to the other side of the reservoir. And hopefully that buys us some time, because they simply don't have, and I think this is what Language was getting at, they just, correct me if I'm wrong, Language, if I misread your report, but they don't have the units, the ammunition, or the fuel, because each of those is exclusive in and of its own right. You can have the units without ammo and fuel. You can have ammo, but without units and fuel, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what they're trying to do is, if you're on the Russians, is that if they are like, holy crap, where do we go? There's a big body of water that can hopefully slow the Ukrainians down. Let's get across it. I think the gap that you're trying to look for is a geographic one, not a military unit type of one.
He's absolutely right. I mean, the rivers, if Ukraine is able to break all the way to the Oskil River, just getting there is going to be a bit of a gambit, but B, if they're able to get there and cross it, then the sky is really the limit. But so far, we have seen just about every time in this war that rivers do make big obstacles. And is Ukraine able to continue this momentum across it? I hope so. I imagine I'm not the first person in Ukraine to realize there's rivers there, so I'm sure they have plans of action there. But that's going to be the biggest question as far as continuing. But even if they only get to the west side of the Oskil River, that's still half of Kupiansk. That's still major supply routes. That still basically kills Izium, which is why Igor Girkin is posting frantically about it right now. So like that, if that's the most limited access that Ukraine can get, that still chokes a large portion of the Russian conquest in northeast Ukraine.
Yeah. So yeah, like you said, if the Ukrainians can get to Kupiansk and cut it off, or at least put it within artillery fire, right? And that's a huge choke-off point for supplies going south to Izium. And then Izium pretty much withers on the vine, because it's harder to go. I don't know if you looked at it, but it's harder because of the rivers and things like that. It's harder to take supplies like east-west than it is north-south, right? Most of the roads are headed north-south in that area, not east-west.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach.
No. I was just gonna say, I know we got hands that are in the air and people that are patient, but I think what you're getting at, George, is that if you're the Russians, in my mind, I'm not an army guy. I've never been in a regiment. I trained on a 9mm pistol and never had to shoot it on in anger. But if there's an area that the Russians are looking for as their salvation, it's not Kubansk, it's Borova. That is their area of sanctuary, because Kupiansk is soon to be, correct me, Language, isn't Kupiansk already in an artillery range? I mean, theoretically,
it's already being hit by rocket artillery range. Technically, yes. If the Ukrainians were ballsy with their, self-propelled guns, they could hit it. They're probably not doing that just yet. They might be, but that's a little hot to trot there. They're already hitting it with rocket artillery. If they get that town that we're talking of here, of Shevchenkov, then they can hit it with more of their self-propelled guns and other fun stuff. And more importantly, there is that bridge in downtown Kupiansk. Do they choose to blow that up? Do they choose to let it sit there? Who knows? But they can hit it, but not with everything they've got. It's why when we started early in the war around Kiev, a lot of the Institute for Study of War Maps had a 25-kilometer circle around downtown Kiev, and they said, hey, if Russians cross this line, they can shoot whatever they want. And you'll notice that was the line that the Ukrainians defended, as well as they could. If they're able to cross that same metaphorical 25-kilometer radius here, then things are going to get very hot for the Russians in Kupiansk, I imagine.
All right. Thanks, George. Appreciate that. We do have quite a bit of hands and requests that are coming in. So let's go to Dr. Paul, who's been waiting very patiently. We're going to go Dr. Paul and then Canberra, a name after my own heart, as my grandmother is from Australia. And my mother is also from Australia. She was born there during the war. So Dr. Paul, and then we're going to go to Canberra.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, Language, for all the updates. Very good stuff. So kind of to dovetail a little bit on what Craig said, Ukraine's been very methodical. They've exercised strategic patience. They've been systematic. And I asked CJ a question earlier, like of what the disposition of Russian forces, essentially like northward of Kupiansk to Volchansk in Belgorod. And there were 10 to 15 BTGs in Belgorod. I don't know when they disappeared, but apparently they've been deployed. And at least what CJ says that they chose to attack and hold Udi, which is like way north of Kharkiv city. Is that true, or have you heard anything else? And the point I'm getting at here, it sounds like a precondition that set this whole thing off is Ukraine trying to get Russia to deploy their strategic reserves. And is that true, or if not, where are their strategic reserves right now?
So good questions. Regarding those battalion tactical groups, the issue is that the BTG as a system of measuring Russian troops becomes less and less the best way to do so as the war goes on. Because in perfect conditions, under Russian doctrine, they're supposed to have about 800 guys, and 200 of them are pulling triggers, right? However, even before the war, there's a number of units that had, I think at the lowest, there was one unit that had like 50 to 60% of that. And since the war began, those numbers have been depleted even more so, right? And when they lose guys who are pulling triggers, that's an outsized proportion because it's not out of 800, it's out of 200 to 300. So when they say BTGs, because a lot of these units were just maimed north of Kiev, and they never really recovered, so they started gluing them together. And we've seen that in the south and the east, where they're taking a bunch of different units and just sort of sticking them together and saying, congrats, you are now one large group. But they still say, oh, well, we're two separate battalion tactical groups, even though, one took 40% casualties, the other took 20, and the third took 20 as well, right? So it's very difficult to use that as a system of measurement, which is why I'm not going to say that CJ is wrong, certainly, but sometimes that doesn't show the full picture because there may be 3 battalion tactical groups with 800 guys between them. As far as I understood, the guys in Belgorod, Russia's already recruiting people from quite literally psychiatric hospitals, prisons, and homeless shelters. If they have somebody who can pull a gun and has been somewhat trained in it, they're not going to keep them in the back lines. They're going to send them in. As far as what happened in Udi, that just seems to have been Russian artillery followed by, strikes from troops that are already there. I hadn't seen evidence that they necessarily deployed a whole large group. Udi is a very small town, barely a town, frankly. It's more like just a village, and it's very much within Russian artillery range, so they wouldn't have needed to deploy a large number of guys to get to it. And then, frankly, after they tried to attack south of it, they got shot at by Ukrainian artillery and returned to the status quo. So I'd have to see more data on it, but I suspect that whatever combat-capable units there were in Belgorod, they got sent into the grinder long ago, and those that are still there are there for a reason that they can't be used elsewhere. And it's not because Russia's holding them back for some reason.
Okay, Language. So that's a great points. So is the overall assumption here is that they've been dispersed. Whatever reserve forces they had have now been dispersed, whether it be parts of Kharkiv, north of Kharkiv city, down towards Izium, or down towards Bakhmut, or all the way down towards Kherson. Is that the assumption, that they've just been dispersed across all these different fronts that they're kind of fighting and defending?
I would say so. I'd imagine most of them are in the Donbass or the south right now.
And so that leaves the third corps that's being constituted right now as the potential reserve force, right? Or in other words, they have no reserve force. And the reason what I'm getting at here, there is no major counteroffensive from Russia now onto Ukraine, correct? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out here.
Yeah, I don't think Russia has a reserve force waiting in place. They might have some quick reaction forces. They might be able to scrounge some guys up, but there's no, 10,000 man strong army that they've been waiting for. If they had those guys, they got deployed months ago because Russia wasn't taking the territory they wanted to. So they threw those guys in. They're not holding anything back now. There has been some statements made today by Ukraine saying that, hey, in 2023, Russia might try something again from Belarus, but that's more speculation. It's not necessarily referring to anything ongoing now. I've heard some people talk about that as such. As far as I can tell right now, Russia does not have a second wind-up punch ready to come out of nowhere. Everything they've used, they've got. You don't recruit people from mental hospitals and homeless shelters, give them a week of training and send them to the front unless you are having desperate recruitment and manpower issues.
Thanks so much. I'll wait till the other hands get answered, and then I'll raise my hand again.
Thanks so much, Dr. Paul. We're going to go Canberra, and wait 1 second here, folks. Language, how much more time you got, brother? Let's.
I think that's some time. So you can run through the hands.
I couldn't hear a word you said. It sounded like you said it through a blanket.
I'm going to try and throw up the text and audio while we're doing this so people can read over that as well if it answers any questions or maybe raises.
All right, and how much more time you said? You were broken and unreadable.
I'm pretty good for, I'd say, another 40 minutes or so.
Okay, awesome. So let's go Canberra. We're also joined by Zodiac and Battle Moose. You guys can talk about beavers and maple leafs or whatever you guys want to talk about for our Canadian friends and allies. So we're going to go Canberra, and then we're going to go George, and then Daniel while language is here. Canberra, please.
So on the 1st of September, the one of the advisors to the or one of the liaisons anyway, Zhdanov from the Russian army said that they were going to break that third army up. And I believe from some footage, some of it's in Donetsk and it's probably involved in that that attack on Kadima because they had enough artillery to break down that anthill. So and they the other units were running out of functioning artillery. And I think the other place that they are is in Zaporizhia, trying to push back that bulge that's being used to do the attack on Tokmak. And incidentally, Russian Telegram is also saying that in Zaporizhia, Mern was taken overnight. So widening that area, that bulge area, and getting them closer to that hub at Tokmak. And apparently there's a huge effort from the Russians trying to push back that front, which probably hasn't gotten a lot of attention in the last 24 hours. Thanks.
Well, right. There's a lot of stuff going on in Zaporizhia. And yes, there's some artillery fire going on there. And but moving over towards Bakhmut and whatnot and towards Donetsk, Russia has easier access in supply lines there, and so can bring more forces to bear. As a consequence, they can bring more artillery there directly in from Russia proper in the Rostov region. That's probably part of it. It's also because they've had de facto control of those areas for over 8 years now, so they've been able to accumulate things. They can move things with a little more safety. But you're right. I mean, Russia does continue to have more artillery in some areas than in others, but it's also the fact that they can basically shell from a protective umbrella relatively in the Donetsk region, whereas they can't now in areas north of Kherson or near Izium because Ukrainian forces are pushing towards them, and artillery does have certain limitations, especially Russian towed artillery. You have to set it up. You have to plan for it. The Russians are not good at shooting and scooting with their towed artillery. It takes some time. So if you have the luxury of being able to set them up in a prepared position and then just shell into the same area for months, well, the Russians are good at that. That's how they destroy cities. If the Ukrainians just took a town, 5 kilometers to your west 20 minutes ago, you're probably not going to be in as good a position. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, great. If I'm not mistaken, the order was George and then Daniel. George, go ahead. Oh, right. Sorry. You just went. No, George? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It's kind of a less serious question, but I appreciate a serious response. What is the Russian air defense doing? What's going on there? It seems like the TB2s and such are acting uncontested, is there supply issues? What's happening?
I can give you an answer.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yep, please. Daniel.
This year onward, the Operation Command South announced in this night 40 anti-air systems destroyed in the past 24 hours.
Yeah, but so like I guess as Daniel said, I mean they're taking them out a lot now. Sorry for the airplane guys if you can hear that. But yeah, so I think the main game changer was the HARM missile. The ability for Ukraine to put that on their existing airframe, which was a little bit of an engineering to do, and then they're able to use that to take out Russian radar. That seems to have been the game changer in terms of the pace. Before that, we did have Ukraine using, it seems like, solid intelligence from probably all sorts of different sources. They were able to use HIMARS and other strategic standoff munitions from the ground to take out, various air defense systems. Presumably, partisans or someone saw an air defense system, they got the coordinates, and then they sent it to HIMARS, and then they took it down. But now they have the HARM missile, and the HARM missiles have been able to blind Russian air defense. And that's, I think, why we're seeing now suddenly for the first time in a few months, even like new Bayraktar videos. And as Daniel said, just like tons and tons, like tens and tens of Russian air defense systems destroyed instead of 4 or 5. Craig, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to say that Ukraine would not be using these now if their supply was limited. I can't again speak to the operational use of these things because that expertise is limited. But to the extent of my knowledge, I can tell you that they're using these when they build up a reserve, when they have stuff to use, and then they're using them when they're ready to use their operations. They're not just using them to use them. And you would think to yourself, well, duh, Craig, like that makes sense. But understand that they're under immense pressure. This is a country that is being invaded, like quite literally, that this is state on state. And so there's this eagerness to want to use whatever new toy you have, whatever new thing that you get from the West. But remember, it's one thing to give you something. It's another thing for you to know how to use it and use it properly. And so the only thing I could comment in regards to, say, HARMS or any of this other stuff is you see them using them for the purpose for which they are designed, which is not just to destroy. And you think, okay, well, they're blowing up missile sites. Yeah, of course they are, right? That makes sense. But they're supposed to be used in conjunction with an operational goal to be achieved on the ground. And what I mean by that is that I could give you 50 HARM missiles, and then I tell you, well, there's 300 more to come, but that's going to take some time, blah, blah, blah. We're doing our quality controls, yada, 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 right? When that happens and you have only 50, it's one thing, again, to use them just to use them, but to use them in conjunction with an operational objective to take back your territory is quite another thing. You might think that that's standard logic, but it really isn't, because they want to destroy these things. They want to get rid of them. They want to eliminate them, but they're doing it very well coordinated in a specific geographic area that gives them however many, I'm not even going to get into it, however many MSL feet aloft and time aloft that they need to deliver their payload or let the Bayraktars loiter and do these things. That's a very, very complicated operation. That is not as simple as making a phone call or sending a text.
Would you infer from this that in addition to training on how to use the weapons, there's some high-level guidance on when strategically to deploy these and when to hold on to them?
Yeah. So I think that yes, and there has been no communication between the U.S. military high command and the Ukrainian high command on specific type of operations. There have been rumors, there's been hearsay, there have been tweets, there have been this, but when you hand these over, you kind of hand them over and say, hey, only use them when you need them, right? Wink and nod, right? Don't use them just to use them. Use them when it's appropriate to use them in the operational space in coordination with the operational objective of what it is that you're actually going after. If your goal is, say, the Dnipro, or your goal is, say, Barova, right? Then use them in coordination with those objectives. Don't use them just to go watch things burn and post another video with things blowing up. Right? There's a different level there that demonstrates a different level of discipline, training, and self-awareness, that they're just not using these to blow something up to post on Twitter. They're using this in conjunction with the operational objective that the ground commanders, who ultimately hold superiority in this theater, in their goals.
Agreed, Craig. And the one thing I would add to that as well is, earlier on, before the HARM missiles came into play, we did see Ukraine launch a number of successful strikes using Tochka missiles. And from what we can tell, it hasn't been completely confirmed, but there was enough kind of discussion of this at the time that I think it's like after the war, we'll probably learn more details. But basically, Ukraine developed some kind of 1-2 punch of fast-moving objects and slow-moving objects of certain radar signatures. And they were able to sort of take advantage of weaknesses in Russian air defenses that we're not fully aware of. So Russia clearly needs more, skilled air defense operators, and needs to have a, more porous command structure where they can make better decisions and all that. Like all those failures, I'm sure, are adding up into their air defense failures as well. But we don't want to undersell Ukraine's ability to kind of outsmart and outplay Russian air defense as well. They're as Craig said, it's a very careful and specific strategy that Ukraine's employing here. So, Language, anything you wanted to add to that question? Then we'll go to Daniel. Go ahead.
No, I think that's about it. You got it all.
Thank you very much. Daniel, please go ahead.
Okay, guys, I will treat this on my observations. And is nothing military in it. At least no so obvious. For me, what shocked me this night, I opened Telegram channels. I have only 3 Telegram channels I follow intensely. One is a channel of Partizan in Kherson. One is Operation Command South and CSU at War, which take anything from high command from here. So I want to explain what I just saw. Past 5-6 days, there were total silence. Very few updates except the Kherson partisans. Maybe 3-4 per day. ZSU and War, maybe 10. Imagine I opened today Telegram and I saw 60 on ZSU at War, 40 from Kherson partisans, and Operation Command South 20. So from the silence, communication to total inflation. And are some things which are remarkable. First, the hit in Belgorod. They just cut half of city, the power station. And half of city don't have power. Second, not only in Crimea is unrest and people are in the streets. For example, in Yalta, because was some criminal thing happened there. One guy beat another one and stabbed him 46 times, and people were in the streets. But the general assessment past 2-3 days in Crimea is a lot of unrest, a lot of measures taken by local government to suppress any pro-Ukrainian movement, listen music, painting the flag of Ukraine, things like that. And we see in Kharkiv Oblast a sledgehammer hitting. In Zaporizhia, what I understand is another trap made for Russians, and they will not be nice for them. Donbass still get a lot of casualties in total listing every day. Donetsk. In Kherson yesterday, another village from the north of the city was taken by Ukrainians. And I hear you talking about reserve recruitment from psychiatric wards, and I saw news from the Russian, I don't know how I can say, diaspora paper, and they said even the railways workers were recruited in the army. So not to put railway lines or repair the bridges or things like that, get a gun and go on the front. And what I say with this, my final assessment is be wary of total collapse of the front, total collapse, total surrendering. I know it sounds very, very optimistic, but you don't need to have military experience to see reaction, prisoners, how easy the defense to come on their side. And I will add you a small snippet. This night was C-17 heavy airlift plane of America take off from Romania, going back to Ramstein, and was intercepted on the skies of Hungary by Gripens. And that gesture is, how I can put it mildly, totally offensive. Yeah, NATO countries scrambling NATO planes against the NATO plane. And Erdogan made some very anti-American comments in Belgrade. I hope I have some logic in what I say. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Language, I don't know, it's like a mini update to your update. Any like thoughts or comment?
It's necessarily something I wasn't tracking. To be perfectly honest, there's a lot going on there, so I'll have to look more into it. I did just throw though for some again a couple messages on things, and I do thank you, Daniel, for bringing that up because frankly, there's everything to do really with planes outside of Ukraine proper and which ones go up and which ones go down. I don't keep an eye on. That's just not my forte. Haha, pun. That's what they call the drum that's always up. But I did throw up the text and audio in the nest up top if you folks want to take a look at it. And then, call it bragging. But seriously, my DMs are always open. I might throw up a Telegram link or something in my bios. That way people can send information that way. If you guys don't mind liking or just sharing it, because the more eyes I get on this, the more questions, concerns, and frankly, clarifications I get, and by extension, more sources of information, which makes it easier to make these. Because that way, it's not just me running through 30 things, but viewers like you and listeners like you who are sending me stuff that I might otherwise miss, such as, what Daniel just mentioned. So if that's something you guys be willing to do, scroll up, share it a bit. I would appreciate it. If not, that's totally cool too. But the more eyes on it, the more I learn. Because frankly, one of us is not as great as all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Language. Oh, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add on to something, if I could, just very briefly, that Daniel touched on. Maybe not from a specific point of view, but from a much broader point of view, because I'm trying to contextualize this for our audience. I do get a lot of questions as to what does this mean? What are they talking about? What's bypassing mean? What's this mean? What's that mean? And so just for our broader audience, we do have about 700 people here. We would ask that you please retweet and share the space. We do have experts here, people that follow this stuff on a daily basis, like Language Learner, Joseph, myself, Zodiac. We will sooner or later bring you on board, my friend. We tried to bring you and contextualize this, but if I hesitate to use the word dumb down, so I'll just use the word simplify. What Daniel's describing is, and I would say to maybe to a lesser extent relative to what Daniel's getting at, is that what you're seeing is forward movements from Ukrainians. So that is one Ukrainian unit looking at a Russian unit saying, this is something that we can accomplish. This is something that we can do, given our intelligence, given our own abilities, and then given the Russians' abilities after we look at our own intelligence and we kind of, parse that through and say, yeah, sure, we can do this. excuse me, what Ukraine is doing is a I don't like to use the word combined arms and all the rest of these things. What they're doing in simple terms so people can understand is they're taking advantage of the situation that is in front of them, right? If you see somebody that is weak and frail and you're starving to death, so think of this as like if this was like what's that show called on AMC? The Walking Dead, right? If you see somebody, if you see a walker that is weak and frail, there's no reason necessarily to be afraid of them. You know you can win, you have the ability, you have the training, you have the intelligence, you know what you can do. And what those Russian units are in that area is effectually the Walking Dead. And I'm trying to contextualize that, not to somewhat be humorous or to kind of generate a laugh, but to help you understand that Ukraine has their eyes open at all times. They are well aware of what's in front of them, and they're well aware of their own capabilities. So when they see these things, when they see these opportunities, this isn't a thunder run that somebody had asked me a question about. This isn't a abstract type of thing. This is, you know what? We have a good understanding, and we have faith in our ground commanders. We have faith in our general staff. So let's go ahead and do it. But yeah, I just wanted to try to simplify that for people because I do get a lot of questions about what does this mean? What does that mean? How does this work? What the heck is combined arms? I have no idea. I'm trying to Google it so I can understand what they mean by combined arms and mechanized type of assaults. It's a relative comparison to what you have, to what they have, and what your objective is relative to those strengths and weaknesses that you identify. And then presenting a clear example, or excuse me, a clear goal that everybody can understand, everybody can get on board with, and then move forward, right? That's what, in the simplest terms, that is what combined arms means. So for those that are sending me a few questions about what the heck is Daniel talking about, and what does this mean, and what does that mean? That's as simple as it gets. Don't try and overthink it, folks. Don't try and get too kind of caught up in the weeds and the terminology and the correct doctrine and all the rest of these things. These are people that know what they're doing, and they don't just do this just to do it. They do it because they have the intelligence, and they do these kind of analyses, and they say, yep, this looks like something that we can do. And so let's go ahead and do it. So if that means cutting off 1,000 Russians, or that means cutting off 100 Russians, right? It's all relative to what you believe your own capabilities are versus the enemy that you're trying to expel from your sovereign lands capabilities as well. So sorry, Joseph, sorry, Daniel, just to step on you guys, but I'm getting a lot of questions about what the heck is this? What the heck is that? So I just thought I'd try to parse that just a little bit. So hopefully I hope I answered your question for some DM questions for contextualization. But let's go to Dr. Paul, please. Sorry again for the soliloquy.
All good, thanks. And language, a real quick one. I've heard and seen some strikes, I think, in Mariupol. Have you heard or seen anything about that?
I've heard of partisan operations there. I haven't heard of Ukrainian missile strikes there. But if you have some information on that, please feel free to send it to me.
They hit the airport.
Yeah, exactly, the airport.
Yeah, I heard some stuff at the airport as well.
To be honest, I may have completely missed. Was that today or was that yesterday?
It was in the last 2 or 3 days.
Let me take a look and see. I know that there was something. I might have confused that with Melitopol. I know that there were some explosions around Mariupol in the last couple of days. What that's exactly due to, I only have as much as there's explosions there, and it's probably partisans, could be artillery. Beyond that, I don't really know. To be honest, there is still a very embattled and unfortunately much reduced partisan operation in Mariupol, but Russia has pretty much full domain of the city where they think they did.
Not so much language. They hit also the docks, and I understand they transfer madly garrison from Mariupol. There are very few soldiers in Mariupol, and most of them are from Donetsk.
Well, that is good to know. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, up next we'll go to Brett. Fellow, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to introduce a thought to the space and see what all the big brains in here think about it. Is say the Kherson offensive gets really deep behind Russian lines, and it looks like they're going to lose the city, and then they do lose the city. What scenario does it take for Russia to escalate to a level where they think about blowing the dam to stop some sort of Ukrainian offensive, or escalate further, like blowing and start doing really escalatory things like blowing the nuclear power plant, like starting real terror campaign stuff to like try to make a fire break between them and the Ukrainians, because it seems like it's going very poorly for them right now.
That's
Yeah,
a good
I
question. In short, they wouldn't do either of those. Specifically, nuclear power plant. NATO has been very clear. Poland especially says, we start seeing radiation drift across our border, Article 5. They'll treat it as a radiological attack. There's also the fact that the prevailing winds go to the east. Russia does still remember Chernobyl. I don't think they're going to do that. There's a lot of other ways to cause chaos. Regarding the dam, not only would blowing the dam lower the water supply that in the reservoir upstream that actually flows to and supplies Crimea, which is a huge, massive importance, because there's telling that within the first 24 hours, one of the first things Russia did was blow the dam that was blocking water to Crimea. There have been water shortages there for a while since Ukraine dammed it up, essentially saying, hey, you may have our land, but you're not going to take our water too. And that was a very large point of contention among the occupation authorities and the people living there. Beyond that, just looking at the topography, and we would need a engineer to make this very clear, and I'm not one, but yes, it would widen the river, but just based on the way the elevation of the banks, it would not sweep away Kherson city. It would not sweep away, the bridges. It would not make it impassable. And then third of all, it's very challenging to destroy a heavy concrete gravity dam in the way that this one is set up. There's ways to do so, but just the fact that it would deprive them of water in Crimea in the medium to long term, B, not really have that grave an effect on the ground, and C, be technically very challenging at a point where they're already having difficulties bringing logistics to bear, doesn't seem likely. Does that kind of answer the question? I know there's a couple of other people.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. I just don't trust Russia to not do insane, stupid things for no apparent reason other than we made it up, so roll with it kind of stuff. But I completely agree with you. I completely expected that answer, but I saw some more of my fellas out there asking about that kind of thing, so I figured I would bring it up to you guys.
There's a lot of other things Russia can do, unfortunately, that don't involve mass acts of essentially, high-level terrorism that they can't control the outcomes of. There's a lot of medium-level terrorism that they can't control the outcomes of, and I'm afraid they would resort to heavier use of incendiary weapons beyond anything else. But there's a couple other people talking, and I do apologize if I cut them off.
Yeah, no worries, Slingers. I was just going to say, yeah, I think in this particular case, in both those cases, the blowback on them is too bad. Like if they were like in North America or something where it wouldn't affect them, like I don't think they'd hesitate to do it. But there's like too many cons for them. That's my personal belief. But Craig, did you want to add anything?
No, I actually wanted to throw to Zodiac. I think people have kind of grown tired of my my understanding and my perspective, and I kind of want to get somebody that has a little bit more feet to ground perspective. And so Zodiac, if you wanted to throw in on that, by all means.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So I'm just going to run with the scenario presented of the dam. Let's say you throw all the weapons, all the explosives, either internally or externally, and you blow that dam right now. Like Craig was saying, you look at the geography, it's kind of hilly. You're not necessarily going to wipe out the city. That said, you're not going to take out the infrastructure. Any Russian forces downstream that are close to that river are pretty much going to be taken with them. So if you want to, kill off, a sizable chunk of your armed forces in one go, sure, blow that up. Not only that, you're going to drop the reservoir. I don't know how deep the pipes are feeding the ZPP, Zaporizhia nuclear power plant are, but if that water level drops enough that you can't feed water into the cooling reservoir, Well, now you're looking at a situation where you have a nuclear power plant that can't cool itself down, which could lead to a meltdown situation. Those things blow. Bam, now you got radiation blowing east, blowing into NATO. Bam, Article 5. So it's a suicidal tactic by the Russians. And while Russia may be crazy, you have a heavily demoralized force with demoralized commanders that are really probably at this point just trying to survive and not get killed by their commanders or by their own troops at this moment. I don't think they're going to do something that's going to have half their command that survives look at them and go, well, if you're going to leave us out to die, why the fuck should I, this is part of my French, why the heck should I, follow you? And it's just going to cause people to turn within the own Russian hierarchy.
I completely agree. I completely agree with everything, and I kind of thought that myself, but I figured that it was worth bringing up in a good space like this, just to at least hash it out at least once, though.
Do you mind if I ask you, Brett? Are you talking about Oskil Dam and Reservoir? Or are you talking about Kherson area? I just want to make sure we pin.
Kherson.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. What actions do you think that they could take escalatory stuff? I mean, I don't think they're going to use their Tu-95s and start bombing cities like the Allies did in World War II. I mean, they might try, but what do you think they could do to increase the terror bombing or terroristic acts without bringing in NATO Article 5 in?
Yeah, Zodiac, go for it, brother.
All right, so well, you say, using strategic bombers and flying them close to Ukraine and potentially bombing cities, they entirely could do that. One of the weapons still available to them, and we haven't seen them use a lot of, is fuel air bombs. We've seen thermobarics coming off of like TOS-1 systems but we haven't seen airdropped thermobaric weapons such as their large 500,000 pounder fuel air bombs. So they could entirely do that. They could strap a few of those onto, say, a MiG-31 or a Tu-95 and fly them over Kharkiv or somewhere else and just drop them. Or if they get good intelligence on a large concentration of Ukrainian troops, drop these large-scale dumb munitions where they don't have to necessarily get close. They could escalate that way. Other than bringing more weight of the Air Force, I don't see too much more options for them because I don't think they will be crazy or stupid enough, even the commanders at the field grade level especially, to start pressing the CBRN button and resorting to any of those tools. So they're, with their stockpile of conventional munitions and artillery and precision weapons dwindling, they're going to start running out of options real quick and start resorting to dusting off other strategies.
What strategies do you think those may be? I mean, like, what else can they do other than what they're doing? Like, if you could expound on that a little.
Yeah, sure. So, like I was saying, they, in this entirety of this war, whether due to the lack of pilots, of actual available planes, they haven't necessarily brought the whole weight of the Russian Air Force to bear. And even their strategic bomber force, they've been using standoff distance, firing air-launched cruise missiles. Well, if they got enough Bear bombers and you load them up World War II style with a bunch of dumb bombs, you can start doing a carpet bombing campaign of strategic sites, military targets, or even cities. So they could wholeheartedly do that. And unfortunately, in this current situation with their air defense capabilities, the Ukrainians would still be very limited in their ability to intercept such strikes. But that doesn't say it would be impossible for them to intercept such strikes, but it would be potentially more costly for them to do so.
Yeah, if I could just briefly add on to that, as a former air traffic controller, I can tell you that the last thing that Russia wants to see, that if they launch a flight of, say, let's just call them 10, right? 10 Bear strategic bombers
over Ukraine, they will lose a bomber. Okay, they might lose 2, they might lose 3, they might lose half, right? I mean, who really knows? The only people that really know what they have in terms of air defense are the Ukrainians. Those are the only people that actually know. And can you imagine, just for a minute, what that world will look like when you have a Russian strategic bomber, the equivalent of, say, a B-52 or a B-2 bomber, being shot down and paraded, and videos being taken and photographs being taken all over the internet of 5 or 6 or 7 strategic bombers that have been shot down? You can't cover that up, folks. That's not like Russian Telegram can say, oh, we are only falling back so we can surprise them with brilliant counterattack the way that we did before, right? They can't play that off. All they can do is say, look at these strategic bombers. Look at these big prop aircraft that are supposed to be the backbone of our national defense. And now they're being shot down by the Ukrainians. You can't hide that. You can't excuse that away. You can't telegram your way out of that. You can't tweet your way out of that and say, oh, this is only feint. Wait until the rest of Russian Air Force become operative, right? You can't do that. It is beyond humiliating for them to lose these kind of, quite literally, strategic. When I mean strategic, I don't mean Ukrainian strategic war. I mean strategic in terms of global, right? You're losing. I remember when I was a kid and we lost an F-117 over Serbia, I believe it was, when we were conducting strikes to dissuade the Serbians from their genocide of the Bosnian Herzegovinians and its ongoing war with Kosovo. When that happened, I still have an image of when I was a kid during the Gulf War. So I'm using this as an example because it's important and to why they wouldn't do that. When that happened, when we lost one F-117, which was the old stealth fighter, right? So all you have to do is Google F-117, right? When the Gulf War I happened, these guys were the hot shots, right? They had these deflective angles, they have this stealth capability, they have this, they have that. And when we lost one, not 5, not 10, not 12, but when we lost one, it was splashed across the front page of the New York Times. United States loses high-tech stealth F-117 fighter, because that was our bellwether. That was our bell cow. These guys carried the weight of what it meant to be a part of the United States Armed Forces, which is we have stealth capability. You can't detect us by radar, and we will take it down. Losing these strategic bombers over Ukraine for some kind of carpet bombing activity that will achieve next to nothing militarily, I argue that the cost-benefit analysis of losing 3 or 4 or 5 of these from a propaganda, information war, whatever you want to call it, angle, it's so beyond the pale. It's hard for people to quantify.
And just real quick on that, as far as you were talking about the Tu-95, Russia has been extraordinarily careful with their use thus far. I also would argue that they have used their air power in places that they can, most notably in Mariupol, where they were using their faster bombers, their Tu-22s, most comparable to a B-1, I believe, to drop these larger explosives. The closest that I have seen these bombers operate has been either firing missiles from over Russia proper, or when they fire missiles now, they fire them not from the Black Sea or from Russia proper. They fire them from the Caspian Sea. That is on the other side of the country of Georgia, on the other side of the Rostov region, and a full 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest Ukrainian position. And they fire long-range cruise missiles at things in Ukraine that they can't from there, right? They could fly out over the Black Sea. There'd be less chance of their missiles being intercepted. They totally have the range, but they're not even willing to risk that. So I understand the concerns. I agree with Craig that Russia doesn't want to see these go down. And frankly, it has been 3 months or more now since we've seen Russian aircraft actually stray into officially Ukrainian air defense zones per the Ukrainian government. That may have changed a little bit with stuff going on in Kherson and Izium, where the zones are changing more day by day. But Russia's been pretty good on saying, hey, we're just going to fire things from standoff distance. We don't want to go over your guys' heads. And with rumors and reports of more modern anti-air systems being sent to Ukraine, the last thing Russia wants to do is try some end run from Belgorod and watch their, pride of their nuclear fleet drop out of the sky. Because as Craig says, that it's not quite the same as the Moskva, but it's damn similar, at least to the Air Force guys who go, Ukrainians shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, hopefully that answers the question. It's more of an informational war perspective than it is a military perspective, because they do have a large quantity of these, but the propaganda value of losing 3 or 4 of these is I can't even begin to tell you. Imagine the United States losing 3 or 4 B-2 bombers, right? I mean, that alone is just shocking to the American mind. Losing stealth bombers, B-2s, it's just a whole flying wings, if you will. I see that as an American. I see 3 or 4 of those go down. Can't hide that. That's going to be a shock to the system, because that is your national, not your operational theater Ukrainian thing. That is your national sword and shield, and it is a whole other different level of impact on you. So anyway, sorry, I don't mean to divert, but I think it's important that we point out that even if they wanted to do that, the sheer humiliation, because some will get shot down. Let's be clear. Some will get shot down if they engage in these terroristic attacks. They're going to get shot down. And they will get hit by S-300s, S-400s, or whatever other toys that they might have that they don't want to tell us about. It's such a slap in the face to the national defense idea that it's hard to really quantify. It's really an intangible that's hard to measure. But it is definitely huge.
If they didn't use them in Mariupol, where they were attacking Ukrainians that had zero air cover whatsoever, that could not defend themselves, and even so, they used the smallest, strategic bomber they had, and because it could zoom and boom, drop something and get the heck out of Dodge, and that was back in March. They were doing this. They're not going to start taking flights over Kyiv now, when who knows what the Ukrainians have in an area that they do not control the airspace. And we know that Ukraine has already been given one modern NATO missile. Who knows if maybe they have another modern NATO missile that can reach out and touch some of these things. So, and with that, I think I do actually have to go. Thank you guys all very much for letting me ramble on for a little while. As always, if there's any questions, concerns, comments, the update is up as far as text and audio. Give it a listen, give it a read, and let me know ways to improve. With that, have a good night. Bye.
Yeah, thanks so much, Language. I appreciate it. Round of applause for Language and what he provides to us each and every day. He does a fantastic job providing that clockwise overview of what's going on. We see everything on Twitter. We see towns, we see cities, we see this, we see that. But Language does a fantastic job keeping us in the loop in terms of trying to zero in on each of these things that we see and what that means contextually, speaking from a 30,000 foot to 5 foot level. So thanks again, Language, for joining us. I would ask that people please retweet and share the space. Be a great help to us and those at the Maria Report and those of us that support Maria Aid. And with that, we do have a hand up. That is Daniel. Daniel, if you want to add, go ahead.
Okay, about escalation. Why this night Ukrainian needed to announce they have upgraded harpoons with range of 250 kilometers? And about the missiles launch above Caspian Sea. They launched 3 or 4 days ago 6, and Ukrainian air defense intercepted 5. There was a joke today about Finnish armed forces, and the joke was, can Finland army occupy St. Petersburg? Yes, they can, and very fast, but until they reach there will be already army of Poland. I will get you some context to understand why they cannot escalate. Yesterday, for our North American friend yesterday at 5 a.m. here in Romania, Kiev time. I add you a political news from Albania. Albania is a small NATO country in Balkans. What they do, the Prime Minister of Albania get on the public television and announce they will cut all diplomatic relationship with Iran. They will expel ambassador and all the staff, and the diplomatic mission in Tirana will be closed. First, for me, was the context. Iran hacked the governmental infrastructure in July. They have a proof that was the hand of Iran, and they expelled the ambassador. The move was very, very, very strong, and now in Albania mass media, the talks is about invoking Article 5. And this caught my attention, because when you invoke Article 5 for this, is not a message addressed to Iran. It's something like, we are here, we watching, and if you do some stupid stuff, you, Russia, you'll have a huge problem from us. And let's not forget, the political context in Moscow is far from clear, far from strong, far from being something you can understand. Putin is making declarations which are totally out of logic. He is saying special military operation is a great success, is no problem. We'll ban Europeans to visit us, we'll cut the gas, all is good. But in fact, all these declarations reveal weakness. Let's trust in the army, let's trust in the people. And again, I think we need to be more optimistic. The situation for Russians is so bad, and for me, I expect their surrender sooner, much sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Hey everyone. I think people have summoned me from my sleep to do an update on a map. It's been a big day, and looks like I'm going to go through Kharkiv region, Oblast today, talk about the gains that are discussed and where the Ukrainians probably are ish, just from Russian Telegram. And if you guys want, I think Craig had to pop down. I'll go co-host. Anyone want an update, or did Language just do an update?
Language did an
I
update
think
not
just
too long
missed the
ago.
update.
Should we? Okay. Let's Ghost there to CH me, and yeah, wow, it's just really tough to track on the map now where Ukrainians are because they're everywhere. 1 second here. Can we throw up a map of eastern Ukraine, maybe Kharkiv, and then Kherson? Bueller? Oh, he has
I'll
a
do my
map.
best.
No. I think he has a map. No, he doesn't. Oh well. All right. Either way, we'll get a map. Yeah, maybe try to get a map just of the area. What have we got? Kharkiv. Wow, Kharkiv is. I want people to be able to appreciate the map because we have, a pretty gonzo situation in eastern Kharkiv Oblast, or central, really. Kupiansk. It's a big deal. And Izium, two major places the Russians need to be careful about. And
Do you want
gains.
like an ISW map with like territory and stuff, or just a,
Sure.
geography map? Okay.
Yes. Either or is fine, because the cities in question will be there. Balaklia. And yeah, we're gonna small gains by Russia in the Donetsk region, still near Pisky. They're very proud to have taken Pisky, population 8. Good job, Russia. Bakhmut is still holding, and well, we'll get that map up, and then I'll start. Sorry, everyone. I just want to make sure that there's something for you to look at. I think we find that it's better for the audience when we have more of the graphics. And we will be with you shortly. If you have a question, come up to the panel. And thanks for listening. And thanks for being here.